I have many faces.
Your powers are mine!
You know what time it is, Ben?
You're darn right I do, matchstick.
Come on, Ben! Say the thing!
Nope, I'm not saying it.
Supernova!
Disappear!
It's clobbering time!
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Good. So much for vacation. Come on, fight! You're mine! Out of sight.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Slice and dice! Silver bullet! The hunt is on! What a hack! Judgment's coming! Still got an edge! 1,000 gods! Bury the light.
Hello, we are Team Envy.
Hello, my name is Nero. I play strategist and I'm from California.
Hi, my name is Schmieder and I play Duelist.
Hello, I'm Kalush and I play Vanguard. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start playing. I'm focused and my main goal is to win.
You don't dwell on any past mistakes and make sure you focus on the current map, current situation.
Like Kalush said, you need to be forgiving. You need to just, if someone makes a mistake, you tell them it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's human at the end of the day. And that just makes them feel more comfortable and more confident in themselves, which is very important when it comes to playing in matches. I want to play versus Sentinels because we lost versus them in our first match in this Ignite qualifier, and I just want to get my revenge on them.
I want to play against 100 Thieves. They talk the most trash to me, so I just want to beat them and then talk trash back.
Yeah, I'd say also 100 Thieves because they love to trash talk and it'd feel good to shut them up.
My team, of course, wants to win the championship, and I think if we play how we play in scrims, we'll easily win.
I'd say it's amazing because, coming to a different country and being greeted with all these people that take care of you and then being able to show up and do something I love, like play the game, it's awesome. To 100 Thieves, the belt's coming out.
To Sentinels, you're going to wish you still had Kalush.
200 Thieves, 我会把你放在垃圾桶里.
You know, shout out my family. I know they're watching back home, and shout out my grandpa for being the best supporter.
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad. They've been supportive of me this whole time.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Thanks for supporting me.
Hi everyone, we're from CTG.
I'm Enzo. I'm coming from France. I'm 20 years old.
Hello, my name is Ken. I'm 23 and from Norway.
My name is Tanuki. I'm from the Netherlands.
Well, I think it's going to be weird to play against the international teams because we have different styles of playing, I would assume. You know, when we are in Europe, we mostly scrim either North America or Europe because it's the only teams we can really play on ping, maybe some Korean team as well. So I'm excited to see how, for example, the Chinese team will play during the tournament. It will be fun to see.
But it's really big. I'm not used to that. I come from a really small town in France. So when I come there and I see so many people, so many buildings, it's amazing. And yeah, we're happy to be there, I think. And we're ready to win. That's our expectation.
I would love to play against the Supernova. Well, they seem to be the best team from China, so hopefully they will be the best competition.
Yeah, I think it's just very important that you're prepared to play against some things you've never played against before, because it's completely different players from all around the world. So you really need to look into how they play and what they play and what you play that is good against it. And you really need to start understanding the game a lot more.
Yeah, my goal here is to win the championship. Confident would be the word I choose, because I believe in my team and that we can win.
I'd say ready. I'd say you guys have to prepare for us to just have fun and pick whatever you want, and we will still just win no matter what. There's not much you can do against us when we just decide that we want to win.
You have to be prepared for us to play good under pressure and not crumble like most of the teams here.
Dote.
嶺南有句俗話，飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective. They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome to day number 2 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Mid-Season Finals! Yesterday we said goodbye to 2 teams in the form of Nova and Gen G with the conclusion of our playoff stage. And today we are down to our final 8 representatives from 5 epic regions from the Americas, EMEA, China, Asia, and Oceania. These are the best of the best, the titans of their region, all of them looking to become your first ever Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season champions. But which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? Well, let's find out. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage, Team Reject! Representing the Asia region as their champions, Reject haven't lost a single series since this iteration of the roster came together for Ignite. With a stalwart playstyle and the team with the most proven ability to perform under pressure by winning an 8-game grand finals in their region, they have earned their place in the mid-season finals with some championship-level dominance. Welcome, Reject! Next, let us welcome Ground Zero Gaming! Representing the Oceania region and with solid performances against some of the best Asia teams in previous MRCs, Ground Zero secured the region's single qualification spot for the LAN finals, a testament to their status as the region's undisputed juggernaut. Welcome, Ground Zero Gaming! Next, let us welcome Over Ultra Gaming! Representing the China region as their champion and last standing team. They stand as a colossal juggernaut in their domestic scene. Having swept every championship from MRC Season 0 through to Season 2, the MRI China Invitational and Stage 1 of Ignite, they reign as the undisputed defending monarchs. Welcome, Over Ultra Gaming. Next, let us welcome 100 Thieves! Representing the Americas, 100 Thieves stand as champions of the 2025 Marvel Rivals North American Invitational, the Season 0 Marvel Rivals Championship, and runners-up of the 2025 Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. With a new coach for Ignite and some big brain drafts, they are one of the teams with the most formidable strength that demands respect. Welcome, 100 Thieves! Next, let us welcome Sentinels! Representing the Americas as their champions, Sentinels dominated Stage 1 with only a single loss, but also holding the title of MRC Season 1 champions, showing they have conquered the America's most competitive battlegrounds. This team is built on friendship and the drive to be the best. Welcome, Sentinels! Next, please welcome RAD! Representing EMEA and the second team to qualify from the play-ins, RAD have already proved they have what it takes to take on all manner of international opponents. With some impressive drafts and flexible play style, they are not to be underestimated. Welcome, RAD! Next, let us welcome Citadel Gaming! representing the EMEA region as their champions, coming all the way from open qualifier contenders to legends who have conquered every opponent in the main event to claim their championship throne. Welcome, Citadel Gaming! And finally, let's welcome Envy! Envy's arrival turned the American scene on its head, clobbering the status quo and asserting themselves as an incredible force with many tournament victories. They were the first team to qualify from the play-ins and are looking to add this international title to their accolades. Welcome, Envy! The teams are ready, the stage is set. Let us ignite the battle and head back to the casters.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to the Casters booth as we say goodbye to Day 1 and hello to Day 2. I'm Cozy, joined by the legendary casters Moxie and Leg Day. How are we feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling ecstatic, Cozy, to be joining you and Moxie up here on the caster desk for day number 2. We've already had to say goodbye to 2 teams. It doesn't feel real. Everyone's flown out here to Guangzhou, China. We're finally all in the same place for the interregional competition that we have been craving.
Absolutely. Day 1 was full of the pure chaos that we thought it would be. We saw 2 teams that were a bit more mysterious and 2 teams rise from that. So I have to ask you, Moxie, as we saw Envy and RAD make it here to the main stage. Let's talk quickly about Nova and Gen G for those that aren't familiar and kind of what you saw yesterday in Day 1.
I mean, Gen G, we had a lot of really high hopes for this team, but I mean, it was a little bit of a struggle coming on through. They were a team that relied really heavily on things like the Human Torch when they were playing their Ignite qualifiers, and sadly, Human Torch has been extinguished from the matter, so it was going to be a struggle in terms of those picks and bans. Then when we looked at Nova, they put up a really good fight going up against RAD, especially on Yggdrasil Path, but everybody knows, you know, going up against a res composition, it's a marathon, not a sprint, as they found out on second.
Absolutely. We get a little bit more res comp right before it leaves us in the next patch. I have to say, watching live here, the squad here for Nova, it was loud. They were cheering. They were pumped. It was definitely sad to say goodbye to them. We still have OUG, though, representing China, so that'll be fun to watch it. But as we look towards our LAN watch party, y'all, this is a good one.
Yeah, we've got so many talented co-streamers here with us in Guangzhou. We managed to meet up with a couple of them over dinner last night. We had a good chat. Everyone's having a fantastic time here. These have been doing a great job of hosting us, make sure everyone's comfortable and able to put out their best content.
Yeah, it was so fun just getting to talk to all of them. They're just so down to earth. We all just had good chats, talking rivals, just fun, and everybody together in one place that we all know in this awesome community. So they have a great watch party going on at the moment.
Yeah, and something else that we're going to be having coming on real soon, unfortunately not today, but August 8th. Mark the date in your calendar because that's when Blade is going to be slicing his way into the game. Vanguards beware, the heal cut reduction bullets, they're on their way.
The Daywalker, I cannot wait. I've been talking to some of the pro players here about Blade and the entrance to him in the meta eventually, and they are excited when that comes time for them to play it. But yeah, across the roadmap here, amazing skins as always. Great to see Blade come into the game, definitely a fan favorite in Marvel.
Yeah, the costume design is second to none when it comes to Marvel Rivals. I'm particularly looking forward to the Phoenix Chaos of Scarlet Witch. I think that is a Marvel Rivals original. And Penny Parker's Wasteland Mech also going to be a great addition for all of those Penny mains out there who I hope are not on my team in comp.
I'm telling you, that our team, they just keep cooking. I was able to talk to Dino and all of them, and it's just what they put into this game. They care so much about it, and it's great to see these Marvel heroes that we love come to life. Now, speaking of come to life, we go to day 2 and some really great matchups here. We start out with the classic, both first games being America versus EMEA. A little bit of caster difference here, but how do y'all feel about this match, Moxie?
I mean, I feel like you can just take a knife and divide the
Just
desk
right
right over here. Or I guess when Blade's coming into play, it's going to be take a sword and slice all the way down here. Because Harry and I, we've got EMEA. It's our region we've got to represent. We know how strong Citadel have been as a unit. Polly and Pokey, I think, are hands down the best duo when it comes to the entirety of Marvel Rivals Esports. They're Captain America and Psylocke, second to none.
Yeah, definitely opinionated there, but no, I would say...
Opinionated but correct.
Yeah, fair enough. I will say, since Season 0, we've been talking about EMEA versus America, even from the chat, from the viewers. We want to see it, here in LAN, and that's what we're getting right now, and it's so exciting to see these two teams clash. With America, we've got 3, and we start with Envy, who, they're the 3rd seed, but talking to the players, they think they're much higher than that, and I think they're personally a team of momentum. They got the win in the play-in stage, and Leg Day, tell me, when it comes to them going against Citadel, how do you think Citadel can come out with the win?
I think that for Citadel, it's going to be all about momentum. We're going to be starting off on a domination map, and that is where the Polypoker duo is at its strongest. So both a Captain America and a Psylocke able to roam the map, that backline is going to be in danger. There's going to be so much peeling that has to be done to try and keep Citadel off of the back and make sure that Envy don't get put on tilt too early in the series.
Yeah, just looking at the lineups and the player matchups, I mean, Speedery, Cal going up against the legendary duelist that y'all have there in Citadel, but the Vanguard matchup, Kaluge, and I feel like that is where we're going to tell the true story. Breaking down the Vanguards, we've got a lot of Doctor Strange, but Window, very flexible of a Vanguard player. Tell me about Citadel a bit and how they play the Vanguard position, what you think might give them that edge.
I mean, Citadel are pretty flexible on the Vanguards themselves because they really do prioritize having Polly on that Captain America. A lot of the time, their ban strategy actually is to secure one-sided Captain America. It'll be their first save, in fact. But then we have Enzo, and he's sort of like that flexibility, the Swiss Army knife, where he can play pretty much everything because they accept to get Polly's premier hero, you got to sacrifice your Emmas and your Magnetos and your Groots and your Doctor Stranges, and you might have to play things like, well, the Thing.
Yeah, well, the American says it best, right, Steve Rogers? I can do this all day, and in domination, you get that first point, and Cap can do the rest. And I really feel like if Envy wants to win this matchup, they have to win this first map. And domination, historically, is not their favorite mode. And so this team of momentum, we saw it in the group stage. Once they lose that momentum, they tend to slip a little bit. They did make it here, obviously. But if they want to win and show a strong stance from that play-in stage, they've got to win here. Strategist-wise, looking at what we know, I think Nero is a big difference maker for them. Talking about the strategist there for Citadel.
On the other side, we have Ken, who, I mean, once again, EMEA bias on the side of the desk. I think is the best Loki player in the world.
Yeah.
Like, even when there were mirrored bans in early competitive Marvel Rivals Ignite, we saw Loki get banned all the time.
Instantly, too.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, the first ban.
First
not
ban,
Emma,
no
not
thinking
Magneto.
time.
It was just God of Mischief shenanigans out of the way entirely.
Well, we've got a great main stage here today, y'all, and you can see the entire bracket lineup. Again, starting there with Citadel and Envy, followed by Sentinels and RAD. And Moxie, how do we close out the rest of the day there for day 2?
I'm so excited for this. OUG versus 100 Thieves. This is one of my matches that I can't wait to see how it goes down, purely because OUG are such an unknown quantity when it comes to a lot of these teams. We've talked to, the Chinese casters where they've weighed in and said, okay, this player is really strong on this particular thing. Molan Ran, in particular, for OUG's team, has an absolutely insane Adam Warlock. I've seen this guy literally one-shot snipe Psylocke's out with Cosmic Clusters when they're still in stealth. He just heard it from the sound cue.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to OUG. I've talked to the players and what they expect from them. And it's the team sharpening their blades in the shadows, as I like to say. And that can give you an edge a lot of the time. We've seen that even in the group stage, these lower seeds, the teams did not script. They did not practice against them. And then they kind of got jumped and surprised. Again, looking at match 1 here, Leg Day, starting here in just a moment and followed by. But that last match of the day, Leg, we've got a good one. What do you think about Rejects in the land down under?
Rejects have so much hero shooter experience under their belt. They probably are the most experienced LAN players here when it comes to being comfortable in front of the cameras, in front of the lights, in front of the crowd. And Ground Zero, not sure where their LAN experience is sitting at the moment. We know that OC is generally an underrepresented region across esports. So Ground Zero, they have a lot to prove heading into that matchup. And you know what? With all of these being best of 5, that means that you've got plenty of time to adapt. We're going a little bit longer.
I will say, though, one thing about Reject is that they were always a little bit more static in terms of the 2-2-2 compositions. So their one solution to any problem that they faced was let's put Gargoyle on Winter Soldier.
Yeah, love it. I'll let EMEA introduce your team here, the wonderful player lineup here of Citadel.
I mean, Citadel, what a team, what a lineup. We've already highlighted, you know, Ken's Loki, Polly and Pokey with the Psylocke and the Captain America. There's one player that we haven't talked about, Harry, which feels absolutely insane, and that is Tanuki. Because this guy, he started off, and you would hear whisperings, rumblings about Black Panther being maybe not the best. Tanuki was one of the people that could shut that down immediately, right from the rip. All the way back in Season 1, he was playing Black Panther in small grass tier tournaments, and absolutely shredding with it, and he's since moved away from just being a Black Panther and a melee, magic 1-trick, 2-trick, and he's getting to play pretty much everything now.
One of the cool things about LAN is you get to experience things that you don't on an online tournament, and I got to speak to Tanuki's parents that are here, and I'm telling you, I've talked to NFL players before, and when your parents are in the crowd, it's just different. You play with an extra bit of heartbeat behind it and confidence, and so I love to see that in a LAN environment, see them in the crowd, watching their son play, and I think that's going to give them a slight edge. But we look at Envy, y'all, and if you don't know this team, again, Montenegro going to be rolling you guys with the strategist. Kaluj, this team is full of experienced veterans. I was talking to Kaluj on stage for the interview. Been there, done that. These guys are very confident. Speedery has done a number of things. And on the American side of biasm, I'm going to say I think Speedery is one of the best, if not the best, duelist to get the job done. Cal, the confidence king. This guy's got more confidence. I believe he said the only thing he's afraid of was the buffet at the hotel. That was his biggest enemy there, which I love. And Window, just good for flexibility.
Yeah, coming back to Speedly here. For those of us who fear Speedly, heading into this, we kind of call him the Flyer Prime.
Yeah.
He is, without a doubt, I'm going to say hands up as an EMEA shill, best flyer player I have ever seen. Like, man's just born for the air. In a different life, if he wasn't a pro gamer, this guy would be a jet pilot.
It's a good point. Listen, I think that could be a big difference maker, though, because you look at team comps like Psylocke, Star-Lord. I know that Citadel, they do love their Captain America Psylocke. You don't see a ton of Psylocke play for Envy. They can dip into that speedily, but when you look at it, Cal, typically more that hits cannon. And then, yes, as you said, Human Torch, Storm, we see him up in the air. Talk to me about the duelists and the way they like to play the game there for Citadel and how they can get that edge.
Oh, I think we should probably talk about definitely how those duelists are going to be playing that, because that is Hell's Heaven. That's really rough for Envy coming on through. We were talking to Cozy before the broadcast properly began. We were introducing him to all of the lore that is associated with Citadel. Hell's Heaven is entrenched in that lore because they were undefeated on that domination map all the way up until the grand finals day, actually, in EMEA, where they lost it twice. They lost it to Virtus Pro, and then they lost it actually to RAD in our finals. And one of the reasons why they were always undefeated was Tanuki's Panther is just the strongest on Hell's Heaven. It's the best dive map.
I love all the maps in the game. I would say if you're a flyer, Speedery, yeah, you don't want to fly indoors. There's not really a lot of room to get around. A couple maneuvers for maybe Torch, but it's going to be tough indoors there. Map picks matter. I don't know if y'all realize just how much these players feel comfortable on certain maps, and sometimes they line up the same Yggdrasil path being a common one. But yeah, in this particular case, Hydra base, not exactly Envy's best friend.
I mean, I wonder, because they've played Panther players before, right? There was actually a Panther player on Ego Death, an American team called Self, and Envy was actually one of those teams that just insta-banned the Black Panther. There were some teams that tried to ego it, lost a round, went, okay, this isn't working, I guess we'll just take it out of the game entirely. Envy were like, nah, we're not dealing with the shenanigans. 9 lives, don't make sure that you get through ban phase, okay? You're gone, and they might do that here.
Shutting down the T'Challa special is what I think they do very well. And dive comps in general, they do a good comms of just making sure Venom's in the back, everybody turns, gets rid of the threat, and focuses back on the front line. And it's all about those communications. And we've been able to sit in and hear how these teams talk to one another, and that has been such a special part of all of this. And I feel like if Envy does get approached with dive heavy today, they should be just okay. And if they end up losing this first map, I'd be surprised if we don't see them jump into either Central Park potentially or Yggdrasil, where they have a bit more control. Because again, domination should be a little dicey like.
Yeah, Yggdrasil Park definitely their comfort map, if anything. Although it does leave Convergence in the pool, and that's where Hall of Jalia might come out. Yesterday we saw Envy get tested. They lost 1 round on Hydra base, which admittedly is only a little bit of mortality having shown. They managed to reverse sweep it thereafter, I believe, against RAD, and then they went all the way to extra time against RAD on Hall of Jalia. So showing definitely maybe some guide rails as to where potentially Citadel can take this map, knowing that we're likely to go to Yggdrasil Path as our coat pick, potentially.
Yeah. Yggdrasil, and one big thing about that map is triple Vanguard, triple support. You know, you can almost call it the Envy special at some point, but they push towards that spawn, and it makes it very difficult. We actually saw yesterday, Gen G really didn't know how to handle that aggression, and I would say Citadel, Moxie, you know best here, but Citadel, not so much big on the triple Vanguard, huh?
No, they don't really like playing it. They've played Res Comp a couple of times. They do sometimes get forced off of the Captain America and the Psylocke because it was their premier composition, and they started learning compositions. Actually, Virtus Pro was the team that forced them to have to get out of their comfort zone, and it forced them to learn the Res Comp, and they've looked incredibly strong in it ever since.
Shout out to Sparker, y'all, as we give that's what you guys good luck out there.
Thank you so much, Cozy. We're going to get stuck into our ban phase real soon as everyone sets up their peripherals and gets ready to get stuck in. And as you were pointing out earlier, Mox, Black Panther is going to be potentially the name of the game here. You can see on our Tanuki name card, Black Panther and Wolverine as the signature heroes. We saw plenty of damage come from Naga's Wolverine and the RAD versus Envy previously as well. It was adapted towards the end, but these early shocks to the system on Envy could prove fatal.
Yeah, I want to see how the Vanguard line is going to look too, because one of the things that really differed between EMEA and NA in terms of identity of lineups when we had all of the teams trying to qualify for their regions was the Vanguard line, right? EMEA prioritized having the Emma, and NA prioritized having that Magneto, and Emma is much better at being able to deal with things like the Wolverine and the Black Panther if you are able to grab. However, Magneto with that bubble, if it is that Wolverine, should be able to self-sustain through that potential grab.
Yeah, the Magneto bubble, the metallic bulwark, has proven invaluable in so many cases for the most important peel, usually for Cloak and Dagger. During the Eternal Bond casting time, when you can be a little bit more predictive as to where they're going to go, because they have to move in a straight line when using those dashes forward, the metallic bulwark is just invaluable.
Yeah, not needing to be right next to someone the way that Hulk has to be within range to be able to offer you that defensive, so that Cloak and Dagger, like you said, can still have access to it on their ultimate. Something that we actually got to see yesterday was RAD playing the Magneto, and they would bubble the Jeff when he was mid-ultimate, so that Fate wasn't taken out of the map before he was able to get everybody else off of it.
Okay, so in case you guys are joining us in competitive Marvel Rivals for the first time, our bans are going to look a little bit different to what you're used to in our comp matches. So Mox and I will run you through how this one's going to work. The bans you see come up for these teams are only for the opposing side.
Yes, and we also have save slots, which you don't get in your ranked games. And that means if your hero is actually slotted into one of those block protections, the other team can't then target ban it for any other part of the ban selection. So that's why we're going to be seeing likely Citadel prioritizing things like the Captain America and the Psylocke. And on the other side, you know, Envy, they might well go for a protection which allows them to run something like either a res composition or maybe even a triple strategist lineup, which they like to do. We saw it yesterday, but we also saw it when they were playing in America earlier.
Yeah, so also critically, unlike your comp games, only some of these bans are going to come through at the same time. They're going to come through in a specific order so that you can try and read your opponent's ban phase and figure out exactly what composition they're trying to either craft or force you to play.
Yeah, and normally those slide slots are actually linked to the side that you play on. However, this being domination with both of these teams attacking, it's just going to read as attacker side. However, when we go to things like Convergence and Convoy, you're going to have the defenders and the attacker side. So that's another little interesting wrinkle pool, which sort of really tries to push these teams to decide whether or not they do want to attack or defend, because going for one side puts you at a different ban selection.
So I saw some content from Citadel recently. We did a tier list of all the teams here, Mox. Of course, they put themselves at the top, as any confident team would, but their next highest was Envy, and I don't think they're particularly happy about meeting Envy this early in the bracket, but you know what? You're going to have to meet them at some point if you want to win the tournament, so maybe better late than better early than having to do it when all the chips are on the table.
Yeah, I mean, what do you try and do if you're Citadel? We might actually see them leave a flyer that isn't Ultron on the table when they go up against Envy, because Ultron's not the greatest for a Black Panther to have to play into.
Yes.
So, like, normally we would potentially see a Mantis ban, especially on Domination, especially on Hell's Heaven. Take out Eldritch Monument, you've got two very strong maps that get left in that are very, very good for Adam's comic revival positions because of how deep you can really put that res location to force the enemy team into overextending to try and find those picks when those targets are low HP. But that is likely not going to come through, because also if you leave the Mantis in, you leave the Adam and the Ultron in as well.
Yeah, and that can be a real pain to deal with. Like you said, the Ultron can be one of the most effective counters to our diving melee heroes like the Black Panther. Just being able to give that additional overhealth using the Imperative Firewall allows for that additional survival, giving you more time to react to the Black Panther, because a lot of the value of Black Panther is in the snappiness, the instant KOs that can be delivered.
I mean, we've all seen the clips, right?
Yeah, we've all seen the What was I supposed to do, bro?
How was I supposed to react? The answer to that is you scout it, right? That's why Team Environment Dive is one of the hardest compositions to be able to pull off, because there are so many different stages to it, and it always starts with the scouting part of it, and then you go for your setup, and then you pick your target, and then you get your 3-to-1 confirmations, and then you go for your dive, whether it's the soft dive, so you're going in to force a cooldown or an ultimate, then you're getting out, then you're resetting and stabilizing your HP and going back in, or whether it's something that we refer to as a hard dive, where right from the rip, you're just all inning to be able to find that pick.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how Reject had the most LAN experience here, most likely, and I'd probably put it second, honestly. Lot of esports veterans on this team, and Citadel I'd put in dead last.
Yeah, they are pretty fresh to the esports scene, and I mean, that is going to have a big impact. And you can kind of see as well how Salah, the coach for Citadel, has been trying to combat that. We actually got the very lucky opportunity to be able to sit into some of these team scrims, and one thing that really impressed me about sitting in on Citadel scrims was that before every single one, they would sort of just decompress, de-stress, and go through a whole bunch of just stretching exercises, and also make sure that they were all on the same page by just communicating correctly. They would do a 3-2-1 with their shot caller, and then on that one, everybody had to be able to hit a hand clap.
Yeah, we might be able to see it on the cams over the next couple of minutes. Enzo on your screen right now. Enzo is actually a controller player, for all of you at home who are wondering if you can break out from the console competitive scene into Marvel Rivals Ignite's main stage, which they have two controller players, I believe, at the event, in both TTK and Enzo, both of whom play Vanguards.
Yes, well, we'll be seeing the pick and bans very, very shortly. We've talked about what we think Citadel could be playing. Envy, they've got a whole bunch of different compositions, and it really is going to determine on the picks and bans, because like we've said, Res Comp, very, very strong on Hell's Heaven. Dive, very, very strong on Hell's Heaven. You've also then got the diverts that you have to go to if you get banned out of the Vanguard line, and that's something that Envy is known to do. Envy and RAD are probably the most frustrating teams to play into when it does come to just roll sweeping an entire chunk of heroes and just saying, no, you don't get a good Vanguard line, or no, you don't get a good strategist line. And that was actually a strategy that Citadel ran into when they faced up against RAD. The problem is that Citadel don't really care if you go after the strategist line. We've even seen Ken on the Rocket Raccoon, which led to us getting a Rocket Raccoon ban in 2025 Ignite EMEA.
It seemed weird to perceive. All right, let's head into our ban phase here. Marks, looks like first up is going to be Lunar Snow coming from Envy, and that's, of course, great for trying to shut down the Sylar.
Yeah, and there goes that Mantis that we talked about. So Citadel are going to be very, very happy. They've been able to got some parts of a rescon position, and they've also been able to impact Speedery coming on through on that potential Ultron. And as we talked about, there's the Captain America coming on through for Poly too.
Yeah, that's going to be Poly prioritized when it comes to the ban phase. Of course, both of our coaches are on stage right now, live talking through the bans with their team, being able to input directly. We've got Gator and Salah, both very experienced when it comes to these phases. Human Torch is gone next. And I wonder if Envy are going to have to match that ban, because there is a position where maybe you could see a Protect come through from Citadel and get an uneven Torch.
Well, now that Envy have lost access to Mantis, they're going to actually go after the Ultron before saving themselves Cloak and Dagger. So that backline is secure. They're going to have the Cloak and Dagger. They're going to have the Luna. Psylocke is still in the mix for Envy and Speedery. We've seen him get targeted in terms of flyers. Now we're going to see him lose access to the Psylocke because Emma was up, Luna was up. Those two combined are a Psylocke's best dream.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to force a Storm pick here from Speedily. For Citadel, what do they prioritize for their last Protect here? Maybe the Human Torch, but also having something like a better strategist. Yeah, there we go. The Cloak and Dagger, very important for the overall survivability. Don't want to be forced onto a necessary triple strategist.
One-sided Terror Cape as well is something that is absolutely terrifying. 28% increased damage coming on through for 3 seconds with a 12-second cooldown is absolutely insane to be able to go after, especially if you're able to hit it onto a majority of players when they're sitting inside their own strategist ultimate, as we're going to be seeing a Star-Lord ban come through from Envy, and that's because Tanuki, one of the things that Tanuki would go for if he was banned out of Black Panther and he wasn't able to get his Wolverine, would be the Star-Lord.
Yeah, they're letting the Human Torch ride here, but likely they've read that they're probably going to be going up against the Black Panther, so they don't need to ban the Human Torch, because Black Panther and Human Torch are both Tanukis when it comes to his role on this team.
Yeah, and I mean, for Citadel too, you're going to have the Human Torch up. Do we see an Invis woman come through? Because normally, like 9 times out of 10, Cloak and Dagger is the better strategist. I think we're both in alignment when it comes to that particular one. But when you have Human Torch and you get your sibling team up and you get that additional armor to be able to survive, especially because if it is going to be some of those other maps instead of Eldritch Monument where you don't have a lot of natural terrain to be able to hide around, it can be pretty brutal for those flyers up in the sky.
All right, heroes and villains, let's get into our first map of the day. Citadel Gaming Berber, our EMEA #1 seed, going up against the #3 from America. But a lot of people will think of it right now. They're #1. It's Envy.
Let's see how these two regions are going to interact. EMEA versus NA. Compositions we've seen in the past being pretty similar, as Envy are going to be rolling out with the Jeff just for the speed bubble for now, before swapping on over as Citadel. They're going to be speeding into this fight with a strange teleport immediately off the rip.
Okay. Early pranks, potentially trying to grab someone as they roll on through. Terror Cape instantly. Question is, who have they caught with it? Poly just going to move over into a little bit of healing. Make sure that they're sustained, and Speedery being able to take everybody out here. Look at that collective damage. He was really creating unfair fights here and allowing repositioning using the speed. Yeah,
and Pokey actually used the Soul Bomb very early on as they came through from that portal, so they don't have it now to play aggressively as they walk into the space that Envy already control. Spam pressure comes on through from Tanuki, just trying to take some of that space that Envy had and barter it back to Citadel's side.
All right, at the moment it seems like Citadel have most of a space on the point, but Window's going to be walking on up to get that. Month is down, and so's Nero! The entire strategist line's collapsed, but Tanuki feels the pressure starting to roll on up. Posey going to fall on down as well. Envy know that it's do or die right here, as you have to go all or nothing with no heals behind them. The aggression doesn't quite pay off as Ken managed to hit pay dirt with the life spores, and that's going to be a first cap here for Citadel.
Yeah, Pokey's actually going to burn the self-cocoon to come on back into that fight too, so that Citadel have an immediate stand on that point, and Envy can't go for a fast reconnection, especially when they're running that storm. They can get into these fights a lot faster than their opponent, as we're going to see Window onto that Groot, trying to set up for a strangling prison combo, potentially with the Storm Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, this might make Enzo feel a little bit of fear as well. You can try and fly away from those walls, but all the low ceilings here in the frozen airfield. It can get difficult in towards the back with the Omega Hurricane. Supernova going to be used in response here from Tanuki. An inhospitable environment gets rid of Ken, who might well be able to resurrect themselves thereafter and come back with a Soul Resurgence. Enzo's the next to fall on down. Deep in the enemy territory as Alex has to fade away into the Dark Force Dimension. It's a quick dodge away from Tanuki to get away from that Sonic Seduction. For now, the wiles of Emma will be resisted, but Alex not going to be quite so lucky. Tanuki strikes on back as Alex is brought on back with the Karmic Revival. Kaluj getting up close to Enzo. Envy's not been able to flip the point right now, though. Citadel doing a great do-si-do to try and keep themselves onto there. Alex kicked into the wall. No, it's a little bit of a miss there from Kaluj, and the map has started to move, which complicates matters. And Sonic Sentience cannot be grabbed. Kaluj getting up close now with a fully charged beam. Month helps out in the end, and Envy still cannot cap, but they're close to pay dirt.
I mean, typical res comp, you don't need to win the fight, you just need to not lose it. And they've been able to stall to almost 70% off of the back of it. Envy now playing all the way back from 0% too. We're going to have to invest a lot of these ultimates. Citadel actually going to be swapping Enzo over to that Magneto. They've seen the Groot. They want to have that Meteor M to be able to absorb the Strangling Prison.
Yeah, could be a great map appeal that is going to be available here. So Tanuki has to decide on the pathing as well. Early use of the Omega Hurricane here. This could be an easy disengage on the side of Citadel. But they find Ken and Pokey in the corner. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong winds. Fan the flames as Envy holds strong.
Yeah, good economy too coming on through from Envy. One fight win, one ultimate invested, 38% of the point picked up off of the back of it. However, Enzo has been able to cloak up with that Magneto, building up the Meteor M, and they do have that Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger too. Envy don't have a one-shot here, and that's the problem that Month has to deal with when the Magneto ultimate comes through and manages to hit pay dirt.
Strangling Prison in the hands of Window could be everything here. Good peel coming through from Kaluj. For now, the Phoenix has been identified. Tanuki getting rather low, having to dodge away as best they can. Up to the skies for Phoenix, holding on to this. And it's a premature use of the Meteor M. It gets instantly burned on down by the focus fire of Citadel. Burr and Month in the back. Oh, that's a great right click. And Pokey's getting even more done. That's what a true Higgs scan can do on the Adam. And Pokey is just racking up frag after frag. Unbelievable performances from a young member.
Oh my goodness. The Strangling Prison was huge. They played it perfectly. They waited for the Meteor M so it didn't get absorbed, and it's just not enough to be able to blitz down the pure sustainability that is offered by 3 strategists. Tanuki even getting the suppressing fire quite literally with the Supernova on the point too. We're barreling towards Final Fight territory, Harry, and Citadel are in full control. They've got a Karmic Revival fight coming up too. Cal's down before Envy can break out with the Psionic Seduction, and Citadel just bait the ultimates, and everyone's back on the map.
Pokey has the res good to go. Spirit is going to try and rack them all down with the Omega Hurricane. Forced to disengage as a Freedom Charge rolls on forward. Citadel Burr, they say that it's free, and Tanuki tends to agree as Window falls down. The hero's going to be joining him. Cloak and Dagger has to go into the Dark Force Dimension to try and find some respite from the dives of Captain America. And Envy are wiped off the board by Citadel here on the first stage of Hell's Heaven.
There's a little bit of mind games coming into play, it feels like, because Envy, they weren't anticipating that it was going to be an Adam facing them on the other side of the strategist line, it feels like. If they knew that, then Groot would have been the rollout from the start, so that you can use things like the Iron Walls to be able to block off the heal LOS snaps coming on through from that Adam as well, stopping that poke damage, being able to hit those crit shots and instantly refresh 1 second of your cooldown can be pretty crazy. And Citadel, they played it smart. With the bans, they were like, oh, we don't have Star-Lord? We're not going to be playing triple res. We'll definitely be playing dive. You guys should play a comp for dive.
Yeah, like, you got to deal with our dive, bro. Don't worry about triple res. That's cringe. No. We had it in the back pocket the entire time. Pokey's getting so much done off those right clicks. Still Envy. We've seen this happen to them before against RAD, and they managed to reverse sweep on Hell's Heaven fairly easily. This is a team that's fantastic at adjustments.
Yeah, Citadel are going to have the much better first fight too in terms of ultimate charge that carries over from the previous domination round. Alex is going to hit Eternal Bond far sooner than Month, and it is just going to be an absolute race between these 2 strategists to be able to build that ultimate as Citadel once again all in, but Envy are prepared. What a goddess boost coming on through from Speedery.
Oh, look at those walls that came up from window as well. Either side of the portal exit. Huge DPS from the group. Great heads-up play. And, of course, Speedly was holding on to their Goddess boost as well to get all that damage out.
Yeah, the second that Citadel hop on through, it paints a target right on their backs. And like you said, Envy, instead of splitting, they stack. Alex does have that Eternal Bond, but you're going to have to hold it. It's got CC immunity as well as healing frames, so it's perfect to stop Window from having pick potential with the Strangling Prison.
Cal for now doing their best to avoid the auspices of Folly. Constantly scary in the backline. Jaws theme begins to play. They need to find their moment. Window was already up at the front with a Strangling Prison that needs to be brought into account by the side of Berber. In towards the back now. Freedom charge. Only halfway there here for Polly, but instead it's going to be the Supernova. It just takes so much damage. Window can't stand up to it. The Ken not quite going to be so lucky there. Falls down to the Eternal Bond. It's Polly in the back. Omega Hurricane straight over onto the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe they can get up onto high ground. Speedly just waits below. It's going to be Cal straight into the window. An attempt to try and hit Tanuki in midair. Doesn't quite get what's needed, but moving forward with the fate of both worlds, just so difficult to get Envy off of this point. Nero comes in, the hero that's required, and saves the day for Envy, keeping them in control.
Yeah, Citadel just weren't quite able to chain together the ultimates that they wanted. Freedom charge almost up, so too was Soul Resurgence, but Ken and Polly were both perfectly focused down by Envy. The ult tracking on point to deny the res comp from having that sustainability to just out-tank, outlive anything that you can do, and Envy still in control of the space. Also going to be able to have that spam pressure. The off angle from the Phoenix has been cleared onto the low ground. Envy are forced to back on out.
Oh, Cal spitting fire to try and keep everyone at bay. That's a huge Strangling Prison coming through from window. 4 players caught with him. Nero's fallen down on the other side. And now it's Polly going in towards the back. A nice quick throw right there. Window cut on down in his prime. The Vibranium Energy Saw can make it through a Flora Colossus.
Citadel, they're going to be able to find the point flip off of the back of that one, and they can easily make up the point percentage that they're lacking. They can take these long fights, they can stall it out. Like you said, they can dozy-do and bounce that point, and all the while they can set up Karmic Revival. So for Envy, they're going to have to keep a track of where this Adam is going to be. As Kalush is coming on through with Psionic Seduction to open up this fight, and Speedery can come on through with the Omega Hurricane to finish it.
Oh, Cal, do they know? For now, lots of damage there onto Polly. Great peel coming through from Envy. Making sure he's going to have to retreat over to some healing. Speedily going to have trouble maybe getting out of here. Oh, Tanuki went too fast. Now Kalu just seen an opening. One person res given over, but can't give over that live stream to Tanuki to try and heal them back up. Instead, over into the Eternal Bond. Everyone feels nice and healed up, but Envy, they are finding the frags when they need them the most. Speedly's going to be able to chase on down after Polly here, who, despite wanting to stall it out, can't make it happen.
Oh, it's going to have to be a portal. Pokey comes on through on the Doctor Strange now, trying to get Citadel back into the fight. They've got a Supernova if they're able to tap onto that objective. Speedery is going to have that Omega Hurricane. If you're Envy, you don't really want to commit it, as the body block from the portal is just getting absolutely absorbed by that torch pressure.
Feels like Envy, though, they didn't invest too much in trying to hold that one. They knew that after a portal came on through and that opening frag was discovered, that fight was over.
Yeah, they've got the Wombo combo set up now, and they know that Citadel don't have a portal to be able to give themselves a second lease of life if they get full team wiped in this next fight. One good Strangling Prison combined with a Mega Hurricane, and Envy have this round in the bag, and Enzo is not going to have the Meteor M to be able to nab it out.
Yeah, going to be down on healing as well. Just the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger, not quite all that you would need. That's going to be the Storm moving in towards the back. Kane going to use for Soul Research to give over additional healing here. Multiple players grabbed into one place. Nuke is falling on down to Cal, and the hit scan doing the job that was demanded of him. And now it's disengage here for Citadel. Berber just allowing Speedly to take all of this space moving forward. Damage boost for everyone that wants it. And the Goddess boost just pounds away as well. Citadel managed to back one off now, using the Eternal Bond to roll forward again. It's now to Polly, the leader, the captain, to try and make something happen. It's not the ideal place for a Groot. It's not the ideal place for Luna. But healing should be more than enough to try and sustain Luna Snow through all of this. Enzo ready to come on down with the Meteor M, dunking it down onto Month. Unbelievable plays. And Kalush over here with Sonic Seduction. Didn't manage to grab too much. Catches Cal on the disengage. Tanuki wondering if it can try and move in onto it with only 95 HP. It seems to be off the cards. Up to the sky goes the Phoenix. Can't keep this one contested. Simply waits up above to try and cover the exit from the portal. But that's 400 HP is just broken through so quickly in the face of Citadel Gaming. Burr, Cal from downtown gets the business end of Tanuki. Polly in towards the back. Yeah, there's a quick freeze from Nero, but is it going to be enough? It's still overtime, ticking down in favor of Citadel. Pokey moving over onto the Doctor Strange, gets a month, and the remainder of Envy have fallen as well. Overtime starts to tick away, and Citadel take the first map.
Oh my goodness, what a portal play coming on through from Citadel. The fact that they were able to come off of the Adam Warlock, reinstate themselves on that point, come through with the Supernova to instantly lay full claim of every single bit of map control. Not just the point itself, but also the choke that Envy would have used, hit around that corner, trying to stabilize and stave off any potential further pushes coming on through from Citadel's side so that they could go really, really quickly with the setup of the Groot and the Storm combining to find that full team wipe when the resources just were not there, and they're denied. We talked about the fact like we were a little bit worried, you know, maybe letting one-sided torch coming on through might have been a little bit problematic. And I mean, that's something that Citadel had, right? They had options.
Yeah.
They had so many options. They had Atom Comp available with the Mantis. They had the Black Panther, the Wolverine, if they wanted to go that direction. And then they also had the Human Torch too. So even though we saw great adaptations coming on through from Envy at the beginning of that second round, they just could immediately come up with different problems for Envy to not have time to solve.
Yeah, I don't want to force thoughts into their brain, but might have been a heads-up play there from Window, like, I can stop this. I could stop this unmirrored Human Torch if I do the bait of going Groot. And they think, oh, I know what counters Groot, I'll go Wolverine. But Tanuki stuck to his guns on the Human Torch, realized that it was working, did not take the bait to go over to a Wolverine. I think they dealt with the Groot fairly effectively.
Yeah.
The Strangling Prism Wombo, I think, only got one successful operation. It was some good peeling that came through from Citadel Gaming Burr. But to reiterate the line that we started off our cast with here, this was Citadel Gaming's probably best map against the weakest game mode, some would say, for Envy. So statistically, if Citadel were going to win one, it was going to be Hell 7.
Yeah, and I mean, going from statistics, we kind of can already predict the direction that second map is going to be going. So buckle up those seatbelts, Harry. I think we're heading off to Asgard. We might need to open the Bifrost for this next one.
Yeah, Idrisil Path is likely where we're going to go. And as you pointed out earlier, they love their triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold. However, I think that what happened against G was more of an indictment of how Korea plays the game than really an indication of huge strength from that composition. We know that Korea, they're kind of loath to move away from 2-2-2.
Well, that's the thing. Genji were the outlier. Genji liked playing top-heavy strategist compositions. In fact, they even had some compositions where they had solo Vanguards coming on through. Although OG also liked to do that too, so keep an eye out for that strategy potentially a little bit later on when they face up against 100 Thieves. But if you're Citadel, this is the concern, right, for Envy. If you take them to Yggdrasil Path, it's predictable.
Yeah.
We can be like, yeah, it's probably going to be Yggdrasil Path, which means that everyone on Citadel's side are like, yeah, it's probably going to be Yggdrasil Path, which means triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Now, in terms of your ban line, do you start removing some of those pieces?
Yeah, you bet Citadel yesterday they were scoring a bunch of Yggdrasil Path, knowing that in all likelihood they were going to be going up against Envy. Like, we know where they're going to take us. And of course, this is a longer series. It's a best of 5
Yes.
We're moving on from our best of 3s of yesterday, which means that there is going to be a lot of longevity, not only in our map pool, but also in the depth of strategies.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Envy, you need to recover. Like, I feel like it could be a trap getting baited into taking them into Yggdrasil Path, but at the same time, if you just lost Hell's Heaven, you want that point of recovery, you want that little bit of just window to full recover before it landslides away into an unrecoverable position. As we can have a look and see all of these statistics, I mean, Alex on the Cloak and Dagger doing 37,000 healing in 2 rounds of domination is absolutely insane. Month also matching too, but like the reason why Cloak and Dagger is such a good strategist is the AoE on the primary, right? You've got a lot of utility, you've got an iframe on Cloak's utility kit, but then Dagger's base primary is AoE, so everyone within 12 meters radius is getting all of those heals.
Yeah, here's a quick look at our MVP of Tanuki. One of the younger members of Citadel Gaming, of course, is here with his parents chaperoning here in Guangzhou. First LAN, I do believe. And, well, Tanuki, he played a couple of other hero shooters, doesn't really have much of a competitive history. Used to be a Rocket Raccoon one trick, and then discovered his love for Black Panther and kind of blossomed from there. It really has been a huge come-up story from Tanuki, who previously played for OG alongside Enzo and Alex. They got second in the Marvel Rivals Invitational in EMEA, but it certainly seemed like Virtus Pro were definitely the better team, and very conspicuous by their absence here in Guangzhou.
Yeah, Tanuki played, I think it was one small tournament under Euphoria's EMEA team, and then instantly got scouted and grabbed into OG because they just saw what a prodigy this guy is going to be. And I mean, it's insane to think, like you said, he's as young as he is. He's already so well rehearsed in so many different heroes. We've seen him on that Torch. Envy obviously thought, okay, we can deal with that Human Torch. We've got a lot of options available for ourselves. We've also got things like the Emma available where we can use Psionic Seduction to just try and full shut down that flyer. And it just was not to be, as Tanuki was fully unleashed. And we got to see him really just not all that contested. A lot of the time he had a lot of terrain to be able to play around. Sometimes he was getting a couple of hits coming on through from a Phoenix off angle, but that Phoenix was also being heavily pressured by every single other person on the side of Citadel, because they were like, oh, you're going after Tanuki? Yeah, not anymore, you're not.
It feels like every time Cal showed his face, Entitled was like, what are you doing around here, Phoenix? We're no mutants here. This is the Hydra base. Like, we saw Perky putting down a good amount of auxiliary fire as well, using the Adam primary, which, as a hit scan, you can do a lot, and it also reinforces your life stream, brings down that cooldown by a second for every crit you can hit, and you can farm crits against something like a Groot. So maybe that's somewhere where Windows pick over towards the Groot, and maybe try and bait the Wolverine. Did have that double-edged sword of allowing for easier life stream farming.
Yeah, not just that, but they also tried to play the Storm. And I mean, there was a little bit of time, right, where players in Marvel Rivals Esports tried to make Storm and Torch a viable combo. Oh, hey, look, it's the Crystal Puff. Who could have seen this coming? Definitely not us.
Surprise. Shocked faces, everyone.
Gee, I wonder what we're going to be getting composition-wise on defense. But returning back to that earlier point, right, that was a time where teams tried to make a double flyer meta before we had Iron Man Ultron. And it was Storm and Torch when we had that Firestorm synergy initially released. And it got shut down immediately by Korea, because Korea said, hey, what if we just run Adam Warlock and we instantly snipe all of your flyers because there is zero cover, and we'll alternate fire into primary, and they're just gone in a second. And that is unfortunately something that Envy found themselves at the worst end of a cosmic cluster time and time again on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Envy are one of those teams that has prioritized experimenting with new team-ups. We saw early in stage 1 of Ignite that they picked up a Jeff Nadeau,
yes.
And I think that it kind of took America by storm. They didn't really know what to do against the Jeff Nadeau. Eventually they figured out that
happy accident.
Eventually they found out that the Punisher, judge, jury, executioner, final judgment inside of an invisible woman's invisible boundary was the best way to try and deal with that one, but it took a while experimenting.
I see your, I guess I don't see your Punisher inside an invisible boundary, and I rate you one Eternal Bond, because Cloak and Dagger is definitely the better ultimate to have to be able to babysit those Punishers, as we did see Invisible Woman's stocks fall significantly when teams started figuring out, okay, if we Eternal Bond into a setup invisible boundary, it's static, therefore it can't move out of the way. So we're going to use all of our dashes, and then on the last one we're going to turn, we're going to 180, and we're going to Terror Cape everybody who's in that AoE, and everyone get hits by a vulnerability. Turns out 165 healing per second against 28% increased vulnerability from all sources of damage when 6 players coordinate and look at one specific target. Yeah, that doesn't last very long.
And we're taking a little bit of damage from the Eternal Bond as well. It's a bonus. Yeah, we have seen the rise of Cloak and Dagger after essentially 0 game time in like the Season 0 through Season 1 space. Even a bit of Season 2, it seems like Season 2.5 was really when Cloak and Dagger came to the fore. We'll be able to get into our bans soon. And the question is here, are we going to see Citadel prioritize trying to take out some of these vanguards from that special source composition?
Do they take a page out of RAD's playbook and hyper-specifically focus down one role, that being the Vanguards? And no, it's actually going to be starting off yet again. Citadel removing the Mantis from play, therefore gutting both the res comp and the Ultron composition. And I think that's actually really smart from them, because Envy have loved putting Fury on that Ultron, on Yggdrasil in particular.
Yeah, Spidley is fantastic on any flyer, and well, you put the hit scan tool in his hand as well, it gets even worse. Loki is a good one to take away here as well. Feels like there's a lot of great setup spots for Loki on Yggdrasil buff, as well as there being room on the objective to set up those Loki clones so they can be pseudo-mobile.
Well, Envy are going to be taking Ken's Loki out of the pool, as well as receiving themselves one-sided Luna. There's the Human Torch fan. Yeah, they are going after Johnny Storm with the water hose on that one, and the Cloak and Dagger is going to come on through from Citadel as well to make sure that they keep a good strategist line rather than going for the Psylocke protection.
Yeah, likely going to see a last Cloak and Dagger protect here as well to allow for Nero and Month to stick as that two-person wrecking crew in the back. Not need to move over towards a tertiary strategist. And the last ban here, the Doctor Strange should be good. Kluge is so good at Doctor Strange. He gets so much value out of Agamotto, and it messes with the portal recontest.
Yes, that's the thing. Whenever Envy started losing momentum on their spawn holds, they would have whoever went down swap to the Strange portal back, and instantly all of that momentum would come right back onto that side. And as a result, even if they lost like 1 or 2 players, they were still able to hold for 3 minutes almost every single time they played the Yggdrasil defense. So like you said, removing the Doctor Strange does go after one of those vanguards, but also really neuters Envy's ability to regroup and stabilize, as opposed to Citadel, who, when they're on the attack, their spawn is right behind them. If one person goes down, that trade is infinitely more valuable for them than it is for the defense.
Yeah, it's definitely an uneven attrition gradient when you're in that spawn hold scenario, but Envy have just been so good at backing each other up and making sure that it's so hard for someone to be lost in all of this. Sometimes group can be a great way to intercede between the safe locations of both strategists and where the vanguards are playing to try and keep that point contested.
Block the line of sight on the heel. Yeah, we potentially get to see Emma Aegis as well doing that same purpose, where you see where the backline are trying to safely position themselves around the corner so they avoid incoming poke damage. And we're going to have a look, and well, we'll have to wait and see for Envy's spawn holders. They're going to be on the attack this round, and Spidery is going to be on that Storm double flyer composition once again with Winter on the crew.
Well, Poke is already down. Seems like Window well and truly knew the value of the Groot in breaking these spawn holds. Enzo's going to move forward to just try and fall down on the car instead of falling as they disengage. The rest of Citadel, they do seem to continue committing to this fight, and Cal's been doing a good job on the Phoenix here, just slowly whistling down everyone with those explosions with the sparks.
Yeah, Storm and Phoenix, very much a lot of mobility when it comes to taking those off angles of verticality, and you also have the one-sided damage boost, so you get that tempo attrition push against Citadel. However, Citadel have a Doctor Strange access, which means that they have a portal to instantly regroup and teleport before Envy can break around that problematic first corner.
I think that the Wolverine stayed behind the portal to not be seen just yet, maybe to try and get a surprise. Oh no, there he is, he's been seen. Tanuki almost instantly gets grabbed as well. Enzo gets whacked into the wall, and Spidley just continues to lay down so much fire here. Managing to avoid having the shield broken, putting it down just before the impact of a Phoenix. Invisible boundary is raised up as well here by Citadel Gaming, Burr. And then they're just going to be able to cleanly disengage here. They haven't put in too much, but Month, I believe, gets grabbed by Tanuki with that feral leap. Now you've got to deal, however, with the Omega Hurricane in the back, forces out the Eternal Bond. For Envy, they're fairly happy with this one already. They've forced out all the resources they need to.
Yeah, and they've still held on to their ultimates. Other than that Omega Hurricane, they went for a pretty dry fight. So they've got both the Cloak and Dagger's Eternal Bond and the Luna's Fate of Both Worlds to amp up any damage output coming on through when people get CC'd by either Emma or Groot. And now that the Storm has been able to break out of the Storm doors, we're going to be seeing Speedily go on to that Psylocke to take off-angle flank instead.
Oh, backline here getting healed up. Holly was trying to make something happen towards the back. And that's going to be 2 players falling down already from the side of Citadel. Envy are absolutely popping off. They crafted this fight so well. They knew exactly what they needed, and they didn't overspend either.
Yeah, and I mean, they just went for an Eternal Bond to instantly remove any space from Citadel, get that Psylocke into the back room so that there was no reposition, no stabilized angle coming on through, and just 3 people on that convoy. They already know that they've dealt with the portal recontest. It's just going to have to be Citadel walking through a choke alone.
Yeah, against walls as well. Polly's going to have to do it again alone. Has the freedom charge to try and make it work in towards the back now, knowing that someone else is onto the point in this case. Nero falls down before they can use their ultimate. Oh, and that's going to be a double stun as well. Coming through from the side of Doctor Strange. Only 1 minute remains. Nero, a critical mistake. The fate of both worlds hung in the balance. And Nero sat there twiddling his thumbs. Yet another feral leap. They're staggering Kaluj. Grabs him with the diamond form. The carbon crush is good. And that's even more time burned.
I tell you what, that's a little bit of medicine for Envy's
It
stagger against the Magneto yesterday on Celestial Husk. And that is really unfortunate for Envy because now they have the better ultimate economy, but they don't have the space to be able to use them on the objective. They got to break around that first corner. So Citadel posture up more aggressively forward, forcing Envy to part with an ultimate on walk-up rather than on the objective fight, which they can simply just disengage.
Speedly has made a move here over to Psylocke as well. Has the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go. Cow's already fallen down. Pokey gets them with a Dark Maelstrom. Dark energy racks the veins of Phoenix. And even the Phoenix Force can't expunge that one. His mother back has already gone down. Nero forced the fate of both worlds, believing it's still to be winnable. And Window feels the same way, but the invisible boundary is drawn up around the strangling prison. It's a prison break here. And Alcatraz is broken forth from by Citadel. Envy, with only 12 seconds remaining, going to have to make a mad dash towards the point. I think it's going to be Cal and Speedly who have to do it.
I mean, they've got to get it through an Eternal Bond.
The
Psionic Seduction from Citadel, they're denying the touch. Speedly's the only one, but the solo can't use the ultimate because you don't count as contested. It's the Venom that has to come through from Window instead. He's on the point, the solo card goes out, but there's not enough damage. Citadel's players are too squad.
And last stand ready to go. Down lands for Phoenix. Kalush trying to make it work with a Sonic Seduction in towards the back. Month and Nero already down. The healing's all gone for Envy. They're doing this with whatever HP they've got. And you know that Polycarb's on through. The Sentinel strikes true. And Citadel hold on first.
That was an absolute heist of Yggdrasil Path.
That was a heist.
Wasn't a jailbreak. That was an absolute heist. Oh my goodness, someone called 999. There has been a crime.
There have been multiple crimes.
Envy are going to be kicking themselves.
They really
That's the worst part. This is that comfort map. This is the map that they decided to take us to. They were going into a composition that they themselves run, which they showed they knew how to break the easiest with the Storm composition, and they made mistakes like holding onto the ultimates as long as they did.
Yeah, greeting it.
And this might be a BO5, but that greed and that tilt is going to carry into the next map if you're not careful.
Like, this is what Citadel were talking about. Their best chance against Envy is to win early, put them on tilt, get them blaming each other in comms. And, I mean, Nero held that ult.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to single out one player, but Nero being allowed to fall in that scenario is... It threw away that entire attack where they had all of the positioning. Poly had to break through, use the freedom charge just to touch
to get through. There were Groot walls on both sides of the choke. There were players on both sides of the convoy.
It was done so.
It was literally first in the bag, and Citadel just took a pair of scissors and cut the bottom out of that sack.
Well, the sack has been slashed, but the question is, will Envy be able to hold up close here and do an even better job than Citadel?
I mean, this is where Envy have their strong suit. Can they get past, though, the frustration of that last round? Good blind already comes out from Citadel, too, and it's distracting the fact that Poly's already in the back line. Citadel are just spreading the attention away.
Yeah, double CC right there. Feral leaped in towards the back, and then it's going to be the Carbon Crush to keep Kaluj in place, make sure he can't activate the damage reduction of that either. And now Pokey just dodges on away, keeping this paranoia in the Envy backline. Window's fallen down as well. They're too busy healing each other. A bit of patty cake being played, but the Vanguard line was mulched in the meantime.
Oh my goodness, Citadel, instead of fighting into the triple Vanguard, triple strategist in a brawl situation, they slowly draw resources away into all of these different areas, and now we're on a final fight territory. Envy, if they're not careful, aren't going to clear the Wolverine, and someone, even if they clear him, is getting grabbed and deposited into the entirety of Citadel's team.
Okay, missed Feral Leap right there. That's a chance for Envy to move on forward. The Carbon Crush, I believe, that was some missed usage, but it has at least kept Tanuki at bay. And now the cart is right on the precipice of this. A player's almost fallen down. Enzo forces out the use of the invisible boundary, but they're moving further away. Someone is to go in and touch! Envy! Oh, they're on mind control. They were dragged into the air by Tanuki, and they were slammed down to terra firma. They were grabbed, an avenging Icarus that reached for the sun, but they flew too high.
Oh my Citadel, they broke Envy's hope, this is what we talked about, predictability.
Yeah.
Predictability is a problem because they came into that map with a plan. The fact that they were able to just send Tanuki into the front line to keep 2 of the other Vanguards entirely looking at him, while at the same time you've got a Psylocke and a Captain America diverting resources of the backline and another Vanguard to have to then peel those 2 players so that the Wolverine's damage sticks. They find the pick. There's no Strange to be able to teleport everybody from Envy back into the game so you can try and refresh your numbers a little bit faster. And then because it's been so one-sided, backline haven't been able to heal anyone. They haven't been seeing anyone within LOS taking damage because they've been zoned off the fight entirely, so they don't have a strategist ultimate to just blitz through, choke, and play onto the point. And they don't have a Vanguard ultimate, and they don't have a duelist ultimate, so they don't have CC immunity, and they can't get themselves out of the Amazonic seduction, and it's just done.
Yeah, I saw a great boxing as well when Polly was in that small room with all the strategists. Endo actually threw the Aegis from downtown while he was still CCing Kalush to try and just keep them. They have to either exit the room to heal the Vanguards, where they're going to get themselves into the LOS of someone else to poke them, or they were going to have to deal with Polly and Pokey. And like you said, Mox, predictability. You know everything, but if I know what's going to happen, then Salah definitely knows.
Yeah, I mean, they've been scouting this for a while. We've seen a lot of these teams, like they've actually even been watching Sentinels were watching a lot of RAD's games yesterday,
yeah, and
actually,
was
as
taking
well
all the notes.
as Nova, and they were right next to me. I had my notebook, they had their notebook, and we were like, oh, this is really fun.
Buddies, no friend.
But I mean, if you're Envy, you've got to just take the downtime between the next map. Your coach has to come in clutch right now. Like you have to just decompress, ignore the fact that that map happened.
Yeah.
You've just got to play it like this is you going into second map. Idris above. Nah, we didn't play that at all. We're going to have some Mind Stone shenanigans round about here because that's definitely one that Envy wish they could forget.
Yeah, this is where Gator's really going to earn that paycheck. Gator's turn to refocus all of these players with big personalities and make sure that any clashes are worked out before we get back into the lobby. It's going to be a huge job, but one that Gator's more than capable of. He has so much expertise in these high-pressure situations, and many of the Envy players do. So despite it being match point to Citadel, this is far from over.
Yeah, and I mean, they are going to be forced, though, to take us to a convergence, which is going to be a little bit rough. Do you want to go Hall of Dejalia, which is dive?
Didn't go great against RAD. They didn't win it, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was pretty close. It's also very, very strong for res comp. It's also very, very strong for flying.
Good for
composition. Very, very good for Captain America and Psylocke, too. So I think for Envy, we're going to have to see something change about the bans. It really has to be. Maybe it's going to be an Insta Captain America target ban coming on through, because like we had so many opportunities for them to be able to play that. And it must be so frustrating too, because they were 2% away from Rage of Ultron.
Yeah.
When that Psionic Seduction came on through, and that would have provided you all of the CC immunity so that you would still be able to keep your players up, you wouldn't get enchanted by that Emma ultimate, and it's just, that's the kicker, right? They were so close to being able to pull that fight back, and they just didn't get the opportunity to even take it because Citadel was so dominant in the first part of it.
Yeah, well, let's talk alternate universe as well. This is where credit to Salah comes through. You don't ban that Doctor Strange. Kaluj falls down first almost instantly.
Teleports back.
Yeah, swabs to Doctor Strange, comes on back, you get another instant fight, and then you get probably an entire cycle of strategist ultimates to try and survive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about, right? Taking the Doctor Strange away. Not only do you take the Doctor Strange away for the Puerto Rican test, it's also a sense of comfort. Like, there was probably a voice in the back of their head saying like, oh, if we lose a player early, we don't have Strange Portal to get them back.
Yeah.
We've got to take a 5-5 versus 6, so we didn't really see them hold the spaces as confidently and aggressively as they wanted to, because they didn't really try and clear the Psylocke or the Captain America, right? They sort of just let them walk in and reacted when they showed up in the backline.
I mean, worrisome as well here is that Citadel have now done this with essentially two different looks from Tanuki.
Yes.
Both the Human Torch and the Wolverine have proven fatal to Envy, and you can't afford to spend bans on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Citadel, one of their strong suits is. It's not just the momentum, it's not just the scouting, it's also the flexibility. Because if you try and ban out Pokey and Polly, thinking that those two are the problem, Tanuki rears his head and says, hi, and then if you go after them, Ken's like, oh, you didn't insta-ban my Loki? Well, we're now gonna save that. So you see how the problems just keep stacking up and keep stacking up and keep stacking up because they're so good at so many different heroes, and all those different heroes have entirely different solutions that you then have to have open as options to swap to in your own draft.
Double Tanuki MVPs as well. I think I saw on the previous screen, Month had like 7k healing.
Yeah.
Something went very wrong right there. That's going to be one for VOD review. I was like, that seems a little bit low for a Cloak and Dagger. I don't know. Let's focus in on the positives of Tanuki. There were a lot of assists here as well by grabbing people into those less than desirable locations. We saw that with Kaluj right at the start, being grabbed on the hammer. With a chain seizing as well from Enzo.
Yes.
These are well-drilled plays, and you can tell those are well-drilled to deal with exactly what enemy we're going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of times too where Month actually got a diamond form grabbed, carbon crushed by the Emma, and then it fed into a whole chain of like Cloak and Dagger's Terror Cape, and they were able to just take him out before that ultimate came through, where again you can see that target focus and priority coming out that we did in Hell's Heaven, where they identify from Envy side who's going to be coming in with those ultimates that's going to elongate the fight and potentially leave a window open for the team to come back into, and they just slam it shut.
3 Vanguards, and I played Wolverine to counter it. Why didn't anyone else think of that? Weird.
Yeah, this one's going to be a VOD review for sure, not just for Envy, but for every team that might potentially come up against them. And I think that's the worry for Envy. Yggdrasil Path has always been comfort. It's always meant safety, it's always meant recovery. They've never really looked mortal on it until now, as we can see Envy
that's quite the PogChamp from Enzo.
that he breaks the camera. Oh, but that is the danger, right? Now the secret has been given away. That's how you break the spawn hold, not just for you at home in your own games, but also to every other team competing in this. And if Envy do fall here and go down to the lower bracket, they're going to be facing another team.
Yes.
And that team is going to have access to that VOD, and they're like, oh, okay, so if we go up against Envy on Yggdrasil Path, that's the composition, that's the strategy, that's the angle, and that's the engagement line we'll take.
Yes, all we need is for Nero to have a little brain fart as well. Also helps.
Yes.
My Q key didn't work. You know, the players bring their peripherals from home. Maybe my Q key is a little bit sticky. It's got a bad action on it.
It's maybe like, oh yeah, like Loki, double hit confirm.
Yeah, but I've got to check with both worlds before I decide on my fate, you know?
There are many realities. We didn't have a Doctor Strange. We couldn't look through any of them.
We just guessed. We didn't guess right in this case. However, where are we going to go next? Convergence. Our options are what? Symbiotic Surface, Hall of Jalia,
Hall of Jalia, and Central Park would be the three. And
maybe Symbiotic Surface?
Maybe Symbiote. I feel like Captain
Central
and
Park's probably better for
Psylocke
flyers.
Yeah, Central Park is much better for flyers. But if you go Symbiotic Surface, you also have to worry about the Psylocke flanks coming on through. And I mean, Polly and Pokey have had access to every single resource that they've really wanted to. The fact that they got Polly and Pokey with the Emma on Yggdrasil as well, too.
That's,
so we got double up Psylocke, the concussion glasses coming on out.
Yeah, getting Emma, Cap, and Psylocke is like so.
Yeah, the original heist. There was a heist inside a heist, and that was the band
Heistception. They have gone for Central Park. Yeah, this makes sense. It's going to be where Speedler's going to be able to really dominate as Flyer Prime.
Yeah, for sure. Whether, you know, it's the Human Torch, which is likely not going to make it through in the pick bans, could potentially be that Storm, could also be that Ultron composition that they've been trying to run. The problem for them is that they keep getting banned out of Mantis. So that Ultron composition is a little bit weaker than it usually is, because, I mean, Rage of Ultron, not the greatest strategist ultimate. The best thing about that as a strategist ultimate is just how fast it builds.
Yeah.
Because Ultron came out a little bit later than some of our other strategists, so he didn't go through the hazing that was, oh, wait a minute, strategist ultimates are building incredibly quickly. Cloak and Dagger can get theirs in about 7 seconds, so let's up the energy rate in terms of that particular one. Ultron managed to slide on through. He had a whole pass when it came to how quickly his ultimate builds, so Rage of Ultron traditionally Finally is the first ultimate on the field. Something is dreadfully wrong if it's not, but you kind of have to make up for the lack of healing by doubling it up. You either use it first to start a fight to force an ultimate from the enemy team so you can have a better ultimate economy as the round goes on and you have 3 strategist ultimates, so that 2. Or you pair it with a Mantis ultimate and you just all in run at them in a death ball.
Yeah, because Mantis ultimate, not just healing damage, it's a speed boost as well.
Yes.
Underrated utility by many players, but Speedily has shown just what it can do with a Storm as well. Having that ability to freely speed boost your team has been just so imperative for being able to choose how to take an engagement and maybe bait some resources out of an enemy team when they don't really get value.
Yeah, I mean, speed's always been a very undervalued tool. Actually, it was Rad who did a very good interview yesterday where Fate was saying that Jeff is undervalued as a hero, and he has speed bubbles. We get to see them whenever we play Domination because every single team min-maxes to use those Jeff bubbles as they come out from spawn. But definitely having a one-sided tempo play to just walk on the enemy before they're expecting it can be absolutely invaluable, not just because all of a sudden you're on top of them. You're also a lot of the time actually cutting off coordination to a team, because just as we're talking to each other, you then amplify that by having 6 players all in one VC, all trying to communicate, alt track, scout, and figure out your game plan. And halfway through those comms, if suddenly one person is just getting jumped by 3 people because a Jeff hit a bubble, then everything can fall apart very rapidly.
I know my monologues suffer when you punch me in the face, Mox. I'm sure it's the same for these teams. Let's get into our bans here. Match point for Citadel Gaming Berber, and we're probably going to start with the Mantis again.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Never again. Never again.
Okay, there we go. Now the Captain America is gone. I wondered whether or not we would see Envy try and go for some more forms of CC, or if they would just take it off the table entirely, but that does now open the field for Citadel to go for something like a low-key save. And as we've talked about, Ken's low-key is very, very scary indeed.
Yeah, the low-key from Ken could be everything. They're taking away the Lunar Snow as well.
Yeah.
But Nero's been able to pop off on. Okay.
Luna save.
An uneven Lunar gradient. This can be a big change in the midst of a fight.
They're forcing Envy to have to burn another ban of Psylocke. M is still in, Psylocke's still in, Luna save. If you went for a low-key save, like, you would maybe have to worry about things like the Punisher, where he just sits in the regeneration domain with Final Judgment. But with the Luna in, you now have to worry about things like a Star-Lord, a Psylocke, a Panther, a Wolverine. And that's going to really force Envy's hand when it comes to this last ban.
Oh, yeah, they're taking away Cloak and Dagger as well. Oh, is this going to mean that the last save has to be Ultron?
Oh, well, the ban from Envy is going to be Ultron, but do they go one-sided Ultron now?
We'll have to see. If not, I'm sure it'll get banned away by Citadel Gaming. Maybe they'd force something like an Invisible Woman Loki?
Oh, true. Invis boundary is... Yeah, it's an invisible boundary save. Okay, they've got Human Torch.
Yeah.
So if Citadel had access to a ban now, they would actually have gone for Sue so that they got one-sided Invisible Woman team up with the Human Torch. Now they're going to go for the next best option to remove, which is the Ultron, so you don't get the drone pocket coming on through one-sidedly against the Human Torch, because it is going to be a dogfight up in the sky. However, we've got one-sided Luna, one-sided Invis, 35% heal trickle coming on through from Idle Aura on one side, Envy with the team up and Guardian Shield to pocket their torch on the other. Who's going to be able to take it? That duel is going to determine 95% of this map.
Yeah, I mean, certainly is going to be a lot of resources being poured into these Human Torches, and we've called Speedily Flyer Prime.
Yes.
But Tanuki got the last 2 MVPs in a row and has been playing lights out in this series so far. So there's going to be mounds and mounds of confidence to try and sit upon. Still, the changed up draft here. We talked about how Gator had a big job on his hands in a 2-0 scenario to recenter the team and figure out how they can play against what has been brought to the table by Citadel.
I mean, Speedily's best hero is probably the Human Torch.
Yes.
He does look absolutely insane on Johnny, as we're going to have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top. There's more on the line for Envy in this map, as it being a BO5. If they lose this one, they're down to the lower bracket immediately, as Envy are going to be on the attack, Citadel on the defense, starting off with Pokey yet again on that Psylocke. This time, though, without the Captain America, but still problems for Flyers to deal with nevertheless.
Couple problems, and of course it's going to be an uneven gradient of hit scan here as well, with Cal able to constantly pressure out Tanuki from these more aggressive angles, and that Guardian Shield is really going to be so important as we see how Nero and Ken invest it.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian Shield, you can't crit shot it, so it is going to be sticking around for a while, as we can see Tanuki taking a little bit too many stacks of Spark, as Pokey is going to just be waiting, posting around that corner. They haven't cleared him, but one good hit from that torch, and they're going to instantly know where the Salok's playing from.
Okay, Speedly going to be the primary target. Out come Sonic Illusions, courtesy of Emma. Seems like there's not going to be much of a delivery right there. Both Tanuki and Pokey in concert couldn't get rid of Speedly. Pops out their own team up from the Invisible Woman, and that's going to be a focused fire on Tanuki. Can hot drop too far away. The bird's not quite delivered, but Speedly's not going to be in too much danger here as they float above the door. Free as a bird. Pokey's gone down as well. Envy, they've found their execution, and they've done it well to get rid of so many members of Citadel and claim precedence over the point. Moving forward now with the invisible boundary. Have to be careful about that Sonic seduction as well. Speed's not going to be grabbing too much off the back of this one. Coming back with the Doctor Strange portal. Cal overwhelmed. The Spark's no longer going to be building up, but Kaluj is building plenty here. Down comes the Meteor M in towards the back. The Guardian Shield absorbs most of the damage. Kaluj inside the invisible boundary can stay here for absolutely yonks. He's got healing for days, but it's Alex rolling forward now with the fate of both worlds. Ken's fallen down in the back, too far away from the AoE that was projected out from the Lunar Snow, and now Speedily times out the Luna, knowing that she cannot escape from a flame tornado. A peak is not on the cards. Enzo's going to be flame broiled from above, and as we move closer towards a cap here from Envy, Citadel Gaming are forced to just roll on through, taking down Monk first and Polly next afterwards. Window doing their best to try and keep this one surviving. Phoenix can't get too much, and Ratatoska has been freed.
Oh, there we go. Envy finally able to break him through speedily. Really good Human Torch, like you said, timing perfectly that Luna ultimate to catch as those 12 seconds evaporate. Luna being able to get split by the Supernova away from that Magneto, stopping Citadel from fully regrouping. However, Envy haven't been able to get all of the space that they're wanting. They're still having to respect around this first corner. As you can see, speedily, if he goes a little bit too far forward, he's going to be having to duel out Tanuki, who has a lot of natural cover to be able to play around with.
Pyro Prison is erected, and Enzo forced to use their Psionic Duplicate here to try and reduce some of this aggro. Still 6 players going all in onto Enzo. The healing's not quite enough. Everyone else was forced to disengage. That must have been the handiwork of Speedily.
Envy have the better ultimate economy, and Citadel know this too. If they can't prolong that poke phase, they don't have the ultimates to match, and they just have to disengage, which means more convoy space. Envy now going to be keeping Citadel all shuffled up inside one small room, which means that Tanuki is forced to burn the Supernova just to break through.
Supernova rolling forward. Phoenix hits the ground, and now Enzo's already been too far out. Tanuki going to try and turn this one around, so close to the cap, and indeed it is completed here. Citadel Gaming Berber, they invested, but they weren't on the point. Without their trusty Captain America, their objective roulette has come up 0.
Now, with the Human Torch in play, Envy are on absolute fire. This is an entirely different team, as they have so much ult potential. The snowball is unreal, as Citadel don't have a good opportunity right now. They've got that Lunar ultimate, Fate of both worlds to come on through, but they're going to have to hold for Pokey's ultimate to be ready before they can have the damage boost to have a potential and just pick one of these players from Envy off. In comes that Venom dive into the backline, trying to force out those Loki regen domains, but Enzo might have bitten off more than he can chew, and he gets grabbed back before he can get out.
The perfect ball from Nero. A redemption story for sure. Just dodging away right now is Tanuki. Sonic Seduction not going to be able to grab any members. The feminine wiles of Emma resisted for about a moment longer as Speedily lets the flame tornadoes burn on out.
Tanuki is just going to be wrapping around, trying to find a good off angle, potentially put some pressure onto that other torch, but he gets scouted and immediately picked with Cal helping in the tag team. It's up to the Venom just to try and stall Envy's approach, but he's taking so much damage and it forces Alex's hand. Alex and Pokey have to combine ultimates, but can they find anything for Monks?
Polly nice and close, trying to take out the Luna. Monk does indeed fall. Kalu's going to be exactly the same as Polly and Pokey. Once again, the dynamic duo combines, but it's Enzo who finds the final hits. The dark depredations of the symbiotic tentacles finally strike true, and Envy, for the first time, find themselves halted.
We've seen stranger things than a 3-minute hold on third of Central Park, especially if you have flying components in your composition. If you're playing flyers into a retake and you don't have those natural terrains to be able to hide yourselves around, you're going to be taking a lot of poke damage as you enter into that fight. As we can see, Pokey and Tanuki on an absolutely lethal crossfire right now.
Yeah, this is where things get difficult, trying to move in controlled territory where you have a Pyro Prison and the Phoenix taxing your approach. Kaluj still building up towards that high energy very quickly. Speedly, what a flank here. Moves in with the hot drop. Good evasion here. Great jump away from the invisible woman to stop all of this coming through.
Envy have been able to close up the distance too with the flank. The torch got spotted, but it forced the attention, and they've now been able to approach the objective with invisible boundary in hand. Tanuki loses the duel. Psionic seduction from Kaluj. Envy think they can win this here and now.
Oh, full focus onto Pokey. Nice use of Aegis there to block off the healing. Great awareness. And that's going to be Cal finding final hit after final hit. A Carbon Crush to absolutely decimate Enzo. And now for the remainder of Citadel, they don't have the meat to move on forward. Spilly's just flash cooking them as they move through. The invisible boundaries are layered on top of each other. It's a Venn diagram of destruction as Window is going to be the final metal clanging note. And a Twisted Metal Salad is all that remains of a Citadel Gaming defense.
Yeah, Window is the master of magnetism that round. Partly because he gets the Meteor M pick, and also because he gets to use his ultimate to absorb Tanuki's. A huge chunk of that supernova damage gets immediately absorbed by the meatball, and that is going to be Envy full pushing. It was a little bit worrying, concerning when they faltered on that third part of the point for the first time, but they were able to recover, just having the better ultimate economy, and also Speedly doing a very good job of understanding. If he just tried to play up in main, he would get shredded down instantly, so just go the long way around. It takes about 10 seconds extra, but that's time that you save by not getting picked out of the fight early.
Yeah. And it seemed like Cal had great timing there as well. They isolated Tanuki in that off-angle position, and they kind of just, they pinned him using some suppressing fire until Cal had the angle needed, and they went all in and instantly decimated him. Didn't have time to hot drop out of there.
Yeah, it was like dive, which is actually really funny because a lot of players say that Human Torch is kind of a dive hero. He can be dive, he can be spam, he can be poke. He can pretty much do it all, and that's another reason why he's so dangerous as a hero, right? All of the different playstyles, you never know which playstyle against the Human Torch you're going to be playing until you're on the wrong side of it.
You find out real hard, real quick. Tanuki, is it real?
Oh, well, they're on attack. They can't swap it, but it is out of spawn. And it is indeed real. They're going all the way around the back, and it's going to be with Enzo too. They've even got the Luna team up. Frozen Chi to come on through and provide an extra level of sustainability if Alex gets walked on when Envy spot out the numbers disparity.
Okay, in towards the back, using the martial arts as best they can after the Dragon's defense. Plenty of damage to throw out, but that's a lot of resources used just to disengage to safety. Seems like Citadel Gaming's gambit has not paid off here. Envy were more than used to this. Of course, they have played against FlyQuest, so light flashed before their eye.
Yeah, Envy, instead of backing up into a small room, which would have put them at a much worse position against the Venom Tethers, as well as that Iron Fist in close quarters, they just walk around corner, putting pressure onto Citadel's frontline core, and it's going to force Enzo now off of the Venom onto the Hulk, so that we can be a little bit more aggressive and stack with our team to provide bubble resource.
Tanuki getting a little bit low, gets some metallical walks, a little bit of safety net coming on through, still not enough to get past Cal, speedily falling low, and it's Alex from downtown using the frozen arts of Luna to make it happen. You can see that Enzo now sees an opening, heading right in towards the back, using the Eternal Bond as well. Up comes the invisible boundary, moving in rather close. It's Spicy Meatball versus Spicy Meatball. It's an absolute conflux, a coalescence of phoenixes in the doorway, and yet all stay clinging to the life force and the lights. Now moving forward with the fate of both worlds. The damage boost is too much to bear. Citadel Gaming finally find their opening in the NV defense, and the recontest might come through from something like a Doctor Strange, but it might well be too far gone.
Oh, potential staggers? No, Tanuki is the one that actually gets picked. Speedily is so close to that supernova. Cal is indeed going to go for the Doctor Strange, and they are going to be able to portal through in time. Out comes a Groot too, just to be able to wall off some of these players and potentially find an isolation pick. And Paulie gets zoned away from his backline, and what looked like Citadel were taking the point gets turned around immediately.
Unbelievable heads-up play moving in towards the back now. The angriest Hulk that you have ever seen. A Gamma Exile in towards the back, and the Living Chi is channeled forth. Nero falls down, Pokey traded out on the other side. Speedily the hero that's needed. Dragon's defense. Oh, a puny God dares to stand before Enzo, and Enzo feels nothing but contempt for such trickery at the hands of Asgard. Yet another Eternal Bond. It's Kaluju's kick in this time. Kunlun kick works out in the end, and the recontest here from Envy does force out so many resources, but it doesn't retake the point.
True, but it's going to have a domino impact now into their ability to take second. Envy, when they were attacking, had the better ultimate economy, something that Citadel had to bend the knee and respect. Now, as it is Citadel, their best opportunity to get space is just Enzo on the Hulk, with those melee damages, just slamming, punching, shredding through that Doctor Strange shield. But Cal's just going to fall right back to his team, and speedily with the Supernova shuts Tanuki's aggression, as the Iron Fist goes up against the Human Torch, but speedily burns bright, and he has enough fire to heat through metal.
Oh my goodness, in comes the Phoenix, maybe a mid-air impact here. Yeah, it takes a little bit of HP off of Speedly, but not much more than that. Attempts to try and turn us around with Sonic Seduction here, but it's blocked by their own group walls. Now it's time to move forward with the fate of both worlds. They want to dunk it so badly. Polly searching for value out of the Meteor M, but all it can do is take away the HP of the Groot. Poke found themselves isolated. Monk gives a quick bit of damaging boost, and Citadel Gaming, they're stymied here by great economic plays from Envy.
Envy are going to be able to get so much time off of the clock too from Citadel. They're pushed so close to that spawn. That's going to be an ultimate force for sure. That's a swap force. There's Tanuki over onto the Wolverine. He's seen the Groot. He knows as well that there's flyers, which means that this Wolverine has many targets, and you can see him already looking airborne. And he's got the fastball special with Enzo on the Hulk too. We're flying Air Logan today. Can Tanuki find anything?
Benefiting from double team-ups, but not able to get too much to begin with. Great evasion coming through from the side of Envy. Speedily hits the deck right here, but still manages to escape. Pokey outplayed by Cal. Cal's popping off. Oh, the hit scam prodigy is finally once again delivering on the promise of the Prince. A quick grab there on to the side of the group, but Tanuki can't quite deliver the damage that was needed in mid-air. Enzo strikes with fists of rage, and Gamma pumps through the veins of the Human Torch. They can't be moving, but Tanuki is already gone.
But he's got the last stand. Nero does have that invisible boundary, but he has to be vigilant about the Wolverine's respawn timer. Enzo wants to keep the fight going. They force the invis boundary. The Hulk is out in monster form, and he's immediately shredded down because of the good carbon crush from Kaluj.
Unbelievable turn and burn there coming through from Envy. The target focus we expect from players of this caliber. Cal has been lights out in this game so far. Bro is not missing. Spark upon fire upon fire.
Month is about to have another God of Mischief too. Window with Strangling Prison can combine either with Cal or Speedily. Envy have so many options. For Citadel, just one. Tanuki has to come on through with a hero last stand.
Heroics on the menu here, but can Citadel Gaming find them? Cal forced to dodge away for now. Supernova from the top. Enzo's cooking a grab. Question is, can they get the angle that they need? Speedly is constantly aware of what's coming through here. Was that a cancel? No, instead just a regular carbon crush onto Tanuki, and he's going to have the ultimate suppressed as well. Moving on through, Pokey does their best to try and get away. Alex doesn't get too much off the back of this, and now with the ultimate gone, it's easy peasy lemon squeezy for the Groot to deliver the damage. Yeah, Enzo takes down Speedly, but at this point it's just a consolation prize for Citadel Gaming.
What a combo from Window and Kaluj. Groot and Emma, not two ultimates you typically see, but chained together so much crowd control. And Citadel just don't have the strategist ultimates to be able to live through it. It's got to be a portal play. Enzo sacrifices the fastball to give his team a fast entrance into this fight. Keep your eye on Tanuki. It's going to come down to the last stand because the Citadel's last chance.
Tanuki. Only 30% rage already, has the passive burned. This is bad news bears for the remainder of Citadel, and Cal still ready to try and move in with a Phoenix if need be. Misses on the first feral leap, dodges away elsewhere. No one's on the point. Envy, unbelievable defense. They are absolutely ironclad, and Gator has managed to find the secret sauce in the break.
Gator has been able to turn the team's morale up.
Yes.
I mean, if they had still been playing in their heads, like a little bit hesitant, a little bit cowed when it came to Idris Ilpop, then we wouldn't have seen a Central Park like that, because they played aggressive, they played in your face. They played to meet the rotations. They didn't let Citadel dictate the terms of every single fight. They were like, okay, we're going to play in the spaces that we want to. If you're going to be taking long wraparound rotations, we're going to counter-rotate, which is exactly how you deal with dive.
Yeah, it's pretty much in the tutorial. And you know what? Now the question is, how does Salah respond to this? Do we have the first ban Human Torch? Because, like, Speedley's kind of a menace right now. Yeah. And you can try and ban the Phoenix from Cal, but it has a good analog in Hela to still be able to take those off angles and really deliver the pain. So maybe you got to focus in on Speedley here and once again ban away that Torch.
Yeah, I would, you know, look at how the rest of the maps went, right? When we had that Human Torch ban, it looked a lot less close than it did. However, you can say the same about the Captain America ban coming on through from the side of Envy, because they also looked much cleaner when they didn't have a Captain America constantly, as we talked about, disrupting. They were able to sit and think and come up with their own game plans. If they'd had a Captain America in their backline, that first fight where we got to see the Iron Fist and the Venom wrap all the way around full right side back of Point Central Park and try and just pinch in as the rest of the team walked through from main, that would have gone incredibly differently if they hadn't had the opportunity to go like, okay, this is the composition, this is the attack, this is where they're going to try and hit us, let's not be in that space when they show up.
Yeah, it allowed for plans laid to be plans executed, and that's kind of everything with Envy. They have a great understanding of how fights work and how they can really manipulate them. We saw that work out incredibly well with their recontest onto A, where they maybe could have tried to clutch that with the ultimates they had. They knew their win condition. They've been full capped. And they'd seen so much get invested by Citadel in an attempt to try and clutch that fight. They're like, okay, yep, we're done, so.
Yeah, we'll let you guys have that point. But that's okay, because we're just going to get better on second. That's the thing. A lot of these teams fail to understand, especially on Convergence. Sometimes if you go for a strange TP recontest and you lose that strange TP recontest, it bleeds into the impact that you have on holding second. Right? Symbiotic Surface is actually a very good example of this. If you try and teleport back onto that, as a defensive team, you're going to lose your players staggered out, so you're not going to be able to fully regroup, and then you're not going to be able to hold yourself into a better position. When you're dealing with flyers, having that prior position before the fight begins is elementary. You have to have that, otherwise they just get so much more space. And, you know, contrast the two attacks that we had when Envy had that speedily torch just poking around the corner, having all of the threat in the world, and Citadel just had to tuck their tails behind them and say, yeah, we can't really contest this, we have to keep giving up space. And it meant that all of that time that had been shaved down on first got removed. It got full refreshed back, and so Envy still had a huge sandbox to play with in third, and Citadel, on the other hand, just had no ultimates going into second and could not push that first corner to save themselves.
Oh, what a performance there from Speedley. 25k damage, and you know, Cal was able to rack up so many final hits as well. Really felt like Cal loaded into the server for this one and put up some crazy numbers on the Phoenix. On the other side, Pokey leaving a little bit to be desired on the Phoenix. We don't know Pokey for the Phoenix so much. We know that he's a fantastic Hela player, fantastic Psylocke. Maybe he hasn't had as much time, maybe a couple fewer reps on the Phoenix.
Yeah, and I mean, something to point out as well is that Speedily on that Human Torch does a lot of damage, but that's just Human Torch in general, right? You're going to have low accuracy, but huge chunks of damage because of the spam pressure that you're going to have 24/7. However, 15 final hits goes to show that a lot of that damage was actually directed into getting a pick. So it's not what we call meaningless damage, which is actually not meaningless, it's worse. It's damage that your opponent is then able to convert into ultimate charge for their backline. So if you're not able to convert all of that spam pressure into actually getting those picks, the other team is always going to have faster ultimate rotations when it comes to strategists.
30 KOs in total here for Speedery. I believe half of them final hits.
Yes.
Very impressive stuff. And with both Speedly and Cal online, this is when Envy are at their most dangerous. It really feels like this, despite having such a good Vanguard and strategist line, this is a duelist-led team.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Citadel, you just need to sweep Speedily off of Torch.
Yeah, get him off that thing.
Storm is much easier to deal with, and also much easier to just hit. Right? Something that we have to talk about. There was a little bit of power creep when it came to movement of flyers.
Yes.
Because Human Torch and Ultron, they have this thing where when you move in the sky, you can strafe like one little hit of your AD strafe, and your hitbox changes entirely, as opposed to Storm, where you go like 5 meters on your D key, and your hitbox just remains flat and static, essentially. Whether there's no like condensing of the head, no shoulder dance. There's some very famous clips that went out of Human Torches where they just decided to safety dance for a total of 10 seconds on 5 HP and they weren't able to get hit a singular time by like a Psylocke or a Punisher.
Yeah, because like Human Torch, he pivots around his ankles, right? So when he AD strafes, there's a lot of body movement. Whereas when you strafe on Storm, it's essentially, I don't know if you're a Photoshop user, but it's like it's Transform X minus 50, you know?
Copy paste, just like hold on with the right click on the mouse and just drag to location.
Yeah, that's her strafe animation. Not quite as invasive.
Yeah, but canonically it makes sense, you know. Yeah. She's being buoyed up by a wind tornado.
And, well, you know what? I think that we're probably going to see that Human Torch ban come first. We're likely going to see the Captain America versus Human Torch ban here, which maybe is an opening for something like an uneven Human Torch if you want to protect it for Tanuki, who's not a slouch of a Human Torch, but, I mean, I keep hyping up Speedly. Fly Prime, baby. It's just the best in the world on that.
Yeah, I think if you're Citadel too, like, you're starting to remember potential reverse sweeps that came out from both Virtus Pro and RAD, because like Citadel, they're a very good team when they've got momentum in their house, but when momentum is against them, it can get a little bit finicky in terms of being able to get over to that finish line. And I think what's problematic for this team too is that just as Hell's Heaven was a really good starting point for them to break Envy's mental, they now no longer have Hell's Heaven to fall back onto when they get to choose the domination map because it's already been sent.
Yeah, it's already having Hell's Heaven. Like, they don't have their backstop anymore. Maybe we go to someone like Bin and T'Challa.
Maybe Burn it. Yeah. I feel like it would probably be the better option, although it is a rough one for sure because it's also very, very strong for Flyers.
Yeah, Celestial, how do we feel about Flyers on Celestial Husk is the question. Krakoa is kind of middling, I guess?
Celestial Husk is angles is the thing. Celestial Husk is very, very strong for Flyers, very, very strong for multiple angles too. So like, it's going to be good for Envy, but it's also going to be really, really good for Citadel if they're able to just fully coordinate a 3-point dive where you have everyone coming from a different angle at the same time. Because we saw a couple of times, you know, that Enzo, especially on Central Park, he would go in on that Venom, but he would go in alone. And he would just go in, try and force out something like the Loki of the regeneration domain, or potentially just stop Envy's momentum from moving forward so that they're forced to just give up space and allow some breathing room for Citadel where they can figure out what exactly is going to be the turning plan. But he would immediately get nabbed by the force physics from the Invis woman, and he would just go down immediately.
Yeah, I think we reopen our map pool entirely now, right? After we've gone through all three.
Yes, we do. We've had all 3 map types, so we now reopen our map pool entirely.
Midtown's there, Arako's there.
Arako could be...
Arako's good for
Could
Tanuki.
be a very good one for the Black Panther, yes.
I feel like when it comes to like these aggressive defensive holds there, that's where Arako is really strong, and Envy are fantastic at
Envy are
aggressive
fantastic.
holds.
However, Arako is very, very strong for Black Panther. It's also very, very strong for Wolverine.
True.
And Envy have liked running the Groot a whole lot. We've seen the Groot on 2 maps now, which they've really, like, actually 3 because we got to see it on Central Park too, and we don't traditionally get to see Groot all that much. I'm sure that's going to change when we head into season 3.5, especially with the new team-ups that are going to be coming on through. But as of, you know, the last little bit of the matter, a lot of teams have been saying that Groot is very, very bad unless he's in certain situations and you're looking for wombo combos off of Strangling Prisons.
Yeah, like, there's a world where Cal can match the Wolverine. Don't know if he's quite as good at Wolverine as Tanuki, but also Cal's so hot on the Phoenix right now.
Yeah.
Like, Cal's coming in with such hot hands, has the momentum. Do you want to pivot Cal off of that hero when he's just doing so much?
And I mean, Phoenix is really, really good too because it's just constant pressure. Off-angle pressure, ability to self-heal too, so you don't need a constant 24/7 line of sight on your backline, which then allows you to get more of those heals diverted onto either your Vanguards or your other duelists. And then you also have to remember that the more stacked up players are, the more that Phoenix is going to be able to do. So if you're Citadel and you want to really play as a pack all together and just bunker up, because 3 of your players are split around the map, which means that the other 3 of your players have to play on top of each other, otherwise they're all isolated and just instantly wiped off of the board. When those sparks hit max and those explosions start popping on off, everyone's going to be in that AoE range.
Yeah, especially when you have the Phoenix ultimate available as well. That can really burn through strategist ultimates as well as be boosted by them in the case that maybe Nero gets access to the Luna again if it's not going to be a priority ban, because that was what we saw as the pivot.
Yes. I mean, Luna can be... She is just an immensely strong strategist.
Yeah.
She's insane. The 35% heal trickle where you don't need LOS is really, really good at either enabling one of your duelists who's going to be playing on an off angle, potentially as well you put it on a Vanguard in anticipation of all of that damage coming on through. When we had Punisher as well in terms of meta, having that 35% heal trickle to just push past the other Punisher's breakpoint when it came to the final Judgment duel, it was just insanely strong. And then we also have to remember, Fate of Both Worlds, like you said, 40% damage boost, which is the strongest damage boost in the entire game.
I guess she needed that.
Hey, look, I'm a Luna, okay? I'm a strategist, man. I'm not complaining. Other people can complain, you know, the people that don't get Snowflake. In fact, actually, you know, when I play with Dustin, do you know what he tells me constantly?
Snowflake me. Yeah, Snowflake. Marks.
You know what's really funny too? He says that when he's 3 rooms away from me. I'm like, oh yeah, Dustin, right behind you.
Delivery service. Yeah, I'll skate right over. Meanwhile, me in the front light with the straight shot.
just got, you know, cracking impact coming in from here. We got a Venom Piece of the Abyss slamming at that.
Like that Willem Dafoe gear.
Wait. No.
Our teams are just returning to the chairs. They had a quick break to, you know, go to the potty and stuff. Everyone working it out. I'm sure Salah's giving everyone a quick pep talk right now, figuring out how we're going to go through the bans. I imagine this time Nero's probably going to have access to the Luna, which was the priority last time, but now we remember that, oh yeah, that's what we were banning towards. Oh yeah.
Well, also we just got to see our map pick, which I believe is actually Celestial Husk.
Oh, okay. Celestial Husk. We haven't seen a lot of, well, we haven't cast Celestial Husk yet in between ourselves.
The map was very, very new. Turns out when a map drops after the EMEA region Ignite has finished, you and I don't get the opportunity to cast it until we come here.
Yeah, teams didn't even want to play a Rocco for a while, apart from those who had like a special strat there. Like VP loved the Rocco, Insomnia loved the Rocco.
Nemesis with the Squirrel Girl.
Oh yeah, they did like that Squirrel Girl. Crosshair notwithstanding.
Squirrel Girl is such a unique hero where she has really good strategies on certain maps, which for the most part include Midtown, Araco, and Symbiote Surface.
She's got her zones, you know? And sometimes it's okay for a hero to be just good in certain zones.
Yes. Speaking of, we're going to be looking now at all of our wonderful players, and this is going to be really interesting because you can see Citadel's faces, they've changed. They were pretty happy, pretty carefree, and now that we've started going into the woods of a potential 5 mapper, there's a little bit more stress lines on those faces.
Yeah, maybe Cope Take it's locked in now? That might be some weapons grade EU Cope right there. But there is still plenty of legs to this series. Mox, this is the first series we've had here at the mid-season Ignite Finals that's gone back and forth.
Yes, and also it's not a Celestial Husk, it's a Racco.
Oh, you lied to me, Mox. I can't believe you've done this.
God of mischief, I will admit. But no, I think this is actually a very smart decision coming on through from them, because as we talked about, Tanuki's Panther is very, very strong.
Oh yeah, this checks out.
So both the Psylocke and the Panther is definitely going to be something that you do have to worry about. As there goes the Captain America ban coming on through from the side of Envy, and there it is, the immediate Human Torch ban. So Speedily is not going to be able to have access to one member of the Fantastic Four. But then again, given the fact that he plays a duelist, I don't think we're going to be seeing Mr. Fantastic, so I guess it's all of them.
Damn. Loki gone as well means no double Fate of Both Worlds, but there will be a Fate of Both Worlds on all sides. Instead of 8 worlds, we will be deciding the fate of 4 worlds. Araco not included. Yes, worlds squared.
As we can see, both teams taking the Loki out of play. The damage that you can do with all of your doppelgangers, as well as just regeneration domain, being able to just live through all of those one-shot potentials. Too valuable to leave on the field, as Cloak and Dagger is going to be protected on the side of Envy. Citadel also going to be removing the Mantis, which I think is actually really, really smart, because not only does it go after the Ultron, not only does it go after ResComp, it also means that if you try and break a spawn hold, you don't have the opportunity of locking in one Vanguard, everyone duelists, and then one Lone Mantis for the damage boost splurge as you come out of spawn gates.
Yeah, good thinking right here. Citadel going to get rid of the Psylocke, because we're really trying to once again constrain Speedly's hero pool. Maybe try and force that storm to happen once again.
Yeah, Psylocke has been removed. Citadel get access now to one save before Envy can go for a ban. Oh, it's a good one! Human Torch. Okay, now if you're Envy,
Probably
you're kind of
ban
invis.
Cloak and Dagger?
Invis, it's a tough one. Cloak and Dagger is the better one in all of the other scenarios, but in this isolated incident, it's Tanuki's Wolverine.
Interesting gambit here.
It's going to be the Black Panther then.
I mean, Tanuki is likely going to open up with a Human Torch now.
True, actually, now that they got the Human Torch for...
I don't know if I like the Wolverine ban when clearly Tanuki's mostly going to be playing the Human Torch.
Because if he's going to be on the Human Torch, then he's not going to be on the Wolverine, but maybe Groot.
Yeah, this is an opening for Groot.
Yeah. Remove the Canadian so that the tree can breathe a little bit easier.
He's going to photosynthesize like his life depends on it.
No more lumberjacking.
I love photosynthesis.
No more deforestation. Groot is going to be free. As hopefully to be able to get all the way through to the end of this map if you're Envy. Although I believe they're going to be defending first, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not they can escort it all the way through. As if you're Citadel, some of those options that we talked about have now been shut down. The Panther is still going to be open though, so if the Human Torch does feel like he's getting a little bit too much pressure his way, that is always going to be a potential pivot.
Wondering what Speedly's going to end up on here is the question. The Ultron is still available. So maybe we see a little bit of a 3-3.
Oh, hold on a minute. Tanuki's on Black Panther and Pokey's on the Human Torch.
Oh, this is a new look.
Yeah, Enzo's going to be on the Hulk, so no Wolverine fastball, but there is a lot of spam pressure coming on through, and if you're looking at the Human Torch and the Hulk, you're not looking at the Black Panther. Where's Tanuki going to end up flanking?
It's a real wide angle here from Cal as well. All right, Tanuki, radar mark with Vibranium heading in towards the back. Another Ren spinning kick as well. Seems like the survivability is going to be there, courtesy of the Ultron drone. It is, of course, one of the classic counters to the Black Panther to play that Ultron. Just play Groot on up to allow everyone to get that healing. Big grab onto Kaluj. Oh, the usage of the Terror Cape not quite there in time. Tanuki just too much of a distraction in the back line, using those Vibranium claws to rend his way through. I might not be on Wolverine anymore, but I still got the claws.
They've done it again. Different map, same mentality. They see triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and they break the attention with a long con flank coming on through from Tanuki, so that everyone looks at the Panther instead of the rest of the team. Now we're going to be seeing the swaps come on through, and we still have access to that Wolverine, and they're also going to have access to Primal Flame, as Cal's going to be on to that Phoenix too.
Missed a nasty spot with a drop down. Wolverine can definitely exploit. Window for now, not feeling too much pressure up in the front line. This is kind of it's a relaxing time for a Brute when you're up against a Human Torch and a Black Panther.
Not for Enzo though, he's up against a Wolverine.
No such luck for them. That's going to be a Supernova, bringing up a bunch of burning damage. Speedily takes out Enzo to begin with. Yeah, is that a Strangling Prison there from Window? That was built up bloody quick.
Yeah, and I mean, Pokey went for the Supernova, but the target focus from Speedily meant that Enzo wasn't out of the Wombo from the Strangling Prison. They had the Wombo, they didn't have the combo. They're also going to be able to get a late pick onto Tanuki too, so Envy will be able to hold and now re-establish themselves. Not too far up though, as they do have to be cognizant of a potential Panther flank all the way through from the left side, with Bast's descent descending into the entire back line.
All right, Nero needs to be quick on the trigger here. When it comes to that Fate of Both Worlds, can't afford to get womboed, can't afford to post a gif on Twitter saying, what do I do against this? A miss on the Carbon Crush could prove fatal, kicks into their own walls for now. Speedily managed to take Enzo off of the cliff. Great play off the back of the Feral Leap right there, even though it's credited over towards the extra damage. And that's going to be silences coming on through. Bast's descent does not descend upon Envy. Envy manages to survive through this. Pokey too close to the sun, burned away by the Phoenix. Tanuki gets both of the healers. Unbelievable play for Strategist Sagon. A quick miss there from Speedily. An attempt to try and disengage from the Lunar Snow, overwhelmed by the conflux of damage that was brought forth in onto this. A Strangling Prism grabs in two and takes two out as well. Cal now trying to Venom maraud in towards the back line. One warrior up against the world. There is no return to be found for something like a portal that was used previously, I believe.
Poki's still in the fight too, which is really bad for Envy. They don't have a strategist ultimate to be able to break through these walls either. They don't have the damage. Poly with the diamond form goes aggressively just to hold Envy at base so that Citadel might be able to take that first point. And as Bolt poking up the space, Supernova has been accrued and it comes out into the fight immediately. Envy have to try and shut this down. The Eternal Bond's going to be able to keep most of them active. The Strangling Prison catches on the walls, but it's still been able to buy Envy the space to walk forward.
Oh, Enzo, crazy block right there onto Windows Ultimate. Now Envy are going to be under resource to try and fight this one again. Pokey on the off angle doesn't have that much proximity to their ultimate.
It's going to be so close to that Eternal Bond. Citadel have to just bide their time, wait for the Cloak and Dagger to have the sustainability that Envy don't quite have access to. Tanuki in the meantime, just being that pressure, that constant paranoia that Envy have to turn to deal with the Pyro Presence for them a lot of space. Out comes the spear, and unfortunately Tanuki has already been able to force the Luna.
And there's Kaluj fallen down too far away. LOS blocked. Down comes the Phoenix, and I think actually manages to strike the impact right there. Last stand ready to go for Speedily. Full rage in the back pocket. Looks like they might be able to try and break through this one, but the damage has already been done by the remainder of Citadel. Carving through. Carbon Crush puts Speedily back to bed. A catnap for the Wolverine. And when all is said and done, it seems that this one is going to be going all the way of Citadel. The Freedom charge for Freedom has been locked on up. And well, we know what to say about NA. They're so damn free.
Oh, the prospect of the Panther. Nero didn't want another Yggdrasil Path moment occurring. Goes for the early pull of the Fate of Both Worlds, and Polly just waits. Counts the 12 seconds down into the team and comes on for the Psionic Seduction when Envy don't have the means to sustain through it. Speedily now on that Wolverine with the last stand, just waiting. Tanuki, job done on the Panther. Goes over to the Iron Fist instead. As Citadel try to keep this momentum, they've got the Supernova to back themselves up, but they have to try and find where the Wolverine is first.
Once again, visions of lights here. Tanuki in the back, used for Dragon's defense, gives himself a little bit of extra HP. Speedily moving on forward, has the last stand. What an impact there from Speedily. And Cal's there as the coup de grace on top to burn on through.
What a meet! Speedily comes on through with the last stand directly onto the last dash that Month has set up to catch the Wolverine.
Brutal.
It's a perfect tag team from Envy to just shut the space down, and Pokey knows that torch isn't going to get aerial anytime soon. It's time to bring out the Psylocke instead.
Oh, that's a tilter, man. Enzo was just walking out, just eating Poke the entire time. Shard just nowhere near, didn't have LOS on this one, and Cal's just happy to farm those headshots.
It's the Venom swap. It is the Venom swap now, so that you have those dive targets, but we do have to worry about the Wolverine, about the Amber, even about the blind with the Terror Cape the second that the Venom shows up. Pokey is getting crabbed out, almost goes down. It forces the Eternal Bond.
All right, that's going to be forcing out plenty of healing here from the Lunar Snow as well. Pokey manages to survive through all of this. In towards the back, Kaluj manages to take out Pokey, and Alex has fallen as well, courtesy of a Window. Countdown can just float away, free as a bird as 45 seconds remain. The Living Chi is pinned down to the ground. Great catch there by Window and Speedily both.
Oh, the Stagger. They're going to stagger the Venom. It's Citadel's best bet of being able
Nero
to hold on to the objective. They do lose Nero, going for the Stagger onto the Venom. And Alex catches Cal. Hold on a minute. Envy's hubris might have hurt his head. By going for that late Stagger, they've opened the door for Citadel to come back into the fight.
Oh no, might be yet another fumble here from Envy. Might live to regret it, but for now, they've got a couple of resources to try and play with. Final stand ready to go from the side of Speedily. Only 8% shy of it. Will, of course, be able to build up the rage on the way through as well. Enzo managed to hit the corrosive grass to slow down many players. What a stunner. Terror Cape. They just burn through the Venom. The last stand is the last note potentially here as Envy take control of the cart, get rid of Tanuki, and down on the ramp they flow and they flow. It's a great river of Envy, and it's all blue in the frag feed as Citadel are wiped off the cart.
That is the one worry with Venom. He's a walking hitbox.
He is.
In comparison to the Captain America, who can bounce those projectiles back and with the shield block Terror Cape, the second that the Venom shows up, you get Luna just coming on through with the freeze, and then it's lights out for Enzo. We saw it, just immediate freeze, Terror Cape, gone. That Venom lasted all of 2 seconds.
Yeah, Bro managed to catch Cal coming back from spawn as well, I believe, after getting taken out by the ice darts of Alex during that stagger phase. Thought maybe it might have been a fumble from Envy, but seems like...
they recovered.
Yeah, they recovered, and Citadel, they got a little bit over it. They got a little bit antsy with the 2 frags having Trevor like, oh, we've basically won this already, not realizing they still had their own reinforcements yet to come.
Yeah, and I mean, for Envy too, they could invest in aggressive Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond after they were able to pick Enzo, because the only thing that they had to worry about ultimate-wise afterwards was Dance of the Butterflies, which you can deal with either a strategist ultimate or numbers, just stacking on the objective, which is exactly what Envy just are able to do because they have all of the bodies, and Citadel couldn't even go for the Dance of the Butterflies because Pokey would have been counted as uncontesting the objective and they would have lost the map regardless, even if it did find the picks.
This is where the value of that Wolverine bang comes through right here. Just the uneven danger being faced by these groups right now. Enzo has to play so cowed compared to Window, who can be incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, Citadel once again going to be going for a triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup. Envy this time not on the Storm. They were able to secure a one-sided Wolverine and they are going to take advantage of it. That Wolverine looking for a grab. Pokey already going incredibly low as Enzo is not having a fun time on this group.
Yeah, doing their best to track. Sentient's not going to be able to be seized from the Phoenix right there. And Cal, oh, look at all those sparks, he's just burning them.
I mean, Tanuki is building up Rage of Ultron, though, which is going to be coming online almost as quickly as Cal gets his. Nero gets the pick, though. Polly goes down. Citadel down a Vanguard. Now have to swap in the Strange.
Yeah, have to swap in the Strange. Come back as quickly as possible up here on the car. Everyone just making sure to, if they're going to fall, they got to do it on the Flora Colossus so they can come back with that portal and burn this time back as easily as they can.
Yeah, but Strange doesn't have a great time into Wolverine as that grab just slides right through that shield, and Envy don't even stop Citadel. They don't even go for a portal to try and throw bodies onto the point. I think they're just holding on to it to have a recontest if it goes a little bit south when they head to second fight. As the portal came through, and it's a little bit too close to the edge.
All right, Spidley caught in this moment for now. I think may have been grabbed. Oh, that's a huge last stand.
Yep.
The damage, the healing is great though from Tanuki. The Rage of Ultron echoes throughout Araco. Spidley resets off the side, knowing that this one is done though. Tanuki's going to go for a quick swap elsewhere here, back onto the Human Torch.
Yeah, that could have been brutal if Enzo had been able to build those walls before Envy were able to find the ledge off of that map. It is going to be a very fast regroup, but it's going to be down the Eternal Bond and the Last Stand and even the Strangling Prison. We do have Emerald from Kaluge to open up this fight with Psionic Seduction, but Citadel already getting ready to disengage it.
Yeah, they don't want to be in a position where they could potentially be taken off the map here by a grab coming through from a Wolverine. And we've seen Speedily cook on that one previously. And Tanuki wants this corner. Out comes the Sonic Seduction in towards the back now. Tanuki almost cooked already by the Phoenix. Alex happy to match when it comes through. You can see that Polly just rises up above it. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto. 2-player stun, Kaluge and Window both. The stun is good, but the follow-up is not there. Nero's more than happy to try and grab through this one. Isolated is Polly. Down on top of them all goes the Phoenix. Cal caught within a Strangling Prison potentially, but everyone's just trapped in here with Speedily instead. The damage is done and the damage is good.
Oh, Tanuki committed Supernova on that too.
Oh no.
And that's gonna burn Citadel's chances of this next fight. Ken's gonna have Eternal Bond, but I mean, that's gonna be a rough one. You're gonna have to burn that just to live the Strangling Prison from Window, and then Envy gets Strategist ultimate advantage with Month getting one-sided Eternal Bond as we head towards a potential last fight, especially if they have to take time to clear off this Wolverine. Like, Cal and Speedily right now, just posting up aggressively means that that card is just moving further and further to the final fight.
Just free movement here for the Flora Colossus. Feels no toll roads in the way. And Polly just going to try and get a quick crunch here, get in the way of that Flora Colossus while the remainder of the team try and get control of the high ground. Speedily noted. Enzo's already used this Diamond Form to remember is going to be vulnerable to CC, one in the midst of the enemy team. Pokey playing around the outside. The Eternal Bonds are going to be exchanged already. Cal's going to be the primary target here, but it seems like the healing's going to be more than good enough. Tanuki not quite so lucky. The remainder of Citadel Gaming feel their walls crumble under the weight of envious power. And well, for Envy, it wasn't even a big investment that was needed, only the Eternal Bond.
Oh, Pokey goes down last. They don't have Rage of Ultron to combat Strangling Prison. Envy can just push up 3 people on objective to get the maximum speed. Polly's onto the Strange to try and set up a portal in time, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Even if the portal comes on through, potentially getting nabbed by a Wolverine.
Okay, out comes Strangling Prison, already brought on through here by Window. It's unbelievable value. Speedly's up close and personal, carving through for Citadel. Your walls are no match for Adamantium Claws. And it's Cal who manages to strike pay dirt here with the Phoenix in towards the back. The Sonic Seduction might well grab all of this, and there's still no one on the objective. Envy are on the cusp of a reverse sweep.
That was Sweat on Envy's side when we went to Yggdrasil. Now, that pressure, that stress, it's purely on the shoulders of Citadel. Will they crumble, or will they be able to, like Atlas, bear the weight of the world and lift it to the sky? We'll have to wait and see, because it's going to be up to them to take us to the next map. But what a turnaround for Envy. Again, they got a better read of the ban strategies this time around. They got the one-sided Wolverine. They were able to, even then, like, they let Tanuki have Torch. They let Pokey have Torch too. But they took the Wolverine out, and I think the Wolverine was the greater enemy in regards to the fact that they wanted to play Window in the group.
Yeah, it felt like Speedly was very comfortable on the Wolverine, despite it mostly being Cal who plays it in my memory. But like we said, don't want to take Cal off of Phoenix. He's got hot hands right now.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have Cal playing the Phoenix and you have Speedily on the Wolverine, hey, free lifesteal on all of your damages. So it is what it is. That team up is insanely strong, and I was really surprised. Like, when we were coming into this, and a lot of teams were saying, like, yeah, Wolverine's not really banned out, but he's not seeing all that much play. And then we went on to main stage, and it feels like a lot of teams are just hiding the strategies that they actually wanted to play that Wolverine, because he's been doing the damages for the last 2 days.
Yeah, he might be able to pick up the MVP from this one. Not sure. Feels like getting the drop off on Enzo really early on that point as well was super valuable, because that like in that kind of instance as well, the enemy strategist can't convert any of that damage into ultimate charge. So it's all gravy for Wolverine, baby.
Yeah, and I mean, Envy really impressed when they were able as well to just disable any of the teleport recontests coming on through. But that's one of the things when you run the Wolverine and you see where that portal's coming on through, because they have so little time. It has to be on the objective. Yeah. It's not like a Pep's hold strategy, right, where sometimes second fight isn't portaling onto the objective. Sometimes you prioritize having a higher portal point so that you will drop when the team are least expecting it. This time around, they have so little time, they have so little presence on the map, they have no choice but to walk directly into danger with absolutely no sense of the surroundings, through the portal, into Strangling Prison, into Wolverine.
I mean, Shades of FlyQuest as well. I know that in the last match, it was Tanuki swapping to Iron Fist to touch.
Yes.
But in the last 2 times we've seen it on Central Park and Morocco during the state of regular play, I remain thoroughly unconvinced.
Yeah, Iron Fist, he's a strange one. I know
He's
a lot
a
of
weird
duelist
guy.
players, like they try and play him, and I feel like it's definitely not the last time that we're going to be seeing the Iron Fist in the tournament. We'll have to wait and see to see whether or not he does start finding a little bit more real estate value, but it was rough, I think, for the side of Citadel, where they were trying to figure out what exactly to do, because they got the Human Torch, right? They got the group, but we never got to see the wombo combos. Like, Envy did such a good job of just dismantling each of those win conditions so that they were never lined up together.
Yeah, like they never managed to get the ticks up at the same time.
Yeah.
It felt like Envy always had the right strategy, just at the right time as well. Far flung from the brain farts of Yggdrasil
Yeah, maybe it was nerves.
Yeah.
It could potentially be nerves. Some teams take a little bit of time to warm up into, and that's why like BO1s are as lethal and brutal as they are, because if you are one of those teams, you don't get that little bit of warm up time in a BO1. It's you perform here and now, or you're done. But in a BO5, you get the opportunity, you get a little bit of time so that you get some breathing space. You can be like, okay, this is what my opponent likes to play. Even if they play a different composition, this is still the play style and speed that they like to play. Do they like to go first? Do they like to go second? Are they aggressive? Are they more defensive? Maybe they're a little bit in between, and we have to try and read the room a little bit more. But for Envy, it definitely feels like the dust has settled, and they've been able to find their footing on the stage.
We're all out of breathing room now, Mox. The potential for a reverse sweep is on the cards, 2-2. What a treat we have.
I know, we are blessed. Loki would probably say, I am burdened with glorious 5 maps. We're not burdened at all. This is
glorious series.
we have an absolute blast up here on the desk, and we can have a look and see all of these wonderful statistics. Speedily, doing so much damage, as well as a lot of damage being blocked to show just how much that Wolverine was able to survive.
Bit of a stinker from Pokey as well. One final hit across all of that. Playing some Emma, playing some Ultron, yes. Also played a little bit of a Psylocke.
And some Human Torch too.
Oh yeah.
Because remember, he was on the Human Torch, and okay, so we talked about, you know, Cloak and Dagger versus Invis Woman when it comes to Human Torch, right? First of all, we do have to just say, wow, hero, 50,000 healing, absolutely insane. 27 assists coming in through, which goes to show that Idol Aura was placed on the correct targets at the correct times, and 67% accuracy coming on through as well. So final hits, a lot of those probably going to be coming out from those ice odds. But returning back to what we were talking about, right? Human Torch, Invis Woman versus Cloak and Dagger. Which do you traditionally want to have as your strategist? Invis Woman definitely has the lead on Cloak and Dagger for one very specific reason. Eternal Bond. Eternal Bond is an ultimate that has a lot of healing output, yes, but you have to be physically touching it on the ground to receive it. Where does a Human Torch play from?
Up in the air, Mox.
Up in the air. So the only way that you're actually going to, as a Human Torch, be able to receive any modicum of Cloak and Dagger healing is if you burn a cooldown as Human Torch to be able to dive bomb that ground.
Yeah.
And there were multiple fights where we saw Eternal Bond come through from the side of Citadel, and immediately the first person to fall was Pokey before he could get any part of it.
Yeah, Pokey and Tanuki both, I think, managed to avoid the healing coming through from that Eternal Bond, which is unfortunate, but it's the reality. It was great heads-up play from Envy. Like, okay,
yeah,
Eternal
quite
Bond's
literally,
coming through.
heads up. Just turn the heads up.
Eternal Bond
Human
happening. It's
Torch
time to look heads up. We gotta get rid of that flying guy before he gets down here to take advantage of all that healing. As we look at our replays and highlights from Morocco, and I'm sure it's going to be filled with Cal and Speedily.
Speedily on that Wolverine. Very problematic for both the Groot and the Doctor Strange to deal with. And we got to see Envy just taking full advantage too of the amount of time that Citadel had to take. If they're having to clear out the Wolverine so that their Vanguards don't walk unsuspecting into it, that's time that Tanuki isn't getting to set up and play, because you're actually having to take those lane fights. You don't have a Psylocke to be able to clear them for the most part. It's up to your Iron Fist to clear those lanes out and give the intel to your team on where that Wolverine is going to be playing.
Very impressive so far. Like I said earlier, that maybe it's not worth banning Chaos Phoenix. I might be reconsidering.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is worth, because Bro's doing work. Bro's doing so much work.
Yeah, that Phoenix was very problematic. I mean, if you're Citadel, I'm trying to think, how would you deal with a Phoenix other than potential hit scan? Because
that's the fun thing, Mox. You don't.
Maybe it's Psylocke, but she's not really like up in the air as much as you would see a Human Torch or a Storm or an Iron Man. And also, if she is up in the air, then she's getting auto ammo refresh against that Psylocke, so she can still win the duels against you. Like, it's a rough one. It is definitely a rough one, and it's one that Citadel are going to have to figure out. And I think we're going to get our answer in the ban phase. Like, they're either going to come up with a strategy that deals with it, or they're going to ban it out entirely.
Yeah, it really feels like the first ban of the human on the Captain America has been fatal.
Yes.
For Citadel, they're just so used to being able to troll the objective with the living legend jumps and the sprints, and just being generally annoying.
Yeah, and the bounces, like their dominations have always looked incredibly clean, because the second that they get 1% of point control, we know that they're not going to be giving it up until that's widened out to something like 50% or 60%. Yeah. And Enzo is a very flexible Vanguard player, but unfortunately the same cannot really be said for Polly. And it's definitely looking rough, because not only now has Envy's weakness been shown to all of the other teams in terms of how to break that electrical path, Citadel's weakness in the ban phase has now been shown, which is, some would say, worse.
Yeah.
Because it's not just one map that you can then avoid or come up with a different strategy entirely. It is now every single map, and you don't, no matter whether you're the attack, no matter whether you're the defense, there is no side that gets an immediate block.
Yeah.
Both teams get a ban and a ban before any team gets a save. So that Captain America, every single time that Citadel face any other team, can be taken off of the board immediately.
Yeah, and unlike an in-game recipe like we saw on MV versus Each Path. You can't fail the execution of banning Captain America.
No.
And if you do, then you shouldn't be at this LAN.
It's the attention check.
Yeah.
It is quite literally oh, can you see the screen? Can you see how well Envy have started doing ever since they started banning the Captain America? Spot the pattern.
Corporate needs you to spot the pattern in these two images. One's got Citadel crying, one has a banned Captain America. Can you see the connection here?
Yes, and this time they're not the same image. They are two very different images.
I'll have to see if I doubt there's a reason to abandon this Captain America ban at this point.
No.
We're not going to see it for the rest of the series. It is going to be, is that Krakoa?
That is indeed Krakoa.
Okay, so we are heading back to Domination. This makes a lot of sense, considering that it is once again Citadel's map pick. This chaotic game mode is very good for Psylocke. This is where Poke is really good to get some value.
Yes, very, very good for Psylocke, very, very good for Captain America, although feel like we're not going to be seeing all that much of Steve Rogers. He can do it all day. Unfortunately, the ban
You can do it all day over there somewhere.
yeah, just, sit down in the corner, grab some water, make sure that you're hydrating. As we are going to be headed into the last map, our first 5 mapper, our first best of 5, and our first 5 mapper.
Damn. What Faustian bargain did we make, Mox? What has Mephisto got on you?
Probably Loki buffs.
In return, there should be no cooldown on my buildings. I consider this to be quite the bargain, more.
I would be, well, no, I would not be very happy about that one. I don't think a lot of people would, but yeah, you can see the faces on these players. There's sweat on those brows. There's a lot on the line. Not only is it to continue in the upper bracket, there's also region pride on the line. Because ever since Marvel Rivals has dropped, well, I say ever since. No, ever since the dawn of esports, there has been a region rivalry between EMEA and NA. The back and forth between every single game's title. And Marvel Rivals is no different.
There was probably NA versus EMEA in like Pong. What region is the better Pong?
You know what? It would not surprise me. It absolutely would not surprise me. But this is where we get to see the matchup between these two teams. They're very, very similar in certain aspects in terms of the meta that we had developing before, but it definitely feels like NA and EMEA have since branched out and found their own separate identities. And one of the things that we were a little bit worried about for Citadel back when they were Berber Patapim at the beginning of their season was, is this a team that's a little bit too one-dimensional in terms of reliance on the Captain America, on the Psylocke, on the dive?
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's a second dimension here. I mean, there are definitely some worlds that we've seen in scrims that we won't really talk about. There are extra dimensions here, but like so much of it is cruxed around that Captain America. Like so many different styles can be enabled just by the distraction that it brings to the table. And also, Polly is like the primary leader for this team when it comes to engagement.
Yeah, the shot caller too.
It's much more difficult to do that when you cannot augment your own positioning very quickly to manufacture the engage you want.
Well, it looks like Salah is giving the team a big old pep talk and coming up with a very specific strategy on how they're going to be opening up this variant of Krakoa. What's it going to be? They know it's coming. We know it's coming. We don't need the time stone to be able to look forward in about 20 seconds or so and predict Steve Rogers popping up on the wrong side of that ban portrait for Citadel to deal with. And there he goes.
Instantly. Human Torch going to be taken away on the other side. They've learned enough, but speedily, he's a difficult beast to deal with, and even more so on the Human Torch. Question is, would you rather deal with his Wolverine or a Psylocke?
Well, it's going to be the same ban format. Citadel also going to be saving that Luna. Is Envy going to be removing Ken's Loki once more before they're going to grab themselves a Luna of their own. Psylocke Emma still all in play.
Okay, next up, going to be the mirror ban here. No one wants 4 Fate of Both Worlds going at once. I can barely cast one mod.
Yeah, we're not going to be hearing a 24-second pause fight, as absolutely nothing is going to go down because of 250 heals per second. As Citadel know that it's a domination map, know that MV do like to run triple strategist lineups, and we'll be taking the Mantis out so that both the res comp and the Ultron becomes that much weaker. And Envy, knowing that it's oh, there we go. I wondered if we were going to get a development of a potential Phoenix save coming on through from Envy, as Citadel do indeed ban Jean Grey.
And they bring out their Wolverine. This might force a counter Jean Grey ban here. Although no, they'll just get rid of a Human Torch. Each time they do this, I'm like, oh, but Tanuki's going to play the other. But it does constrain them quite heavily.
That or it was mind games, where they were like, if we save the Wolverine, you guys will think Tanuki's playing the Wolverine. And your better bet at dealing with Pokey is if he's on the Torch. So maybe you guys won't ban the Torch. We'll be able to get Torch through. It would be, you know, wishful thinking, as it's something that Envy just cannot allow to happen. And I think it's smart too, because like you said, it now actually secures them one-sided Phoenix.
Yeah, one-sided Phoenix also could mean a one-sided Wolverine team-up as well. But with Psylocke available, Psylocke can kind of...
Psylocke and Emma and Luna.
Yeah, she can kind of cosplay Thanos here. So the question is for Cal, what are they going to play here now? Maybe we see Cal pick up the Wolverine duties?
Yeah, I mean, Envy also have access, though, to the Emma themselves, which is going to make it a little bit more problematic for Pokey to be able to find value. There's a lot of peel potentials coming on through for Envy to have to deal with. But it's really going to be about target focusing down the specifics. If Envy are able to put Speedily on something like that Psylocke with the Captain America.
Okay, well, it all comes down to this. 2-2, Envy on the edge, reverse sweep. NA versus EMEA, a tale as old as time, and an opening portal here to attempt to try and grab something early. Polly misses out on the Carbon Crush to begin with. That's going to be Kaluch, manages to hit Pay Dirt with that one. Pokey looking for a target. The Diamond form, Emma is unideal. It's going to be an equal trade until Tanuki falls down as well. In the back is Window picking up the Captain America. They miss it so badly on the side of Citadel, but Envy more than happy to take the Patriot himself and bring justice to that backline.
Oh, this is going to be really rough for Citadel to have to play a retake into, because Envy, we get our answer. It's going to be Cal on the Winter Soldier coming on through. And that is going to be really weirdly concerning, because both the Venom and the Psylocke and the Wolverine can all get massively targeted down by those bionic hooks.
Okay, rolling out now, Enzo swapping over onto the Magneto. It's going to allow for a little bit extra protection if someone gets grabbed in by the bionic hook of the Winter Soldier. For now, Window just managing to wrap around.
Envy gonna be holding. Kaluj sees a little bit of pressure. Tanuki, seeing that it's a little bit too hot to commit into this fight, is going to be removing himself, and all the while Window as well has been able to bounce the attention to make sure that Citadel don't get the freedom to be able to commit. Speedily on the off angle, gets a little bit of damage. They see an opportunity, the backline split from the Vanguards, and that's going to be an all-in. Out comes the dance with the Butterflies. The dance partner also from Window, but Citadel are able to stack, and it's not a single ultimate committed to avoid it.
Invisible boundary brought on up here by Ken. It's only on half of the point, though, and now Month's going to dive on into it with the Eternal Bomb. That's plenty of healing moving forward, and it's going to stay for a while. Speedily managed to find Alex, and the remainder of Citadel have absolutely been torn apart. Yeah, Pokey managed to take out Month and get rid of that Eternal Bomb, but already the space has been given away, and Envy continue to accumulate percentage towards their reverse sweep.
Oh, the chase. They know that there's a Venom around. They're looking for him.
They can sense him. They can smell him.
Cal's got Kraken Impact too. Ken is going to have to be incredibly careful. That Kraken Impact is going to be really dangerous. Pokey does have Dance with the Butterflies, but Alex is going to have to hold on to the damage amp just to be able to give Citadel a sustainability option. The Venom's in, trying to chase onto that Psylocke just to force a reposition so Citadel can try and fight onto the point itself and accumulate damage into the Dance with the Butterflies from Pokey.
Freedom charge ready to go. Pokey can't quite isolate a target there with the Dance with the Butterflies. No final hits are going to be found. Polly chasing on down, almost full charge on the Emma beam. Cellular corrosion from the Venom slows down multiple players, makes this far more difficult to escape from the seduction of the Emma. And now Polly rolling on forward. Ken's been taken down by Speedily in the back. No clutches this time from Envy, but still 99% is nothing to raise your nose at.
Speedily's going to have Dance with the Butterflies too. Citadel are going to have that player sacked. They can't afford to use Invisible Boundary into that one. down, it's going to open them up to Psionic Seduction if they do. So it has to be giving up those angles, because if they play too spread, everyone's going to go down to the opening ultimate coming in through from Envy. Pokey just scouting, getting ready for that 3-point dive. The Venom, the Wolverine, the Psylocke, they all hit at the same time, and Nero is obliterated within mere moments.
Oh, Nero never stood a chance against all of this. Still with that bubble on the floor, there's plenty of sustainability for remainder of Envy. Still with one strategist, maybe you can't move that far forward. Kalu still feels the need to stay in here. Pokey's fallen down, Cameron just takes them down for Sonic Seduction. Kalu just seeing the opportunity, and it's a chase down onto Enzo. Symbolic Resilience will keep him alive for a moment longer, gripping onto Symbiotic Peril. It's going to be a quick grab there onto Sanuki, diving inside the invisible boundary. Bionic Hook's ready to go as the Eternal Bond keeps Envy sustained. Month needs to be held onto for yet a moment longer here as Cal has the Kraken impact going in towards the Lunar Snow. You hear it once, you hear it 1,000 times, again and again and again, and the envious power crescendos to a supernova in control of the point. 99%. You're going to need more than a katana and a can-do attitude to turn this one around, Pokey, as the symbiote himself rolls on up as Noel's favourite child is taken down to Tartarus. A quick grab coming through from Tanuki. No final blow is grabbed, but they do at least have the extra healing here coming through from the Fate of Both Worlds. Speedily plays around the margins. Dance for Butterflies ready to go, but will it be a Dance Macabre or a Tango with victory? Multiple players stacked on up, means that it's spread out damage and all will survive except for Cal, of course, who gets their veins racked by the dark energies of the Maelstrom. The Dark Arts exact a price, and that price is paid by Envy. A retake here coming through from the side of Citadel, and they survive a moment longer.
A slight sunk cost fallacy approach there coming on through from Envy. Ooh. They committed so many ultimates, you would think it would be 99 to 99. There's another fight still on the field. Nero does have the Fate of Both Worlds, but do they get the opportunity to use it? Not if Pokey has anything to say about it. Already we can see the forward position from Citadel. They're not going to let Envy use those ults on the objective. The fight is going to happen right here, right now. The second they cross into open space, that Luna is open season.
All right, moving out, forces out the early usage of the ultimate right there. Enzo needs to escape with their life, and indeed they will. Polly raises up the invisible boundary. Just a little tourist for now. That's a big grab coming through. Forced out the self-bubble there from the Magneto and the Sonic Illusions as well to try and distract any of the incoming damage. Speedly almost has himself a final stand, and already the damage has been done. Cal's going to get themselves yet another reset to scream out again to high heaven, and it's over to Polly, where there is going to be the damage delivered. The Terror Cape racks on through. A little miss there from Cal, but it's okay because plenty of members are struck with the culling aura, and Cal finds reset after reset. You want a hero, and I'll show you Cal. The Winter Soldier forbears the incoming of inclement weather, and it's getting real chilly here for a Citadel fan.
There's no strange portal. That is the closer. Envy will be able to take Carousel on Krakoa, and we now move to round point. Can Envy find the back-to-back, or will Citadel be able to pull it back? They banned the Phoenix. They thought that they had Cal Red. They forced him onto the Winter Soldier, and now they're going to have to find a way to fall this season. Otherwise, it's going to be down to the lower bracket for EMEA's first team.
Flashbacks to Season 1, Mox. Flashbacks to Season 1, when it felt like every single matchup was decided by who had the better Winter Soldier. And the callous roars of again and again and again, I thought were the echoing whispers of a shattered empire. But still, this castle stands.
Envy did such a good job, too, of reading. 3% Alex was when that first Kraken impact rang on through, away from Fate of Both Worlds. They perfectly caught the Luna, who was rotating away to not get caught before the ultimate was up in time. What an ultra coming on through from Envy.
It's anybody's game, Mox. But Envy are on the edge of a reverse sweep, unperturbed, unbothered by the danger that was before them.
Citadel do have the lead in terms of ultimates for this first fight, but Envy really have a great comp at being able to shut down all of the dive components of their opponent. It's going to be down to Cal's value on this Winter Soldier. Can Citadel finally find a way past it?
Oh no, that's an unfortunate miss there from Tanuki. Maybe a touch of nerves hitting. That's a huge investment of 2 ultimates here, but still Nero managed to survive. Metallic Bulwark coming out exactly the right time from window, and I stare through this window to see many a frag, and whoa, okay, we're going in with the Meteor M. Okay, nerves go going both ways, I suppose. However, it's stopping players up for the dance of a butterfly. Speedly's trying to convert onto this one, but realizing the damage has been shared on out, has to disengage.
Oh, but what a force. Citadel burned Eternal Bond.
Oh, that's a big force.
They don't have Fate of both worlds. If Envy reset now and don't commit damage to Citadel so they don't heal, they don't get Fate of both worlds to stop Kraken Impact. Envy are about to walk into this fight without poking a single time.
All right, already a little bit of poke coming through from Enzo in towards the back. Window is softening up the targets to allow Cal to move in thereafter. Need to know where that Winter Soldier is. Poly becomes immune to all CC while within that diamond form and coming back with their own here. Poly's going to use the Sonic Seduction. Remember, that might stop Cal from using their own Ultimate Veil within the LOS of it. But for now, Cal stays surviving. Everyone just groups on up for heals here, but with Alex going down and Ken as well. The damage done is permanent. Cal still commits to the fight right here as the Kraken Impact is going to be taken out by a tree. Who would win? One of the best DPS in the world, or one Barky boy?
Well, Carbon Crush wins against Alex. Apparently, that Paulina, again, less than 5% off the ultimate. The target focus from Envy, the second they get the call that Alex is down, out comes the Kraken Impact, and Citadel have no leg to stand on. Silver lining for them, they're going to have it into this next fight. Potentially even to damage boost up Feast of the Abyss, but when you have Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies, you can combine the two of them and still hold on to that defensive to match Witch with Mumps.
Window scanning is good. Ice Arts is noted. And for now, just plays in cover. I think that beam is going to be very brutal to try and deal with. Not going to be too much of a frenzied arrival value right there. Pokey can't isolate a target, but Cal is taken out on the other side. Eternal Bond was too far away, and now into the back. They really want Nero, and you better believe they're going to get him. Citadel Berber have managed to convert on the dive right here. Envy with only 3 players remaining might well be able to try and keep this one stalled out. The Freedom Charge giving over so much in the way of extra HP, but Kaluj is overwhelmed by the dark depredations of Venom's tentacles. And here we're seeing a recontest come through. Oh, they've lost control of a point, though. Yeah. Oh, what a body block.
Yeah, the body block is great from Citadel so that Envy couldn't just keep that point stalled out long enough for Speedily and Kaluch to come back in with their ultimates, punish the fact that Alex used theirs in the engagement prior. Citadel now do have that Eternal Bond. Cal's actually off of the Winter Soldier onto the Punisher instead of holding on for the Bionic Hook to grab the Cloak and Dagger out of their ultimate. We're going for just blitz burst damage when the dive comes through.
Raw damage, baby, and that's certainly being felt by Poly right now, wrapping around their back. They have eyes on the Punisher as they're going to opt in for the Magneto. The Feast of the Abyss gives over so much extra HP to that Venom. In close, it's a big chomp from Enzo, and well, Venom's eating those heads today, that much is for sure. Up against 2 Vanguards, it's not the ideal duel here for Venom, where we're able to match his health pool, and now at 99%, Envy have almost managed to flip this one back around. Tanuki doing their best to dance for their life.
Yeah, but Citadel, they put Pokey onto Strange. They're going to try and fight this. They know that Envy don't have a Doctor Strange to go for a portal recontest, but like you said, it's a little too late. Their players had already fallen. There was too much burst on the side of Envy, and now Citadel have burned that chance of portal recontest.
Oh, that could be an uncharacteristic fumble here from the side of Citadel Gaming. They just could not get it before the point flip back.
Ken's going to have Final Judgment too. CC immunity on the Punisher ultimate to be able to go toe-to-toe with Psionic Seduction coming on through from Poly. It's going to be a matter of these ultimates. Who's going to be able to find the value? Both of these teams don't have a reset, regroup opportunity. They have to finish it here and now.
All for one and one for all. Cellular Corrosion already moving on forward, trying to shut down the usage of that ultimate, suppressing it, silencing it with the Sonic Seduction. Already halfway towards this is Citadel Berber. Speedily tries to isolate but one target inside. The Dance of the Butterflies is moving on forward. In comes the Meteor M. Who is the dunk going to be on? Window can't quite connect. Alex keeps everyone healed on up as Ken's already used all this. Cal over onto the other side. The Metallic Bulwark's in just the right position. A disengage is good, and a Final Judgment's better. The Feast of the Abyss to try and roll on through it, already to have fallen. It's a big value from Pokey. The Dance of the Butterflies. It's a tango with doom, and that's going to be Kaluj on the point, doing their best to try and keep this one held on down. The Psylocke can't really keep this one sustained. There's no healing to try and play with. A final stand delivers. Tanuki keeps it alive, and now it has to be this last touch. It has to be a flip on over. The Star-Lord has arrived in the midst of all of this, flying away to do all that he can to keep this one contested.
Ken's come back on the Jeff. There's heals for Citadel that aren't there for Envy. Tanuki still on the Wolverine, pressuring Envy to go for a teleport recontest, and Cal is not able to get away. No Star-Lord, no iframe, but Speedily is almost close to that ultimate, Harry, and if it comes out, Citadel is going to be stuck on point.
Kalu just got yet another one, and that's going to be taken off the point. It had to be this way. There was no other way it could be. 2-2, 1-1. We're going the distance. NA versus EMEA.
We thought that this could be close. This is NA's third seed versus EMEA's first, but given what we've heard from Envy in terms of scrims, they've been doing the best out of all of the teams present. So coming in that third seed is deceptive. What a map. What a distance that we're getting to see. Full 3 rounds of Krakoa. And now for Citadel and Envy, it comes down to this. Cal potentially goes back onto that Winter Soldier. The Punisher, I like the fact that they had that burst damage, that pick potential immediately punching through both the Psylocke and the Venom, as well as that potential final judgment to be able to shut down the Emma Psionic Seduction. But it really did feel like the Bionic Hook, just being able to stop the dives and displace Citadel's players, especially when they had strategist ultimates. With that Eternal Bond just find so much more value, and apparently Cal feels the same. It's going to be a portal from Citadel, though, to try and win out this first fight, as they're going to look to just jump one specific target before Speedily can cover the ult, and Cal's gone!
Oh, the ancestors of all 12 players. They are smiling on them today. Nero just going to do their best to try and escape from this one. Maybe a little bit poking around from the side of Window. Pokey stayed around too long, though. Enzo has to try and clean this one up. It should be a free first cap here in favor of Citadel Berber. Window's... Oh, my goodness, the mid-air grab. Damn, Tanuki. Do it to him. Oh, they're going to come back with their own portal recontest. Window's fallen on down. The flash sacrifice has been made, but it has stopped the first cap from coming on through. Kalush drops down to Terra Firma. Speedily still has the Dance for Butterflies in the back line. But if you're within the LOS of this Psionic Seduction, but it's not going to be able to be used. An attempt to try and cut off the healing didn't work out in this case. Enzo gets absolutely nothing off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. It's still an all-out brawl here to try and get the first cap, trying to get on top of the Psylocke. Pokey wins out in that duel, and damage has been done elsewhere. Windows return in the midst of the mix, and that's going to be Citadel with their first cap, finally.
Yeah, Citadel just have more burst damage in the brawl phase. Envy have a lot of mobility with the Captain America and point bounce potential. With all of that, however, Cap into Strange and Emma is not going to be doing much of anything other than staying alive a little bit longer. It's Citadel going to be holding on to both the Last Stand and the Dance of the Butterflies. Tanuki going to be holding his position. They haven't scouted him. He's seen a free Cloak and Dagger who had that Eternal Bond, and Month is forced out of the fight. Wonderful blind to be able to self-peel the Wolverine out, and they catch him on the engage.
Oh, unbelievable. Question is, can Speedily move out? No, it's going to be an equal trade right here. Kaluj up close and personal almost has themselves yet another Psionic Seduction. Do you want to invest in this fight when you know that you're down on your Psylocke? A quick disengage, taking to the skies here is Enzo. It was a bit of a fake out though, as the Eye of Agamotto was unavailable. Pokey distributes the damage, utilizing this, and that's going to be a Sentient seized, a Doctor seized as well. You're going to have to be more than a Doctor to heal through that one. Coming up close and personal to Kaluj. Oh, we only had a little bit of HP, and Tanuki gets the delivery, but still Envy have 4 players here to work with, and Citadel Berber are wiped off the point.
Citadel going for a fast recontest though. Ends onto the Venom just to get into the fight a little bit faster. They know that Envy are down these players. Speedily might be forced to part with the Dance of the Butterflies just to shut down this fight before it can begin, but no. Citadel aren't able to set up the dive in time. It's going to be angle control before they can find a hit.
All right, Enzo flitting around. Ice here onto Window. Tanuki might well be tempted in, but you can see how much Pokey's eating on the approach right here. They really want this Luna. The frenzied arrival's already been wasted though from Enzo. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult to try and get value out of this one. Kaluj is overextended. It is a trade for Alex, so some would say that's worth it, but Polly disagrees. Both of the Vanguards falling on down, and now it's down to Polly to make the decision. Are you going to go for the big investment here, utilizing your Psionic Seduction, waiting for the perfect time off the back of a Cellular Corrosion to try and deliver on the Feast of the Abyss? Can attempt to turn this one around. He needs to try and connect with Understand, but no! Pokey wins the duel! An unbelievable turnaround from the Psylocke. The Shinobi claims to life of the one and only Oni.
Oh my goodness, Pokey just strafed to crack an impact. If he goes down, Cal gets the reset. Citadel don't have a defensive. They all topple one by one again and again, but Pokey wins the 1v1 and Citadel survive. Final fight now coming on through for the side of EMEA. Polly's got a Psionic Seduction. We're so far from that Eternal Bond month. So close. Winter's going to open it up. The Freedom Charge paving the way for Envy's come back into this fight, and Alex goes down.
They're already on top of Alex. Window gets grabbed on in here by the Sonic Seduction, but there's going to be no further damage that's coming in thereafter. Enzo falls on down. Cal's been punished elsewhere, but Speedley's absolutely feasting. It's a quick flip in favor of Envy, and now Citadel are in the hot seat.
Envy have the Eternal Bond. They're going to have another Kraken impact too before that point percentage hits 100. Citadel have to have that in the back of their heads. Do they try and win it now, or do they try and bank up their ultimates? They've got both of their duelists. They've got Fate of both worlds. If they commit and they don't manage to find it, they lose the map. But if they do, they take it handily.
Enzo needs the perfect engagement here. Onto the back line would be perfect. You can see how far back they're playing here to try and avoid the pathing of the Venom. Enzo's already taken so much damage on the engage in towards the back. They want Nero so badly. Kalush grabs for Sentience, and the damage is going to be good. Tanuka's already been taken out there by Speedley, and it hasn't really taken anything from Envy to do this. Sonic Seduction next on up, and then Tanuki might actually have to come on back here on the Doctor Strange. A quick portal coming through. Speedley on the other side. 1 HP, can't use the dance of the butterflies. Taken down by Ken. Pokey goes elsewhere. Alex falls out of the Fate of both worlds. Yet another Kraken impact. He's trying to pull it off again, and now it's only the Lunar Snow. It's concentrated damage. Nero falls on down, and Enzo makes sure that none shall escape. Dodging on in to the portal, an attempt to find Window. There's no one there. Only 4% remains. Speedley's trying to come on back with a portal. The body block's not good. Speedley makes it out. They're standing in the way to stop it coming on through, but over time he's managing to stay in here for a moment longer. Oh, no!
He's through! 12 seconds! Fate of both worlds. The stall from Envy is still through. The portal is down, but they've still got players. And now it's up to Window to bolt the Freedom Charge, and Envy can keep this fight going!
They've managed to claim control as well. Cal's back on the Wolverine, and there's nothing to be done to try and help the healers in the back line. The strategists are falling down. Envy find the clutch. Citadel thought they had it. There might be a Spider-Man, but this is no friendly neighborhood. It's all Envy, all the time, and all NA!
Oh my goodness, the stage turns blue! Envy find the win!
Unbelievable scenes here. What a first match for our playoffs bracket. Citadel versus Envy. And well, behind the scenes, we all thought that Envy was the strongest team. They were pushed to their limits, but they seem to have that clutch gene in them.
Oh my goodness. Harry, that was match one! That was match one. There are so many things that were just insane about that last fight. The decision making, first of all, from Pokey to use the ultimate. He sees that he's been hit by that Kraken impact. He knows if he gives away, again, that pick against the Kraken impact, Cal's just gonna unleash Righteous Fury on the entire team.
Yeah.
So he solo ults, so that he's intangible, so that the Bucky can't continue to chase that pick, and he just manages to find a pick, and you're like, okay, surely now it's gonna be Citadel's game. They've got the better players, all of the numbers, they're coming on through, they've got everybody onto point, and then one strange portal. And then one strange portal, and then Nero, the hero of the hour with the Fate of both worlds. And truly, it was the Fate of both worlds to end the entirety of the series, because it buys them the time. 12 seconds to build Freedom Charge. And they've been able to find it. They've got the better sustain, they've got more players on the point, and they just sweep one by one by one the players from Citadel off the board.
Unbelievable clutch. Oh, man. I mean, I was already a fan of Envy.
Yes.
They're earning more and more fans, because sometimes it's boring seeing a team just dominate their way through. You got to see their struggle, you got to see the adaptation, and today we saw plenty of adaptation. And the question is, are teams just going to start first banning Cap against Citadel now? Is that the secret sauce? It's not that difficult to execute.
Yeah, and also it came through pretty early on in these stages. This is literally their first match.
Yeah.
So again, like, we applaud the players from Envy for being able to not just clutch out that insane overtime fight. The fact that they were able to just like keep calming, keep fighting, keep believing that it was still winnable goes to show what an amazing team they are. but that also they were able to come back from such a rough beginning. Because, you know, you cast your mind back, way back to when we began all those many hours ago. And we had Hell's Heaven, which was Citadel's best comfort map. And then we had Yggdrasil Path, which, like I said, the best way that you can have approached that if you're Envy, take the mistakes that you've made and go, okay, this is how Citadel like to play against us. Understand that, take nothing else from that map. just full mental reset and just go in, look at the bans, and pick one specific person, find the carry, and remove them from play entirely.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a great bit of solve. And we said that when we're down 2-0, Gator had to earn his paycheck, and he certainly did. Bro's going to be calling up Hashel like, hey, boss man, I need a raise for this one, boys. I need a raise for this one. And honestly, everyone on Envy could right now. That was a lights-out performance. If they could play like that in the rest of the bracket, then this might be their tournament to win.
I mean, that felt like a grand finals. that could be the grand finals.
We could see it again.
We could well see it again, but I mean, what an amazing way to open up the day. Like, whoever you're going to be facing, I think definitely if you're facing Envy next, there's a little bit more cause for concern because, as we've talked about, right, going against Envy, the solution that Citadel came up with was more map-specific and composition-specific, as opposed to Envy, who was just like, okay, if we ban Captain America, this game becomes 9 times easier.
Dude, look at Speedily here with 24 final hits. 34k damage.
Yeah, he popped up. I mean, 32,000 damage on Cal's side.
Jeez. Jeez.
Yeah, that Winter Soldier, it's problematic. It's very problematic. I mean, it was something actually that Dive faced problems with when Dive was originally becoming a thing in Marvel Rivals. Back before when we had the infinite ammo team up, and Winter Soldier was even harder for Dive to play into. And you would literally just rocket Z, your Punisher and your Bucky whenever there was a Venom or a Psylocke diving on through, and that Venom got shredded. And unfortunately for Citadel, lacking that Captain America, you lost a huge buffer with that shield being gone, that your Venom, every single time we saw Enzo, like, he was getting his dive timings. He was setting up perfectly from those angles. It's just he was hitting and getting instantly melted and having to use shield much sooner than he wanted to.
Yeah, here's our MVP, Speedily. Well-deserved 40 total KOs, but more than half of them were final hits. 39% accuracy, 34,000 damage. I mean, a lot of that is making sure that Enzo can't do what he wants. And we saw that Enzo ended up with the most final blows on his team as well. Enzo was doing some work, but it was Speedily who was keeping him count.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the Psylocke, the best thing that you can do is just shoot Vanguard.
Yeah.
Shoot Vanguard, bold ultimate, full strategist ultimate from the other side. I mean, we're going to have a look at some of these replays coming on through. Wow, it feels like we played an entire series before we went back into Grove with how long that overtime fight went on Cradle. As we can have a look and see Carousel, there's the Kraken impact coming on through, and we definitely felt the impact of Cal's pick of that Winter Soldier. As we talked about, the Punisher coming on through on Grove was not anywhere near as pressing for Citadel to deal with as it was the Winter Soldier.
Question is, for Citadel Gaming, have they learned enough from this to be able to maneuver around like Captain America bound? Because of course they're not going to have to play again today. It's a while before we have to revisit them in the lower bracket. We're going to have time for a couple of scrims. Maybe they can put a little bit more time in Poly on these other heroes. Of course, Poly's pretty good on these other heroes. Not every day you go up against Envy.
I mean, Poly had some really good psionic seductions coming on through from the Amber, and even when we saw, you know, Yggdrasil, there was a couple of really good moments where we got the shield blocks with the Aegis coming on out. But yeah, Envy, they had the better read. They definitely had the better read in the second half of the series, and in a BO5, getting the better read on the second half of the series tends to be when you find the reverse sweep.
Yeah, always feels bad when you have to commit some of your bans towards things like Duelist because there's such a wide pool.
Yeah.
But that's what Speedily demands.
Yeah.
And that's what Cal demanded in the second half of the series as well. He was so on fire on the Phoenix. The hot hands had to be cooled on off, but that allowed for things like the Captain America to make it.
Yeah, and also the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you're Citadel and you know that you're going to go that much into a dive, going for the Winter Soldier would have been probably a more valuable pick, just because like Phoenix does a lot of damage, but also doesn't have the same amount of CC that you have to worry about as a Winter Soldier, because not only is Bionic Cook worrying for one person, it's problematic for multiple people. Because like you're going from 3 different angles, but you're all converging into the same location.
Yeah.
So if you're a smart Winter Soldier, instead of like trying to predict where everyone's coming from and catching them mid-jump with a Bionic Hook, you just bait one of your squishies, you line them up perfectly, like, okay, just right there, and you sketch out a nice old X on the floor, and boom, Bionic Hook just nabs 3 people all at once.
Yeah, and it means that you can turn around your dives really well as well, because you've got your Psylocke and you've got your Captain America. You can commit a Kraken impact to that dive. And suddenly the threshold they have to meet to deliver on a frag is a lot lower, and you get a resell off the back of it.
Yeah, and CC immunity, which is really, really tasty to dodge out of things like Doctor Strange Eye of Agamotto's and also Groot ultimates coming on through. Plus, the Tainted Voltages were incredibly strong. Like, Cal was building up those Kraken impacts incredibly quickly because Tainted Voltage, just the AoE damage that it can do, you get 2 charges of it too. And I mean, something that we have to talk about when it comes to Winter Soldier as well is his ability to survive. The fact that you don't have to hit anything and you still get shields.
That
so
feels
you
fair.
should always be winning your ones, and that is attached to like every single ability. So sometimes if you're wondering why when we're looking at Winter Soldier POV, he's literally just like 180ing that away and throwing an ability without hitting anybody, it's literally just so he has that extra little bit of HP and can just live something that's sent his way.
Yeah, just a lot of living. I was very impressed by Poke managing to win those duels against the Kraken Impacts twice in a row, but in the end, like you said, Nero just such a hero play to get that Fate of Birth ultimate was most needed. That took a lot of discipline and not panicking.
Yeah, I mean, also making sure that your Strange Portal is going to be in a good position too. So huge plays coming on through from the side of Envy as they're able to find the win. It did look at certain points, especially when we got to see, you know, the first parts of Cradle, that it was going to be Citadel walking away with it. They had the better ultimate economy coming into that fight. If they just had another defensive ultimate, then I think they would have been able to match up to the Luna Dance of Fate of Both Worlds as well as that Living Legend Freedom Charge coming in out, but they were out. They were out of those resources. They went for the full body block. They almost got the full body block. The Luna was able to make it past, and from there, it was just done.
Yeah, and there was a lot of survivability that Nero earned there by changing their positioning. Instead of being near that portal, they played up on the high ground, realizing where Enzo was usually pathing his way through, and it forced Enzo to take a lot more poke on the commute over there. And a lot of that also charged up the Emma beam, and that's got some knock-on circumstances where, like, you're getting more damage out of the Emma, it forces out more healing resources, you're putting Sonic Seduction quicker.
It's more time too.
Yeah.
And time is a resource that's very, very valuable on all of the other map types, but more so on domination because time equals point percentage. So if you ask yourself like, oh, well, what would it have been like if they'd just been 1% closer?
Yeah.
Because they didn't have to have as much time getting their Venom into a position and then re-stabilizing that Venom because he gets scouted out by the enemy team, gets shredded down to half HP. It's a rough one for sure.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough for Citadel, but for Envy, the glory is plenty. Let's head on down to the stage where Teja has an interview ready with a member of Envy.
What is an incredible reverse sweep, probably one of the best series we have seen so far. The only question I can ask to start us off is, how do you feel after such a monumental win?
I'm absolutely amped. That was probably the most enjoyable match I've played so far in Marvel Rivals, and probably for them too, especially on stage or LAN. I'm absolutely amped.
So you've now played in the last 2 days against the most regions out of anyone. You've played against Asia, you've played against EMEA, you've played against obviously your own region back at home. So I have to ask, where do you think like the actual power rankings are in terms of which team is actually on top?
NA is just the best. These other regions just don't really understand how to play. I think that's the best team out of the other regions, and we're third in ours, like everybody said, like they've said, and we beat them, so anybody else in NA can too.
So I think it's safe to ask then, your next matchup is going to be against Sentinels or RAD. Obviously Sentinels from your own region, RAD also from EMEA. Do you have a preference as to which one of those you'd like to play against, and if so, why?
Probably Sentinels, because word on the street is that they're better than us, and I think today we showed that they aren't. So I'm really excited to get a rematch from the Ignite qualifiers.
Which leads me to that. If Sentinels is going to be your opponent or potentially RAD, and of course everyone else throughout the tournament, what words do you have for your future opponents?
I mean, just don't underestimate us. That's about it.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading to a very quick break. And when we come back, it will be that matchup of Sentinels versus RAD.
Hello, we are RAD.
I am level 1 Crook and I specialize in Mantis, Loki and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk and Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it, we want to do our best. It's definitely a big event, see what we can do really.
I hope we can do our best and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournament and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're this other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a chance, we're going to be the ones to win, we're going to put in the most effort, we're going to roll every game, and to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves.
Hi, I'm Aramori from Sentinels.
Hi, I'm Amazing from Sentinels.
Hello, I'm Karopa.
So I think we're really excited to get to prove ourselves on the international stage. I know Berber or now Citadel, they really kind of underestimated us a lot, and we've been practicing against them a lot and showing them hey, don't underestimate us on stage. So I think we're really, really excited to prove that, yeah, this is us and we can win, not just North America, but we can win the whole world.
OUG. I think some of the players are really, really good, so I really want to see how we perform against them in the tournament environment.
I think I want to play against RAD because I have my friend Fate on there and I want to beat him.
Well, definitely for us, I think our #1 goal is winning. But outside of that, this is really a lot of our players' first time playing on a stage, in a LAN environment. So getting used to that is day one, that's what we're trying to conquer and get in and make sure we're able to do. And then from there, win is the next step, of course.
Yeah, we want to win. And I want to win dominantly. I want teams to be scared of us. So I hope to be, I think we're a very strong game day team. And yeah, I want to dominate the other teams.
Really don't underestimate us, because I think that was the downfall of North America. We were thought to be in the Ignite playoffs in North America. We were thought to win not a single match, not one. And then we came through and didn't lose a single match. So please, don't underestimate us, don't underestimate me, and I'll see you guys on the stage.
I think don't underestimate me. I think we play some weird things, and I think some people might underestimate me or my teammates. I think that'll come back to bite you, and yeah, I think show some respect to us.
Gaio!
嶺南有句俗話，飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
我会把你打回现实。
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
It is time for our second opening round bout. Please welcome to the stage, Sentinels. Sentinels come in as the champions of the Americas. The expectations are high to continue the success so far of Envy, but they are not to be underestimated, and they are certainly to be feared. Now, please join me in welcoming RAD. From the EMEA region and having to fight their way through the play-ins to get here, RAD have certainly earned their spot. With some of the most creative drafting that everyone is paying attention to, they are now looking to continue their journey through these mid-season finals. Welcome, RAD! This matchup is going to be electric. Now, let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Tetra. We're ready to get stuck into NA versus EMEA round number 2, Mox. The first going narrowly the way of the Americas, but in the battle of the black and the red, this could be even closer.
Yes, and I mean, we could be seeing a very similar strategy develop here, though, as when Sentinels went head-to-head with 100 Thieves, they looked the most mortal when Thieves went after Crimzo's hero pool. So it could, again, be the name of the game, removing Vanguards from play, which, I mean, RAD, they're very well rehearsed in those ban strategies. We could see a whole roll just get swept away.
Yeah, just leave them with the dregs of the Vanguards. You know, we're going to take away all the good options.
We'll give you 4 and Penny Parker. Enjoy.
my ban tries that you don't get to have any fun. How do you feel about that?
I mean, we could potentially also be seeing Jeff's strategy come on through, because I'm so happy to say that Jeff meta has finally landed.
It has.
It's been swimming under the radar for a little bit of time, but I think in a really good coordinated environment, speed bubbles, one-sided speed bubbles is incredibly good. And also, it's Jeff, not used to get picks, right? Because we know there's a lot of things that can just stop it like that. Magneto bubbles, wall, LOS, good Groot. But just to be able to deny LOS from backlines. And actually, that was something that Fate did a very good job of yesterday in the Yggdrasil path. There were a couple of fights where they all-tracked that the Luna was coming up to Fate of Both Worlds, and they just committed It's Jeff to be able to nab her on up and carry her out of the fight before she could use her ultimate to save the team.
Yeah, with Jeff on one side, with Fate being a little bit of an innovator on that. We've got so many innovators when it comes to the strategists here between these two teams. Level 1 Crook, for better or worse, loves the Mantis.
True.
Just played the Mantis sometimes to the detriment of this team in previous competitions, but always was very good at it on the other side. Kurova, I think, is the quintessential Adam Warlock player. And Aramori was picking up the Cloak and Dagger when it was kind of not meta at all.
Yeah, they've always been very res-pilled when it
They
comes
have been very res-pilled.
to them. And I mean, Sentinels, it's the last hurrah of res comp, right? Give it a couple more days. Well, give it, I believe, 1.5 days. For those of you at home, we're going to be playing on this patch for a little while to come. We've got it all the way up until the 11th. As we're going to get to see that res comp likely come on through unless RAD decides to target ban. And instead of going for the Vanguards, they sweep out the strategists instead.
Yeah, Aramori, Kurova, and Raimazing, the core of this team that used to be Nightmare, have been playing together since the Alpha. Crimzo was acting as their coach, a player with a huge amount of expertise in hero shooters across many esports. Nectar and Techie, they've been new scouts from Sentinels, and it seems like the scouting has been paying off well. Techie kind of coming out of nowhere and really showing off what a Vanguard can do.
Yeah, and Nectar's got some very interesting hero turns.
Yeah.
If we'll be seeing, like we said, we're not gonna reveal all of the strats, but we'll let you guys experience them as they come up. And that's something that, you know, RAD are very, very good at doing too. These guys come up with the weirdest of strategies, which actually have a lot of eye, because like that Jeff composition that we saw yesterday, I feel like that found its roots in the Jeff strat that they used against Virtus Pro when they were the team to actually defeat Virtus Pro for the first time. It wasn't Berber Patapim, it wasn't Citadel, it was actually RAD who found the first win against Virtus Pro for the very first time. And it started on Burn in T'Challa, where they came on through with Fade on the Jeff, and they actually let the Human Torch go into the bands just so they could literally use its Joyful Splash as a not-so-joyful experience, unfortunately, for Fight to have to fly through.
An unpleasant dousing, a little bit of a shower given over. When I talk about RADs, when I'm like sending out my EU propaganda to the other casters, I like to characterize RAD as, I think, the smartest team in the world. These guys maybe don't always win on the mechanical doors, but I think when it comes to drafting team compositions and like figuring out new ways to like exploit the teammates that get added to the game in a creative and very valuable way, I think RAD generally lead the way.
Yeah, I think Peps is definitely up there. I think, honestly, like, no matter where they fall now, they get an honorable mention just because they were the team that came up with the free hold, the free fight minimum spawn hold that you will be seeing countless times of with a Strange TP. That was a Pep strategy. Peps, unfortunately, did not make it all the way through here. However, that strategy has spread out to every single region to the point that we now actually get to see the Strange band come on through, and it played a huge part of Yggdrasil when we saw it earlier. So you can see just how impactful, like, even though it's these like niche picks of heroes, because you can say hero bands, okay, let's go for something that's going to impact the entirety of the match, or you can go a little bit more niche and take out something that would be proving pivotal in a moment and that the other team just don't get access to.
Yes, like the Strange Pentagram of Ferala, the portal. It's one of the universal resources of the game, whether you're playing Strange or not, because we don't have roll lock. Any person can swap to Strange when they fall and come back. So there's always the option for a quick re-engage led by the first player to be picked off in the midst of those fights. And if that option isn't available, then well, I guess you gotta go Captain America, buddy, and get jogging.
Spider-Man! It's Spider-Man time. Yeah, but no, that Strange portal ban, that is really, really big, especially on Domination, where you can just get one-sided portal recontest and come on through and have all of your reinforcements, even if the other team started coming on through with those original picks and opened up the fight amazingly well, but it just sank their entire ultimate economy to be able to find those openings. And speaking about openings, we're going to be seeing our opening map. It's going to be Hell's Heaven. So, Deja Vu, we've been here before.
Yeah, we've been here before. Huh. I get getting that weird feeling. However, between these two teams, our their styles going to be a little bit different. I don't think we're going to be seeing as much leaning into flying, but Nectar does have a nasty Human Torch on their side. So maybe there's a world that's still going to be first banned, but maybe it doesn't slip later. Yeah.
You do have to worry about the Kurova Adam, because I mean, there's 3 sub-maps in Hell's Heaven. Do you really want to roll the dice that you get Eldritch Monument in the first 2?
Oh, that would be a bit of a stinker. And of course they do have some great players of Star-Lord on both these teams as well. Naga and Raimazing and Nectar, they all play an excellent Star-Lord. Melio, more of a classic hit scan than a tracking hit scan.
Yes.
But still can get a lot of value out of that hero.
Yeah, and we've also seen, you know, some Wolverine, some Phoenix shenanigans coming on through from RAD, since we got to see some of the compositions that they ran yesterday, as opposed to Sentinels, who are still underneath the radar, as they were able to come on through with a higher seed in their region. They did not have to reveal their strategies that early on in the tournament. So So that's going to be something else that RAD are going to have to go into, because, I mean, if you're Sentinels, you probably haven't really been scrimming RAD all that much, because you're looking at the brackets, you're seeing the teams that you could potentially run into, and you're going like, maybe we don't want to give strats away.
I actually heard, a little birdie told me that yesterday before the game, Sentinels were actually RAD's warm-up scrim.
Yes, they were the warm-up scrim. They were both the warm-up scrim, and I believe RAD actually said on interview that it was a 4-0.
Yes.
But I think there was some theory craftings
there may have been a little bit of soft throwing.
Where it was like, is it really Sentinels trying 100%, or are they trying to feed RAD incorrect information that some of the compositions are easier to deal with when they actually are?
Yeah, trying to do some downloading of information, because of course, and Exile, you were next to them with their notebook during yesterday's game, would be able to cross-reference the information from the scrim with what we saw up against Envy, Nova, and Gen G to see what is the reality of how RAD play the game.
Yes, and I mean, RAD, they're no stranger to the res comp themselves, so potentially we see a mirror, but then again, RAD have also been heavily going after the Mantis early on in the bans. That was their strategy yesterday. Could well be the same strategy today, because as we've talked about, Sentinels probably the most known for the res composition with that Adam, Starlord, and Mantis.
Yeah, I think that Sentinels were generally the people who were the biggest progenitor of that. I remember like the Marvel Rivals Invitational, the one that only North America got. I think that they won that one with the res composition in their own right. And a lot of teams in the MRC thereafter tried to copy it.
Yes. I mean, they've been on the Adam, Warlock, and Mantis for a while.
Yeah.
So they have definitely been like really cleaning up the coordination and communication, because that composition is probably one of the hardest ones to be able to like play, because of all of the pieces you have to micromanage.
Yeah.
Like, you'll start a fight, you'll wrongly use a cooldown, you won't find out in the minute, but give it like 30 seconds or so, and you'll find out, oh, we should have had this for that moment. We used Soul Bond at the wrong time, so now we all get hit by a Meteor M, and we just go splat.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
You like backtrack through the flowchart, like, this is where the path diverged.
Yeah, there's like a family tree, and we're on like 7 cousins removed.
7 cousins. 28 seconds ago, you used Soul Bond to deal with this ultimate when you shouldn't, and for that, you are going to be kicked from the team.
Yeah, pretty much. But like, it also has a lot of value. I think that's the trade-off with res comp, right? Incredibly hard to be able to play, but the value if you can play it, insane.
Yeah. Like, its sustainability is crazy, and it can be a little bit tilting for an enemy team as well to lose against res comp.
You commit all of your ultimates, you're like, okay, we've won the fight, and then you hear, born again! And you're like, oh, we don't have anything for the animal. Oh, sorry, guys.
Man, I hate witnessing a birth, especially 5 births at once.
I mean, it's also a little bit like breaking the fourth wall here. Team comms, normally when we have a fight, like when we have an ult track, right, it's after a fight's ended. Because you clean up your fight, and then comms go quiet, and you look to usually one of your strategist players, and you ask them to do the ult track. But that requires downtime. The thing about fighting res comp is that there is no downtime.
Yeah.
So those fights going incredibly long mean that 30 seconds in, you're not actually getting an ult track. So you have to have someone yell over the noise of the entire fight that's going on and be like, oh, they've got Adam Res. And then you have to plan in the moment when you're brawling to how you're going to deal with that Adam Res.
Yeah, like butterfly effect of comms as well. Especially if you're planning for the fight after that too. Because sometimes during a resurrection, you lose track of like where people's ultimates were.
Yeah.
And then obviously they get that like pseudo fight afterwards, where ult percentage are gonna increase or get used thereafter.
Yeah, and you have to count the reses, you have to count the soul bond, you have to count the CC. There's a lot of resources that you have to keep a track of, a lot of spinning plates to keep upright when you're going up against a res composition, especially if it's a mirror res comp, because like if it's unmirrored res comp, you can be much more aggressive and proactive with your soul bond because you have one-sided soul bond, so you can just aggressively walk with it. Even if the round's only just begun, you don't need an entirety of a fight of an ultimate to be able to build up. You literally have access to the cooldown right from the rip. But if you go into mirror res comp, whoever soul bonds first tends to throw the fight because the other team disengage and then come back in with their own when you have none of the power left.
Yeah, especially if they got that Soul Resurgence available from the Mantis and can move a lot faster than you with that collective speed boost. Mantis's ultimate does a lot of things very averagely. But the speed boost is second to none. Just being able to move more quickly and decide when and where a fight takes place is such an invaluable resource.
Yeah, but she also comes with a 12% damage increase that she can give to people. And when you combine that with Starlord, there's a reason that she works incredibly well with Starlord, and that's because of how quickly Galactic Legend is able to be built up as an ultimate. If you're applying 12% damage boosts onto that Starlord, that ultimate's going to be built up a lot faster, and we're going to be seeing those Galactic Legends come through before a defensive like Meteor M is in the way to be able to absorb it, which in turn puts more pressure onto your backline and means that instead of burning a Magneto ultimate, you might have to use a Luna's or an Invis's.
Alright, just in case anyone has joined us just for this match first, Mogs, let's run through how our bans work in Marvel Rivals Ignite, 'cause it's a little bit different from your comp games at home. The bans you're going to see from our teams only respect the enemy team's hero pool, so it's not a universal ban.
Yes, and we also have our save slots. Both of these teams get 2 heroes that they can use to be barred entirely from bans. However, those come in a very specific order. None of these teams get the ability to remove a hero from ban rotation until those first bans come through. And that has been something that's been very problematic for these players that have very predictable hero pools.
Yep, we saw that in our last game with the constant banning of Polly's Captain America, but also these are not going to be simultaneous bans like in your comp games either. It's going to be a snake or a ladder draft, as some of you might know it, where it's going to be one after the other. There are only 2 instances, I believe, where both of the bans come through at the same time.
Yes.
Otherwise, you are able to read into your opponent's game and see how they might be trying to craft their composition or yours.
Yeah, and in turn, you then get the mind games, right? You can try and lead a ban draft into thinking the enemy team is going to be running one thing, and then turn around and run something else entirely. And on domination, too, having the mind games where the enemy team doesn't get the right composition read for that first fight can be so detrimental because of playing into retake, especially if you're trying to play into flyers or dive. Dive into retake is not a fun composition to be able to play because of the amount of space that you have to be able to have the angles. But if you're already holding on to that space, you can wait for the enemy team to walk into position and already be there.
Yeah. It was Aramori's birthday, by the way, yesterday.
Yes.
I believe a heart being sent across the stage there from Melio. I think that was directly to Kurova, if I'm looking over to see her.
Oh, wait, are we catching? Is one throwing and the other catching? Are we fastballing?
I mean, I wish it was for me. Melio, can we get a little bit of action here from this? It was Aramori's birthday yesterday, so if you're in the chat, spell a happy birthday, Aramori. Certainly makes Sentinels fans happy. It might make Aramori happy. And you know what? To see Aramori smile, we'd move the earth.
Yes. Hopefully, it's going to be a smile coming on through for Sentinels' faces. I know what will definitely put a smile on their faces is a win coming through here. They did, when I was speaking to them yesterday, they confessed that they thought that they would be going up against RAD. They hoped that potentially they would get the pick against Nova. They thought themselves that it would be fun to be able to fight a team like Nova, but that it would likely be the RAD that they went up against. And as we said, they were scouting. They were one of those teams that were there from day one, watching all of the matches live from the audience seats. And there was a big old notebook directed, and that pen was a-going every single time RAD made a single move.
Yeah, and XL has got the download here. Whereas for RAD, do you think it's harder that they scrimped Sentinels and maybe they're doubting the information that they got?
I mean, if you're RAD, you might have been really smart and burned a comp that you're not going to be playing all that much of in the pick of the play-in stage, and then you hold on to the strategies now.
Have you pulled that before? For those of you who don't know the Moxie lore, Moxie does also have a lot of expertise as a coach in North America.
Yes.
You pulled that one before?
Yeah.
Some gambits?
There was a team that we were playing one time where we knew that we would be heading against them into a tournament potentially. So we literally played triple res against them for the first time. They thought that we were a res team. We'd never touched it.
Did you win the scrim?
We won the scrim.
Oh, maybe
and
you
then
become a res team.
Well, we did actually at the end of that. But when we went up against them in the tournament, Day1 proceeded to hard ban us out of Res Comp, and we, like I said, never played it before. So they burned like 3 bans on it, and I was like, sweet,
That's
job
pretty
done.
glorious. See, sometimes it's all about subterfuge. There are many levels to warfare, Mox, and the first is in the brain.
Yes.
Before you even reach for the gun.
The pen is mightier than the sword. The coach and analysts, apparently.
The pen is mightier than the sword until someone picks up a sword, in which case it's time to run away with your pen.
Yeah, I don't think I could carry a sword.
You do have quite small you know, you could have like an Arya Stark style, you know, like a needle.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe I could do some Magneto shenanigans and levitate.
Yeah, I think a magnetic greatsword would look great on you. It would only be like 1.5 times your size.
Just, you know, I would put on the 3-inch heels.
Oh, yeah. Get the heels going, get some leverage.
Yeah.
Put some immovable rods in those.
Stiletto's just as sharp as the blade. Which, actually, speaking about blades, he's going to be coming to the game on August 8th, so make sure not to miss that one.
Marvel's sharpest hero, baby. We're looking sharp on the bands to begin with here. Let's see where we are going to be starting our adventure.
Oh, well, there goes the Mantis. And there goes the Loki coming on through. So yeah, RAD very much going after the res composition, as well as that Ultron from Sentinels. Do they now try and start target banning out Crimson's hero pool? As RAD securing the Mantis themselves. This is smart, because Sentinels now have a crossroads. Do they go Ultron or do they go Adam? There's 2 compositions this Mantis could potentially embolden, and that means 2 potential bans that they have to burn.
All right, Loki going to be the first protect here for Sentinels, allowing for a huge amount of throughput. We haven't seen a huge amount of Loki so far between the teams we've casted, but of course it did show up yesterday. Cloak and Dagger going to be banned away as well. And Lunar Snow. Oh boy, RAD are doing their patented, absolutely decimator roll.
Well, Sentinels, how well can we run Rocket Raccoon at this rate? Adam Warlock is indeed removed from the side of RAD. Ultron is still up in the air, quite literally, if RAD have anything to say about it. But someone who's not going to be aerial for long is Human Torch. Sentinels are not going to have access to that flyer. Ooh! RAD get one-sided Luna and one-sided Mantis. That is a lot of good angle control.
All right, Adam Warlock off the table right here. Invisible Woman, not going to be able to get quite as much value without those team-ups with things like the Human Torch. Jean Grey might be banned away now. Cal certainly has inspired just what the Jean Grey can do. Marvel Rivals' newest hero for about, I don't know, 30 more hours.
I wonder too the fact that Sentinels are going for this Invis Woman save. If they do think that RAD are going to run something like a Jeff, then Guardian Shield being up to just help out a flyer could be absolutely huge, especially if it's an Ultron, because like Joyful Splash, one of the things that they really changed about Jeff, one huge thing that they changed about Jeff, is that Joyful Splash now damages enemies as well as healing allies. So when we actually got to see RAD use Fade on that Jeff originally, it was used to put pressure onto flyers. And now that Ultron is in the game, surprise, surprise, whenever we look at Fate's POV and he's playing the Jeff from yesterday, he's really pressuring the Ultrons.
Okay, North America versus EMEA. Once more we head into the ring that has echoed with the cries of anguish as long as esports has been a thing, Mox. Here we are on Hydra Base.
Oh, I see a Jeff.
It's real.
I see a Jeff on the side of RAD Esports.
Just for rollout though? Maybe they're going to do one of those.
Yeah, it is there on the side. Well, it's not there on the side of Sentinels. And no, it is out. We are there. Fate is going to be on the Jeff, Melio on the Ultron, and trust me, on the Venom. So same composition. And now for Sentinels, they have to win this first fight, because if they don't, RAD have all of the mobility to keep that point in play for a good 60%.
My goodness, it's such an annoying comp. Everyone is basically so able to escape from any of this. Next is going to be picking up the Psylocke here. Fully mutant damage line coming through from Sentinels. Going to be a little bit of damage. Ultimately picked up by Rajaro here. I believe his brother's in the crowd. Brought themselves all the way here to Guangzhou to make sure they could cheer on their brother. Apparently they have the biggest fan, and I'm inclined to believe them. Trust me, already using the cellular corrosion to start sieging this backline, and Nectar falls first.
Oh, Melio's almost got a Rage of Ultron too to cement RAD's take of this first point. Like you said, Nectar already down means that the Flyers don't have that Psylocke to pressure them, and they can get a little bit more aggressive, especially since Aramori's already down. And this is just RAD cleaning up house now.
Oh, a little bit of a choke there from Naga, and Crimso's quick to punish with the iron volleys. All right, Amazing just on the exit here. Going to try and grab some sparks. A lot of damage coming through from Rajaro. Sentinel strike at range is going to be able to keep that one going for a while longer. Fate actually dropped off a couple of bubbles at the spawn to allow for quicker respawns versus walk back.
Yeah, Fate also used those bubbles to try and get RAD a little bit of a safer disengage, but now we get to see the point binds. Great force physics comes on through from Karova, nabbing Trust Me before he can restabilize with his team, but RAD is still holding on to this point for a little bit longer. They have not yet given it up all the way until just now, 25%, and they've got the ultimates to be able to open up this fight with that Rage of Ultron, forcing Sentinel's hand.
Yeah, maybe Karova will have to be the one to answer that, or Crimzo can do the
Crimzo.
same. Oh, uh-oh. Well, Crimzo can do the same, but let's talk about how Meteor M stacks up against Rage of Ultron. It can fill up that meter real fast and burst the big magnetic meter ball, and maybe that would be him mummaying his last Mia.
True, that spaghetti can end up all on the ground, but it can also buy your team the space to just disengage all the way back to point, as we do have to talk about the fact that, unfortunately, because of all of the strategist targeted bans, Sentinels have ended up on the Invis woman, and one of the things about Invis boundary is that it is static, so you have to have the golden rule of thumb. Part of that strategist ultimate, at least some part of it, has to be on the objective. You can't have it forced before you're holding on to the space that you actually need to control on domination.
And you can force them out of it by using It's Jeff.
Yes, this is true. If everybody is playing inside that Invis boundary, it is just a big old target for It's Jeff. As it used to be Namor, actually. Honor Proteus used to be the go-to counter. And then, obviously, as well, Last Stand from good old Wolverine.
Great way to flush them out. And, of course, the false movement from Last Stand. Just removing players from that static emplacement is super easy. One of the things that we are going to be looking for here is actually the shifting of the frozen airfield into this backwards position to open up that doorway, which allows for the environmental frags from It's Jeff.
Yes, and if you want to know when that map is going to be changing, it's when it's 50%. 50% total. So if one team's got 25% and the other team's got 25%, you add that up, you get 50%. That's when the map is going to be moving. So that is going to be occurring very, very shortly. As we can see that Sentinels are going to be keeping an eye on all of the potential off angles to make sure that RAD don't just get to take full control of the space and pinch them onto the point.
Right, amazing. Taxing this approach very thoroughly. Trust me, for now, looking for an opening. He's just going to be doing some homework here on the Loki. Quick dodge away coming through from Nexus. Sarlocke feeling the pressure. As
that's off point! Oh, the map's moving.
Yeah, the map is moving.
Gone.
It's going to take the invisible boundary with it, and that means that Fate's going to have quite the opening later on. That's why Nexus is going to be trying to follow on through after this. It's going to be Trust Me who opens up first, though. It's Jeff up ahead. I'm not entirely sure. I think they may have actually just been crashed down upon by two ultimates. The Meteor M and the Phoenix both confide in the Shark, turned them into finned soup. Nectar now looking for a place to try and use their ultimate, and it's perfectly managed. Yet another invisible boundary. Maybe a little bit of an overcommitment here from Sentinels. I think this one might have been one, but coming back with the Doctor Strange portal as well. Sentinels are in a bit of a panic mode.
Yeah, but I mean, they get a pick onto Melio. Do RAD see an opportunity? The double dashes would suggest no, as it's going to be Naga getting out of the fight rather than into it. They do have down to the butterflies, and Sentinels don't have a defensive other than the Loki regeneration domain, which means that RAD have to do this in stages. Soft dive to force out the cooldown, and then you can punish with your Solar Cult afterwards.
All right, here comes the first soft dive, rolling on forward. Oh my goodness, they did not want to use the greens, and so amazing. Off the back of the wings, Shurikens was forced to feel the power of the Psylocke. And now Trust Me has found the creamy innards, and boy, is he going to try and excavate with the dark depredations of the tentacles. Rajaro next up on the docket to try and allow the pain on over. The Guardian Shield, yes, it will keep Aramori around for about a second. She cosplays the doppelganger before falling in her own right, moving on over. It's going to be a last second stagger, I imagine, Crimson.
Oh no.
Oh, the freeze.
No, that's so unfortunate.
Trust Me fell.
Yeah, Trust Me is down, which is absolutely huge, but I mean, he's Venom.
Yeah.
Give it 5 seconds, he's going to be back in the fight already. And if you're Sentinels, you can't even really go first because you have to be worried about Rage of Ultron and It's Jeff and also Dance of the Butterflies, which Naga still hasn't used. We're going to have another cycle of the Loki regeneration domain, but this time RAD are already in control of that space. They've got that high ground verticality already set up, so they don't even have to burn cooldowns to be able to get into position.
Fate in a good position right now. Very aggressive play coming forward already. Up comes the invisible boundary once again. Doesn't really have that much purchase on the point. Melio Emilio knows exactly where they want to play inside that, and so just sends in the speculation of it all. And that's going to be Emilio falling elsewhere. Ryan Mason has been so accurate so far on this. Great dodge coming through, and the turnaround from Ryan Mason. You guys want to see a shark disappear?
Oh, what an ultimate. Sentinels doing such a good job of dodging out of the It's Jeff. It is going to be a strange portal. But wait, hold on a minute.
Was that an invisible boundary?
An invis boundary.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, so folks, fun fact about domination. You retain your ultimate charges. Not 50% minimum, you retain 100% of it. So that invis boundary is
It ain't coming back.
Wasn't an invis boundary, it was a God of Mischief.
Oh,
Oh, do you know what? That's what it was. It would have been a preemptive Loki copy, and then because you've used your ultimate, you've got to use Invis Boundary at some point anyway.
And maybe using the Loki copy to get an iframe on the Jeff ult as well.
Potentially, but that would have been unnecessary because Rymazing would still have nabbed it with the Phoenix ult. I mean, it could just have been Sentinels. The prospect of Strange Portal, seeing as well so many teams falling because of Strange Portal recontests, you just want to make sure that you cross your T's and you dot your I's, but it is unfortunate that they're not going to have access to it in this fight, especially because, I mean, RAD have Dance of the Butterflies and Feast of the Abyss, so even if Sentinels players stack up to absorb all of the pressure from the Psylocke dashes, they're just going to be feeding themselves to the Venom ult.
Okay, change up here. Fate no longer on the Jeff. Instead, over on the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe a Terror Cape to try and turn this one around. Level 1 Crook has already been forced to use their own ultimate. And that's going to be the fate of both worlds decided right here and now inside the greens of the Loki. It's just so easy. But this has forced Aramori onto the other side of a portal, so she will not be present for a majority of this fight. This might allow for a free first cap.
Yeah, Sentinels don't really have any dive component other than the Psylocke, who could have maybe gone to contest that. So like you said, RAD will be able to pick it up immediately. Trust me, he's going to be dropping from the pillar on high with that Feast of the Abyss all the way into the backline. He's gone. And RAD is still trying to force out the regeneration domain from this Loki.
Yeah, really want to break Aramori's spirit right here first and foremost. She's got an Iron Will. Eventually it's forced to use it there. Nectar doesn't get the attention. Fate takes him down with a light force dagger. Moving on forward, it's Trust Me all over Crimzo. Big freeze comes on through. Rajara used the Carbon Crush just to dodge away and then wraps back around with the Sonic Seduction. And it's the feminine wiles of Rajaro that are able to set this one up for Trust Me. The Feast of the Abyss finally finds the flavor packet that the British has been lacking. And now the Invisible Boundary is so far away from where the fight needs to be. It's a full disengage coming through from RAD. Put in that corner. Crimzo grabs two. Unbelievable value off the back of that one. And a second Invisible Boundary is drawn up in favor of Sentinels. Still RAD have a Vanguard here to try and keep this one contested. Symbiotic Resilience means there's plenty of health for Trust Me, but it's easy to carve through for a Psylocke.
So you could criticize and say it's a lot of ults from the side of Sentinels, but it's smart because RAD needs space for this composition to be able to work with. And Sentinels will be able to deal with the dive now in increments rather than having to have it free angles that is now controlled against them. Immediately Sentinels too, pressuring RAD before they can stabilize and take those angles, develop them for the Psylocke. And that's a little bit of a late Eternal Bond, which Sentinels don't even need to counteract early because they've already found the picks onto two players from RAD.
Yeah, two players already down. Level 1 Crook seems to be the primary target here for the Phoenix, waiting for the Eternal Bond to go away, but a quick trip to the Dark Force dimension keeps most of RAD safe. The question is, where are the reinforcements? Trust Me, he's finally turned on up here, has a Feast of the Abyss ready to go, but the sparks, they're building, and the damage might prove too much. RAD finally have all they need to roll on forward now, and it's going to be a Soul Resurgence kicking over that additional movement speed. Disengagement not really on the cards. You can't get away from the Sonic Katana. Thousand-folded steel cuts through the Sentinels as RAD will retake the point.
Yeah, RAD just heralds Sentinels into those small spaces. Dance of the Butterflies and Feast of the Abyss all burn so they can find that flip. Now, once again, they can utilize those angles. They can set up these pinches. We can already see Naga and Trust Me on two different angles, which is now up to Nectar to be able to scout out. They saw the Psylocke on the left. Do they know where the Venom's coming from, though?
Venom has been a little bit monodirectional so far. Actually coming into a brand new point, but you know when you're playing inside this area, it's a lot more vertically difficult, and it's a lot more difficult without your Psylocke as well. Great opening pick coming through from Crimzo, has to raise up the metallic curtain to stop themselves from getting mind controlled. Finally gets grabbed on up, but he's inside of this. Hello, that's a lot of charge, but it doesn't go anywhere. Crimzo forced to throw it away, otherwise they'd have that meatball break on down. A quick copy given over, and that's an eternal bond shared out towards Sentinels. They finally got the strategist ultimate they were so desperately looking for. And boy, Nectar's clean of it. This guy's mechanics are sharp.
Oh, Malio's not going to have the Rage of Ultron to open up this next fight. A late pick on to Trust Me Too means that Sentinels are going to have even more time to be able to scout out where this dive is going to be initially set up, get Rymazing and Nectar into positions. I mean, Techie might even just open up with an aggressive Psionic Seduction before RAD are ready to be able to play off of any opening that's provided. But Fate's going to have to hold the Eternal Bond for the CC immunity to dodge out of the charm and keep his team up.
Rymazing catching a little bit of damage here, but look at all of this incoming healing from Aramori on the Loki. Nectar forced to move elsewhere with the dance of the butterflies. Eternal Bond really hasn't got that much purchase so far. Techie looking for a victim to try and grab on in here. Trip to the Dark Force Dimension from Fate, and now they're going to be able to free heal from above, waiting for those purples to go away. Oh my goodness, Crook has been traded for Techie here. That's a lot of healing that's going to be missing. Naga's down as well. Aramori claims that one. A happy birthday present was wrapped by death itself, and Aramori's getting plenty of pocket through from Kurobe here. It's a flip in favor of RAD, and that starts overtime ticking on down. Nectar's got to try and clutch out here, but doesn't really have the HP to do it. Returning now with the strange portal and bending the dimensions in order to try and find favor for Sentinels. It's going to be Rajaro moving on forward, gets the Carbon Crush exactly when it's needed. Is potentially going to convert here onto Techie, but Aramori has been able to move on forward here. Brings up their own invisible boundary. Soul Resurgence thereafter is going to be channeled by Crook. It's extra damage, and extra damage is delivered well by Melio. The Rage of Ultron is declared, but he's under so much pressure. Sentinels, they're nowhere near the point. RAD forced them away, and we go 1-1.
Oh, wow. 1-1. We're going all the way. On Hell's Heaven, what a force. They just have so many ultimates. They zone off that point entirely. You have two players looking at Melio with the Rage of Ultron, one of which being that Psylocke. You'd already burned your defensives as well. I mean, really good job as well from level 1 Crook. Coming on through from RAD, they tried to get the sedation onto Aramori when she went for the copy onto the invis, so that they would be able to catch the Loki, having to go through 2 frames of animation. 1 for the Castle God of Mischief, 2 for the copy of the invisible boundary throw up, which would have meant that Dance of the Butterflies could have been absolutely huge from Naga, but it doesn't come through, and then they just hold on to the Psylocke ultimate, wait for the invis boundaries to be done, and then come on through, forcing Sentinels to spread away from the point entirely, as we get to go all the way to Super Soldier Factory. And this is where we get to see Nectar off of the Psylocke and onto the Wolverine, because we've got an environmental drop-off potential that RAD are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Nectar's a nasty customer on the Wolverine, especially with that Phoenix Force team up to give over both the additional damage and the lifesteal.
Yeah, Primal Flame is not one to sniff at. Crimzo too onto that Groot, with RAD not being there on the Wolverine currently. But where RAD are is on the high ground right now. They have so much angle control. Sentinels just boxed into one small space. They've got so many places they have to look.
Fist of the Abyss ready to go. The question is, who's on the menu? Already asleep, going the way of Crimzo. A lot of damage done by Trust Me. There's going to be taking plenty of damage in their own right, but Feral Leap is exactly what was needed. And what the Doctor ordered was absolute adamantium dominance here. Nectar hides away behind the vat of Super Soldier Serum. And inside there, that's going to be a perfect play. Up behind, drops the walls. Level 1 Crook, well, they lost their sleep, but not much more than that. RAD still only down on 1 player. And they're sustaining well off the back of this Fate of Both Worlds, but it's almost over already, Mox.
Yeah, but RAD is still holding on. They've got a Rage of Ultron!
Oh my goodness.
But the last stand comes on through from Sentinels. Techie too is going to be holding on the Meteor and to be able to potentially shut the Ultron ult down, as we can see that Nectar's able to find the grab onto level 1 Crook and deposits them into the copied Loki boundary to get that slow so that the Mantis can't get to the team and RAD can't cycle another defensive to stall the point longer.
Yeah, great stun there on Crook, extending it using that rocket pack that had been held in the back pocket for a while.
Techie's still holding on as well to this Meteor M. They might just use it for the CC immunity to dodge out of Rajara's Psionic Seduction, as they don't really have anything else that can pressure out that Emma, and RAD have the means to open up this fight aggressively. The question is, do they have the space? The Sentinels flood the choke and just take everything away.
All right, Naga swap over now onto the Wolverine. Ryan Mason's already fallen on down. That one's courtesy of Melio. Melio gets grabbed out of midair by Nectar. They're trying to pull him in even deeper, but it's Captain America to a rescue. Liberty says they can do this all day, and Techie doesn't get too much off the back of the Meteor M. It's a forced disengagement here from Sentinel. Victor over the point to RAD again.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Resurgence. Sentinels didn't have any defense to go match with. Now they've got the Invis boundary. Can Kurova throw it up in time? But no! They already lose Aramori! And now RAD are up 1 defensive.
All right, attempt to try and keep everyone safe here. That's going to be a good Carbon Crush to stop Nectar from farming up after that ultimate that was laid down by Crimzo. Moving forward, RAD, they smell the blood in the water, and now they've kidnapped someone away. It was Techie who was left deposed. Right, Amazing lands down on top of them, but now it's going to be spawning in the midst of all the danger. Nectar sees the opening, and Nectar strikes true. A last stand, a last hope, a last dream, and it's still real in the eyes of Sentinels. RAD are still in control. Trixby still grabs one. A freedom charge to keep everybody topped on up with the additional HP, but they're running on borrowed time, they're running on borrowed health, and they're running on borrowed space. Doctor Strange comes up with a portal.
On your left, RAD say, and instantly they find the regroup. Invis boundary comes on through from Aramori, allowing Sentinels a window of opportunity, because this is the last fight. They need to out-sustain their opponents, but that's easier said than done when RAD have triple strategists and Sentinels are running out of ultimates. Kurova has to use a second Invis boundary, but it's off the point, and RAD have the better sustain.
There's no help for Kurova. Crimzo falls as well. No one's there to touch. They can't get around the pillar in time. And RAD steal it out from under Sentinels. Again and again, they prioritize the objective, and Sentinels can't keep their feet on it.
And again, they pressure the Invis. Every single time that invisible boundary comes out, if RAD have anything to say about it, it's off of the objective, or as much of it off as it possibly can be. They love just pushing into the space that Sentinels should have for their own, and when they have things like the Captain America, the Mantis, they're all able to do that because they have so much support in terms of the pocket. They've got an Ultron drone, so if everyone's just grouped up in one small room, that AoE is reaching everybody. Likewise, they've got the Luna Snowflake with the Idol Aura, so one person's receiving all of that healing, as long as you're seeing a Vanguard and just chunking everyone fully healed.
I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah.
Another 5 mapper? Would we be so lucky?
It definitely feels like it, because like both of these two teams, you can see they understand each other's strengths.
Yeah,
the fact that
the read
RAD
is good.
Yeah, RAD went immediately for the Frodo Frescom. They were like, you don't get this. We're not even letting you have any opportunity of a Mantis composition. We're taking that out right from the rip. And I think like now we have to see Sentinels adapt to the loss of that.
Yeah, like adapting to that loss, like mourning the loss of Res Comp is going to have to be gotten over very quickly here for Sentinels, and XL's going to have to dive into an open like, oh, what's my set play for this one? And also, protecting that Mantis from RAD is interesting because it forces the Adam ban from the other side, which really can limit options. Like maybe you can ban the Ultron, but then they can pivot into true Res Comp, which is unideal.
Yeah, and it was really unfortunate too. They got to start saving some of these strategists. I think like that's another thing which RAD are trying to sort of direct them into. If you start saving strategists so that you don't get stuck on Invis Woman as your strategist lineup, again, because they got the Loki.
Yeah.
Great, we get regeneration domain.
2 invisible boundaries.
But you now get 2 invisible boundaries, because RAD also did a very good job of hiding their Luna.
Yeah.
Whenever Aramori had ultimate, they made sure that their Luna was as far away from that Loki's line of sight as possible, and this is actually a strategy that RAD have done in the past, where they let other teams get the Loki, and then they body blocked. They literally stacked the biggest hitboxes, their Vanguards, directly on top of that Loki, so that he couldn't see past the hitbox to be able to hit double confirm onto the strategist.
Yeah, definitely not a coincidence that one of Sentinel's strongest fights was when Aramori managed to get eyes onto Fate and copy the Eternal Bomb.
Yes.
That was a lot of space gained, a lot of uptime on that ultimate as well, and
Yeah.
that's incredibly important on these shifting points that Hydra Base has.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done, because one of the actual interactions between between Loki and Cloak and Dagger is that you can't, as a Loki, actually copy a dashing Cloak.
Oh, wow.
So if a Cloak and Dagger is mid-Eternal Bond, you don't get an opportunity to hit confirm into God of Mischief. You have to wait until they're out of that ultimate. So if you're RAD, you can very quickly just be like, oh, you want the Cloak and Dagger? You can't have the Cloak and Dagger. They were dashing for your entire team, and now they're gone.
Interesting that we saw Fates forced off the Jeff, though.
Yes.
That was going to be maybe a centerpiece of domination in particular for RAD. But the pressure that came in towards the back, Nectar in particular, was being absolutely lethal towards that Jeff. His wide hitbox and how a lot of it is head, it does mean that a good Psylocke can absolutely decimate you.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see him take as much space as possible because Sentinels, something else that they did a very, very good job of, I think Frozen Airfield showed this the best, was that they were just clearing the angles.
Yes.
Like, we got to see just Nectar and Rymazing every single time there was downtime and they were in control of that point. One of them would be up on left side where we have train carriage rotation. The other one would be all the way up on the high ground of that point, just scouting to see whether or not there would be a Psylocke up there, a Venom up there, a Jeff up there. And it meant that that setup staging of the dive got entirely dismantled.
Yeah, there was always like some poke, there was always some tax to be paid on the commute. And that's one of the things we brought up about like Enzo's Venom at the end of Krakoa when they were going up against Envy in the previous game. Like, the homework that's being done by some of these American teams is really paying dividends against the dive, but when you're playing something like a Wolverine, when you're playing something like a Groot, you don't have as much access to those high grounds. Like, you're playing a very slow Groot Magneto. You can't do your homework. You're very much a monolith.
Well, let's have a look at these statistics coming on for Fate. 32,749 healing done for him. I mean, when your second strategist is a Mantis and an Ultron, the Luna is obviously going to be doing the lion's share. And Sentinels had a lot of strategist healing too, coming out from their end. Kurova 37,000 and also Aramori 30,000 too. But there was a lot of pressure on the backline just for dealing with all of the incoming damages and angles that RAD were controlling. Because if you were just trying to scout out where exactly a Venom and Psylocke are going to be coming from, surprise, surprise, your strategists are definitely going to have their head and pivot rather than just being able to look forward and focus down the target.
Trustman's putting out an impressive amount of damage on the Captain America / Venom.
Yes.
Keeping up with Techie, who was playing, I believe, Magneto and Emma, is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, and it's actually Rajaro who's going to be coming on through with that MVP. Also, I love this. Healing received 32,520.
Guang Guang.
That Emma Frost was huge because when we talk about dive, right, there's a couple of ways that you can deal with dive. You can either deal with the things that dive your backline, where you bait your backline and then you play just full CC, the way that we saw Enzo just get absolutely shredded every single time. But one of the things that you can also do is that you can wait for that dive to hit your team, and then you can run forward onto the backline of the dive's team. And the way that you prevent that is you have a buffer. That's why we're not really seeing full dive compositions in Marvel Rivals, because strategists don't have the ability to dive with them at the moment. That's why Jeff is as good as he is, right, in compositions like this, because he can go with the team and he's not isolated and vulnerable and easy to run onto. So for RAD, it's really paramount that they have something like an Emma Frost or a Doctor Strange or a Magneto to act as that divider, so that Sentinels don't just hear, okay, there's a Venom and a Psylocke and an Ultron all on our backline, let's just run on to their backline instead.
All right, let's look at the highlights here from Hell's Heaven. This is one of the greatest plays by Nectar, just for extended control onto Crook's Deny for usage of Assault Resurgence. And Rymazing here, unfortunately, kind of helped themselves hostage in the finish. Like, okay, most of my team are gone. I guess I'm doomed.
You can tell that Sentinels, like, they have a read of stall. They have a read of stall strats, because they were like, yeah, they're going to use Soul Resurgence so they can just lengthen out that fight, get another ultimate, get more point percentage, force us to have to use more if it goes off. So they were just like, let's just get a Mantis. And it was a very, very good long play. The fact that they actually utilized the rocket jump pack for the Mantis rather than trying to nab out a Vanguard early on so you could clean house was very, very smart.
Some mid-air fire as well while they were floating. make sure that the Mantis was super low by the time they hit the ground, didn't have the time to use the Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, and we've seen like Wolverine, very, very strong at taking Vanguards down, but when your damage is health pool percentage based, Vanguards have a lot of HP. Strategist, very squishy. So getting that pick onto the Mantis off of just one grab, especially because they actually made sure to deposit the Mantis into the invis boundary, so you got that slow too. Like they were planning to make sure that like the Mantis, if you didn't go down within the first millisecond of the Wolverine nab, you went down very shortly afterwards.
Yeah, because Soul Resurgence has that burst deal attached to it as well, so it can be a little bit difficult to convert upon. If you got the Mantis, you can throw down the Sedation at her feet as well. And honestly, I wonder if we're going to continue seeing this Mantis protect as like it's for Sophie's choice, right?
Yeah, I mean it's really strong. I think when you have like limited bans, it forces the enemy team, because Mantis enables many compositions.
Yes.
She's kind of like Luna in that way, right? Where if Luna is on the field, there are a lot of compositions that you have to worry about. You have to worry about like, okay, well, that Luna is going to be able to empower things like the Star-Lord and the Panther, the Wolverine, and obviously the Psylocke as well.
Spider-Man. Right? Right, guys?
Sure.
Okay, buddy, let's get you to bed.
Spider-Man, like, they have enough mobility. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now to every single Spider-Man player. You have higher mobility than Magic and Black Panther and Psylocke and any other person who relies on mobility to get themselves out of rough situations. Just save your strategist some gray hairs and swing to a health pack.
So no Flake? It's where are we going? I didn't see the map. I think we're going to Midtown. I was too engrossed in your monologue. I think we're going to Midtown.
I hear the rumblings of many upset Peter Parker moons. I might have to hide underneath the desk for the next map, Harry.
We're going to come and do a fantastic combo on you. Don't worry. We got good security here in Guangzhou who'll keep us safe from the Spider-Man players.
It's fine. Mantis has a truck-sized AoE. I'll hit the sedation to stop the ultimate. We're good.
Hit him with the AoE train. Let's head into our band stage here and see what our teams are cooking. And Exile needs to try and rescue Sentinels from this hole, but this is their map pick.
Yes, that is the silver lining. When you go down one of these maps, you get to decide which map you take us to next, as well as which side you're going to be starting next. So maybe that's the swap up that we're going to see. You know, maybe Sentinels are going to try and go for that one-sided ban and save themselves first.
Could be the case. What did they first ban last time? Human Torch?
Yes.
I think a Human Torch and maybe Loki?
Yeah, it was Human Torch and Loki in comparison. We saw RAD with the instant ban onto Mantis.
Yeah.
But they've been doing that against every team.
Well, certainly, maybe there's been a little bit of cross-pollination of ideas here in Guangzhou, because they have been screwing the Asian teams, and Asia loves their Mantis.
True, but both of these teams really like triple strategist lines, and Mantis is a big component of triple strategist lines. Because Ultron is also one of those go-tos in the triple strategist line, because if you go triple strategist, you're going to be pulling one of your duelists, so you want to go for a strategist that you sub in who can still push up those damage numbers. And I mean, Mantis does damage.
She does.
She does a lot of damage, and so too does Ultron, especially if he's got a 12% damage boost.
And she's rewarded for hitting headshots as well.
Yes.
With the return of those spores.
With a whole spore.
And I guess that's one of the reasons why they're happy to allow Loki to go through the ban phase as well, because those doppelgangers, they're free life spawns.
Yeah, they are indeed free life spores if you can hit those headshots coming on through. As well as if you're running Emma, right? Then it's free charge.
Yeah.
And you say like, oh, that's a little bit min-maxy. Those are genuine comms that come into play, where if there's a Loki doppelganger up and you have something like a Winter Soldier and an Emma, they fight over who gets to take that doppelganger down.
Okay, early ban here on the Mantis from Sentinels. We are not seeing that again, and RAD respond with the one-sided pro-gamer move of only we get to play Lunar Snow.
Yeah, and it is going to be a Torch as well up on the chopping block next that Sentinels are going to be removing. Ooh, there's that Loki save. that we got to see. However, RAD do have one-sided Luna. They're also going to make sure that Sentinels don't have one-sided Mantis, so Ultron and Adam now become... Yeah, it's sort of like Sentinels doing the thing that RAD did, where it's just, we target strategists, and RAD are like, we see the strategy, we target strategists.
Yeah, once again, they're trying to put Aramori in a position where she has to copy a less than ideal strategist ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Luna at the moment, but like you said, if Aramori gets the angle, she'll also get the fate of both worlds, as well as for that 12-second window. Snowflake.
One of the things about this as well is it kind of forces the invis protect, even though it's unideal in many cases when it comes to like doubling up on your strategist ultimates, because otherwise you're going to have, what, Rocket, Raccoon, Ultron, Loki, which is unideal.
Yeah, it turns out that Loki getting to copy a Rocket or an Invis isn't the greatest when it comes to the strategists available, but Sentinels will be able to get one-sided Loki, and even though they probably have a worse copy target, they do have regeneration domain, which is one of the best cooldowns in the game. However, RAD did save Phoenix, which does mean that all of those deployables do get destroyed immediately. As Jean Grey likes to say, you are nothing.
Me at all of those group wars, you are now nothing.
100 HP is how much those Loki regeneration domain crystals hold each per, and Phoenix just says, yeah, 100 to 0.
You know, if I could hit those, they'd go down so fast. Unfortunately, I ain't that guy, Mox. North America versus EMEA continues right now. EMEA hoping for revenge for the fallen brothers of Citadel of Hands of Envy. Sentinels want to stand in the way of RAD's ascent.
Well, it is Midtown, and Midtown tends to be the home grounds of the spawn hold. Strange has not been target banned out, nor has something like the Penny Parker, so we could potentially see a spawn triple Vanguard strategy coming on through from the side of Sentinels, who are going to be on the defense, as it looks like it's going to actually be Nectar on the Hella to try and just snipe some of these players from RAD in anticipation of that Phoenix.
All right, Techie for now, holding strong on the back line. We're not seeing one of those weird Penny Parker holes at the beginning here.
I feel like they're too easy to break now with the Squirrel Girl and the Moon Knight strategy. And speaking about broken, Melio just got shredded in half.
Techie going to be a little bit more lucky on the disengagement. Does force out for regeneration domain, which means it isn't available for Crimzo. Techie ate up all of those resources, and it's easy to carve through for Naga and Fate thereafter.
Well, the Hell Tendrils were short-lived as a team-up, as Nectar's life on Hella was also short, therefore it falls to him to swap over to the Doctor Strange to portal everyone back on the side of Sentinels. Crimson's actually even going to go over to the Fing so that they just have that Yancy Street Charge and the Earthbound debuff that it applies to stop some of the movements coming through from this Wolverine.
Going to make things a little bit more complicated for Naga here, as of course, not going to be able to be taken away by the Feral Leap. Can at least just get the stun in place here. Rajaro not being very greedy when it comes to their usage of the bubble. Oh, frozen in place there. Nice play there from Fate. Next already fallen down. Invisible boundary's been drawn on up to stop Raymason from being able to deliver too much off the back of the Rage of Ultron. And now a fully raged up Naga is looking for some victims. Multiple players are going to be dragged in by the mind control. The feminine wiles of Emma cannot be resisted by Sentinels, and they find themselves scuppered on their portal recontest.
Oh, they're leaving the Doppelganger for the Amateur to keep up charge. That other Wolverine, as Naga is going to be coming on through with the last stand. Sentinels do have ultimates, but do they try? No, yeah, it's just going to be a setup. Maybe? No, they're trying. The Magneto Nectar tries to move forward, but it's not enough. Aramori even actually committed regeneration domain to give that Magneto a little bit of safe passage, as Naga is definitely something to worry about. Invis boundaries up, the Sentinels might be out of it.
Oh, Kurova slain as they were laying on their back by Wolverine. Clobbering time is used. Forces out even more here from RAD. It's just all in from both teams. The battle for momentum is going to be hard fought and hard won by one of these teams. Techie, one of the last remaining, but RAD, with their investment, get another clean sweep through.
Okay, Sentinels have the better ultimate economy, but RAD start the fight, getting to move on forward. And now they can pressure Sentinels into potentially losing a player. Nectar goes incredibly close. You know what fights fire? Fire. And apparently Melio's heat was almost too hot for Nectar to handle.
Double flames coming forth from Sentinels here, heating up with both the Human Torch and the Phoenix. And Amazing has their ultimate available. We've seen it do great things before. Nectar demands some attention on the off angle, and that's going to be easily dealt with here by Melio. Invisible Boundary good to go for Crook as well. But you could be one shot here through via the Phoenix, and that's why there's so much pressure coming on through into the air towards the back inside of the Invisible Boundary. An attempt to try and wait this one out here, and they aren't able to burn through it in time, but the healing's going to be good. Regeneration Domains has already been used as well. Techie falls through the cracks. Crook's been taken out on the other side. Rashavo so accurate with these metallic volleys. They just carve through Sentinels, but Amazing on the off angle is able to do so much.
Yeah, Fate got picked. Even through the Invis Boundary coming out from level 1, Crook, Sentinels are able to target focus the Luna out, and RAD just don't have the sustain. Not when that convoy is so close to Sentinels respawn. They have the numbers advantage with the regroup, and they're going to have the Supernova too to be able to keep up with RAD. Trust me, with that Silent Seduction, might try to shut the torch down, but Aramori's getting so much time to be able to build up that God of Mischief. Naga going to be playing that off angle, but immediately gets cleared and has to play main with the team instead.
Yeah, wants to build up some rage to get some value out of his last stand here. Next hands for Supernova, ready to go, heading straight in towards the back room, so ready to try and stun everyone up with the clobbering time. From downtown, level 1 Crook never saw it coming, couldn't bring up the Invisible Boundary to try and deal with this. Oh my goodness, the Fantastic Four have arrived, and they're arriving in style, baby. A quick movement tech to escape, and Sentinels, they lock the door.
I mean, are we surprised that Johnny Storm's moves are flashy? I think not. Sentinels hold the space. RAD denied any opportunity to utilize the ultimates that they had in the back pocket. Oh, Crimzo. Oh, we've seen these plays before. If RAD don't check that corner, they all get hit by clobbering time, and they all get hit by the Supernova that follows.
Easy headshots for the Phoenix as well. Nice, good scout there from Naga. Season is like, all right, fine, I'll give it up for a moment. Aramori first pick there by Melio. Unbelievable value straight off the gate from the Phoenix, and now getting super aggressive on the back of this inside of the Invisible Boundary. There's plenty of damage all outside of the Invisible Boundary. Invisible Boundary with a second one. Oh, they're all in onto that back line. A Fantastic Four becomes a Fantastic Fail. Only Crimzo remains now, but how long can his health pool last for when he's just building up the charge here for Trust Me? This might well be a surrendered point for the side of Sentinels as RAD move to third.
Well, it's a swap from the Wolverines. Fantastic Four apparently don't beat the Dangerous Duo. That was a last stand into Meteor M follow-up. Rajara, the easiest pick of their life, coming on through, homing missile onto where the Wolverine would deposit them. And Naga now, job done, moves over to the Winter Soldier to start putting pressure on the double fly with the Tainted Voltage, being able to drop them from the ground almost immediately as Nectar's poke pressure is actually building up the Supernova. Sentinels might be able to rally around the pressure that the Torch's ultimate brings.
Might force Crimzo out there. That's so much poke damage from Dr. Stern on to the Thing. However, taking up to the skies, Techie, ready to try and silence a strategist in midair. Oh, Techie, I'm afraid you ain't that guy right now, brother, but Amazing might well be. The damage is done. Even through the fate of both worlds, RAD thought they had all the sustainability they needed, but they could not be more wrong.
Yeah, Nectar still holding onto that Supernova too. As we can see, the Tech is taking a little bit of damage just to be able to battery up Kurova, so they've got both of the strategist ultimates. There's the Sonic Seduction, and it catches onto Nectar, but the bubble and the regeneration domain keep the torch alive. The Emerald's done, and Nectar still has Supernovas to throw.
Inside the Invisible Boundary is taken down as Crook is focused by both Nectar and the Phoenix in concert towards the back. Melio getting a little bit frisky. There's no regeneration domain that remains, and so Melio is able to pick up Aramori. Naga knows that there is still something lurking in the back. I believe it's a Phoenix back there, which refuses to show their face. Now finally has to try and disengage. Seems to be getting away with absolute murder right here. Naga's trying to shake some down. It's a bait though for Crimzo. Unbelievable bait and switch from Sentinels. It's going to be a bit of a tilter for Naga.
That was the win condition. He had the ultimate that RAD needed for this next fight. Sentinels play it so smart. Now no Kraken impact. You don't even get to utilize the ultimate to break free from the Fisk molding because you have to worry about hitting your head on the ceiling. And Sentinels have so much more space, and that means so much more spam from Nectar.
All right, big stun coming through onto Naga right now. Good focus fire. They send a Phoenix on in after it, but the healing is good from Fate. Just going to float above it all. Imperiously. Nice dodge! Unbelievable from Naga. And now multiple players afflicted with the Carling debuff, but waiting up in the air. Amazing once again pilots it on in. Melio just able to survive this one for now. RAD just keep it on a dime.
RAD still have that invis boundary. They're gonna have Sonic Seduction as well. Sentinels know that their ultimate economy is against them. Naga's gonna be onto that Punisher just to have the blitz damage. Crimzo on this thing is just a pin cushion, but you also bring Hitscan to the table, which can melt down Nectar if he's playing a little bit too aggro, and that means that RAD get to move forward, finally surging around second corner of Sonic Seduction.
14 seconds remain. Multiple players mind controlled for a moment. Trust me, shield barely lasts a moment. Melio taken up by Crimzo from downtown. The embattled leap takes them directly where they need to be, and that's going to be Supernova projectiles grabbed on up, stunned too by Crimzo. The clobbering time is declared, but is it time for dinner as Nectar tries to burn on through them, and he burns through Fate. Naga's returned, yes, but level 1 Crook's going to be the only healing that's available for RAD, and standing up against the Sentinels' damage is far from guaranteed. A return of a Doctor Strange, and he's going to be checking in for an appointment here. He's going to stand alone for a moment. There's not going to be enough healing really to try and sustain him. Dragged on in and turned around, absolutely tossed around like a ragdoll. RAD, they're going to have so much trouble getting through the portal as things stands in the way, and the wall of the Sentinels remains impenetrable.
Nectar on that torch on third was just so impossible for RAD to be able to deal with. The peel from Sentinels. When they come through with that Sonic Seduction in Nectar's ultimate, I'm like, for sure that torch is cooked.
Yeah.
But it turns out that RAD are the ones that get smoked instead. What a bubble. The Bulwark from Techie, the Regeneration Domain 2 from Aramori, and Nectar just flying perfectly height level for the Regeneration Domain crystals to apply to him so that it's not too high. What a sync, because they knew that that would be the counter. The second Supernova got pulled, they knew Sonic Seduction was coming secondly.
Yeah, great fight read there coming through from the side of Sentinels. Still, this is far from lost for the side of RAD. They've got a reasonable distance, and we have seen all manner of holds on Midtown Mox, be it first, second, or so early on third.
Is this where we get to see the spawn hold?
Might be.
Is this where we see the spawn hold?
You know that Rymazing loves that Moon Knight.
We do know that Rymazing does love that Moon Knight, and I mean, Crimson's already been playing the Groot too, so I feel like if you're RAD, you're wanting to stay clear away from it, because you do run the risk, if you go for the spawn hold, of being stuck in a bad composition for 2 other fights on first.
Not something you really want to play with here. Crimso's going to roll out on the Groot just in case.
Does he stick with it? Is the question. I mean, you've got good synergy with both your Phoenix and your Torch, but no, it's going to be the thing that comes on through. So damage reduction too, just to give Sentinels that extra little bit of confidence to be able to move forward into this ball stage of the fight.
He's going to be good at shutting down, trust me, but it's going to be catching a lot of poke from the Phoenix Psylocke duo. So ability might be an issue, but you can also say that it's going to charge up those strategist ultimates before you even know it. Melio, a little bit of a fumble there, unable to convert onto Nectar.
Oh, it is the Groot. So he gave the damage reduction, then swaps off to the Groot to try and find wall isolations onto RAD, whose players are being split handily by Sentinels, having 2 flyers, which means that they have multiple lane controls on both the left and right, and now main because of the Groot pushing the brawl.
Melio's half back here as well. Nectar continuously peppering them and just has essentially unlimited healing from his Guardian Shield that can't be dealt with easily by Melio.
Melio's stuck.
Oh, this is like a hostage situation. Hold up! You're not.
Never mind.
I'm not stuck in here with you.
Nobody puts Melio in a corner. And yeah, that is Psylocke getting out. Scot-free for that one, especially because we have Idolora from Fate. And you know what? Fate's gonna get a better bargain. Rymazing falls too.
All right, Melio still working round the back. Techie tries to press on forward. That's going to be the Phoenix ult coming on up almost directly on top of the Magneto. Metallic Bulwark managed to block out most of the damage. Trust me, still delivers a Sentinel strike to the heart when it's needed to finish this one off for RAD. And despite giving up some space, they hold strong.
Dance of the Butterflies can be used in tandem with Sonic Seduction to just silence Aramori's ability to save the team, but those regeneration domains, you have to worry about them. Nectar too is going to be able to scout out. Trust me, they know that Freedom Charge is going to be up for that Captain America. They do not want another sustain ultimate to let RAD live them longer.
All right, preemptive copy here with the God of Mischief coming through from Aramori to make sure that it cannot be shut down. That forces out the invisible boundary. Trust me, just disengages. Waits for this one to finish. Might well be down to the second invisible boundary, but Kurova's still a little bit shy of this one. Ready to go forth with Vedanta with Butterflies, waiting for the rest of RAD to move on forward. Forced to disengage. Here it comes. Vedanta with Butterflies, so many players stacked on up. They democratize the damage, but Melio still manages to strike at the heart when it's needed. Unbelievable focus fire coming through from RAD and send it down to 130.
Yeah, perfect timing too. Melio commits the ultimate as Kurova gets invisible boundary, and one of the first to fall is the Invis Woman. Sentinels, though, will have really good ultimates coming into this next fight. That Strangling Prison and Supernova can punch damage through both the Invis Boundary and that Luna Dance of Fate of Both Worlds, regardless of which strategist decides to commit their ult.
Nectar has learned to respect Melio in a small room. We will not be taking that adventure again. And now with a Supernova active, maybe Melio can try and wrap in from behind inside of the invisible boundary. They're stacked up on top of each other. It's a Venn diagram of destruction here as Nectar rises up with all of the damage. In comes the first Phoenix for second, waits imperiously above as Naga comes on down, find themselves caught within the Strangling Prison laid down by Crimzo. Good breaking of the Thornlash walls behind because there isn't enough damage to burst on through. Next has been taken down here, up close and personal together. This is where the Phoenix is at her best. Trostby's coming in with the melee. Sentinel strikes inside of the invisible boundary. The healing's good to keep Sentinels in this for now. And Naga is dragged back in with a force physics. And now it has to be Kurova who's under siege. Metallic Bulwark has to be given on over. Guess who's going to be mind controlled? It's everyone on Sentinels. Rajaro's able to line him on up and maybe knock them down. It's going to be Melio who does the first bit of knocking right here. And knocking on the door comes the diamond form. Emma going for a grab and a nice spinning kick too. But Techi's still there to try and clinch this one back, and Level 1 Crook is caught out of position. There's going to be one last fight.
One last fight, potentially two. RAD haven't Strange Portaled yet. They could Strange Portal now and go for another one just before the point moves on, but no, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be swapping onto the Strange. They trust that they're going to be able to tap the cap onto it instead. Nectar onto the Winter Soldier, might be able to come through with the Bionic Hook and stop them from touching.
Oh, great Aegis there coming through from Rajaro. Heard the charging of the Bionic Hook. Was able to try and stop it in its tracks. Just a little bit of pausing here and there to give time for Melio to set up on the off angle with the Dancer with Butterflies. Kurova, it's going to be all about the usage of this invisible boundary right here. They try to get away with only using the regeneration domains. They're broken on through. The Phoenix ult on top. That forces Kurova to use it, but remember that it's away from the cart for now. And the invisible boundary of RAD is better. It's down on the cart. They couldn't see where everyone was. And when the invisible boundary goes up, so too do the hopes and dreams of Sentinels go down.
Oh, shades of Eldritch Monument there. At the end of that round, it felt like, where they just, again, have so much pressure on the objective that Sentinels are forced to take a big step backwards at the time that Sentinels need to be consolidating that position. But they had to respect the ultimates that RAD were coming in with. They knew that they had to just deal with that Psylocke ultimate coming on through. Like you said, they tried to go for the budget solution of the regeneration domain because they knew they had to outlast everything that came afterwards. You're going up against essentially 3 strategist ultimates when you have that Captain America in play, right? As opposed to you've got to then stretch invisible boundary and regeneration domain. Mr. Fantastic tends to be the one who stretches normally in Fantastic Four, but unfortunately when you're coming in with that composition, you gotta make Mrs. Fantastic's ultimate work just as hard. And RAD just took full advantage of that. Distracted, forced Sentinels into the sidelines, and then when they needed to be on the objective, no one was touching, and map just ends.
And now we're forced to think, what adaptation do Sentinels need to make towards this band structure? Because they haven't really made an adaptation that saves their strategists just yet.
Yeah.
And RAD, they're just going to keep running down the, you know what, no strategist for you, until it's forced off of them.
I mean, it was Rocket. It was Rocket. That was how Citadel beat RAD going after strategists.
Yeah.
This heavily. It was a Rocket Raccoon. And they literally, so the strategy for Citadel, unfortunately, is very specific to Citadel because they had Tanuki on the Black Panther and they put Ken on the Rocket and they literally sent Tanuki in. They said, burn every single one of your cooldowns, going in, getting a pick. You're not getting out. It's okay. We'll bring you back with Rocket out. See ya. And then everybody came on through, and they literally just revived him, I think, 9 times with the be right back on Midtown. And that was the way that Citadel were able to dodge the strategist chase down, because it is just an absolute strike against this role that Sentinels are being put under. So we're going to have to see a pivot.
Maybe it has to be a Luna save. Or a Cloak and Dagger save, potentially, early on. I don't know if the Loki is working as well for me. Even if Regeneration Domain's good and the Loki output is strong, it feels like there's constantly these, there's double-edged swords of these doppelgangers. We saw Trust Me able to get so much charge off of them for free. You can get Rage off of them as Wolverine. Life Spores coming up as well. And you just have to kind of, you have to do the double invisible boundary as well, which is unideal when it comes to the power spikes in this game that are strategist ultimates.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many things which can grab you out of an invis boundary. Like, one of the best things for an invisible woman to do when invis boundary is in play and there are one-shots in the game is not actually being your ultimate. Which is crazy because then you're not getting those heals. So you then become even more vulnerable and targetable, and everyone just shreds you down, and they're like, well, why did you go down when your ultimate was in play? Because you can't play inside it. It's really unfortunate. One of the things that is the reason why Invisible Woman's ultimate is not as good in comparison to some of the other strategists is that just her base kit is incredibly strong. Force Physics is one of the best cooldowns in the game. I think in terms of strategist kit, it's definitely up there with Regeneration Domain and also Idle Aura. For the Lunar Snow, Force Physics being able to just grab people in rather than push them back so that your team can set up a CC chain is huge. But we're not really getting to see those plays. I think if they really try to like play into the CC chain where you have Force Physics grabs in, then you group walls and you find an isolation, or you run, you know, the torch potentially to just pyro prison someone when they're stuck in that space too.
Phoenix right click.
Yeah, Phoenix right click, and you all set up all of those players to hit at the same time. It would have found more value, but the thing was that RAD was so good at pulling attention into all of these different pockets of fights that no one from Sentinels really felt like they were able to fight off of each other.
All right, let's have a quick look at our stats here. Nectar definitely standing apart from the remainder of the team here with 11 final hits, but on the other side, Melio. Looks like we've got a little bit of a tighter cluster. Fate coming away with 7 final hits as Luna is not to be sniffed at either.
Yeah, I mean, trust me as well, being able to block 41,000 damage on the Captain America. So that RAD can literally just choose wherever they want to fight. Even when sometimes they were going in, taking fights against and losing those 1v1s, it was still stalling time. So that when they wanted to go for the full regroup, and they could regroup much faster with the Captain America and the Silo coming into play, then they could always fight on objective where they wanted to.
Oh, the deja vu continues, Mox. Hopefully it's not a full repeat. Come on, the NBA. Come on.
True. We have indeed been here before, as Fate is going to be picking up that MVP on the Lunar Snow with 45,323 total healing done on that map of mid-10. Crucially as well, 7 final hits. That is...
Wow, that's like half of his total KO.
Yeah, that's a very bloodthirsty Lunar Snow.
There's nothing to be sniffed at either.
Yeah.
Like, Fate's a great mechanical player. Didn't quite reach the heights that he wanted in previous esports titles in the hero shooter genre, kind of was stuck in like the tier 4 space. But Fate grinded early in Marvel Rivals. Really did a good job of establishing himself in this scene and having the leadership to try and put together a team. I believe Fate's actually the team captain.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's the team captain. He's very, very good too at looking at a lot of the other regions and seeing what they play.
Yeah.
So they're always very keyed in to the different region matters, and it doesn't surprise me that they're the ones taking advantage of the Mantis because of this.
Yeah, very smart gamer, and really has done plenty for RAD, who like there's a lot of like esports pedigree on this team, and then there's Fate, who kind of put it all together, and it's kind of a brain man behind a lot of it.
Well, we can have a look at our replays here. Sentinels starting on the defense. It looked strong. It looked really, really good. There were some amazing fights that they had with just the clobbering times coming on through, putting pressure onto RAD's players. The last stands as well, just grabbing them out of the invisible boundaries. And third, Nectar on the Human Torch looking absolutely unstoppable. But it just fell apart when they went over to the attack.
Yeah, showing exactly why Human Torch is usually first banned in these compositions, but, well, RAD, they have their strategy and they're sticking to it. This was super impressive by Melio. The entire time was at half HP. kind of pants next to there, unfortunately. Who did have a team up as well from the Invisible Woman, but wasn't quite enough. You don't go close to the Psylocke in those small rooms. It's never really a good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you have that ultimate in play too, multiple people just going to be hit by so many of those dashes, and if one person falls, everyone else then loses another extra body to be able to absorb the damage, and you're just going to lose players again and again and again, even before we have something like a Kraken Impact coming on through. But the Sentinels, they can still turn this series around. We've seen Convoy, we've seen Domination, that therefore means that we have to go to Convergence. Which map do you want to take us to, though? Because I feel like Hall of Dejalia, if you want the res comp, would be a good shout, but I don't think they're going to have access to the res comp, so I would try and avoid that map, because that's definitely one of Rad's better.
Yeah, maybe you could do like a strange TP play to open up on something like Symbolic Surface here. Set up like a Punisher turret or something and try and get a crunch going on.
Yeah, true.
But I don't know if they're going to save for Loki first again.
I don't know if
they're going to save for Loki first, you can get some value out of it on Hall of Jalia, where there's a lot of like rooftops where you can put those doppelgangers. But do you want to like fashion your map choice after like the strategist you're saving?
I mean, it is good for Torch, I will say. It is a very good map for Torch, especially like first point on Hall of Dejalia. There is a lot of roof that you can hide if you're on the eat attack.
Yeah.
So that you can literally just keep up pressure on the opposing high ground that the defenders tend to, yeah, very good pathing, very good options. And a lot of these teams too don't really like going for the strange TP immediately. And oh, do you know what? Central Park's actually probably a better shout because that's a much better map for Flyers. So.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it worked as the turnaround for Envy.
True, and it's very, very strong for dive components, res components, flyer components. So it definitely feels like of a lot of the compositions that we see in Marvel Rivals, in terms of comps that you have to ban out, is one of the more versatile.
Yeah, this one definitely has a lot of options. We've seen players take advantage of that extra window on the side of point A as well. Some melee characters, maybe someone like we saw Iron Fist from Tanuki, which I still don't approve of. But you know what? It's not my decision. The Black Panther can take that as well.
To get the Harry stamp of approval.
Yeah, this is not like they approve. Gonna head into our ban soon once again, and we'll have to see. Well, RAD are probably just gonna keep doing the strategist onslaught until it's proven that it's no longer working.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Especially when it comes to those ban drafts, because I mean, so much of this game is determined in the draft phase. It's why it's so important that you do your scouting of your enemy teams correctly, because you don't want to waste those bans, because they're definitely going to be targeting you.
The research was done yesterday. We were next to on XR, watching the research in real time. But for now, it seems like attempting to hamstring RAD has led to some over-focus on the bans. Maybe not enough into the protects here. I'm personally hoping we see a pivot to maybe a Luna or a Cloak and Dagger protect.
Yeah, I think Cloak and Dagger would be a really good one. Just because Terror Cape and also Eternal Bond is such a good ultimate.
Yeah.
It kind of forces as well RAD to have something like a Wolverine or a Winter Soldier in play, that or a one-shot to just stop the Cloak and Dagger entirely.
Yeah, the Magneto may be on the cards as well. We've seen a lot of, we've seen a really big change in the zeitgeist of bans since stage 1, where it used to be
Vanguard.
Emma and Mag were like the #1 priority for bans, and like when one got banned, the other would get saved. Not so much the case anymore. Let's get stuck in, Mox. First ban's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, Magneto was definitely a must, especially when Punisher was in place, since Final Judgment did tend to be a reaction check against Meteor M. And Psionic Seduction is an incredibly strong ultimate, both when you're holding space and also trying to take it. As we can see those bans coming in through, and yet Sentinels again going to be going after the Mantis. This time though, RAD going to be going after the Torch. So they see Central Park, they know how strong a map it is for Flyers, and they're going to be removing that one from play. The Sentinel's going to be removing the Luna Stone and the Mantis, and oh, there we go, not a Loki save this time around. It is going to be a Luna. So potentially things like a Psylocke being able to make it all the way around the side of that point will now be buoyed up by the heal, even out of the backline's LOS.
Love this pivot here. Good to see Luna protected. That Gradient of Luna. Going to be met with a Magneto ban here. And it seems like we're pivoting into a Vanguard on Snow.
I was going to say, I feel like we talked this into existence. We were just commenting a lack of Vanguard bans, and now it's going to be coming on through. As is it going to be one-sided Magneto into one-sided Emma? Is the script flipped? Because normally, Emma is the one that EMEA prefer, and Magneto is the one that NA prefer.
Absolutely right. I wonder if we see Groot as a final ban as well. Oh no, Loki's gonna. Yeah, you got to avoid the double fate of both worlds. That is just that's a non-starter when it comes to enemy compositions. The last protect here, I would imagine, goes to Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, do you know what they're doing? They're going after Crimzo's hero pool to force him onto the Groot.
Oh, and then they can force out Wolverine as the last ban.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to protect Cloak and Dagger. Okay.
Yeah, so now Sentinels have a choice. Do you make Crimzo's life easier, or do you try and take a strategist out of play?
These are the questions, and you can see that there's a little bit of deliberation happening at the moment.
Torch.
They don't want to deal with the uneven torch. Okay. This is going to mean that Naga's likely going to be over on the Wolverine.
Yep, and that means that Crimzo is definitely going to be having an interesting time of it on the Groot. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that's going to pay off dividends, as it definitely feels like RAD were properly targeting now, taking a page from 100 Thieves' book when it came to trying to deal with Sentinels.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to try and create a 5v6 out of a hero pool. And maybe that's enough to win, but I love a change up here from Sen. I think it's very well considered. Keeping that Luna in, super important. And they've been able to get away scot-free with the Cloak and Dagger, so they can play Envy style.
You know what? Sentinels also finally able to make Mantis through the ban. So maybe we see triple come through. Maybe we get res comp. And maybe that's the answer, so that even if a Wolverine comes through, one, you have cloak pressure with an Atom, so Passive should be forced almost immediately, even before he's able to engage onto your team. And you also have Soulborn, so you should be able to survive last stand.
Oh, Soulborn's certainly useful for that. Let's head in to RAD on match point here. North America's #1 seed need to do yet another reverse sweep.
Well, there it is. It is indeed Kurova and Raimazing and Nectar all on the Guardians. They don't have the Magneto though, so no good bubble spin engagement coming on through from Nectar, and Crimson also going to be forced onto the Thing in anticipation of the Wolverine from Rad's end.
All right, on the other side, going to be double usage of the Eternal Bond for RAD. Plenty of staying power. Nectar grabbed out of mid. That is uncanny. Unbelievable play there from Naga. And instantly going to be shot on down here by the Ancestry Charge, shutting down all those movement abilities. Nectar has to raise themselves using that Cocoon Revival given over by the Atom. Soon to be gone. They're caught in the corner. This is where the Phoenix is just going to be able to do so much damage. And Crook's pumping it into magic missiles from the hideous Staff of Asgard. Manages to rack on through. Crimson's going to be the next to fall. Raimazing's able to raise themselves as well off the back of the Cocoon Revival, but Kurova can't stick around for too long either. The Resurrection doesn't get too much, as Trust Me finds the final hits, and we're halfway already to a capture.
Techie's gonna try. They've got him on the Doctor Strange. We might have a portal recontest. They're through. Nectar's already down. The Strangling Prison manages to catch on to the Vanguards, and they managed to find Kurova too.
Oh, it's just that Shrimple right now, and it's just krill everywhere. As RAD gather first with such intent. They still have 4 ultimates.
Yeah, they've got so many ults. There's no one-shots on the side of Sentinels too. Kurova is going to be close to a Karmic Revival fight, but you're not quite there yet. So you're still waiting too for some of your players who came a little bit later, which means RAD get all of the estate to move up and take this high ground, which then puts Nectar into reach of the Wolverine, and it deposits them right next to Trust Me on that Groot.
Generational Wolverine gameplay right now being shown by Naga, and still has the last stand in the back. Has already opened up with it. Forces out the burst heal from Raimazing. Heads in towards the back. Still gets himself a stun. Clobbering time, I believe stuns 5 there. Huge from Crimzo. But RAD up all the staying power they need thanks to the Eternal Bond. Now it's Melee moving on forward. Guess what? It's Fate with a triple. Oh my goodness. The Dark Force claims them introduced to the dark dimension, and Fate is quite the welcoming host.
Sentinels will have an invisible boundary, but they're just off of the res comp. They've seen that it's not going to be able to work. Mason's going to be swapping now onto the Phoenix next to the Psylocke. You've got to try and put all of your hopes on holding this off of a really slow heal per second. And RAD have the Eternal Bond to shut invisible boundary down. If it can even come on through, there it is. But Naga just keeps the rage going. And that Terror Kit means the Sentinels get 0 heals per second.
All right, invisible boundary is already over here. Naga continues to cleave through again and again, caught in place by the strangling prison. Naga now with only a little bit of HP remaining. It's the last chance saloon coming through from a Psylocke, and it's going to be a dodge aside right there from the Phoenix, allowing for everyone else to tank the incoming damage. A turnaround onto Amazing. Trust me, still here trying to battle it on out, and they're going to be sustained here on the side of the defense thanks to the fate of both worlds channeled by Korova. Sentinels hold strong finally.
Yeah, good damage amp as well from Korova, just turning it as Techie's able to find the Carbon Crush into kick onto RAD's players. Fate's onto the Jeff.
Okay.
We're going for, okay, no, speed bubble out to get everyone from spawn a little bit faster. They know that they have an opening right now. Sentinels invested a lot of ultimates in the last fight. They've only got Psionic Seduction. So they're going to go for a map flip to force Techie into having to utilize Psionic Seduction, which RAD can just live through with the God of Mischief coming out immediately.
All right, Eternal Bond ready to go at a moment's notice already. That's going to be a Sonic Seduction. Techie taken down, was a little bit too far forward. The Spore Bomb from Trust Me. Oh, and it's frag after frag being delivered here. And guess what? Level 1 Crook has learned from Fate that aggression sometimes the best way to be. The Cloak and Dagger so far away from the objective are Sentinels. Even if they had surviving members, they wouldn't be able to contest this. 4 minutes for last.
What a map flip from RAD, just forcing Sentinels' hand. They had to keep their armor on objective, otherwise RAD would have got it to second for free. And that meant that Techie was, like you said, a little bit too far forward, within reach of not just the Loki's copied Eternal Bond, but the actual Cloak and Dagger's Terror Cape too. So that Sonic Seduction is up for a matter of seconds, as RAD now have snowball potential. Last stand in place. Sentinels have to know that the Wolverine ultimate is a danger, and they need to clear that top left.
Needs to be cleared, but Rajara right now is demanding attention, rolling on forward, staying in the air. Melia ready to drop down with the Phoenix as everything is taken away in mid-air, and then Naga delivers the final blow to Amazing and Aramori, and the rest is simple, elementary cleanup for the side of RAD. Sentinels are wiped from the board, and they'll get one last chance.
One last chance, potentially. If they win this fight, they can start coming back into this map. Question is, do they have the opportunity? Trust Me's coming back on the cap to come through a little bit faster. Level 1 Crook just getting a little bit of poke to have the God of Mischief. We've got a fastball special on the field. Connect to find a home run.
Nectar takes to the skies, manages to get the Feral Leap exactly when it's needed. No disengage available thanks to the anti-street charge. Nectar has to move away right now. Has the last stand ready to go with the Terror Cape combined. The damage is too much to bear. While RAD may have had momentum on their side, Sentinels had pure force of will on theirs.
RAD just throw themselves off of the map to get a little bit faster of a regroup and also prevent Sentinels from staggering them for 30 seconds. Last stand can be combined with Psionic Seduction, but Sentinels would bring their entire ultimate economy. If so, Naga is going to go over to the Winter Soldier, the Bionic Hook, to be able to keep check on both the Phoenix and the Wolverine, as well as just punch through Crimson with all of the damages from the Rotterstone. And Techie is already down!
Oh, shades of a final fight of second once again. Bionic Hook charged up for a moment. A quick visit to the Dark Force Dimension. Melio has the Phoenix ready to go, and a couple of fully marked players. The prep work is being done for the moment, but at the moment it's all about the pressure going elsewhere. Catching someone out, but goes too far. Gets caught up by Nectar and Crimzo, who melee forth in concert. The Eternal Bond is now the last note for Sentinels to sustain themselves.
The hook! He finds the hook! He doesn't manage to find it though. Aramori is able to keep herself in the Eternal Bond. What a grab! What a cancel!
An attempt to turn it around, but Mason gets it done in his own right. Fate and Naga both fall, and Sentinels, they have finally found their rhythm. They found their tempo. I don't know if they were rushing or if they were dragging, but right now they are standing firm.
Techie isn't going to overextend this time around, just pushes forward to keep up some of this charge, as well as give Crimzo an opening to get close for the Yancy Street charge to get out. He's got the clobbering time. Level 1 Crook gets hit by it, even through the God of Mischief. They're able to find the copy onto the Cloak and Dagger though, and RAD get the red carpet rolled out. Eternal Bond is safe, as we see another clobbering time.
Melio comes in from above using the Phoenix Strike, unable to find any final hits. However, Rajaro taken off the side by Nectar. Great usage there of the Feral Leap to make sure that there's no recovery available for that Magneto.
Fate's gonna have the actual Eternal Bond. Nectar getting into position to nab someone. They know that RAD, when they run out of time, they lose the luxury of clearing the angles. Trust me on the Captain America is gonna divert the attention. Sentinels having to deal with the Captain America, frees up the rest of the team to walk forward.
All right, Trust Me continues to take all of this attention, including Nectar's. Do not want to be grabbed off of the side again. You can see Rajaro is so afraid of that. Will it happen again is the question. Seems like Fate's using the Eternal Bond to save everybody here. An attempt at a one-shot Naga, taken down by Aramori's Eternal Bond, and that means no Kraken impact is going to be available. A last chance saloon for RAD. It seemed like they had it in the bag, but Sentinels, they have found it within them to hold strong, and they have found it within them to scare RAD off the point. A 4-minute hold.
Nectar swapping to the Wolverine. Woo. Being able to come on through with those environmentals. The convoy stopped as well in such an awkward position where it's literally just right on that ramp and you have to walk past. So much drop-off potential when Sentinels can just kick you, can wolf nab you. There's so much that RAD have to contest with, but they got it a heck of a long way through Central Park. Can they complete the full hold? What do we see? Because Sentinels, they need this round to continue the series.
Yeah. They need to rescue themselves. Got to dig themselves out of this hole that they put themselves in. And it seems that once again, we're likely to see that Wolverine continue to be an issue. Naga had a generational beginning, but fighting uphill is unideal for a Wolverine when all of your approaches can be marked. Momentum was what RAD needed, and when they managed to fumble one momentum fight, that's all that it took for Sentinels to get back into a dominating position.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels started off on the res comp, got a little bit burned on it, and I think getting burned on res comp was probably the best thing that happened to them. Because that Wolverine swap was absolutely huge. Do we see them try to go for something? Now that they're on the attack, they could go for a strange teleport with Penny Mines, but I think they're going to hold off on it just in case they start losing players on the actual brawl fight of the point itself, and they want that strange portal to be able to call in the recontests. As we can see, RAD going to have access to that one too, as Fate is on the jab. He's all the way behind them, right on their spawn doors. They haven't cleared out any of these dive components. He's going to be hitting in an entirely unexpected position.
Okay, big crunch coming through, but level 1 Crook, what were you doing to be in a position where the Emma could find you so early? Nectar's just been waiting. Nectar was feasting, but Trust was feasting even more. The Feast of the Abyss. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and well, RAD, they're digging in.
That is 2 picks with Joyful Splash from Fate's side. By the way, jab strats, they never fail to put a smile on my face. Look at the positioning too right now. They're all the way up on the rooftop. They're going to wait for Sentinels to walk past. Have they cleared the Jeff? Do they know that he's that? I don't think they do.
I don't know. Take a look at how Fate plays Jeff as well. Such a high APM game, and just make sure there's always something that's being done at all moments. Keep the Vanguard healed up over here. The Phoenix is in deep trouble. Needs to be saved. Rajara does not want to invest their strike for the moment. Instead, just continuing to take up all of this space and just keep Sentinels penned in. They're in a box,
Yeah, and I mean, Sentinels, they try to go into one of those rooms where the dive couldn't follow them, but the Ultron can still damage. Fate will go down, but RAD still have the ultimates to fall back into. And Melio just has to be careful he doesn't overextend. Jeff's going to be back in a matter of moments too with those speed bubbles coming on through. So Sentinels don't even get to push 5v6.
Naga's going to try and open this one up in their own right, force out the Eternal Bond, and now Fate's going to try and eat up all of those who are trying to stick within it, I imagine. It's Jeff, grabs one, that's going to be Valuna. Off the map, I'm sure she'll go, but no, unable to split them out in time. Instead, she's going to be deposited right where the Jeff fell. Right Amazing just sticks close to Valuna. The safety given over means that it's easy for Right Amazing to chill out and chill max.
Strange Portal's going to come back though. Fate's on the Doctor Strange. RAD aren't giving up this one, especially with level 1 Crook on that Loki. You've got regeneration domain to keep everybody alive through it, but no! He gets picked by Techie!
Oh, level 1 crit going down early could be brutal. And you can see the clobbering time is available to begin with. Rajara has already fallen on down. The fastball special good to go. Get after that Ultron! And indeed they will. What an impact from Nectar combined with Crimzo. Oh, Coach Crimzo setting up everyone else for success. A Feast of the Abyss in the back for all the reward for the pain that was given is even more delivered by Adamantium Claws, sliced and diced into tenderloin steaks of Clintar. Nectar is an absolute menace, a monster that needs to be dealt with. Still, Sentinels have not managed to capture anything here, but they have at least continued to grab these frags all in onto level 1 quickly yet again. Fate's nowhere to be seen, and RAD are just being they're gone, reduced to atoms, Mox.
Yeah, Sentinels, they find the frags late, but they're able to find it onto Starlord crucially. Naga, so close to Galactic Legend. If he'd been able to hit Galactic Legend before Sentinels had defensives to be able to see it through, RAD might have been able to grab that one back into their control. But Sentinels will be able to pick up first and move forward, claiming possession of that second corner. So now RAD, they're going to have to organize past the Wolverine into these dive targets, but unfortunately that leaves them grabbable, and Aramori finds the jab.
Okay, 2 frags already found by RAD though, and it's level 1 crook in the back once again on this weird off angle with Veloki. Punished by it thanks to the Sonic Seduction. And hello, we're going to see the investment here of the Rage of Ultron. That's actually going to force out Kurova's own usage of the ultimate. Many players grabbed on out of this one. They want Kurova super bad, but Naga knows it's better. Maybe discretion's the better part of Valor when you've got so little HP against the respawns of Sentinels. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Naga's seen the writing on the wall, knows exactly where to go, forces out the Eternal Bond. And now for RAD, it's a disengagement game. And oh, that's scary, Mox.
Oh, Naga's trying not to get staggered. Amazing's chasing, looking for any potential pick. RAD are going to howl Nectar. He's so clean with those grabs. RAD have an opening too. Fake can come and prove in his chest, but crucially you have to worry about Sentinels lacking in defensive. It's the Phoenix Dot instead. No defensive, just get offensive. The best defense is a good offense, and Sentinels show off in style.
Alright, playing within the regeneration of Amos, taken away real quick. Once again, Eternal Bomb is going to be grabbed on up here by level 1 Crook. Sentinels yet to lose a member though, so this is under-resourced if ever I saw it. Rolling on board, they want Aramori super bad, but Crimson delivers the embattled leak to make sure that there's damage reduction. A quick clobbering time here, stuns everyone up, and Aramori's there with the follow-up. Nectar stays above, floats imperiously above it all. 2 players grabbed up here by Fate, should be easy to spit them out. Does not want to spit out Rajara this time, and it's off the edge. No second chances, no resurrections, and no mercy from the Jeff. Still, Sentinels believe it to be winnable. They have 4 players to go with here, and an Eternal Bond as well.
They double strategist ulted! Kurova and Aramori both overlap ults in one fight, and Radno get an opening. Meliu gets entirely undefended Rage of Ultron!
Oh, and Kurova's the first to be a victim of it. Up in the air hangs the Phoenix, but I'm afraid it might already be said and done. So many members of Sentinels have fallen down. 50 seconds remain. They have to call this one early as Trust Me gets corrosive pickup after corrosive pickup.
They're not going to have a defensive for Galactic Legend. There's one more fight properly coming on through. Sentinels have 40 seconds left. They can't even utilize Sonic Seduction trying to open the space. RAD are playing so far forward, they're trying to force Techie so they can just disengage and hold on to ultimate economy of their own. As Fate is just playing havoc. The jump onto the Emma, they're trying to force Sentinels to utilize that one ultimate, and if they don't hold on to it, Naga's just gonna go in with his.
Oh, but Galactic Legend doesn't get too much off the back of this one. Could instantly be seduced, manages to get behind the roof just in time. Techie claims some space on the point. The backline still under siege. RAD, they're doing everything in their power to try and make sure this backline just continually feels uncomfortable. But Aramori tries to rescue them. In comes its Jeff. 2 players grab. Rajara needs to be left on the point at the moment. Is going to be able to potentially move over off to the side. Is going to try their best to get down to the crit box. And indeed they will. Level 1 crit backs off. More members of Sentinels have fallen on down, but Nectar's still here with full charge and a dream. A freedom charge is declared by Rajaro. That's going to be a clobbering time going on to 2. Just move the Feast of the Abyss in towards the back. The Rage of Ultron from above. And boy, does he have a great shooting gallery to try and play with. It's Melio. All the time, the Rage of Ultron. It's a siren song in the night. The overtime can't make it through. The body block is good. And RAD have done it. They slain the #1 seed from North America.
Twice now we get to see Clutch It's Jeff ultimates coming tonight from Fate. This time in part due to level 1 Crook literally ferrying that Jeff with the Luna copied by the God of Mischief. So the Fate of both worlds keeps Fate alive the entire time as he brings 2 crucial members from Sentinels composition over and off the map so that they can have the numbers advantage, so that they can have the ultimate advantage. And I mean, things fell apart. Sentinels, there was a little bit of miscommunication, it feels, when we saw both the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger use their ultimates at the same time. It really did feel like the writing was on the wall, that RAD knew we might lose this fight, but there's another one afterwards, and we're going to have the better of that one, where we'll be able to win it instead.
When the bright light shine in your face, Mox, mistakes are bound to happen. Despite playing together for so long on this Sentinels team, only Crimzo really has that long-term LAN experience. Everyone else is fairly new to LAN itself, despite their previous accomplishments. And when you're the #1 seed, when you got a big org like Sentinels behind you, when you got your CEO in the crowd, the pressure starts to build.
And I mean, everyone's looking at you too, is the thing for Sentinels. Like, everyone looked at Virtus Pro in EMEA, so everyone started counter-stratting them, and we can kind of see something similar has developed here, where I think a lot of people were coming into this thinking Sentinels are going to be the team to beat, so they worked incredibly hard to be able to look at how Sentinels played, the compositions that they played, and how they would be able to target them both in maps and out of them.
Yeah, still Sentinels run isn't over. We are in double elimination, so it's the lower bracket for them alongside Citadel, but a moment to celebrate RAD right here. What a performance. Coming out second from our play-ins after getting pretty thoroughly trounced by Envy. I mean, it could have gone either way. The whole of Jolly was bloody close. But RAD, they really look like themselves today. Their strategies have really come into their own.
I mean, Fate on that, Jeff. I wish we could listen to comms on Central Park, just when Fate's behind their spawn.
Yeah.
It's like, hey guys, I've got eyes on you. just go
I'm harassing. I'm harassing.
Like, it's insane. And they punished as well. Sentinels are known for holding their ultimates.
Yeah.
Like, they're very, very good at holding their strategist ultimates, not having them forced. And it feels like RAD banked on that. Because a lot of the time when they knew that Sentinels would be holding onto an ultimate, like Sonic Seduction, right, in one of those later fights where we're on second and it's like, okay, they're going to be trying to force out that Sonic Seduction. If Sonic Seduction comes on through, they're going to disengage. And then they go into that game of Ultimate Chicken, they see that Techie's not going to rise to it, and they're like, if you're not going to ultimate, we're going to ult, we'll use Galactic Legend, we'll get a pick, then you're going to be forced to use your ultimate so that you stop any momentum that we're taking, and then we can disengage. And that's exactly what ended up happening, and they had such a good read of when Sentinels would be forced to invest something, when unfortunately by holding onto it a little bit longer than they could have desired, they already lost the fight.
Yeah, you know what? To continue shouting out Fate, no teammates spit off the map today. Don't have to hear Miller go, no, Fate, spit me out, no, not there, Fate, no!
Yeah, it is very, I find it so ironic that Adam Warlock, like one of the most canonically mobile characters in the comics, it's probably one of the least mobile in the game, but they had to find a way to keep him balanced somehow.
Yeah, he's just having a good jog around, he's getting his steps in, you know? Got to keep fit in this world of Marvel Rivals. How are you going to stop Doom? How are you going to stop Null if you can't get your steps in? Like, you got to be training all the time to stay in peak physical condition. It seems that whatever notes were gathered yesterday in the tape on RAD are not enough to hamstring this team. They have so much variety in their comps, and trust me, is a huge part of that, being able to play the Venom and the Captain America at equal levels of proficiency and be so dangerous on both.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw as well that there was, you know, Citadel tried to go in with that Venom, didn't work out. The difference is, it feels like when RAD were going with the Venom, they timed everything. They were like properly syncing it. And also, it was never Venom goes first, it was always Jeff goes first. It's just a funny little guy in your backline playing from a really annoying angle for you to have to deal with. And he takes, oh my goodness, can we see it? We do get it. We get 15,000 damage coming up from Fate
basically
on the Jeff.
16,000. He's 47 short.
And 27,000 healing.
12 final hits?
Yeah.
Bro. That's disgusting.
It is incredibly funny that his primary is called Joyful Splash, because I think Sentinels were anything but after that map. I wonder how far it's going to go before we see a Jeff ban come
Sadly
out
showered.
as well.
I mean, some teams might want to ban Jeff. I know Reject hate playing against it.
Yeah.
It's going to be level 1 Crook walking away with the MVP on the Loki, however. Level 1 Crook, such a high output player, 35k when it comes to healing in this one, but it wasn't particularly long due to the hold on second, 60% accuracy. And you know what? Helping out in a lot of these KOs as well. 41 assists.
Yes, very, very strong Loki player, very, very strong Mantis player. And I think that's something else. Like, you talked about it, right? RAD, very, very flexible all across the board. If you try and ban them out of one particular hero, they fall back onto something else. And I think we really got to see that RAD played Sentinels. They took out the Vanguard, the strategy that we talked about, that 100 Thieves had actually employed against Sentinels in the past, which had problems for Sentinels to deal with. And we can see that RAD anticipated that they would be able to take advantage of that same weakness. So I think that's one that Sentinels are definitely going to have to try and brush up on before they go up against some of those other teams.
Yeah, let's have a look at our highlights now from this map. We really saw what Sentinels could achieve on third point, but unfortunately couldn't quite find the same value on their own attack of second. But it took them so long to break through like a very tilty spawn hold because like the Jeff is such a distractionary feature in the backline as well, and it can also force someone to like try and overextend to try and fight the Jeff. You're like, yeah, I can take Jeff in a duel. Yeah, but what you don't know is that there's like a Captain America and there's a Venom who will wait like, yeah, bring him in.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a really good read of first fight, right? Sentinels, where, like you said, level 1 Crook gets picked in a position never should have been, but they do the correct thing where they see that there's a Jeff and a Venom behind, and they know if they leave their backline behind, they're going to be split. So the backline tries to run to the front line, and they just try and walk onto RAD's players, because if they're all in the backline, no one's guarding the front line, or rather their own backline, so Loki becomes incredibly vulnerable. And it worked for that first pick, but RAD were just able to hold on to that space, box Sentinels into a really uncomfortable position where they're just stuck in a very small room having to wait out. They're safe from the Venom Dive in that space, not safe from the Ultron, which means that Rage of Ultron gets generated incredibly quickly and RAD are able to land on their feet.
True. And you know what? The one thing we don't talk about with Jeff is that when you fall to its Jeff, it's incredibly tilting.
Yeah.
Like, the psychic damage you take is equal to the physical damage.
Yeah, because you're just like stuck in there and you're like, surely my team are going to be able to take him down before he finds the edge. No. Okay.
Nope. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, guys. Great stuff.
Because then, like, target focus also becomes a whole topic of dissent, where everyone's like, who was shooting the shark? Were you the shark? I was shooting the shark. I swear I was shooting the shark.
I was inside the shark. It can't be me, bro. It can't be me. I'm in there.
Yeah, we might need to get an X-ray on some of the contents of Jeff's stomach. Did you know that canonically he's actually eaten the Infinity Gauntlet?
Really?
Yes.
I wonder what flavor it is. Umami.
Yeah, there's actually a version of Jeff where he got into the Collector's Collection, and he had a whole bunch of wonderful goodies, one of which being the Infinity Gauntlet. So Jeff has nom nom nom.
So he eventually had some Infinity intestines, you know?
Maybe that was what was missing in Infinity War. If they'd had Jeff the Land Shark to just...
What you don't want to see is what comes after that meal. We won't discuss that on stream.
True. But now we have to talk about the fact that it's one apiece. NA has won, EMEA has won.
Yes, but NA still have one team yet to show themselves. 100 Thieves are going to be going up, I believe, against Rejects?
OUG.
Oh, yes, OUG. Yeah, they're going to be going up against the hometown heroes of Over Ultra Gaming. So there's definitely going to be a crowd here that wants OUG to win, and a lot of people in the Twitch chat, from what I've seen previously, who want 100 Thieves to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to be seeing a very similar ban strategy as well coming up against OUG. They love res comp, they also love Human Torch comps, so... Likely Johnny is going to be yet again sandpacking in terms of those draft systems coming on out. But if you're Sentinels, I think you've got some really good like tape to go back and watch. They had some, like you said, amazing fight coordinations. There were also moments where the coordination was a little bit... not quite desynced fully, but definitely cracks in the surface. And I mean, that's what dive does. Yeah. Right? It pressures your backline. It forces you into thinking, do I need to commit this resource? And if you get that wrong, if you try and make that immediate judgment, and you get it wrong, then that plays in the back of your head and you then try to overcompensate every time afterwards. And I think we saw a little bit of that coming on through too.
Yeah, like that just replays in your mind like, oh, what could I have done differently?
Yeah.
How could I have saved this? Honestly, I want to give Melio his flowers as well.
Yes.
Moving over onto the Ultron occasionally, like, I think that Melio got a lot out of the Encephalo array, really proving himself to be quite lethal on the Ultron.
And the Phoenix too.
Yeah.
He took to the Phoenix like a duck to water, fittingly enough, or I guess a bird to flames. Because like if you've seen the animation cancels that you can do on Phoenix, Melio was like one of the first people who really found out the depths of play that you could go to onto the Phoenix, how quickly you could build up those ultimates and that spark generation, and he just looks insane on the character. And he's always been a very sought after duelist. Whenever we have roster mania in EMEA, one of the names I always hear floating around that a lot of teams want to be able to pick up is Melio.
Yeah.
So it really is no surprise that he was the standout today.
It feels like Melio's finally found a home. He was a mercenary for a while. I think he was on Fnatic for a while. Hovered around with some of the OG guys.
Yes.
But eventually Melio found a home on what was Team 1, Luminosity before that.
Yes.
And now RAD. This team has really been through a lot together. They've always got on second place. No matter who they're up against, whether it's Burbapatavim or Virtus Pro, they've always managed to be the second best team. But here in Guangzhou, the biggest LAN yet, the biggest cup yet, the biggest prize yet for Marvel Rivals Esports, they could have a chance at first.
I mean, biggest likes as well.
True. I've been flashbanged.
Yeah, we both have been flashbanged. We love our stage, though.
Yeah.
We love our stage. We love our set. We are so incredibly happy and grateful to NetEase for putting on this wonderful production and having us and also all of the teams over here, because getting to see all of the different regions immediately interact so that we can finally once and for all say, this is the best meta. Like, especially with Rivals being as diverse as it is and flexible in terms of everything's viable, it's great to see.
All right, let's head down to the stage for an interview we got ready with, I believe, Level 1 Crook.
One Crook, they just had an incredible match where you just secured your place in the semi-finals by taking out the America's champions. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling happy, and it was a 3-0, but I think it should have been cleaner by us. Nevertheless, I'm just stoked, and I'm still happy we're in this run. While we had to go through the play-ins, right? Everything was tough for us, but we made it this far, so we want to make it further, of course.
And you said it's been tough. You've had one of the toughest paths to actually get here. You came in not only through the play-in stage, but you also went through the lower bracket of that and then went up against a region's champion. How are you feeling about this pathway to get here? How tough has it been for you?
Well, I think Envy might be the best team in the tournament currently, and Nova Esports was also really good in my opinion. So we had a tough time, but I think it helped us get experience on stage, which is super valuable, especially going up against American champions like Sentinels. This was their first time, so maybe they had nerves, maybe the weather wasn't right in the environment. So who knows? But it's really good that we went through all this.
So we've seen a lot of teams focusing on strategists in particular against you, and that's really a feature of this advanced pick and ban system. How are you feeling about it? How much do you feel it has affected your games?
Well, I believe the Jeff is really a card we can always whip out on any team. We did it in the last map because it was a very good pick, right? Venom Jeff into a Loki Luna. It's just very nice to play. And that forces them to ban Mantis most of the time, and then we have much more leeway for our tanks. We can go any tank we want, basically, and that's a really great advantage to have.
So finally, as I'm sure you're aware, your next opponent is a rematch. We just called out Envy as maybe one of the best teams at the tournament. You're facing them again in the semi-finals. Do you have any words for them, and do you have any shout-outs for anyone else at home?
Well, no words for Envy. It's going to be a dogfight. We both know it. It's going to be a close one, and the better one may come out on top. And whoever loses will meet in the final again, so it's all good. And shout out to Moxie and Tread.
All right, thank you very much, Level 1 Crook. Good luck in your next matchup, and we're going to head back to the casters.
Shout out to Moxie.
Thanks, Rad. Love you.
Cool. She bred a Citadel too. What are they saying that to me for?
I mean, I talk to the players.
Fine.
You gotta do the laps before season start. You gotta do the sit-down interviews with everybody.
Ah, see, that was my problem. I interview standing up. Well, Similar Shenanigans, what a time it was, and they said how much they like playing that against Loki Luna, which kind of is one of the more meta backlines we've seen from strategists. And I think people underestimate what those tendrils do in terms of healing, including the overhealth that they can give over us all, which is really good against Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, the range too, if we're all playing stacked up so that you can everyone participate in the dive, especially because the Jeff's coming with you on the dive, 10 meters range is nothing to sniff at all. But I mean, oh, the rematch potential, Harry. We've gone from a BO3 Envy versus RAD to a BO5, which means potential 5 mappers, potentially more than 5 mappers. We've actually seen a fair number of draws come through in grand finals, which have been BO7s and then actually proceeded to go 8 games. I would not be surprised if we see something similar.
Yeah, like those convergence maps, they can be very draw happy, especially when both teams cap in overtime. You only get that minute, and it's so hard to try and finagle one over on a team that's been so defensively stalwart. I'm so impressed by RAD so far, though. I thought that was going to be a little bit more contentious than a 3-0, but they really seem to have learned so much about stage play from yesterday with a couple of characters who haven't really been able to play on the stage just yet. And I think that we are going to have a much closer game in the best of 5.
Yeah, especially because they'll have learned, like you said, a lot from getting to see Envy against Citadel.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I mean, Yggdrasil Path was a point of contention when they went up against Envy. I don't think it's going to be a point of contention if you can just play the way that Citadel did on those earlier maps.
Yeah, maybe we see a world where Envy try and target ban that Jeff. I don't know if they played against it much anyway, but we know that Envy are like pseudo-Jeff believers.
Yes.
They were early adopters of things like the Jeff Nado, so there's definitely going to be a lot of respect there, and Envy know the value of the speed boost from the bubbles as well, but Fate's really been getting a lot of value out of.
Yeah, I mean, they've even been using one-sided tempo speed boost on Storm, so like you said, they do know the value. Storm a little bit more meta, I guess, in terms of niche situations that Jeff applies into. Storm has been in meta far longer than Jeff the Land Shark, unfortunately, in my personal opinion.
I think I'm definitely on the Storm side of this divide. Plus, I get to see Speedily frag out with those cleaving projectiles. The cleaving wind is, it really can build up that Omega Hurricane quite quickly. But it feels like Omega Hurricane's kind of dropped off a cliff in terms of like the respect it gets in the lethality. Yeah, it does a bunch of damage, but most are just like,
we'll run away from it, or if we have, you know, Loki, we'll just regeneration domain 1, 2, 3 stepping stone and just breeze along our merry way.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about forcing out those resources and then leaving. I rarely see Speedily stick around in that particular ultimate, but for RAD, they're smart enough to be able to deal with the Storm in isolation. Question is, can you out-brain power the fragging potential that Envy have? Because both Cal and Speedily were looking on fire.
Yeah, I mean, Cal's Phoenix was definitely something to worry about. So too was the Winter Soldier, though. And I feel like if you're RAD, if you do want to play the Jeff strategies again, maybe Winter Soldier might actually be the better ban for the Phoenix, so that you can come on through and have better dive targets, as opposed to having to worry about more CC with Bionic Hook and Kraken Impact, which can outlast your strategist ultimates if he gets a single reset.
Yeah, more survivability as well with the with additional health after each of those abilities, whether he hits someone or not. How fun. But for RAD, like Naga, I'm very impressed with what I saw today on the Wolverine. We saw some generational grabs, and it seems like there's such clean calling. We saw with that initial grab of the Starlord before any stellar shifts could come out after the landing, everyone on the team was just pelting the Starlord on the way down to make sure he did not hit Terra Firma.
Well, they went for the Magneto. Like, they were fine leaving the Adam and the Mantis in play because they knew that if a Starlord comes out, it's not going to be with a Magneto bubble, so it's much easier to be able to counterplay when the Starlord uses that Blast of Barrage to start open that fight, because, like, that's the engagement line of a rescom position. It's always your Magneto gives you a Starlord bubble with the Bulwark, and then your Starlord goes in with your Blast of Barrage spin. You hit multiple bodies, you force multiple cooldowns. If you're up against Loki, you can just burn all of the doppelgangers in one place. A lot of the time it forces regeneration domain out early, and you can shred through that, and then you get like 35% of your ultimate, then you go back, and then you do it again, and then you do it again, you do it again, and all of a sudden you've got Galactic Legend immediately.
And Galactic Legend can prove to be very deadly because you can pick your targets very easily. And of course, for damage, the lock-on distance is a little bit longer now as well. We have a special interview over on the stage. Let's throw it on over, I believe, to Cozy.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? I'm Cozy, and I'm joined by my friend and streamer, Guru. How you doing today?
Yo, doing really good. Life is really good.
Good, man. Well, it's good to have you here. Good to have you on the stage. And I've got to open up and ask, because this is history. First, land for Marvel Rivals. You're looking at all these teams. You've seen a lot of them play. And I want to kick things off by asking you, if you could jump into any of these teams, who would you pick and what hero would you lock in?
Ooh, I would like to hop in the Terra backpack on 100 Thieves. That'd be nice. I'd be on Wolf.
Yeah, just the carry role for the duelist.
Of course.
100 Thieves, duelist. You heard it from Guru himself here. And with that, talking about heroes, let me ask you, you watch a lot of Rivals, I know, when you're streaming. So what hero, from your perspective, is the most entertaining to watch?
Honestly, I've been enjoying watching Torch, and I just always like watching different Wolverine playstyles. Okay. So probably those two.
What is it about Torch that you like watching?
It's just like infinite APM. Like the more you can, there's like an infinite cap basically on how much you can do.
For sure.
And we're seeing it, like Tanuki is crazy on that guy.
He's really good.
That guy's crazy.
We have so much talent. Speeder, Tanuki, I mean, the Flyers in this tournament, insane. Talking about Torch, kind of, he was underrated going into this season. So now looking ahead, tell me, what hero do you think is the most overrated hero and underrated, both sides?
Overrated, probably, I don't know. There's not really any overrated ones, I think, but underrated Thing. I think there needs to be more Thing being played in this tournament. I think it counters a lot of the teams, and I think it was working for Sentinels, but it, kind of got unlucky near the end.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice that, more Vanguards equipped to handle the Flyers in the meta is definitely nice here.
Exactly.
And listen, if y'all don't know, Guru here played for a team in the group stage, Solaris, and they were nearly on their way here to Ignite. Now that you've been here, you've witnessed all this as a player in the group stage. I mean, tell me, are you locked in? You trying to get the spot in the finals? Are you guys coming back for more?
Oh yeah, Solaris will be in grand finals for sure.
love to hear it, my man. And in general, you've been, is this your first time to Guangzhou in China?
Oh yeah, first time leaving the U.S.
Ah, no way. First time leaving
For sure.
the U.S. So tell me, what has been your highlight of Guangzhou, China?
My highlight is not getting invited to this event, and now I'm on stage. This is crazy.
Dude, we're just
they're taking care of us, dude.
Good, yeah. The hospitality here is just unmatched. And I've got to ask, okay, we're looking at the matches here. We've got a lot of teams to go, a lot of matches to go. But let's pretend it's day 5. There's 2 teams, grand finals. Who do you have?
Envy versus 100 Thieves.
Envy versus 100 Thieves. Very, if you don't know, Guru's from America, so very America pick there in the terms of the teams. But we'll have to see. We've had now one team in Envy winning, and then we had now Sentinels just going down to RAD. But in general, can't wait to see you up there in the watch party, and I appreciate you here coming on stage.
Of course, happy to be here.
Absolutely, y'all. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got an electric matchup coming in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you right after.
大家好，我们是 OUG。大家好，我是 OUG 的莫兰。
大家好，我是 OUG 的 Sport， 喜欢玩商业惩罚。大家好，我是 OUG 的小壮，然后是个鲨鱼爱好者。
首先肯定是有点小小的开心吧，但是也比较担心。但是我相信我们不管什么样的困难，在我们齐心协力下，应该都能很好的去解决。
感觉自己第一次离世界冠军这么近，想要拼尽全力拿下这个冠军吧。
首先让大家先冷静下来，先思考一下，然后也是每个人说出自己比较难受的地方。毕竟想赢游戏，肯定都要大家玩都舒服。
可能版本初期的时候不知道什么阵容吧，然后后面就是学习别的队伍那种见解，然后再融合到我们自己身上吧。
我们最想和 CTG 过招，因为他们是欧洲第一嘛。
我最想对阵的是 Nova， 兄弟们顶峰相见吧。现在最想对阵的是 CTG， 在我心里面，他们可能是这次世界赛最难缠的对手吧。
100T 已经狠狠的研究了，
肯定要先拿下100T， 然后再去研究起来后面的强队。我们会去研究我们的每个对手的他们熟悉的阵容和打法，还有他们的英雄池什么的，会对他们做出一些针对吧。
我们的目标也只能是冠军，也只有冠军，然后电子竞技只有第1名。 其他都不重要了。
当然是来拿冠军啊，难道是来玩吗？目标的话肯定是冠军，然后不留遗憾，好吧。
刀不锋利马太瘦，我看谁敢与我斗。
在场上见，把你们全打爆！别拿切后排了，你会死的。
Hello everyone, we are 100 Thieves Marvel's Rivals team. Hello, my name is Tara. I'm the captain of 100 Thieves Marvel Rivals team.
Hello, I'm TTK.
I'm Delena.
We've gone to the mid-season finals and we feel really good about it.
I'm feeling pretty good for the mid-season finals. Just, I hope that we do well and we don't like choke under pressure.
I'm feeling really good that we're in the mid-season finals. Very confident in the team right now. Gonna try and win it all.
I think we'll do pretty well against the international teams. I feel pretty confident.
Playing against the international teams, it's like a fresh new game because everyone in NA plays a certain way, and around the world the play styles are very different. So very confident that we'll be able to beat everyone here.
Whenever we face a difficult situation, we just kind of follow the basic procedures and what we've practiced. We don't try and do anything like rash or out of the ordinary. We follow basic rules and stuff that we always know. I really don't care about what team we play against first because at the end of the day it's just business and we were signed to win.
Probably Citadel. They beat VP. Really wanted to meet all the guys over there, so just want to beat them for them. We're going to do whatever it takes to win.
I mean, the goal of the competition with every other team is to win this, keep the momentum going into stage 2. I don't think anyone came here to lose or anything like that. Everyone has the expectations to win.
The goal here, obviously to win, but we just gotta be calm and collected and it'll be easy from there. I think every team here is pretty shit right now, so I think we're gonna win.
嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
我会把你打回现实。
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat,
a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals.
It is time for our third series. Please welcome to the stage, Over Ultra Gaming! When you talk about Over and Ultra, this team embodies it. undefeated in MRC, undefeated in Invitationals, undefeated in Ignite. These are Over Ultra Gaming. Now please welcome 100 Thieves! "100 Thieves" are one of the first dominant forces to appear in the Americas and have consistently stayed at the top ever since. Many have tried, only a few have even come close. Please welcome 100 Thieves! Let us ignite the battle. It is time to head back to the casters.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Mid-Season Finals. I am one of your casters. I run Chip here with my co-cast Dogman. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good today, Shipskis. Obviously, today is an exciting day as we enter the main stage of the $500,000 Ignite Series, the mid-season, bro. So it's been awesome here in Guangzhou, especially to be alongside you, Ship.
Right back
and man, we got 2 more games today. Obviously, the first few were taken through by Moxie and Lake Day,
yes,
and that was baller. Those were some crazy games earlier.
Yeah, especially the first game. I mean, going to the very last potential map in OT 99-99. It was like watching a finals, right? It was like, it had my heart pumping from the, I actually was sprinting around just because I was so excited. Yeah, I mean, you can't contain the energy.
He was losing his mind back there because of how exciting it was. And, well, speaking of which, on that first game, just to sort of recap it, I mean, yeah, like you said, it was crazy. I was sitting next to Tanuki's parents. I think I told you about that earlier on in the crowd as they watched that series. And Tanuki's mom actually gave me this as a gift, and I felt bad because they lost. So I was like trying to comfort them, like, it's okay, lower bracket, you know, you'll come back or whatever. But look at this thing, man. It's the Jeff, it's the Jeff charm. It's a little Deadpool you can put on the back of the Jeff. You want to see it real quick, man?
I absolutely love this thing. I got to pin it to your back. We got to get the fin there.
Yeah, you get on the back.
Well, this is so cool. You got to check this out.
She spent 80 hours hand making this. So it's not, you can't get this anywhere. Obviously, it was just Tanuki's mother made it.
Sure.
And was awesome enough to just let it be shown on the broadcast. She has so much cool stuff like Jeff bags and whatever. Hopefully she doesn't get like requests to go make stuff now. But refocusing back on this series, Ship, dude, it's going to be an incredibly exciting matchup between the home favorite in OUG versus 100 Thieves. So this is going to be crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams obviously very special. OUG has never lost a tournament. That you heard me say it once. Let me say it twice. Has never lost a tournament one time.
Are you serious?
They are by far the favorite here for China, and they're looking to press through and take on 100 Thieves, both of which have an argument, with the best DPS in their area.
Yeah.
And now we find out who comes out on top in this next series.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could definitely talk about maybe like predictions and stuff as we get there, but you talked about it. I mean, yeah, OUG just didn't lose at all in their entire region, and I think we heard about it. It's like Nova was always in second place, right?
Yeah.
It was constantly them just waiting behind. I know eHome's also another good team that didn't make it into this tournament, but I mean, in the midseason. But regardless, I think OUG definitely was a heavy favorite to come out of the China qualifiers, to come out of the Stage 1 China matches, and you can see probably why in their matches coming up in a second. But this is the first time I know a lot of us English-speaking
folk
are
going
to get hands-on experience with these guys.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about these tournaments, right? We talk about the best in the world, and this is where you get to see that in action. A lot of us haven't had eyes on with China or some of these other regions. Maybe you just didn't get to catch it. Maybe you never, bothered to go look. But trust me, these tournaments are just as insane as your region. Talking about insane, we talk about Sentinels sweeping 100 Thieves, coming through there on the finals in the past in Ignite. And, maybe that was a fluke, right? It was a reverse sweep, so you got to hope that 100 Thieves can bounce back from that, learn from their mistakes, and take on OUG.
Yeah, a lot of people are putting pressure on the North American regions for sure, like you said. I mean, 100 Thieves and Sentinels, these are the two teams that qualified at the top through our stage one to get ready for the midseason. And now coming into it, it seems to a lot of people like Envy might be that strongest team, even though they had a very close matchup with Citadel Burr. You predict them to win the whole thing, man, and you're maybe looking like the right choice. That's looking like the right choice from the North American side, at least.
Sure, yeah, we're just getting started. I don't want to get cocky, right? I mean, all of us are guessing. Obviously, you chose Sentinels. Today was a tough game for them. I mean, I know they're a very strong team. You got to remember, all these teams are playing at such a close level. It's any given day. They just didn't look like themselves in the first two maps and started bouncing back there on 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see today how 100 Thieves does versus the Chinese team that is seen as the best Chinese team. Like you talked about, it cannot be understated how good of a team OUG is. We heard even rumors, before Ignite started about how OUG was beating, if you guys are from the European region, from the EMEA region, you know how good Virtus Pro is, right?
Yeah.
Not qualifying for the Ignite midseason is insane. Obviously, if we had 3 spots for EMEA, that would be a different story. But OUG, this team apparently was beating Virtus Pro in scrims and also North American teams. So these guys are scary, and if you're not aware of them, maybe we're about to learn today against the 100 Thieves.
Absolutely, and there was conversations with them being the quote-unquote best in the world. So let's put that to the test. You have Spald, Zhao Zhuang, Taro Cookie, Molan, and that's that duelist I'm talking about, potentially one of the strongest, Ganbei and Hetlot, and I'm stoked to see that matchup between the two of them, the duelist battle, the ego check, and they're going to be holding over each other's heads in the future.
Absolutely, and speaking about Molan, I think him and Raimazing had a little bit of a discussion, like, you're like the Chinese equivalent of Raimazing over here in North America, in the American region. Speaking of the American region, taking a look at 100 Thieves, we already know these guys, Shib. I mean, Delena, TTK, Tara, Vinny, Harvey, Millennia. I mean, we've known these guys forever. It's kind of interesting that Millennia is starting today. I don't know how much we even want to discuss why he's being played today. I mean, what do you think, Shib? Should we talk about it, or is
my thought is this is one thing to know. Millennia is very much a flex fill, so that is really unique when it comes to having somebody on your bench being able to flex. I believe Millennia in the past has been playing as a duelist, coming in here now as a strategist. Ton of flexibility, but is that super comfort? How much time have they put in that role? All that is up to question, and it has you maybe doubting how the team will perform together, but we don't know what's been going on behind the scenes and how they've been playing, and obviously that is the decision they made.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see at the online discussions. I mean, just like what happens throughout the series, what's going on. Maybe Millennia gets like a stock boost if 100 Thieves were to win, right? That would be huge. We'll have to see how 100 Thieves does. I think we know, like you talked about, how good of a team they are to constantly be in the top discussions. Before, when they were Mutants, now to come through. Before then, when they were Team Blue in the War of the Realms tournament, that was super long ago. So these guys have been together for pretty much year together as a unit, and so the fact that they're even putting in Millennia instead of SJP is crazy. I mean, that should not be understated how much of a change that is, considering how consistent this lineup has been throughout the year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. We had a conversation with Terry yesterday. He was essentially saying this team is like a friend group now, right? So and making a change like that, it tests the friendship a little bit, I believe, and that is a difficult thing to handle in live and in video games, right? You got to be cohesive, you got to be confident, and you got to understand each other. You play, you essentially get in the mind of your teammate. You understand what they're going to do before they even have to tell you, and that helps out with comms, which I know this team is more driven there with Terra's comms, but they do all pitch in. So I don't know how it's going to shake out. I'd like to see how it happens. We talk about Cal stepping in from the bench, saying, I want the ball, coach, getting in there and showing up. This could happen for Millennia.
And that's also a good point to maybe come back into experience we've had so far at the LAN environment that we're here in Guangzhou. I mean, we were in the same hotel as these guys. Obviously, they're practicing there as well. And in those situations, we're just like, okay, what are we going to do? Study for these games, right? We're going to get ready for the matches for the mid-season. And, we're going to watch scrims, going to the practice rooms, all the casters, and everybody's kind of watching on the backside. I tried to go ask, listen, I've been teammates with Gator, now the head coach of Envy, and I asked him, I was like, yo, can I watch you guys scrim versus 100 Thieves? The answer I got was, get the hell, he said,
get out of here.
He said, get the hell out of here, dog, man. And I did, because that is a very tense matchup. Even in practice, these guys have a very deep and rooted, sort of not bad blood, but there's a lot of pressure to just win the practice, win the scrims. You would think in a practice room, it's not all about winning, it's about improving, right? And sometimes you just, your ego takes over, I guess, and 100 Thieves just want to constantly win, make sure they're back in the game.
Yeah, you want to keep things under wraps sometimes, and that may result in, interactions like that. I don't know what that means. That could go back to this switch, right, with Millennia. It's just, there's so much complexity to this whole ordeal. But I want to circle back to a conversation we were having about Mulan. You said essentially the Rai-Mazing of this region.
Right.
Having the Iron Man, Panther, I know that those heroes in and of themselves, crowd favorites, right? So definitely potential there. I know Torch is on the, definitely playable.
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with me, speaking of Torch, that I want to, just segue right through.
Okay.
What do you think that, if I am playing for OUG, what do I do and what do I leave open for 100 Thieves? I was setting you up for this because it was a great call.
Right. Well, oh my God, wait, I completely blanked actually. That's
Leave
the funny
Torch.
part.
Leave
Torch. There we go.
There
Thank you. You had
My
me
fault,
reminded.
buddy.
This is why we're partners, because you catch me when I am faltering. And speaking of which, it's going to be map dependent, obviously.
Sure.
We'll have to see as we go to Aramco map number 1. The biggest thing is, like you said, we were talking about it before, where in the Ignite series, it felt like 100 Thieves, as good as Terra is and as good as Delena are, they sort of lack in flexibility sometimes,
Sure.
right?
Agreed.
They are really good. And Terra, I know, will get very upset at me if I said that. I said that on broadcast.
Yeah.
I think I was like, his buck key was maybe lacking, and then he was like, bro, did you see me get my, pop-off games later on in those matches?
The longest alt ever in history.
He proved me wrong. I mean, this guy, Terra, like we talked about, has been proving individuals wrong for so long, including myself. And like you said, I mean, I feel like leaving the Torch open could be a strategy for OUG against them, but we'll see how much they know. I mean, we talked about how some teams are maybe underprepared going into this tournament because you have to prepare for so many regions. There's so many hours to watch of the VODs of every single region, and not everybody can do that because they have to focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, I just to piggyback off of what you're saying, typically 100 Thieves, just for those who maybe do not know or, in a different region, they typically never run that Torch. They don't feel confident. They have Delena on some sort of hit scan, and they have Terra on Bucky or some sort of off pick that he feels comfortable on. He's got a lot in the belt, but we have not seen Torch from them. The ban does not seem worth it, and that enables you to start getting crazy in the ban phase, which is a massive part of this game, just to make sure the audience understands that. But OUG, if they get that Torch through, is scary. And so you got to make sure that, that in and of itself, having that you're forced to make that ban happen is an advantage.
Exactly, and that's why, speaking about the guy himself, the man himself, Mulan, it is Mulan.
Yep.
He is definitely that guy who has the flexibility, and that's what we're learning. I feel like when we talked in other hero shooter games about, flexibility of players, jack of all trades players, if you will.
Yeah.
I personally, as a player myself in those games, I kind of memed on it. Like, I was like, okay, this is kind of like, some silly nonsense by the casters, because I was like, really, at the end of the day, there was no bans, right, in the games that I played when I competed.
Of course.
There was none of that system. Now that we have the ban system, flexibility is so important.
Yeah.
And it can't be understated how many hours you can spend on one hero. You know that.
Yeah.
And you still feel like you probably aren't at the peak at certain heroes. Like with Emma Frost, do you even feel that you have reached her maximum potential?
No, absolutely not. No. I mean, I watched Kaluj play today, and it blew my mind. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Skill ceilings, we had that conversation. For those who don't know, skill ceiling is essentially how much effort you can put into a hero, and it elevates the way you play the hero. One of those characters that has potentially, definitely, actually, in my opinion, the highest skill ceiling is that Torch. So maybe the teams don't elect to put time into it because you just have to put and invest so much time into Torch if you want to reach this level of play. So instead, you maybe try to choose some lower skill ceiling heroes that you can get a lot of value with, and then be able to pull them out and diversify your pool that way.
Absolutely, you're right, Shiv, 100%. And speaking about the consistency of heroes and just trying to figure out and learn them, the backline of OUG, the strategists are really unsung heroes of these teams of professional esports orgs in general, because of the fact that you don't really have a lot of that limelight on you, and we know how good. If your team is winning, you can't have bad strategists. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so
you can't make mistakes.
No, yeah, exactly. And both Asphald and Zhao Zheng are both crazy supports, both insane strategist players, and we're going to learn why today, I think.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off with more of that, Ganbei is essentially, he's a really, really strong Venom, and one thing that is kind of interesting that we can mention here, he was a Naraka pro, Naraka Blade Point. Yeah, made here by this team of NetEase, switched over to this game and is just insane, right? So That is a gamer, if I have ever seen one, and that is something you want to take into Rivals, picking up the game quickly, like we talk about all the time, in its infancy,
it's
right?
Not easy.
Yeah, it's not, and being in its infancy at this level just shows how quickly you can adapt from playing at such a high level in another game, coming in here and making that switch, right?
Absolutely, yeah, and that
very different game too.
That game could not be more different.
Yeah, it's very different.
I played it with Moxie. Moxie's actually good at that game. I am not. So I gave up immediately. Moxie's like, yo, you should come cast this game. I'm like, yeah.
He is not a gamer.
Not a gamer there. But who is a gamer is Vinny in the side of the vanguards of 100 Thieves.
Sure.
And we talk about the strategists. Maybe let's focus back on these vanguards, specifically in Vinny, and later on we talk about TTK.
Yeah.
What's something that you could say about both Vinny and TTK that stands out? Obviously, we're going to look at Terra in a moment, but what do you think about Vinny and TTK?
Yeah, so let me bring up Vinny first. One of the best Groots in the game. I know right now maybe not the highest Groot meta, right? It's maybe quote-unquote not meta, but I do think definitely playable, especially in the more divey compositions, plays a little more brawly.
Yeah.
But Groot's going to be getting a buff here coming up in the next patch.
Oh my goodness.
I can have no doubt in my mind he will be seeing his way more into the meta, but an incredible Groot, very strong player. And then you switch over to TTK, and that is the top-tier kid. This guy uses a controller and is insanely accurate, very high sense. I don't understand how it's physically possible. Plays more slow-paced Vanguards because, honestly, in my opinion, if you're playing on a controller, it's more difficult to get value on something like a hit-scan duelist.
Absolutely.
But it's, easier on the Vanguard front, but he is insane. I've never seen him miss a Mag Meteor M, but I'm saying that I'm definitely jinxing him.
Absolutely not. And you are jinxing him for sure. We always cast a curse here. And Enzo as well, the other controller player in this tournament. Delena as well. Everybody's waving towards the camera today, man. We got some good
that's
personality.
The energy.
Hell yeah. I mean, Delena was the guy that I think when I was looking back at the game in the first place, this is the guy I mirrored my own sensitivity off of his hell of
Nice.
Because I came into ranked against him for the first time, and I was like getting dominated, like straight up. Like I was like, I'm just going like 4 and like 20 or something like that against Delena. I'm like, I gotta copy this guy's sense. Like,
can't beat him, join him.
Can't beat him, join him. And sometimes a lot of pro teams even follow that strategy. We saw yesterday, I believe Nova weren't really trying some strategies out. Then after playing against RAD, played the Jeff. They were doing a bunch of different things last second, and sometimes it is like that. You need to make last second adjustments, and that's what makes the good teams amazing. That flexibility that we talked about. We're going to really see that, I think, Shib, today is the lacking of flexibility for a lot of teams, right? When we talk about the ban phase, it really is the most important thing in the game now. In the past we were like not even considering something like that, but really flexibility and being able to change the different heroes is what's going to separate you from everybody else. And it's not even just like being able to play to the baseline level, but at the best level in the entire game, like somebody like Speedery and somebody like Milan, like you said.
Yeah, I think the ban, we can talk about the ban phase till the cows come home. It's so complex, and I personally am of mind that when you have a coach, it's a little easier because they track stats. I mean, I'm not sure. Being a player coach in a ban phase is terrifying. I mean, it's all about confidence and making sure you can make the right decision in the moment. But we talked about yesterday, it's not necessarily trying to get your composition. It's trying to ensure the enemy doesn't get their composition while you still have a composition that could beat what you've designed against you. It's so complex, especially as you're banning now 4 heroes, right? So it is tricky, it is difficult, and you get into the discussion of, is it the captain every time, or is it more open, right?
Yeah, actually, I wonder if it's a more open discussion. Sometimes that's why, it's different per team, I guess, because I wonder if some teams maybe enact a more team-based orientated ban system. A lot of teams, I think, just have one guy do it and everybody shuts up. Like, we walked into rooms during practice and they weren't even phased. Like, we were just chatting to them during the ban phases. So a lot of time it is just one mind doing. In. Yeah, because what happens is I imagine they discuss things beforehand or after and then make adjustments then. But we're going to get into it, man. Speaking of the ban phase right now, I believe, as we head to Araco. First up, man, this is going to be an amazing map number 1 on Domination.
Yeah, honestly, Krakoa, one of my favorite maps now. I love the music, right?
I said Araco, not Krakoa?
It's
oh my goodness.
Family member. You're good. Family member, still his. You actually see Krakoa on Araco, so we're going to make that transition. Transitive property, it did work. As we ban 100 Thieves, going to ban out that torch.
They missed the ban.
Oh.
OUG missed the ban. Maybe
look at the, you can see the face.
So there's this thing, what happens when you miss a ban in practice, you just type the hero you want banned afterwards. You're like, sorry guys, I missed it. This is who I meant to ban. And this happened to me. I rang for a team one time, and I just missed the ban phase because I was in charge of it for some reason as a ringer. And I missed the ban phase, and we just want this banned, right? We want Loki banned or something like that. So maybe they'll talk about that later. I don't know.
That is insane.
It's never happened in an official. It's happened in an official, but nothing's been done about it. So I really want to know, especially on this land stage, what's going to happen? Like, was there a reason behind it? We'll have to learn later, man.
No way.
That's crazy.
It's not an aura play because they immediately started banning after. I had a weird feeling maybe they just wouldn't ban at all and just thought they were that confident. But looks like it was just a miss. And then 100 Thieves, like we talked about, definitely get rid of the torch. They're banning the torch right back. I don't know if they've done their homework. I'm not sure that 100 Thieves has that torch on the
I mean, they can play the torch. The problem is there's not many teams that really are the most insane torch team in the game, right? And a lot, like I said, a lot of the North American teams, unfortunately, that were good at torch, besides Envy, obviously. I think Envy, we already know how good Speedery is at flyers. It's not that Terra or, on the opposite side for Sentinels have Nectar and Rymazing are bad at torch.
Okay. I thought I saw the ban switch. I was like, wait, did they miss a ban too? I'm losing my mind, but no.
No, sometimes it feels like a wasted ban. That's all. And you know what? When we see today, we'll see how, if the torch does go through, what's going to change. But like you said, it could be something that they could invest on something else. So not only did you ban out torch, you also don't have another ban. So really, you only have 2 bans right now against the Loki and the Cloak and Dagger, which strategists are great and all, but you're leaving the Mantis open now for 100 Thieves. Everybody's talking about how good Mantis is in triple, and you can't play it yourself on OUG side. Maybe going to have to focus on some sort of Ultron compositions, or I don't know, because we've heard so many good things about Mantis, specifically on domination as well, when you can be so constant and just so much pressure that can be provided by your team with Adam Warlock and his res on top of Mantis and the damage boosts.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go. One thing I want to see, for my eyes looking immediately, is Harvey, obviously a very strong strategist, but now you bring Millennia in. I'm not sure if they're going to be switching up. Okay, Harvey is going to still be on the invis, very confident on the invis, and that's that's a small. Millennia is on the Jeff. Off the rip. That might be a speed boost out, and we'll see a change. Yes, we do. Now on to Luna, more traditional composition here. Very heals heavy on the side of 100 Thieves as Taro Cookie presses out here. Molan going to be on. Oh, this is crazy here.
On the Wolf?
Yeah, the Wolverine. If you have a strong duelist on a Wolverine, which we know Tara, a very strong duelist as well, that is a scary, scary sight. Tara is going to be able to pull out the Wolf if they want, but right now, looks like he's going to be playing the Phoenix as Terra's going to start off here, deal some damage on the front line. Holy! Almost an immediate KO, but no, does not happen as they reset back as a team. Ganbei up in the high side, trying to drop in, bang, and does get a few. Bob just trying to get some cooldowns out. Literally 20 HP with an escape there in the danger zone. Now he's going to be playing a little bit more defensively. No cooldowns out, and that gives him some space. I lied. An immediate retake. 15% or 15-second cooldown out again on the shield. Terra going to get the damage up. Ganbei going to find Harvey, though, early, and that's a number up for OUG. Will they be able to keep the pressure on the point at about 70-90, and that's theirs as OUG is holding on again. Terra, though, with a pick on asphalt. Delena onto Ganbei, and now the numbers back in their favor. It's all about stalling now for OUG. Can they hold on and get enough percentage to make it a one-fight game?
Yeah, but the green's out as well, and oh no, Zhao Zhuang going to fall as well, so constant pressure right now from 100 Thieves. Also using the dance floor to continue this pressure here, Shiv, as they're going to clean things up. A lot of picks by, like you said, that duelist line in Terra and Delena. You thought that they would be in a worse situation because of what happened earlier on to Harvey, but they did commit the fate of the worlds there. Committing the dance floor is big because we know how strong strategist ultimates are in this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to put them in a slight disadvantage, but them winning that 5v6 is a good sign. It's confidence. They found a pick immediately after as we start another fight here. Headlock going to put some damage out. Keep up and heavy as we go with the meteor ram up. Does it land? It does! Down goes Millennia early. Delena is going to trade right back with Sval, though numbers evened out, but we do have a strategist down on the side of 100 Thieves, and that's an advantage. Walking from TTK, no eyes where, but does find one as Molan goes down, and that's a huge pick again. Down goes the duelist up in the sky. We go with the meteor ram. The meatball doesn't land. Looking for one. Does not. Vinny going to hold on here on the Magneto, and it's still 40% holding on. And no slight alt advantage here for OUG, but nothing major.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that Meteor M from Vinny was crazy. And the fact that we have Vinny, by the way, on Magneto instead of TTK, I mean, that's an awesome role swap that we're seeing come through that we haven't seen out of 100 Thieves just in anywhere, really, back in the Ignite series. So that's cool. A little wrinkle for 100 Thieves to change things up last second as OUG comes into this next fight, only having Milan in that dance of the Cutterflies, as you like to call it. So we'll see what happens. No greens as well as they don't have the Loki on the opposite side.
No strategist ultimate to counter it, though, and that is a big factor as they will be hyper aggro. It's all about stacking in that ultimate now. There is no crystals either on the side of Loki to keep the team healthy from it. Ganbei going to take the height here. The Loki is banned on the side of 100 Thieves. They play that very well. And there's the initiation. Great shield. Out goes the dance. Doesn't find value. It does not. Molan going to reset. Find his way out. Terra with a ton of damage. Ready with an ultimate 2. Walking in. Just going to drop and doesn't find value. He down goes 3 as TTK takes out Terra as well.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves not skipping a step right now, Ship. They look amazing. 94% of the board. Portal also not going to come in time, but they will have somebody touch maybe. And no, nobody even swapped to the Doctor Strange. They're just going to go to the next round, and 100 Thieves win round number 1.
100 Thieves, the hit scan warriors right now looking terrifying. You see the Ensong Inferno coming in for Phoenix. So, you know, for those who don't know, burns all shields that are popped and all cooldowns, you know, out there, and they immediately follow up with everybody committing. That is how you have to use Ensong. A lot of teams are trying to use Meteor M after Ensong because, you know, if they're trying to shield it in the moment, you're not expecting it. It is going to make that Meteor find so much more value. There's a lot of combination with that. Obviously, the damage boost with Luna does allow for the one shot of the squishies in the back line. So there's a ton you can do with Ensong, and, you know, it obviously resets health bar. It's a very valuable ult that I think is slept on in ladder. I mean, a lot of teams, you know, you see teams at the highest level clearly playing Phoenix a ton, but at this level with coordination, it is invaluable.
Oh, absolutely. Terra is that guy who can flex at whenever we maybe even doubt him. Like I said, I maybe doubted him on Torch today. I mean, he can't play Torch, obviously, till later on if it goes unbanned, but not skipping a step on Phoenix, man. That guy is a freak of nature on that hero, and also 100 Thieves as a cohesive unit are looking beautiful. And it's interesting because usually, you know, we talk, like I said, I talked to Trust Me. He thinks that triple strategist, triple with the Adam Warlock Mantis and whoever support or whoever strategist you can add on to it is very strong. 100 Thieves skip out on that. They don't even care.
They don't.
They're not really that good, I guess, at the triple res. They're really the only team out of North America, I think, that plays it a ton to a high level is a team like Envy and even sometimes Sentinels. But 100 Thieves have that's never been their forte.
Which is wild, and I think that goes back to doing your homework. OUG here banning the Torch and the Mantis, right? So it's, you know, I understand the composition. It seems like they're just banning the meta right now, and that's not the way to go about it at this level of play, especially when you're at this stage of the tournament. Taro Cookie trying to find an off-angle fight here, dealing some damage onto the front line, but does get immediately healed up. Remember, damage is not the stat to be looking at too much. While you have strategists as strong as these are, do not make mistakes. They just get ults quickly. And out goes the boundary, keeping the team up as we see the dance floor. Will the Meteor Ram land? And the Phoenix damage boost, the combination, like I said, with the Phoenix into the Meteor Ram. Headlock finds Millennia, and that's a huge pick, getting rid of that shield quickly. Beautiful play there by Taro Cookie and Headlock.
Yeah, that was a beautiful combination, but they're still trying to win it here. Gombe trying to stall things out as well, or Vinny rather, coming back with the Meteor M, but can't find the elimination because of all those shields you talked about earlier.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there. Tara is going to be using that melee. Remember, the melee does attack a multitude of anyone in front and applies that passive for Phoenix. Can be very strong. Mulan going to find Harvey. Headlock going to find Tara. Make that 2 as Vinny goes down as well. And OUG will get this point first.
And this is the tough part, I think, in terms of just overall stall potential from 100 Thieves on these type of maps. If you have, you know, pop both strategist ultimates, and then after all of that, you don't have anything to combat the side of Gombe on Captain America with the Capo, with the Freedom Charge, it's tough because you can't really just extend that fight out. You're going to be losing it no matter what. Vinny's trying to come back through with the Meteor M, but does not have Terra to follow up with a combo. So something just kind of happened there for 100 Thieves. Now this next fight, they're going to be at a slight disadvantage in terms of tick rate, but we'll see what OUG does against the Ultimates because 100 Thieves obviously have that edge.
We've had this conversation over the past few weeks, but might as well mention it again. When you have point early in domination, it is an insane advantage. The game now becomes, how long can I stall on point to get enough percentage to make it a one-fight game? Milan going to find Vinny early, and that is a scary pick in the neutral. Another huge advantage here for OUG, who are looking like Hulk instead of Bruce Banner right now from map 1 as Taro Cookie finds Terra. Delana going to get a trade, but it doesn't matter as another falls as Harvey goes down from Taro Cookie, and OUG are stepping their game up at 50%.
Yeah, they're doing really well right now on the comeback as well as with the point control. Oh no, a late ult from TTK as well. I mean, they could try to win this here with both strategists ultimates and a portal coming through from Vinny, but it's going to be a tough fight because OUG just needs to kind of weather the storm. We'll see if they can. They've already lost Headlock.
60%, 70 is where it becomes a dangerous game. Terra finds 1, numbers in their favor, but just barely as they come through the portal. Out goes the invisible boundary, and that's a copy there from Zhao, as we see a couple ults ready. Ult advantage here for OUG. Could they take this fight back? Not with Terra. Find Zhao that early, though, and that's a good start here for 100 Thieves, who needs to get this point captured. 75% now, getting even more dangerous. Eventually, the portal will not have a chance, but excuse me, the portal has been used already by Vinny. 3-minute cooldown will not come back unless this stall is wild. Delena gonna find Svald. TTK on the Molan, and that should be enough to give them the point, but at this point, it is definitely a one-fight game for OUG.
Yeah, and that's the hard part of domination that we've always talked about, Shib. I mean, everybody will mention how the first team to cap the point can just stall forever because of how strong strategists are in this game, and especially for OUG because of how many, you know, peel options they have with Hetlaw on the Magneto, with Gombe on the Captain America, with the shields on top of the ultimate. So because of all of that peel job, it makes it a lot easier to kind of hold on to that point and get all the way up to 79%. So that took 100 Thieves so much time. We'll see if they can hold on to the objective at this point as they don't have that portal cooldown.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't like there from OUG, and we could speak to this, it's all about decision making, which is very difficult, and at this level of play, it's everything. But They committed a lot of ultimates in that fight, being down numbers, and that's not going to allow them to just make this a one-fight game. Now ults are going to be back in 100 Thieves' favor. Sometimes it's worth just losing the point for a bit and committing a full team ult fight on the next go, but instead they elected to use everything to try to take it back and not even give 100 Thieves the chance, and that was not the right decision at that time. Down goes one Ganbei, gonna find Terra, and that's a huge start. Up we go again with the end song. Does it find value? Gonna wait it out a little bit. Bang! Onto the back line! Down goes Harvey! Terra looking different. Headlock gonna find Millennia. Beautiful play again on the OUG, who do not need ults, but 100 Thieves have not committed 3 that they were holding on to, looking to come back and make that change here, but they are at 70%. I think this is a good decision. Look, they held on. They were down in numbers, and all 3 held on. Oh, Vinny had to make a switch there. It's a little bit difficult, but we do still have ults for Terra and Delena, which is enough to potentially win this.
Did Ganbei try to pick off Delena? They spawn camp Delena as well. I mean, that's huge. 90% of the board. Milan going to come back through. And oh no, what even happened there? Because earlier on, Ganbei swapped over the Doctor Strange, got picked off by by Delena, who went far deep into the spawn. But this is going to be an overtime fight now as OUG in control of the objective.
Molan, that was a Molan diff, if I'm being honest. You know, Delena tried to push up, got picked, tried to ult, and still got picked while wasting ult. So that is tough to see if you're looking for 100 Thieves here. Molan gonna pop that all into the back line. We will see the dance floor out to keep the team healthy from Millennia. Harvey now has a visible boundary to hold on, so Strategist ults will keep them alive for now. There is some movement with the Phoenix up. It does not find value, so 100 Thieves now up in ults. Will they be able to take this great movement, great kiting, which we talked about yesterday? Again, invisible boundary up, and they are seeing the meteor gets deflected! Back Terra, gonna find Molan! Wow! Vinny, well done, beautiful! Reflect there as they hold on. Svaldo finds Millennia, headlock onto Harvey. It is not done yet. 100 Thieves needs to use these ults successfully. They're gonna hold on with Cap, the freedom charge. OT's ticking, you gotta make sure you're on the point. They're back. They're still holding on as Taro Cookie now is looking for an angle. Xiao is gonna find Delena, and that could be enough here for the win on OUG. They gotta make a play now. TTK playing around the shield, dancing, buying time, but it's not gonna be enough as OUG makes this 1-1.
1-1 indeed, but now we go over to the next round, Shib on Krakoa, which will be Carousel. And I think the reason why 100 Thieves lost that map is because of the fact that Loki is so strong on that round. I mean, on the Grove, you know, with the waterfalls and all the high ground we saw, Delena was spending like half the fight breaking Loki clones. When we go to the previous map, when we head to the more open round, it's a lot harder, I think, for Lokis to live. But there's actually an interesting spot that I've not seen utilized yet, Shib, when you go to the top of the map on that round, on the first one we saw, and just to kind of hide. But now that we go over to Carousel with the dragons and stuff, I don't know, where do you think the Lokis, do they have an advantage with the Loki here? Because you go to the high grounds, right? Because Loki can sometimes change if you win an entire map or not.
Yeah, I think Loki is very strong in this next map too, because you do have those off-angle heights behind, which still have a view of point, and then you have the second floor on both sides of the point. The dragon obviously complicates things. I don't think it obstructs view at all for Loki. You know, granted, it's going to be playing closer with each clone, but you can have one up in that distance, which is a free escape at any point if you turn. Still, though, I do think maybe not as effective as the last map, which has crazy peaks, and you know, Loki through waterfall is unseeable. So
this, you're saying this one's a bit more still up for debate, basically. If it's going to actually dominate.
It's still playable for sure. I'm just curious. I want to see the clone placement and see if I was correct. See that second floor on left and right side there, and then directly, if you were to look behind us, folks, in the camera, you would have some height behind there. It's almost like a third story, which has an angle on point as well, but it does require you to play around a different. And they are playing up there, so I'm going to take 5 points here. Victory for me as we do press forward. Terra gonna put some damage out to start stacking those passes. Ganbei gonna look for the back line. Out we go. Terra finds Molan, and that's a good combination there with Delena, just putting a ton of damage out, dashing through and colliding as they're looking for this point early. 100 Thieves is angry, and they want this W, and that's a ton of damage, but it will not be enough. Good kiting there. Delena gonna find Zhao, and that's a good stagger, buying them more time on point at 10%.
Yeah, that's the tough part of the Phoenix ult, is you kind of have to pick your poison, right? Terra goes into the sky with the ultimate. Oh my, no, Deleno, you went too far, man. Going down into this upcoming fight, it's definitely scary. Luckily, Psylocke has the cooldowns to get back to the point, but he's going to be missing those for this upcoming fight. But as I was saying, waiting patiently to wait for his team to get in position to go for that dive, right? Terra, as soon as he lands, the team is there to follow up, making sure they're in position. Is his point now. Here comes the Dance of the Butterflies from Milan.
And Headlot's going to find Harvey. Small going to take out Millennia. Ganbei onto TTK and Headlot onto Vinny. And I'm going to say it, I do think that early pick was detrimental. Being down a number allows them to play hyper aggro. And I do think that's part of the mental game, right? Did get picked off near spawn from an off-angle aggressive push there by Molan. And I think maybe he got in his head a little bit, right? Like that's the part of the mental game of Marvel Rivals. You want to try to do it right back and pay the price for it. So not a good look. Got to bounce back here, but OUG, 4 ults on, heavy advantage. We're going to see 3 here, I believe, for 100 Thieves in the next fight, but will it be enough?
we'll see. I mean, this is the thing with Milan. I think he and Taro have that flexibility. Also, copying the Lunar Snow, going invisible shift. A lot of Loki players obviously do that, to sneak around, try to go for that copy onto the Lunar Snow if they don't have a Luna on their team, to give themselves the best ultimate basically in the game in terms of the fate of the worlds. We'll see how this upcoming fight lasts. He's waiting for the last second to pop it. Now they go.
Yeah, Luna Q is insane. Milan gonna find TTK early, and they're not using too much psych on line. 3 go out immediately as Headlot finds Millennia, and that's gonna be some value. Godbay, Headlot, OUG wants this W, and they did not take that first map rightly. They just went right back and absolutely swept them. 100 Thieves will have ult advantage in the next fight, though. Things have to change. Momentum has shifted.
Again. And Delena again, man, just got picked off in that previous fight towards the end. So, man, it's tough. Even though OUG used a lot of ultimates, losing Delena yet again is going to be brutal moving forward. 63% of the board. 100 Thieves still have ultimates ready to go, but that gives time for OUG to build up ultimates yet again, as they are pretty much a 3 ultimate battle versus 3 on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. At least it is a strategist ultimate in Harvey, but it's going to be back and forth again from the cap on Gombe.
Yeah, I think, I almost thought Cap got caught before the ult went out. Terra gonna find Milan early, and that's a nice start to this fight. Meteor M ready here for Vinny. Vinny playing aggro off we go with the Meteor M. Thank goodness the Dragon was not there, making life a little easier. Using that ult to their advantage. What a shot there by Vinny. TTK taking out Headlot's fall goes down there by Vinny. Vinny finds 2 on a Taro Cookie. Vinny looking really good here on the Magneto as Terra cleans up Zhao. One thing I wanted to mention there from Zhao was when they had used that transform, when they used the copy, notice how they took that full maximum length before they used the ultimate, right? Because Luna is a very strong strategist in their own right, staying and using those cooldowns prior, using the crystal and using clap before you press ultimate, because when you press that ult, you do reset that timer, so make sure you use the abilities if you can first.
Absolutely, and between OUG and 100 Thieves, North America versus China, for the chance to continue on in the upper bracket. It's not out, obviously, if they lose it now, go to the lower bracket. But right now, here comes that early dance to the butterflies from Milan, getting Millennia.
Yeah, that is a good start here. Terra gonna find Milan right back, though. Numbers even down. 100 Thieves with ult advantage. They're just holding on. I can't believe they're doing this. Well played here. 100 Thieves and OUG looking like the same pace of play, looking very similar, very smooth. Who's gonna come out on top in this fight? Oh my goodness! TTK, Terra popping off together, and now the teleport from Milan. You're going to wait patiently until those reses come back and you fight as a team. That is how you use this portal. Do not get too aggressive. Remember, essentially the percentage on point is like a health bar. You can trade some of that resource to ensure you have a better chance at winning these fights.
Absolutely. Now they come out the high ground. They flip the 0.95% they could touch last second. Taro does have the ultimate ready to go to slam down into 100 Thieves. They have nothing in this fight besides pick potential from the likes of Tara, who has done it before.
And we start again, ult advantage for OUG in the final fight. They will have time to portal if somebody falls early, but will not if they fall as a team. And we do see some heavy push here, using Zhao to use that Luna Fate of both worlds. There's that shield break as Headlock finds Millennia again with that combination. Milan onto Vinny, so difficult to handle. TTK goes down. Now they're just trying to stall with his invisible boundary, staying on point, but they find him. Delena still finds value, though. Will that be enough for the portal to come back and retake this point? That would be wild. It's definitely on the card. You got to make sure you touch here with OT so the portal comes through. Will it happen? There's the touch there by Harvey, and that KO could be detrimental. They do come in heavy. Harvey, insane play to stay healthy there in that fight. Up go the crystals. The dunk lands, but not enough. Do a fair amount of damage as out goes Cap immediately here for the side of Ganbei. Anybody's fight at this point. Sval with some good positioning. Out goes the invisible boundary now. Ult's being used across the board. TTK Terra, who gets the first pick? Milan does. That's going to be a nice setting of pace. Will they be able to follow up? They've got to stay on point, and they are. I don't know how this is happening. Harvey goes down, and that could be the swan song for map 1 as Ganbei. Taro finds Terra. Milan onto Millennia. We're almost rhyming here as the first game goes to OUG.
Few things towards the end there, Ship, as that first game, like you said, goes to China and OUG, and obviously they have the crowd backing them. Few things, man. They swapped over Vinny to the Rocket Raccoon last second as well when they came to the portal for the res. A lot of people like to play it like kind of like Adam Warlock res, almost like a pseudo comeback with the BRB. As that character obviously gives you that opportunity to come back, and you know he kind of tried to make things work on that. You know, some people are maybe wondering why you would do that. It definitely works for stall. I think it's a smart idea to do something along those lines. But for the likes of OUG, another reason why they won is because of what we talked about. That Loki just looked absolutely dominant on the high ground constantly. It just So even if you're not finding direct value on Loki in those situations, it's the pressure provided to the team, right? Because you saw that Delena having to commit both the dashes at the high ground to try to take him out. I mean, yes, he cleared the clones, but then falling back down to the team was him. And then also after that situation, unfortunately, Psylocke, her cooldowns are just so long. You're kind of out of the fight. Delena did kind of bring things back after he went for the Emma team up to take down like Taro, like we saw in the Phoenix. But unfortunately, a lot of those cooldowns were out for the side of Delena because of the pressure from Loki. And I think that was the reason why they won that map, man. There was just so much constant healing from him. And then also just the overall utilization of him was perfect, and I think their back line from OUG cannot be underestimated for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Zhao played flawlessly on the Loki, and that's going to be changed, I think, in the next map. But one thing we have to bring up is the fact that they missed a ban, and they banned characters that 100 Thieves. They missed a ban.
I forgot.
They banned heroes that 100 Thieves don't typically play. I mean, maybe they've been playing something different in scrims. There's plenty of time to learn a new hero pool, and these players have a hero ocean. It's almost impossible to ban them out, but that is tough. That is a tough look.
It was close. It was very close, and I think the only way, I guess, that you would potentially beat a composition like that is maybe with the triple res.
Sure.
Maybe you run out the Adam Warlock because they didn't ban Mantis against you. But OUG, maybe they've done their homework. Maybe they know that even with the Torch out of the lobby, even if they did play Torch, maybe the Torch is still better than how 100 Thieves play that triple res. Because, I mean, like you said earlier, like we were talking about, 100 Thieves not really that good of a triple res team. It's just not what they play.
It's just not their comfort.
It's not, because they have somebody like Terra that we've talked to when we chilled in the hot tub last night with him. We were talking about how Terra is one of those guys that plays Bucky, plays Phoenix, a lot of those characters that does so much damage down range, like Punisher, like we've seen him do insane work on that hero. Obviously, we've seen him do well on Wolverine and on the likes of Iron Fist, but this guy, I think his heroes right now in the patch are still pretty solid, but man, that was just an incredible map, number one. Don't know if they can maybe pull out something like the triple res composition later on.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not a comfort pick for them. It's definitely something they could play, but it's, you know, not pulling it out in that moment is wild to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, man. I don't know what the correct decision is for them. They definitely got to see a change of composition.
Well, you talked about it. I mean, you got to feel bad. Literally, they missed a ban and also banned a Torch, which you don't even really play that well. And then you still lost. Excuse me, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. That the fact that OUG, I think, has that flexibility. I watched. I had the pleasure of watching one of their scrims, and in that practice, I saw Terra and Mulan constantly change heroes. It was not just Milan on Psylocke, like we saw today. Milan, fantastic on Psylocke, but it was also Taro Cookie. Taro Cookie, maybe that hit scan guy, loves to play the Phoenix like we saw, but regardless, this team has incredible flexibility, and that's why they're so good, like we talked about earlier. Shib, taking a look at the stats from the board, what are you seeing off the rip, man? Is it just an incredible performance from the overall team? I mean, can you say something about maybe, like you said, with Zhao Zhang on that Loki? Was there anything phenomenal there, or was it pretty even across the board? I mean, it was down to the wire towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the healing is insane there from Zhao, no doubt. And my eyes look over to Lena and Terra. Those final hits are insane. Hetla with 14, Mulan with 12. I mean, the duelist line on the side of 100 Thieves looking more clean, but it was difficult to see that in that game, right? Mulan obviously is 12. He was not a Vanguard, although you're seeing, you know, Strange just because of the switch at the end. And for those who do not play Strange, trust me, it is worth having Strange in the belt because you need to have that portal ready at any given moment. So we're looking here. Hetlot with the MVP, I think well-deserved there on the Magneto with 27 KOs.
Well, you talked about how the combination between Phoenix and Magneto is just so brutal, right? I mean, do you want to talk about that again? I think we've talked about it a few times, but the ability just with, I guess we don't have to talk about it too much, but because we've already mentioned before, just the ability with Phoenix to get rid of all of those shields, and then Hetlock coming through with the Meteor M. It's that combination, and that's this game's biggest strength, I think, with Marvel Rivals, is the fact that everything is just so about coordination, right? And being able to play different compositions, being able to flex over, and I guess in OUG's case, not even caring about the ban phase. So just that ability to maybe not even really care what your opponent is doing and sort of force your own will upon them is definitely special, and that is an incredible performance from OUG. I think I'm impressed with how they did.
Yeah, I do think they utilized that combination of Hetlot with Taro Cookie using that Phoenix ult to follow up with the Meteor M. Yeah. Like you talked about so well. I mean, that was great stuff there. I loved seeing that. But that was wild. I mean, it was just so consistent. Ganbei played great. We saw some Cap play. Taro and Mulan, I showed them a lot of love. But, I mean, final hits are very important. They just didn't look like they were getting them as much. I do think there was that 1v1 there with Delena that kind of got into Lena's head, made some mistakes in that map. Maybe that changes things. If they had point earlier, I'm not quite sure, as it did give OUG some percentage on point. But Delena played lights out outside of that, at least in the final hit front. But those picks stats don't tell the whole story, right?
No.
I mean, those fights lost, although the stats are great, could have been the reason for the loss, and that's why it's so difficult to base a game, as you look back and ladder off of stats, right? You have to go back and watch the story. You have to see how things shook out, because if you lose a fight, all that matters is the point, and that's why Triple Res, even though it doesn't always have the best stats, can win a round.
Absolutely. And as somebody, unfortunately, when we take back a look at 100 Thieves on that map, it's tough to call out individual players, because I think, like we saw when everybody talks about this game, it is a very team-oriented game. It's never one player that's the problem. It's always something happens, or the overall cohesion of the team is just not there, and that's the reason why maybe sometimes somebody gets picked or whatever may happen. Sometimes you're playing a little too aggressive. Maybe you thought something different would kind of happen. Maybe Delena, when he got picked off on that third round, maybe he just kind of went far forward thinking his team would back him up. So it's very easy to kind of get ahead.
The comms, exactly.
Unfortunately, like Delena just had a tough round for sure, tough map in general, and that doesn't come as necessarily a diss. Like it's been, I guess,
his stats were lights out, so he was clearly a good player, right?
Yes.
Like, it's just that's the difficult part. It's like we're saying, like those mistakes could have lost him the game. It's that simple.
And the biggest thing, I think, when we take back a look at the game is that if we ever say, for example, if I ever, because I do this a lot.
No, it's a good point out. I like this.
Well, no, whenever I, maybe say a player is bad or performing or underperforming or something along those lines, I don't mean it in a toxic way, because considering every single player here that is competing at Ignite, competing in the qualifiers, competing in the stages outside of this, that have competed over the course of the entire game, way better than I am.
Yeah.
And we're 100%. You're in Eternity. I'm constantly top of 100 in that range. We're both high-ranked players.
Exactly.
Could never reach this level.
Yeah.
Different level, for sure. And when we talk about Delena, I think saying he's not that good on Psylocke, that's not a slight per se necessarily in that he's just the hero pool, it's very hard to reach its full potential, like we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
Delena, absolutely phenomenal. Namor, one of the best in the world. How can you get to that level on every single hero? It is not possible, except for a special few, like we saw with Malone on the opposite side, who was flexing very well. Same thing with Taro. Obviously, we'll see as the match goes on. As win the entire series. Luckily, today is a best out of 5. So because we have more maps to work with, I think we'll see a lot more in-depth banning going through as these teams sort of feel each other out. But the flexibility is going to show throughout an entire best out of 5. So Delena still has time to redeem himself, and like you said, still played well.
Yeah, he played great. Yeah,
he played great, but it's still
at certain maps, which is huge mistakes means playing bad. I see what you're saying. Like
absolutely, 100%.
The thing I want to bring up is there's also the factor of just having a bad map, right? Like or bad match or a bad on domination specific map, right? We talk about how those mistakes, it gets in your head. We had that 1v1 diff, and then trying to do it right back and losing value. Those two mistakes being a bad play, but which kind of almost takes away from how good you've done the whole map, because
for sure.
You know how it is. It's tricky. It's a tricky conversation to have.
Oh yeah.
But I just wanted to back you up on the.
No, I will say. I mean, listen. I expect to be flamed a lot as a caster. Considering as a player, I hated every single caster. So it makes sense. It's normal. It's normal for players to obviously not get slighted by a certain thing or something like that. I know Guru watching the stream had a similar thing with Solaris. So totally normal. And I think on that map too, not just it wasn't the fact that it's the reason why to kind of combine everything and sort of give it a cap. The fact that on that first map we talked about how good Loki was.
Yeah.
That is a big reason why Delena was having a hard time, right? He was constantly having a deal with Loki clones and stuff, and the whole team was, right? The pressure that was provided from the Loki player, from Zhao, on the opposite side was absolutely amazing. I mean, that was phenomenal Loki play, and it just worked so well on that map, and it's tough that the 100 Thieves let that through in the ban phase.
Yeah. And as we're heading into the ban phase, speaking of, do you think if it ain't broke, don't fix it here for OUG, or are we going to see maybe them remove Phoenix or maybe Psylocke now that they know they're more targeted picks?
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, like maybe they target that, but because they already know. The thing is, when we talk about flexibility and having to play different heroes, if you don't have the triple res in your back pocket, man, I mean, that's such a huge hole right now.
Yeah.
We've seen every single team so far, if they have the Mantis available, if they have the Adam Warlock available, if they have Ultron available, play triple strategist. And the fact that you're not playing it feels a little bit like a mistake to me. The fact that even if you can't show it for a map, shows that you don't have a lot of confidence, I think, in that sort of composition. And I think you have to play it because it's such an important composition played in this current patch.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but we do see a change here, and they're going to ban out the Loki again, ban out that Magneto, and lock in the Mag. They want to have that combination. It looks like we're going to see the Torch ban, Luna Snow lock on the side of 100 Thieves.
So that means Vinny's not going to be on that Magneto, or rather on Yeah, when he was playing the Magneto and TTK going over to the Emma is definitely unique, like we talked about, like you said. I mean, that's just something that didn't happen before for the side of 100 Thieves. Having TTK mainly play the Magneto because he's so phenomenal at it. Now going over to the Emma Frost, having easier time with it. Now for 100 Thieves, maybe taking out some more similar heroes, getting rid of that Luna Snow. And the fact that, like you said, now they get to ban that Mag first. We see some different bans, I'm sure, going to come out from OUG towards the very end. And I mean, it's kind of worked in their favor. Now they've hidden one of their bans on the previous map as we move over to this next map on not Hall of the Jalia, on Bird of the Chala.
Yeah, that's funny that you mentioned that. It is like almost a free another ban, and when you're already playing so aggressively and so confidently, it's just going to only help you
feel so
out,
good.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's crazy as they're going to get rid of Emma as well. That is a heavy frontline target. Getting rid of some of the strongest. It's matched right back. Oh no, excuse me. As we do see the Magneto, it's not matched at all as the bans do switch here.
Yeah.
So
that
wild
exactly.
frontline change up here. We might actually see the Groot. We may see. I'm curious if they're going to do Venom, Strange.
Yeah, the Cloak and Dagger Protect is quite interesting, Chib. I mean, on the opposite side, we're getting rid of the Mantis, getting rid of the Luna Snow, getting rid of the Cloak and Dagger. But the fact that 100 Thieves may be prioritizing their backline a little bit is definitely crucial for the successes they think on this upcoming map, is because Cloak and Dagger can be pretty insane on this map. I mean, it's just sort of straight hallways, front-to-back compositions, and that's how Cloak and Dagger plays the best.
As we start up again, attack side, I do believe, is going to be 100 Thieves, who elected to pick that off the rip. And this is a fun map to watch. You know, it does have some crazy angles for things like Loki in breakable positions of the map. Off-angle plays like crazy. We do know some high ground strength here for hit scan, so there's a lot on the table. So I'm curious what these compositions are going to look like as the entirety of the team. Again, they're going to allow Zhao to play that Loki. That is something that you and I don't think is probably the smartest play.
Yeah, no, maybe not on this map, too. I mean, there's certain
maps.
maps.
It's a very good Loki map.
Yeah, exactly. This is tough for 100 Thieves, I think, in terms of the ban phase, as we've talked about with the likes of Trust Me, right?
Yeah.
Trust Me, I think he has mentioned how Loki maybe has a lot of good maps, a lot of bad maps. Maybe this one we'll see how Loki does, but like you said, it's a very long-range map, and he can definitely succeed here.
As we start off the fight, high angle left side goes Taro. We see everybody all over the place here on defense as the portal play comes out for TTK. You know what? We had a discussion about how this strategy was very much a strategy used over the first few seasons, and it kind of fell off. Bringing it back is almost like a shock factor, so I love to see the portal play off the rip, but as I say that, Ganbei gonna find Millennia early, and that's a good start as Sval takes out Harvey. Sval gonna take out Terra. Ganbei on a Vinny. Taro onto Delena, and TTK falls to Molan. What a sweep there for OUG.
Yeah, that was clean, man, and you know, we don't talk about Ganbei enough, I think. I think behind the scenes, we've heard a lot about how good he is. One of the best Captain America players in the world. At this point, Ganbei, we might as well call him Captain China. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal play, just little dives, doing it himself sometimes, animation canceling like that you talk about that I'm not even that familiar with because I don't even play that much Captain America, but Ganbei, I mean, plays that character to the peak.
Yeah, for those who maybe don't know, there is a sprint setting where you're on auto sprint every time you move forward, and if you actually melee, use that sprint by walking forward and melee. Again, you can actually walk in between each melee attack. It'll reduce the amount of time that you have to use for each attack. So you try to build up that shield throw, you get shield throw, and it enables a whole other set of plays, but not enough time to walk through all of that. I'm sure there's plenty of guides out there. You want to be a Cap player, and trust me, Cap is very good as Terra finds Molan, and their numbers are up here on attack, and that's a good start. You want to see number up, and now you play aggro, but Zhao gonna have that all in. The copy sounded like it does go out. Keeping some damage out now. Delena gonna hold the high side, does have the dance of that butterfly. Taro gonna drop Terra once again as out we go with the eye of Agamotto. Does that find value? Eyes are right back, and yes, Vinny is gonna find Sval. Millennia on the headlock as TTK gets some value there with the eye, which is not as frequently seen in this level of play.
No, they're also stalling as well with Ganbei back on the point, waiting for the teleport to come through from Headlock, so they still want to win this. Xiaolong on the backside, trying to live from Delena in the 1v1. Delena's able to take him out, but the portal will surely be available, I believe, from Headlock as he comes back through and gets that Loki back in the fight. So, Shiv, this one's going to be a long one.
And we begin again. The portal is there. Out goes the invisible boundary. The dance floor is matched. And they see the Phoenix land in. Doesn't seem like it gets too much as Vinny cleans up Sval, though. May have been a nice combination as we see Delena. Terra. Zhao falls. Terra again on the headlock. Well played again with this Phoenix. That melee on Phoenix we discussed last time, incredibly impactful. And you can actually animation cancel that as well with the flight. So you'll see that rotation. It looks like they're almost doing a flip in the sky, kind of like a kick there from Cloak and Dagger. When you see that, just know that they're meleeing for days, and typically that will happen on a strategist ultimate because you can apply that passive very quickly.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty with losing Zhenglong in that last fight early on to Delena. I mean, he was a guy keeping your point alive after Ganbei's ultimate was gone. Just fall back on the point, kind of keeping everybody sustained. So 100 Thieves, fantastic work to get the job done on that first point. We'll see how they can continue in the street space. Mulan on Wolverine with an ultimate. Oh my goodness.
Sval going to clean up Terra there, and that's what you want to see on the start from Mulan, looking for a tackle up and high. Ganbei takes out Millennia, but at this point, you just don't want to commit too much here on the side of 100 Thieves or OUG. The fight is in your favor here for OUG, so just own that space and reset as a team. Terra on 100 Thieves close to ultimate. Harvey as well. Delena and Vinny with TTK. That is going to be a scary next fight, but matched almost right back by Zhao, Hetlot, and Taro. Soon to be Spald. Whoever gets that strat ult quickly, or whoever can find a strat in this fight will have the advantage. It's all about, as we see, the Eternal Bond early on. Do they find value through it? Sometimes you can find the Meteor M. Does not land just yet with the Phoenix. Does it get value? No. And Song Inferno does not. Delena going to use that Dance of the Cutterfly, but they are stacking. It doesn't matter. Taro goes down. Vinny going to clean up Hetlot. And Delena, just a ton of damage cleaned up there with the team. Although you can stack, and it does help diversify that damage a bit. If your team is coordinated, that burst of damage in and of itself is enough to find value. And at this level of play, that is how you play Psylocke.
Absolutely. But this series, this match right now between 100 Thieves and OUG is a little bit messy, I think, on both sides. The fact that so many ultimates were committed and not able to find an elimination through cycling ultimates to combine them is definitely a tough look. But we'll see how it continues in this upcoming fight as 100 Thieves have an advantage and continue on to the streets phase towards the end of the map.
You know what? I'm loving this video on cap play. It's looking very clean. Millennia going to use that Fate of Both Worlds. And once again, folks, Millennia, a flex player, willing to play strategist for this team if need be. And it is working at this map so far. But Taro finds one off Terra from the tackle of Mulan with the last stand. Again, we see, oh my God, I thought it was going to be a pick, but it does not. They will try to clean up the strategy, start doing a little dance there. And at this point, they will stagger. Forced off point there from the invisible boundary. Oh my goodness, leading right back with an Eternal Bond. Does it hold on? Down goes Mulan now as Delena finds this fight. And I did not expect to turn this around so quickly.
Here's the decay coming to the back
that's a huge setup.
Pushed away, though, by the Invisible Woman.
Oh, my goodness. And is anti on HP there. That was a dangerous position to be in. Ganbei takes out TTK. Millennia falls too. 100 Thieves crumbling right now. I do think it was too quick of a re-engage. They didn't need to force it that fast. They used a ton of ultimates, and it bit them in the butt.
Absolutely. I mean, Sval right there saving the team. TTK over the high ground, came up on that skin. I wonder if the skin's a little bit louder than other skins, too, when that Doctor Strange, you know, the new skin that came out with him and, you know, changes sort of some of the sound effects. But he's floating up top, and Sval very well aware of that, pushed them away, keeping them afloat in the streets phase of the map. 50 seconds left to go in the second phase. We'll see how 100 Thieves does. I mean, they have ultimates right now, but OUG's backline, I think they are phenomenal. This is some of the best strategist play we've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a great call on the last map. I really do think they always get slept on in ladder, you know, and everybody can attest to that, and they always take the blame, but very clean play, just no mistakes here. So patient, and they do have ults again for OUG, heavily up in ult advantage. That's a tackle from Mulan again, followed up by Ganbei, and you just see that back and forth consistently. Beautiful play. I'm not sure why they're not pulling out the Wolf 2. I know it's a little more difficult here with the competition they are running.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they're against the Invisible Woman on the opposite side. Mulan is not against it. That's the reason this is kind of working. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they need to swap somebody over to that hero. Oh, portal coming out. Mulan trying to kidnap. Can't get it, actually, so he gets it off, and they're going to come back through the point in overtime.
Yeah, I don't think their strategist line, and that could be the fault of just having a flex player in that role, right? It could make things more difficult, and that's that conversation we were having initially. Vinny going to find Mulan early, and that's a good start here for 100 Thieves, who are really looking to get this second point. It's a very difficult point to push through. The combination again from Hetlot onto Millennia. Just an absolute savage. Always finding that combo. Out we go with the eye. It does land on a few, but can they follow up? I don't see much now, as Vinny is going to pop that cap, and we will see them press forward. Sval's going to find TTK, though. Numbers up in the advantage of OUG now with a spawn advantage. It's all about getting back here. Unfortunately, having that cap out, or that Strange out, needs to portal back. Already had used it, I believe, so they will have to force the walk. Delena, though, on Sval. Is that going to be enough to give them this point? Delena with a second, and that is huge. Delena showing up in this moment. That should give them the opportunity, but remember, the res is much closer here for the side of OUG as the fight proceeds. Crystals get popped. Delena with 4 now, just shoving this in on their own, saying, I am going to do this by I myself make that 5 as they do get point 2.
It's exactly what Delena needed to do, Shib. I mean, that was phenomenal play from him. Delena turning into him on this map. And with 1 minute and 17 seconds left to go right now, 100 Thieves, they have to continue this pressure, this phenomenal push from them. An OUG on their side, right? I mean, you would think because they have the Invisible Woman and stuff, they would have the peel, but in this case, Fall going down early to Delena, finding those openings earlier on, and that's exactly what you want to see as we are entering an incredibly intense last fight of the game here. 1 minute left to go in the third phase. Milan, though, with the ultimate ready to go. I mean, he's been huge every single time. Opposite side, Terra comes down with an ultimate in a moment just to live.
And we start up again. Milan ready with this last stand. Delena gonna find a pick again. Delena is unstoppable right now, finding value, but you know that last stand can shift the tides of everything in this map. With that shadow is threatening. Up we go with the Wolverine. Milan still playing patiently. Does not have passive though, and that requires him to play a totally different game. Remember, when you have Wolverine's passive, it does give you that iframe for a moment with some additional HP, giving you the chance to pop off and play aggro. But right now, we have to wait for the perfect moment. Out we go with the Eternal Bond, and we are going to see Q's pop for days here for OUG, who are up with every single ultimate. Headlock going to find Millennia. Out we go with that last stand. Does it get a does not get a pick yet. We are going to see Q's pop as Tero. Cookies up in the sky. Spald now going to use the invisible boundary. Vinny going to try to keep the team healthy. TTK with the eye. Will it land? It does not. It does get a few, but Crystals get out. Incredible patience on that cooldown there from Zhao. When we cannot say it enough, who's playing lights out here on this Loki. It's anyone's fight as everyone is pressing Q, but playing incredibly patiently. And it is still up in the air as both teams have 6.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly down to the wire. Here comes the headlock with the Meteor up in the sky. Needs some healing last second. Just tosses it out there. Dances the butterflies from Delena. Out again. Milena's ultimate runs out, but Milan's gone.
Yeah, TTK onto Milan. Spall going to take Delena, though. Once again, 5v5. What a trade fest here as they just want to get to point 3 and ensure that it's an OT game, if anything. And they are playing very smart. At this point, I believe Strange, should have that teleport back if TTK falls early. Headlock finding Terra, though, and that's not who you want to fall early in this fight. At this point, it's looking like it will go OUG up in numbers. Yep. And that should be another pick, yes, as Milan fights TTK. Ganbei on a Millennia, Zhao, and Headlock shut him down before point 3.
And it was absolutely over as soon as Delena gets picked towards the very end. I mean, he was going aggressive with the dance of the butterflies, and unfortunately, when you use both cooldowns, right, both dashes to get into the back line, you can't escape after the dance of butterflies, because obviously when you're in the ultimate, you're invulnerable, right? You just kind of dance around, but you always end up in the center, like you talked about on Psylocke, and whenever you're outside of your ultimate, you are most vulnerable because there's that split second you can't move, you can't do interactions, and OUG played it perfectly. They came back. They appealed for him. Also, Ganbei on this front line. You talked about him earlier on Captain America. We mentioned how good he has been. This man is just not going down. Yeah. He's constantly stalling the cart, constantly hiding. You saw in that third phase when the smokes was up on the map, or the smokes were up on the map, and you couldn't see through those walls because of how the map works in terms of the environmentals. Yeah. He was just constantly hiding in the mist, and he was never found until, Vinny would try to poke him out on the backside, but he's just stalling the whole time, and I think that's an unsung sort of play from OUG that could sort of help them in the long run of this map, as they did get quite far, but no full cap, I think, is definitely huge for OUG.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable now. That's what you want, right? When you're going through these maps, you just want a chance, and they can shut this down right now, get 2 on the board, and put them in the danger zone, make it a 1-map game, and try to 3-0 them, which would be a huge sign of an incredible team if you do it against 100 Thieves, right? A very well-known and very well-liked team by the fan base. So, well played again by the side of OUG on the defense, but 100 Thieves really stepping up on point 2, which is a very defensible part of the map.
Now, on the defensive hold, we'll see how 100 Thieves does. I mean, having Delena now over to Phoenix is definitely unique. I think that's a change-up they want for Terra to be on the Wolverine, so the flexibility now showing its face as OUG with the portal, and also the Punisher giving him a damage boost from Milan is interesting, too.
Yeah, I think that is a good change, and it goes to show you Delena can really flex any hits. Get Delena onto one immediately, though, the portal play. That's kind of a crazy aggro portal play. At that point, I guess you just reset and change.
Well, Terra was crazy. He jumped through the portal knowing the portal was going to come, knowing the kidnap was coming. He was ready to dash on through, bring him back through his own portal, and take out Dr. Strange. That was so clean.
That is crazy. I love to see it. Terra, you got to have the conversation. He probably likely the best Wolverine, if not one of the two. Wolverine's in the game. It's almost flawless when it comes to that hero. Typically see a hard target ban on Wolverine, but the recent patch making it a little more playable or defensible.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really good Wolverine player that's not even at this LAN is like a Demon over on Z10 in the EMEA region, not here. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves though now doing solid so far on this whole 1 minute off the clock, but OUG, we've seen them rebound before.
And we start again in the second fight. Remember, it's never over, and you don't lose confidence. That's the key. You got to stay confident in these fights, and we know how good OUG can be. 100 Thieves, though, definitely trying to step up here in these moments. Good ult here for the side of Harvey. Delena coming in with the Phoenix. Does it get value? It does. Great follow-up there by TTK. Vinny onto Sval, but did they commit too much? No, they did not. Only utilizing 2. Great patience as TTK finds Zhao now, and will still hold on to ult advantage. 100 Thieves looked incredible in that fight. A lot of the time you see ults match back. Ooh, they did commit a few more towards the end there, and that's not great, but still should be likely up a little bit in this next fight for at least for a few moments.
Well, unfortunately, as much as we'd like to praise OUG's backline, this fight was not it for them, right? Losing both strategists, also the ultimates in that fight, that really sets them back so far unless some sort of pick happens and comes through. I mean, Taro so far on the Punisher, I don't know if it's been the play throughout the whole map. I mean, we haven't seen too much Punisher throughout the tournament so far, so the fact that we're seeing it now, I think, in this map is definitely unique, but right now, 100 Thieves and how they're playing, it's just too clean, too sneaky, because Tara is never even going to be found. A lot of these fights, he's even holding onto his passive still, not making sure to take advantage of the fact that he has extra over health and then the shields.
Yeah, the only downside to Punisher is the hitbox size. A lot of ults being popped here as Meteor goes up. Does it land? It does not. Headlock did not combine there as we did not see the play. They do not have that Phoenix out at this moment. Tara, Harvey, Vinny, all playing in the back together. Great retake and great call on the drop back. Ooh, wow, the tackle did not come out. It might have been a clone there, but it did look, or at least at the last second with the swap. Yeah, and here we go. Final judgment on a Tara. Millennia goes down from Ganbei. And that is a good start for this fight. And that final judgment is disgusting as 3 fall here. Taro, Cookie, Ganbei together back and forth twice. And that should be enough. We will see a portal back. And we will see a ton of Qs being popped here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely in a moment once they do get that TTK portal up. 1 tick on the board, but fantastic ultimate from Taro. Zhao also with the copy is available, ready to come back through with the invisible boundary. 3, 2, 1. Here comes 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and it was quick enough. We have this eye ready for TTK, potentially trying to push through the invisible boundary with it. Delena holding on in the sky. Remember, you are invulnerable in that moment.
They didn't touch,
Shields get popped. Oh, goodness, they did fall off in that moment. Molan and Zhao going to get a few more. So really, really well played. And I'm going to be honest, I believe we just saw a copy there. We did on the Punisher for another final judgment to clean up that fight. That was insanely smart because one of the biggest counters here to Phoenix in that ultimate, in that end song, is a Punisher. Because all you have to do is look up as that bird is flying towards you, 400 HP, I believe, burn it in a millisecond, and that ult is now useless. And that was an incredibly smart play. And typically in ladder, when you see your Loki's copying duelists, you are heated. But honestly, at this moment, they are stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now, OUG's backline, we talked about earlier, doing so well. Sval as well in that fight, pushing away so many people, making sure they're not getting value. And now, look at that, 2 eliminations. Wakamoto's too late now. Oh, no.
What was that? Zhao does a ton of damage, and this is that Loki map that we are talking about. You gotta try to get, the Loki out of the field, I think, on this map, unless you are not comfortable. So tough look there again as OUG is looking lights out. 100 Thieves. We'll have a couple ults in this next fight, but
right now, I think right now, Ship, they're not respecting Sval on this Invisible Woman, right? Constantly, you see Tara going in for dives and stuff, being pushed away. Same thing with Vinny. I think this backline staying alive is huge. OUG, though, Headlock, we saw him before with the Meteor M. Ganbei can stall out with his ultimate as well. 100 Thieves, how can they get this done, right? Can Harvey hit a big Tara cape? Can Delena come back down with a huge ultimate? We'll see how they do in this upcoming fight as they have both strategist ultimates in Tara, also with another ultimate, too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you need to match the invis. We had that discussion in the last map. If you're going to run Wolf, I mean, Tara can find his way around it, but a very strong backline invis is going to be very patient and hold on to that push and pull cooldown. Remember, that is a game-changing cooldown with the Wolverine in the map. Make sure you're holding on to it for as long as possible because it's going to force the Wolverine to play very patiently. Out we go with the final judgment. A ton of damage, but double ult there as we do see Vinny and Millennia pop ult in that moment. That may have been an oversight or maybe necessary to keep up from the final judgment. Not sure how I feel about it just yet. Remember, Harvey, Tara, and Delena still holding on here to keep the team healthy. Sval and Hetlot and soon to be Molan for OUG, roughly even, but TTK with the Eye of Agamotto will be ready as Delena goes in off the rip. We do see the dance of the Cutterfly from Molan, does not find much value. And is going to reset.
Well, he's there with Ganbei on the backside of these 4 Stratus ultimates here. In this upcoming fight, OUG will have the edge with Sval, but can 100 Thieves connect with the combination of TTK and Delena?
That was popped early, though. And that's now 100 Thieves is up by Agamotto. Could be huge. Can they collapse? TTK fighting Taro Cookie, large body on Punisher, the major downside there, and is going to allow for the team to deal a ton of damage and ensure that cleanup. Numbers advantage now going to be up for 100 Thieves with spawn advantage. But they are getting flanked. Will that flank find purchase and enable an even fight? Not quite yet.
30 seconds left to go. OUG, I mean, not even close to ultimates at the current moment. 100 Thieves also still sitting on Delena and his. Here comes the portal play. We're going to see another fight yet again with 23 seconds left to go for OUG.
And here we go, the final fight, folks. for the side of 100 Thieves on defense. Remember, I talk about that second point being very defensible. Well, here is the challenge. Taro Cookie going to make that teleport, and out we go with the Phoenix on Molan, trying to deal enough damage. Ganbei going to find Harvey, and that is massive for the beginning of this fight. We're going to see everybody use their Qs, but Harvey had ultimate, and that is the downside. We're going to see Vinny now trying to stall for as long as possible, trying to get Harvey back. Taro with the last stand could be game winning. Will it have value? But no! Millennia goes down, no strategist left. It's all about holding on with Cap, and that may not be enough as Molan now finds Delena, and that should be it for this point. Can they keep holding? I'm not sure. The last stand is out. It does get matched there, and it is not enough as OUG should be taking this point, but I've been saying that so much because it's so back and forth. TTK onto the back line, onto the strategist. Will they be able to stop it? No. Millennia finds Molan though, and it's still holding on with an eye. Right back from Taro, who's now copying. Oh, jeez, with that back and forth eye. It is anyone's game, but I do think still OUG is winning this.
Absolutely right now. Copy comes back out through Zhao Zhang, holding onto the ultimate headlock, able to take down Vinny, who is now on to the Wolverine of all things to come back through as Tara swapped over to that Dr. Strange. So this is a long fight indeed, but eventually 100 Thieves will lose it at the end of the day. You know, 1 minute 30 seconds left to go in the streets phase, or in the third phase of the map. But regardless, that was so smart. There's a few things there, Ship, that happened in that last fight to sort of rein things back in.
Recap it.
I mean, what happened was the reason why they won that fight was we saw Tara come through with the ultimate, and he was waiting for Svald to come through with the invisible boundary.
Sure.
But Svald, knowing that, was just holding on to the invisible boundary the whole time because Wolverine players, like what they like to do is see invisible boundary first, then they use their tackle him out with the ultimate, and then kind of come through on those eliminations. But because Svald was playing so patiently, coming through back with that invisible boundary as soon as Tara popped his, I mean, it's perfect by him. And Svald, I think, has been phenomenal so far. But OUG, they need to close out. 50 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves also can close it out too.
Headlock going to find that early pick, and that is threatening as they are getting close. But remember, still early on, this is very few fights left for the side of OUG. 100 Thieves, although they did not get the third point, got it very close to Lena, onto Svald, Vinny, onto Zhao. There is 30 seconds on no portal. They're going to try to take this space and shove them into the spawn door and just force them to fall one by one. This could be the play they need to win this. Alt's going to be up here shortly for TTK, Tara, and Vinny, and that is threatening as Harvey will have that strategist line as well. Svald soon to have, or does have Alt, excuse me, Hetlot soon to have Molan, and Taro. It's all about value now. Who gets this first pick, as it will be game winning for 100 Thieves if it is on their side. Tackle right back here. Side of Molan is going to escape and does have that last stand, isn't able to get the barrel leap, but they do get a huge last stand as TTK and Tara fall.
I mean, what an opening pick by Milan in the ultimate. 100 Thieves. This is what I was worried about them, right? They need to kind of clutch through in these last second situations, as sometimes they can falter in overtime like this.
Yeah, I mean, and they committed Harvey there prior to that, and that is a tough look, and that's just, you know, the Wolverine push. Being able to push them off that strategist line is enough to win it through that. So that's essentially a 2-for-1 trade, which at this point in the game is game winning in OUG. As you can see here, only committing Molan. That is such good patience and understanding, folks. Only committing Molan in that fight when you still had 4 up, when it was, you know, in OT is so hard to do. I cannot speak to that enough. You have to be so confident that that is going to work, because if you overcommit, you lose the game, and they held on, and I think this is their game to lose now.
Absolutely. Both strategist ultimates. Tackle comes through onto Milan, though. That could be huge. Forcing out a strategist ultimate at least might happen, but no. Now Zhao Zhang comes out late. Milan still falls low, but nobody's going to go down. Harvey needs to build his total bond in this fight. Alba when it comes from TTK, but no follow-up because of the strategist ultimates on the floor, on the field.
We see Delena, we see Millennia now. Vinny still has the freedom charge. Molan commits, Fall does. Molan finds Delena. Is this going to be it? Ganbei now with the cap charge is going to keep the team up. Tara trying to stay up. Taro is going to find Tara, and now things are dangerous again for 100 Thieves as we are only meters away from losing the second map. Will it end now? Cap dance, the cap shuffle, and now we have the eternal bond. They are still holding on. Can the team get back here? Tara is now going to be on Iron Fist, who he can play very incredibly strong with the pseudo tank potential. Tackle goes up. Vinny with a... Oh! Are you kidding me? They didn't touch. They didn't touch. China lost the map. I think the tackle off from the cap. Yeah. I think they played it only on cap, and cap got tackled off. And that is... I can't believe it, dude. That's insane. Vinny MVP indeed, because he just distracted him. I see, dude, literally just like insane situation. I'm not sure what the actual term is for this, but this exact thing happened to me when I played pro play. The fact that Vinny was distracting everybody. They all got off the cart. Vinny caps it so quickly. It's insane. Literally, that's how I won a match as well in
the game that can't be named, unfortunately. Same thing. I had a teammate called Erster who just inted towards the back line on a character that does something similar to Vinny, distracted the entire team of a team called Shock. All got off the payload. We won the map because of it. We move forward in the upper bracket. Similar situation right here. You saw Vinny go into the back line, gets pushed away from Svald, but because everybody was looking towards him, because everybody trying to make plays, nobody was playing objective, and they got off the cart.
Oh, man. I mean, great defense there by 100 Thieves, but you cannot play the cap shuffle only when Wolverine is on the field or when Invis is on the field, especially when it's in a sliver of OT. And that's all that was. I mean, it was technically, like you're saying, it was a misplay, but I think they had faith. He claimed that he was on point. Unfortunately, that tackle was game-winning there by, it wasn't even Terra, I believe. There was a switch off Terra, went to Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So what a switch and what a play, and that's game-winning. And wow, 1-1 on a game that I could have swore was going towards the side of China.
Absolutely. I think in the overall screen at the end, it said 100 Thieves is up 2-0, but no, it's 1-1, right, for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
So that's insane that the fact that 100 Thieves have been able to, win on that map based on just getting time off the board. And it did feel very, very hard to win that fight, but this is because of a few things, I think, in the last fight. Like Vinny, like we saw, but also the internal bond from Harvey came out last second.
Yeah.
Both Strategist ultimates were already used on the opposite side, and because this game is so built around Strategist, I mean, because Strategist ultimates are so good, Harvey just committing that ult, and there was no Meteor M on the other side to match it, and just kind of find him on the backside, just resulted in such a crazy fight. And everybody sort of adapted, I think, to Milan, who swapped over to Wolverine, avoiding him, making sure they don't get tackled out of the Eternal Bond, because there were situations earlier in the map where we saw those Eternal Bonds, get kind of countered by how OUG played, taking people out of it. CTK being pulled in by Svald didn't happen in that last fight, and because of it, 100 Thieves win.
Holy moly. I mean, the cap shuffle, you got to show love to the cap shuffle off the rip, too. I mean, playing alone, when you're in those positions, folks, I talk about the auto sprint on cap, very important. It does give you that leap every single time with cap. You constantly are just playing leapfrog over the point, trying to hold it on for as long as possible, got down to minuscule HP, and then you see Harvey slide on in, and that is almost just, at that point, you just shake their hand, say thank you for saving me there, and it won them the game. So
that's the most interesting thing, I think, about pro play that people are realizing. At least we're realizing for sure. When we watch these guys, I mean, nobody falters, nobody gets KO'd because of the fact that, I mean, their tanks are peeling so hard sometimes. Like, it just feels like that doesn't happen in ranked, right? In the highest level of this game, because of the coordination required, people are realizing, send the Captain America back to go shield and peel for whenever ultimates are happening. Same thing happens with Magneto. I mean, 100 Thieves, I think the reason they won that overall map was just excellent cooldown usage, understanding, who kind of comes first in what rotations, right? Earlier in the fight, I believe we saw something like Captain America comes back with the shield. Once the shield is gone and then they use a bubble, then they kind of have baited out all the cooldowns on the opposite side of OUG. Then you would see somebody like Vinny on the Magneto come back through and block all of the damage and come back out. So it's these really high-level things and incredible cooldown usage that sort of results in a lot of wins in cycling for sure.
Yeah, it's comms, it's understanding, it's patience. It's just, like we talked about, another level of play. It's that stuff that it just kind of goes out the window in ladder, despite what rank you're at. Overcommitment all the time, and these folks are not overcommitting ever, and that is how you win these games. You talk about mistakes on the strategist line, strategists being incredibly important, and you can't make mistakes, which is true, right? There is ultimates that will, burn a strategist using ult. But it's also very important for things like the frontline vanguards with those bubbles, for example, or Cap using his shield effectively and then regaining it through those cooldowns, coming back and cycling again. And that minuscule level of play is so consistent with these teams, and I'm just shook. I can't believe that just happened.
No, I can't either. I mean, that's the sort of stuff that we expect, I think, in maybe earlier matches and maybe not on LAN, right? That's the craziest factor of this whole experience, is the fact that we are in person in China, in Guangzhou, in this upper bracket match. At least, like, this is what I was talking to when I was watching the Citadel games, and I was watching it with the parents of Tanuki. They were stressed, man. I'm telling you, in that Citadel match versus Envy, we were stressed in the back room, obviously. You were stressed in the back room, dancing around because of the fact that was a map fiber. And 3 rounds as well on the last one. They were getting so up in arms about everything, and it makes so much sense, right? But the thing is, because of the fact that it's still earlier on, right? It's the upper bracket in this entire tournament. $500,000 is on the line. You don't want to forget that, obviously.
Wild.
But the fact that you have a second chance, I was talking to you about this before, and maybe we can talk about it now. A lot of people were like, okay, if you lose in the upper brackets, it's fine. You can cut back in the lower brackets and sort of make your way back through, as Vinny is our MVP for good enough reason. Playing Captain America was so good. We talked about Gombe, maybe not talked about Vinny enough, but he was phenomenal. But when we talk about the advantage of winning in the upper brackets, it almost feels like it's not enough, right? Because the fact that if you lose in the upper brackets, brackets, that's a second chance, right? You get an entire another series to play, and it gives you sort of a second life. For somebody that makes it all the way from the upper bracket to that grand finals, yes, it secures you in the prize pool, but there is no mechanical advantage that you get, right? Unfortunately, the fact that if you get all the way to the grand finals through the upper bracket, it's pretty much the same thing except for getting seeding as doing it as the lower seed and going down to the lower bracket. So unfortunately, when you get to the grand finals, it's not some crazy advantage like you maybe would get in other games, but I don't know. That's always a debate people have online.
Yeah, it's more so just the harder path to get there, right? You have to go through another game. It tests your limits one more time, and anything can happen in these games. We talk about how close the skill level is, right? So that is the major advantage there as we look over at some of these big plays, and there were a lot of them in this game as we see the dance of the cutter fly out now, followed up by TTK. Remember, TTK on controller, great aim there. Saw a lot of very strong picks and just follow-up commitment off some of these ultimates. Taro discussing right back with Molan with some big plays. It was just so back and forth, man.
So back and forth, taking a look back at it indeed. I mean, we saw the combinations that we always mention. The Phoenix going with the ultimate, as well as Luna Snow on the dance floor committing that damage boost at the exact time as the Phoenix landing. So a few of these sort of things that we've noticed throughout the series of Ignite, and the fact with Phoenix releasing, there's so many things like that we've noticed. But regardless, specifically I think at this LAN, this is going to be a lot of people's first experience, I think, with the shiniest team with OUG. And I'm curious in chat what you guys think of them in general. And I'm curious what you think about them so far, Shiv, as well. We've noticed the flexibility of Mulan, of everybody else on OUG. Is there anything that stood out specifically to you, Shiv, throughout this series, maybe on that last map, something that maybe was a mistake? They even had an extra ban this time, and they lost the map.
It's so funny to bring up, Zhao, I think, for me. I think an incredible Loki player, and I love how 100 Thieves were able to take that W, even though Loki was still on the field. I think it's going to change up their mental a little bit, and maybe, not require them to ban, because I do think this is a very Loki positive map. I think it's a great map for Loki. Right. The offensive plays, right, I thought that was really unique. Not afraid to copy something like a Punisher in the moment to get a win, and I do think that was the right decision for that exact moment, although maybe not in the future, but I do think it was just, very strong strategist line play for me. Yeah.
Absolutely. It was incredibly strong strategist play for sure. I mean, it's both of the strategist players of that team. And then also on the opposite, Harvey and them, they prioritized Cloak and Dagger in that ban phase, protecting the Cloak, and also another strategist, I believe, with Luna Snow, too. So prioritizing strategists has been a big, I believe, sort of overarching game plan of North American teams in general. Sure. Started sort of from what we heard behind the scenes of from Envy, right? They would constantly ban out strategists. They protect strategists, right? This is something that is known about that team, as well as a lot of the top teams, right? So prioritizing keeping Loki and Dagger gave them that edge. Maybe against that Loki, it's sort of close, right? Maybe 100 Thieves don't value Loki as much. I don't think it's as big of a problem because they haven't banned it yet. We'll see if it even changes, man. They didn't on Loki's strongest maps. They haven't touched it. So, and it didn't seem to matter too much in that map, maybe.
Yeah, see, and that goes back to the conversation we were saying before, where is that because of the change in roster? Because that was not something they were afraid of in the past, and that's what got me a little confused. Millennium played great. I'm not gonna. No denying that. It's more so, I don't quite understand. Obviously, they have the brain that I do not have when it comes to this level of play, but they have pulled out Loki almost. It was a known factor for 100 Thieves over there. Harvey, one of the best Lokis in the game at one point. Electing to play a lot more invis nowadays, and we saw Cloak obviously in the last map, which has taken a more frontward seat with that Terra Cloak, giving 28% damage, if I'm not mistaken. Cloak is 28%.
To everything, too. Yeah.
And remember, folks, they're seeing a lot more damage boosting compositions nowadays because obviously it does compound, and it enables a whole new suite of how you play the game. So, Terror Cloak 28%, Luna's 40%, Rocket 40%, Mantis 12%. You got Storm that goes anywhere from 8 to 12, and then 25% damage boost on themselves. Think about how you can stack with that if you have a good coordinated team, and you can open up a whole new world of possibilities.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we're seeing that Mantis being priority banned for a lot of people, for sure. And that's what turns like triple strategist compositions, to talk about that as well. Those triple strategist compositions to a lot more lethal compositions, right? Besides that Resurrect, as we saw 100 Thieves' brand new coach and Remix sitting behind them as well in that suit and tie. Another former teammate of mine. It's kind of weird. A lot of washed-up gamers become coaches. Shit, I don't think I have the brain. I didn't actually think Remix would become a coach, honestly. I did not expect that out of him. He didn't seem like a coach to me, but, it seems like 100 Thieves love him. He's been great for them, Captain Puerto Rico, as they call him. So he's made those tough decisions as well, like you said, with subbing in Millennia over SJP.
Sure. I mean, and maybe that's the best kind of coach, right? A coach you wouldn't expect. Honestly, I find a lot of the time teachers that don't want to teach are sometimes the best.
Yeah.
But, it worked for him. I'm sure he's stoked. But, again, that was a very close map. I I'm sure he's not comfortable with how that was played out, right? So,
this is what we talk about. I talk about with Moxie. Sorry to cut you off, Chip.
No, you're good.
A lot of the coaches and a lot of people involved in teams, because I'm sure a lot of people want to get into it potentially, getting into coaching, getting into improving players in general, right?
Sure.
Whether that be in a different, whether that be in collegiate scenes, whether that be kids trying to learn the game, because Marvel Rivals is an accessible game to basically everybody, and because of that, there's a lot of people trying to learn and improve. So people want to help those people improve. I know there's a lot of people that build brands off on Twitch and stuff, coaching people.
Sure.
And those same people, I think a big thing is that I've heard from everybody, basically, it's a resounding statement, is that it feels so hard, the fact that you don't actually have to play the game. Yeah. Because of the fact that you're not actually in the server impacting those things, it can be so nerve-wracking watching these people play the game.
True.
And you can't even do anything except watch until you can talk to them later.
It's funny, I've heard that from the analysts as well.
Yeah.
They're almost more nervous because they have no impact on how it shakes out. So that is very funny, as we do see the ban phase start up here. OUG, get rid of that Magneto. Don't want to see it. The torch guaranteed almost every time here from the side of 100 Thieves, locking in that Luna once again for Millennia. I do think that is something, those two on the front will not change in this series.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if we'll see a first ban even for that Luna Snow to throw off Millennia. I wouldn't hate that. I know you and me talk about individual specific bans. I don't think that's changed all that much in the Ignite mid-season, considering how the fact that if you can find a weakness on the opposite side, OUG, I don't know how much they know about Millennia, right? Maybe that surprise factor has maybe caught them off guard because of the fact that Millennia, really, I wonder how many strategists he plays at the current moment, right? If you target those strategists, you could really remove a lot of his hero pool, force him onto something else, right? Because, I mean, I don't know about you, Shib, but when I fill, I just play Luna Snow. Yeah. I've not played any other stuff. Even if Cloak and Dagger is theoretically easy, haven't touched the hero much because as a duelist main, focused on that, right? And for Millennia, he was a duelist main before transferring over to being a coach and a sub for this team.
Call.
So I wonder if that would be a good idea for OUG. What you talked about earlier, going for a bit more of a generalized ban system with the Magneto, with the Loki, the Torch, as well as the Psylocke because of the Emma Frost Protect this time. Making sure they get rid of that is probably crucial. The fact they don't want to give Delena the team up, but it wasn't that big of a deal. We saw map number 1, Delena on the Psylocke, so I wonder if that's even a mistake ban on the opposite side, Chip. We have the Torch ban, we have a Mantis ban. Makes a lot of sense, I think, for a team like OUG. The targeted bans out of 100 Thieves have been nice so far.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I do think this has been more of a ban win, I would say, for OUG, but it's difficult now because,
No, man, I don't think it is. I feel like OUG's draft is just not the best. They're just a really talented team that can flex. It doesn't matter too much what the band, how it goes.
Yeah, I actually agree with you fully. I don't think that has been, because I do think they're missing the department of what they're actually strong at. I don't think they do understand the changes.
It's all it is they could get maybe a little bit more value, right? Maybe not banning out the Torch, maybe banning Terra in his Phoenix, maybe not banning Delena on that Psylocke, who is now over to Hela of all things. We haven't seen this man play the Hela in forever, and Milan on the hero he's known for, shit, dude. Oh my goodness.
Out goes the Iron Man. Yeah, they have been electing to get rid of TTK off the rip almost every time with that Magneto. I think Magneto at this meta is definitely much stronger than Strange, at least at this at this level of play, right? But yeah, Mulan, this is a great Iron Man map.
And this is after the Iron Man nerfs too, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think still very strong. I think the ult is difficult to get value with unless there is an open window for something like, the Eternal Bond coming out, a ton of movement there. But it's just the verticality of this map and how quickly you can move around with Iron Man that enables him to play strong here. I think this is likely one of, if not the most Iron Man friendly maps that there are in the game, because it does allow you to have a ton of range while still playing aggro. And when you have that Ultron as well, which very similarly is incredibly strong at this map, it is a scary comp to go against, but they did not want to run the triple off the rip. Taro gonna find Delena early. Molan gonna try to chase down there with the beam. And we do see them walking them back towards the spawn door.
And see, this is the tough part against swinging in this triple strategist with specifically the Ultron, right? In the sky, not only do you have the team up with Iron Man going over to that Ultron, but you sort of create like this Iron Dome in the sky. Like it's just constantly Iron Man and Ultron pressuring you from the high ground. So if you pressure one, you're focused by the other, and we saw that for Delena. And he goes down again to Milan.
Wow, the maximum pulse getting some value after I discussed how difficult it can be at this level. We see TTK. We see the Eternal Bond. Qs are being popped here for 100 Thieves. Vinny is going to be on that Groot, a very, very strong Groot player that we have not seen as consistently played recently, but with those bans of Magneto, it does enable that a little bit more. Taro Cookie holding this high side positioning out. We go to the Meteor M, gets popped. As Vinny takes out Headlot in the sky. Svald gonna res Headlot immediately. Sometimes that's all you need is one. Asphalt finds Harvey. Terra gonna find one. Delena onto Headlock, back and forth, but Delena with 2 on the Star-Lord. TTK on the height here with Emma, and this is gonna be a good pick for TTK, who is very comfortable on the Emma.
Yeah, and that's the tough part, unfortunately, when you don't play the Mantis alongside OUG's composition because of the fact that it's banned. Your Adam Warlock loses a little bit of that lethality that we see, right? I mean, Adam Warlock always so strong with the damage boost, and now they're swapping off of it, right? They're going Xiaozhang going over to that Luna Snow. I think he's been on it actually already. Taro's going to go over to that Psylocke's fall, back over to the Invisible Woman, and Mulan going to go over to that Wolverine to counter Vinny, right? That's the entire point of going to this composition. Ganbei over to that the Groot as well, make sure that Vinny is not as comfortable on that hero and also force the Len onto something else. Vinny actually counter swaps now over back to Captain America.
Okay.
So they both are counter swapping each other at the current moment.
Yeah, which is, you know, in ladder, maybe not worth always one-tricking. I do understand it because it's not team play and you can get away with it a little more effectively, but switching is definitely, you know, when you manage it properly is definitely the most effective way to play the game if you are struggling as a team. But getting ahead of it early like this is a great sign of a coordinated, strong team. And here we go with Delena. Gonna keep holding that height, try to get that legend once more. Did not find too much value off the rip. We do have Mulan with that tackle, is threatening near that off map on the left. Emma plays very strong right here too for TTK. There's a ton of threat and will allow them to play a little more aggro on the left, but Taro Cookie finds Terra on the right again, and out we go with the dance, and it's going to get a few. Make that 2. Do I see 3? Bang! Taro Cookie cleaning up the rest.
Yep, Terra, we talked about flexibility of this team. Milan playing Psylocke earlier. Now Terra comes back through on the Psylocke of his own. And just one dance to the butterflies gets the job done. 100 Thieves holding on to their ultimates for the upcoming fight. Going to be building up a lot of theirs too. Delena is, interestingly enough, on the Wolverine to counter Ganbei as well. And I wonder how much Delena sort of played it, similar to how Cal plays Wolverine sometimes. Usually it's Delena to be on that Phoenix and Terra on the Wolverine, but it's a matter of sort of the situation at hand. Terra's going to be on that Phoenix instead of him.
And here we go again. Great Psionic Seduction. Good bubble to hold off. That bubble can actually be used as an LOS break, so you do not have that all affect you. But TTK is going to start walking towards that point. That's going to give him the ability to off-map with the kick on Emma. And a good push there. Doesn't find one. Terra going to clean up Petlot there. Harvey holding on, does have that Eternal. Will it be used? No, instead, we will see a match back. Out goes Phoenix from Terra onto Sval. That's a huge pick after we see that invisible boundary fall. Vinny just owning and taking that space, being a distraction. Mulan with a 3 is going to sweep up TTK and Delena and Vinny. Wow, what a play.
Yeah, absolutely what a play there from Milan. And, you know, coming into this fight, we'll see how 100 Thieves want to play. They do have the Captain America ultimate ready to go. Delena as well with his ultimate. See what OG want to do on their upcoming fight. Right now, 100 Thieves walking in. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. You know, he can create sort of that space on the back line from Vinny, maybe force out these this early Meteor M. We'll see what they want to do right now as 100 Thieves. They can combine maybe Terra and Delena on this in this upcoming fight as OUG. Oh no, Millennia. Nice freeze.
Yeah, and that's a great right click. The freeze with the KO on Taro. Vinny gonna find Mulan. That's a lot of free space. They're gonna walk this puppy down now as Vinny gonna clean up Hetlot, and that could be enough for point 2. 100 Thieves looking very good on this map.
Yeah, didn't even need anything right there. I mean, good pick off there. TTK does commit the Sonic Seduction, but with those ultimates, they're moving to the third phase of this map, and that's scary for OUG, considering on the previous map, they didn't get here until about a minute left on the clock. So for 100 Thieves, this is huge, considering, you know, maybe you have a little bit more time to cap out the full map, and OUG, you saw how they struggled in third phase at the very last second and faltered. So when the tensions get high, we'll see how both teams prepare for this upcoming fight.
Up we go with the last stand. Didn't look incredible with a tackle back after. Good idea. Great push off there for the side of OUG, still holding on. Zhao gonna use that dance floor, press them forward with the Fate of Both Worlds. Out goes the laser. Ton of damage. Zhao matched right back by Harvey. No ult to counter here from Mulan, who's very close to that ult, but no, does not work. Terra gonna buy time in the sky, wait for the optimal moment. Did not get too much value, but this does give them space. We talk about them taking that point with ult advantage, and that is a ton of value. When you lose point, you want to at least ensure the team committed a ton of abilities or ultimates, but no, did not happen on that last point. And here we go. Whoa, 360 does not work out as Terra finds Taro Cookie. And now numbers are back for 100 Thieves on the attack. Remember, spawn advantage heavily in the favor of OUG. Up we go with Hetlot, and that Meteor M, does it land? It does. Millennia goes down. Delena gonna find Hetlot. Mulan onto Vinny now. Back and forth we go as numbers are up for OUG just due to the spawn. TTK gonna walk back and try to help with the Venom, but no, Svalb gonna drop Delena. Taro Cookie onto Terra, and that's gonna be a reset.
Yeah, space created there by Hetlot, who is now going over to that Emma Frost. off of that Magneto just for a little bit extra damage and to give Taro the team up for this last fight. I mean, the neutral, that should be huge. CTK as well. Cyanide Seduction available. We'll see if Harvey yet again can build that eternal bond. He's been a savior for this team. Zhao, or OUG on the opposite side. Zhao can take a little bit longer. Nice walls, by the way, from Vinny early on.
TTK with that Psionic, out we go with the dance. Ganbei, Headlock, Molan, and that's a ton. TTK matches one, but you still got one more fight, reset as a team, and do not stagger now because that could end this map for you. 40 seconds on the clock for 100 Thieves. Alt from TTK ready shortly with Vinny, Harvey 2, Tara, and Delena gonna be there in this fight. This could be everything for them, but Molan with that maximum pulse has potential. Zhao with that Fate of Both Worlds. TTK with the Psionic to lead. Will it be enough? Up we go. It does not find anyone on the trance, and that's a tough look, but it did give a little bit of space. It's Ganbei gonna look for the back line. Bang! Here they come. Oh! Iron Man gets tackled out of the sky. TTK says not today, and great cancel there as Tara, Vinny, Harvey find 3, and it's going to be a final meter battle for the W on this push for 100 Thieves.
Yep, and in overtime, no less. We've seen TTK do those type of things before. I mean, the grab out of the sky on the Emma Frost. This man really is one of the best Emma Frost players in the world. But like you said, Chip, last fight, territory Svalb gonna have that ult for the card. We'll see if Millennia can build his ult in this upcoming fight. They do have the combination of Delena and Tara as well. Their duelist frontline damage output is here, honestly, with that damage available.
And here we go, the spin to win from the, ooh, wait, no, Svalb, Ganbei, 2 down. Tara makes it a little bit more close, but still not close enough to let up in the sky, but it's not gonna work through this invisible boundary. Taro Cookie onto Delena and Harvey, and that's gonna call it here. I don't think Tara can clutch this up, no. Gets burned out of ultimate. TTK trying to hold on, but it won't be for too long, as they are heavily down in numbers. Will the teleport get in here in time from Vinny? The walk goes out, it is a, oh, they do manage to get it with a millimeter on the OT, but it will not be enough. Molan, right back, return to sender, headlock onto Harvey, and they are gonna hold before point 3. Just waiting out this dance floor now, trying to put some damage out. Can they return this? I don't believe so. OT does extend that timer. Vinny trying to get back to Lena, but it will not be for long as Taro and Svalb clean up the rest.
Is this the exact same situation that we saw on the previous map? I believe it was 109 meters last time. Now we're at 106, man. So Jesus Christ. I mean, Milan there in that fight, you know, did a little bit of damage early, getting them down to, I believe, half HP. And you would think, okay, maybe we have the Fate of the Worlds, we can get those eliminations, or not, rather, we can heal up our team through all of that damage, through that last stand from Wolverine, but they just couldn't, right? I mean, the healing per second is still the highest in the game, I believe, for Luna Snow, right?
Sure.
But unfortunately, if you take that much damage earlier on, I mean, Milan and the target focus from the team is going to be too much, even through that ultimate. So great work from the side of OUG. And wait, so did 100 Thieves win map 1? Am I tripping?
Believe OUG won map 1. They definitely did. So it's just a visual bug, I believe. It's more so showing you the point right now. They've pushed through 2 points. So 2-0 on the side of 100 Thieves, who did not get to 3, but it's going to be an absolute battle here. I think 100 Thieves, if they typically don't run the 3-3 off the rip. A lot of teams use the triple Vanguard, triple strategist on this map to try to guarantee 3 fights on the beginning. Yeah. OUG, very much keeping it traditional, are not, did not elect to do that. It doesn't look like 100 Thieves are going to be doing that either, but I do think it's very viable in this meta to run that.
Absolutely. It is incredibly viable, Shib, as, here, we are going to continue on in the series. Okay, it is 1-1 in the top right. I am crazy. I'm losing my mind over here, Shib. I mean, I'm seeing things, running down the hallways of the hotel. OUG going to be running that triple strategist composition here, as they also have the thing, too, for even more peel for this backline. And
we begin again trying this Iron Man Ultron comp off the rip. Look at this movement. It's absolutely obscene. Good at damage out now. Missiles ready. Does not. Oh, yeah, does use it for destruction purposes. Going to start peppering the back line. Build that ultimate very quickly. 22% already. Laser goes out. Looking for Delena, who does escape. We are going to see alt advantage in numbers right out for Taro Cookie, and that's just what Ultron does. And get ready to press Q as fast as humanly possible. We begin again. I love these player cams. I just love the production value here. Off we go with an immediate set of damage. Tara Cookie going to drop low. Headlock going to find Millennia. And that is just so much free space off the rip. I do think that triple is just not a bad idea to guarantee 3 fights. This is going to look like 2 and potentially a portal play for 3 if they're able to get them done in time.
Absolutely, and right now OUG, unfortunately, as we're talking about, I mean, they're lacking a little bit of that damage output, I think, with missing that Mantis from the previous fight. So now Sval's going to go over to the Invisible Woman. Taro going to stick on to actually going to swap over to the Psylocke. So I think they just aren't really having that damage up what they could possibly need. I mean, they've only one Vanguard as well, Ganbei over to that Wolverine, and 100 Thieves will see what they do and react to that. But I don't know if we've seen too much triple duelist comps really work right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Especially on this map.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, but, you know, we'll find out here shortly as they are continuing to play hyper aggro with the one Vanguard, OUG. I mentioned playing traditional. This is very much not that case, but Ganbei is playing a mean wolf. Headlock going to find Terra. Out we go with Harvey, but that's just not going to be worth it as Mulan finds Zelena, and now they're heavily up in numbers. You better hold on to the rest of those Qs here from the side of 100 Thieves and try to get ready for a portal play if possible. Out we go now with the Dance of the Cutter does not get too much. We are going to commit even more as Millennia now is going to use that Q. And oh my goodness! I thought the shield had blocked it, but unfortunately Vinny, I think, made his way past that shield, using it as almost a backboard to guarantee a KO. Terra going to hold and wait as long as possible. Is able to land, actually not able to land, but does get that reset in HP, reset with the team, and a ton of damage out. TTK who tries to touch, but it's not going to matter as they push through this point and have 4 minutes and 13 on the clock.
You know, I might have underestimated this competition at the moment. OUG definitely proving me wrong as Ganbei on that Wolverine, yes, went down that fight, but did use that last stand to create so much space, and the pressure has been unbelievable from this side. Ganbei now swapping back over to Venom for the streets of the map, maybe just for this first point. That's like a first point strategy for them. That triple duelist composition, I kind of like it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. For those who don't remember, Ganbei is that Naraka Pro, but also willing to make the switch from a Vanguard to a duelist. Typically always is the Wolverine with no other option. If Wolverine's let in, Wolverine can pseudo tank with that passive up, but also it's almost as if, you know, if you're playing Vanguard so much and you get Wolverine for days, you need, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. You need to get back there and do it right back to the enemy as Harvey is going to start building that ult. 71% charge right now. Ult advantage going to be dead even, but they are very close across the board for the side of 100 Thieves. We have TTK going to use that Psionic now. Mulan escaping. Tough look here, a ton of movement, giving them the opportunity to dodge the Psionic nearly every time. Tough for TTK to get around, and we did see some teams using that speed boost with the Psionic Seduction from Jeff, and actually, I think that is a slept-on strategy.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. Just going in deep with that Emma Frost, going with the Jeff. Meanwhile, they're coming back, kind of peel away from this Turtle Bomb. Milan building up build as well. We've seen him get an elimination before. Can he do it again?
Maximum Pulse does not land. Shield goes out. Out we go with a laser just to deal some raw damage, keep the team moving forward. But you know how fast that we can get this all back on an Iron Man. That's a great invisible boundary, as it is going to help hold on here for OUG. Terra, though, through it finds Taro Cookie, and it's still, oh, nice freeze there onto the backline's fall. Very low in HP. Delena, great accuracy, but it is not going to be enough as Terra is going to take out Hetlot. So they still are up in numbers, forcing a reset. Hetlot has ult, Ganbei as well, but Vinny and Delena will match it in the next fight.
You know, I'm trying to remember. So in this upcoming fight, by the way, when we saw that just happen, Millennia popping the Fate of the Worlds, they have the combo onto Terra. And look, Terra's already halfway to their ultimate, so this guy's building it so quickly. And right now, 100 Thieves playing around this Phoenix at such a high level. Delena also sitting behind, sitting on that sort of flank platform with that Galactic Legend ready to go in this upcoming fight against Hetlot, who has the Meteor M to try to counter it for only a little bit.
And here we go again. Delena does have that Galactic Legend waiting, but you want to use it before the strategists do have their ultimate. Ult tracking is a very important piece. We'll get to that in a minute. Out we go with a mean Feast of the Abyss, but it does not find too much value, just generates a ton of overhealth. Up we go with Delena now using the Galactic Legend, understanding that they cannot match it quite just yet. Asphalt now has that invisible boundary. Zhao as well. Mulan gonna fight Terra off map, but commit as well to make sure that the numbers are even. It's a tough look, but maybe worth the fight. Taro Cookie very close to ult to try to keep this in OUG's favor, pushing up, but it is going to allow at least 2 more retakes on point from the reset because they haven't pushed this thing too far. There's only a minute 20. Great defense by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both Strategist ultimates have been used for the side of OUG. 100 Thieves now have theirs for the upcoming fight. OUG has nothing, so they just committed everything in that previous fight. However, OUG somehow, they seem to find picks a lot of times through either Terra or Milan, so I wouldn't count them out necessarily, although I think in Marvel Rivals, the neutral game is a lot harder to find picks against professional teams. 100 Thieves, though, should be good enough to kind of deal with the side of OUG, considering they have nothing in the bank.
Here we go again. The point ticking forward slowly. Molan with that last stand, but it is matched heavily by Delena, Millennia, and Terra in this next fight. And here we go with that Galactic Legend. Delena trying to find one. Team playing incredibly smart. Great positioning. Harvey going to find Ganbei, though, as they are forced into that corner. And they do follow up, and that's going to be a 4-piece. And this is a very defensible position now. This could go back to 100 Thieves. They will go up 2 maps if they can hold on and push in before the portal comes through. They can try to get a touch here, but it is going to be a dangerous game, and we will not see.
Yeah, they have time. They 20 seconds left on the clock. I mean, the biggest thing there, Shib, I feel like for 100 Thieves is that the fact they got value out of Delena and his ultimate, the Galactic Legend, usually it just gets countered by something. So the fact that Stalwart ultimate got so much value is so bad for OUG. However, now they come through with an early Fate of the World. We'll see if they can win it. It's matched by Millennia, and Delena trades out Spald. That's an upcoming support ult removed.
Yeah, and that's the problem with taking that space. Terra with a 2-piece. We see Delena on a Taro Cookie. Terra on a headlock, and that is a great sweep here as 100 Thieves take the 3rd map and push this to a 2-1 game.
My goodness, 100 Thieves going up 2-1 against the top team from China in OUG. And like we said, guys, we didn't expect 100 Thieves, I think, to kind of come out. Nobody predicted them, I think, for the entire tournament. And, you know, that's kind of where 100 Thieves does best, right, Shib? It just seems like consistently 100 Thieves are always a team that come back whenever they're doubted, right? From the overall stage, the overall narrative of 100 Thieves this tournament so far is it's been a struggle, right? Having to come back in with Millennia over SJP. We'll see how they do, obviously, moving forward. There's still one more map to go, but it's an impressive performance regardless so far.
Absolutely. I do think 100 Thieves are starting to step back into their game. They looked sloppy there in the first map, honestly, and almost in the second map until they started finding their footing, but things have looked a lot cleaner. I think they're very strong in those defensible positions. They are clutching up on the more defensible sides. I think OUG, although their attack looked really good initially, I think strangely enough, going to a more traditional comp did not work for them, and then they looked really threatening when they were running that 1-3-2. So I don't know what I think about that. I just think that, you know, 100 Thieves is just being such a strong team, found their footing, and they're just looking more, they're matching them.
Yeah, they're looking more cohesive for sure at the current moment, and that's sort of what the strength of 100 Thieves is. No matter how hard things may be behind the scenes, when they're doing good, man, it's a team that's hard to stop. And we'll see how they do on this upcoming map, because that was a map pick for OUG considering what happened there. So right now on both of these sort of payload maps, it's not been easy exactly for the side of OUG to get things done. Maybe if we go back to that domination, they could find the footing that they did before, because 100 Thieves, we know them to not do that well on domination, I think, these days.
Yeah, you know, domination, it's very much anyone's game. I think that is the more difficult game mode to really find value or to claim as one that you can always win, right? We rarely see teams do that. Even Envy really struggles on domination, and they're a team that has been dominating the tournament, at least so far. Very close game today, though. That was a insane one to watch. You know, it's a very much a first fight game and then stall. If you have a composition that's great at stalling, you hold that point, you try to get it to 70-80%, and then when you win one additional fight, you have that map. So it's just, you know, it's more of a snowball-y, you take it when you start kind of game mode. So I do think they're showing up now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what map OUG wants to pick coming up. So like we said, it is not just a 3-0. It is 2-1 at the current moment. And for 100 Thieves, I think they're looking pretty damn good, right? They, like I said, I think in the ban phase, it's perfect. I think getting rid of Milan on Torch, forcing him to play the Iron Man has been perfect. Getting rid of Mantis to get rid of the lethality of something like an Ultron or that Adam Warlock has been massive. So right now, I mean, this is always the strength of 100 Thieves, I feel like, is their ban process has been always very good. And that's a large part why they're winning. I think OUG's, we were talking about earlier, they're wasting a few bans right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I think initially when I had that conversation, I thought you had told me that OUG was winning the ban, and I was like, I guess I agree. And then and then you were cleaning it up. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, OUG, they're just running traditional bans. They're not studying up. It seems like at this point. I think
it's hard.
At this point, you shifted. I think you have to.
The thing is like I think about how many games we watch, right? From the backside as a viewer, as a fan, as a caster, even for us. You know, it's so hard to keep up with every single region, right? And especially when we go to this tournament, everybody's practicing in their hotel rooms, playing against each other for nearly 6 to 8 hours a day on top of content shoots. So there's a lot on these players' minds, I bet, in general. And that's the hard part, I think, even for the coaches to fully prepare for every single team, because there's so many VODs you have to watch, so much practice you have to do, and a lot of it requires no sleep, basically. That's the big thing. A few of these energy drinks over here, and you just kind of have to, you know, go through all of the practice. That's what we see even a lot of the professional coaches over in the crowd a lot of times studying studying, seeing what the bans are so far, because that's their first even real look in the current patch. Because even then, it doesn't matter what happened in the Ignite Stage 1 series in China or in North America, because things are going to be totally different on LAN. Although, I think common principles, Shib, I don't know about you, I feel like the common principles of the ban phase is you can sort of target ban. I think that's totally fair and valid to do it for really any role.
I think that's the most effective strategy. It's either you target ban a role or you target ban somebody, right? Yeah. Especially with a weaker hero pool. You got to have the studying, right? But
and on that, that's what makes bans towards a character that maybe the other team doesn't play as well. Feel so much worse. Yeah. And as we look back at the stats for OUG and 100 Thieves, I mean, Ship, I think that we saw Terra pop off on Phoenix, as he does on these type of heroes, man. I really feel like the whole team is phenomenal for sure, and maybe we talk about Terra too much, but this guy really is a star. I mean, just constantly we talk about how good he is on these Buckies, Wolverine, on Phoenix. He gets damage, he gets final hits, he does it all, right? He's kind of that guy who can not necessarily carry your team necessarily, but be the sort of the focal point, right? He's given the Snowflake from Millennia. He's given all of the resources from the side of Vinny and TTK whenever they can, and that's an easy MVP for sure, considering he did so much in terms of just straight up damage on Phoenix.
60% accuracy,
I mean,
that much damage
he
is crazy.
diffed, was it Taro playing the Phoenix on the opposite side? That was a little bit of a diffage, I think, in terms of Taro.
Was a diffage indeed. I mean, 18 finals, I mean, that's wild, right? I think that might be the peak that we've seen, at least together, so far in this tournament. Phoenix, very threatening. I think initially on Phoenix release, there was a lot of ladder talk about, maybe Phoenix isn't as good as Hela, but I could not disagree more. There's so much to her kit, the movement ability, movements across the board. She has flight, she has an iframe, she has movement with that, and then she has a reset of HP bar and also movement with that. There's a lot going on. I mean, obviously resets you towards the center, similar to the Psylocke ultimate. Yeah. But just a ton to the kit of Phoenix, and utilized at an insane level there by Terra.
Yeah, absolutely insane level there. As I shove your spit in my mouth. No. Anyway, nobody even sees that on the outside. OUG, I think on that map, had their moments, right? Like you said, on first point, it was crazy. They did so well on that Wolverine triple duelist for first point. Maybe we'll see something like that later on. It is a bit of a cheesy sort of strategy. I don't know if a lot of teams want to play it throughout an entire map. I think in a lot of these second phases of maps, we see people kind of falter and get stopped, and it feels really bad, I think, on Wolverine and stuff if you don't have a lot of cover. And I think a lot of Streets phase, a lot of second phases of maps, especially on Spider Islands, there's nowhere really to hide, as we saw when Delena had a huge ultimate later on in that second phase of the map, right? We saw OUG trying to hide from that Galactic Legend on the inside of that sort of middle area, like we see right now, is the fact that, there's nowhere to go. There's no cover you can do and hide. So right now for OUG, we'll see how they do when they play something like a different composition, because right now Milan on that Wolverine, and I think also they rely heavily on the Phoenix presence. And right now I think for Taro, he's just not able to match the opposite side for Tara.
Yeah, you're right. I think their best bet was running that Wolverine. I think that was their off-angle play. It was hyper aggro, and it scared them. It exploits the weakness of having a less practiced backline, strategist line, right? Like, if you play hyper aggro with 3 duelists and you just chase towards the backline 24/7, or you have something like Iron Man up in the sky with Ultron, and you just keeping the pressure on it. It was like almost like having a dive comp without a dive comp. It was very strange, but it was just a lot of brawly pressure pressing forward, and they could not manage it. And then for some reason, the immediate switch. It's almost like it's a difficult conversation, because it's like, do you play it until it doesn't work, or do you switch prior? They switched prior, and everything got shut down. They got held at that almost immediately outside of that initial barrier, the initial hallway, almost immediately the entire time until a minute left on the clock, and they had 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, you know what I'm thinking, Shib, just to sort of the reason why they might be losing is the Loki ban. The Loki was removed in that last map, I believe, right, for them. They're not able to run it. And without that Loki, I mean, it seems like they've lost so much backline presence and assistance in general, right? Maybe they rely heavily on Xiaolong in that Loki, right, to kind of keep everybody healthy, to always go for the copy on the best strategist in the game, which is a lot of times the Luna Snow. So that little bit of wrinkle, I think, in 100 Thieves' game plan also helped them tremendously on that last map, because that was even better than the previous one. So right now, it just seems like 100 Thieves is not only just kind of comes all back down to that, right? It just feels like they're winning in the ban phase of the game, and we'll see if OUG adapt. We know that these Chinese teams, I think a lot of them do adapt, but sometimes it takes a series to kind of go back and learn what exactly the problem was. And I think that the difficulty is they're scared of Torch, because there's a lot of good Torch teams at LAN, and we know how good Human Torch is right now. But we know also, at least we do, the fact that 100 Thieves, I think, don't play the torch to the level of other teams. So OUG, we'll see what they want to learn, but like we said, it takes like an entire series, right? Nova, we saw in the play-ins, similar thing. They didn't really adapt until the next series with RAD, which they still lost, but at least they made some changes and then they looked better in the second time around.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single change yet. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's the ban phase, right? The lack of coach, lack of IGL, or lack of understanding of the team and just keeping things traditional. That can work in various areas, but it's just not something that'll work once everybody from the tops of their regions are coming in. You know what I mean? It's a whole new level of play.
Everybody's so
good.
About,
we talk about the difference of like ladder and then pro play,
yeah.
But then you've got to talk about the difference of the very best pro play. They are all different games. And the funny thing is, if you play the way that you would play at the top pro play, it may not work against something, you know, the skill level is going to be a totally different factor, but it may not work against something that's happening in ladder because it's just so obscure, right?
Absolutely.
Your mental is completely changed. The way you play the game is completely changed. And it's a whole new level and just game in general. So, yeah, you got to make some shifts. You got to understand where you're at and what you need to do to win. And they're not.
Absolutely. And we'll see if they want to change these things on Domination, the next map we're going to. So it's the exact same setup that we have back home in the stage situation. So yeah, we go Domination, then map 2. Shib, you want to walk me through it as I stumble across in terms of the overall
Convergence
maps?
Convergence Convoy. So then back to Dom. And yeah, they are back to Dom now. I think we talk about how Dom is very much a first fight win potential. I mean, a lot of teams will come back and make power plays, especially if you get there before 70%. It's almost like you got to think of a clock within a clock, right? You have that percentage gaining, but you do not want them to get to 70% because then at that point it's a panic mode. And although I do think Strange Portals, I want to have this discussion with you, I'm curious. I think Strange Portals are more effective in Domination because when you are doing it in Convoy or Convergence onto the point, you are so close to the point, the team can stack easier and protect and lock in. Although you can go to the other side of Portal, a lot of the time the Portal is coming within milliseconds. And you forcing to even walking around Portal is going to allow someone to either trickle in and be in the danger zone. It's going to force you to maybe not even get there in time, which we've seen a few times in this tournament. I think when you're in Dom, you have the autonomy to place anywhere, so the teams can't predict as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. And I think we saw a lot of that, maybe not in this series, but I think in the Citadel versus Envy series, Shib, because we saw a lot of those portal plays really matter. I mean, people portaling on Domination at 60% on the board instead of maybe towards the end of the series, resulting in maybe a loss there for RAD at the very end. And that was probably one of the best examples, I think, of your point, Shib, going back to that series with Citadel and RAD, the fact that the portal was such an involved situation. And now, to sort of throw it back to you, Shib, on this. This is a map now that we're going to. It's Hell's Heaven.
Yeah.
Right? This is going to be a scary map, I think, for Milan and OUG because, I mean, we already know Wolverine, this is like his best map. Do you think 100 Thieves in the ban phase want to target the Wolverine, or is there going to be some sort of different game plan here?
I mean, if they ban the Wolverine and they're able to run it because they don't switch their bans again, I mean, the thing is, this is a great Torch map, so instinctively, a team that's consistently banning Torch, they're going to be like, no, let's do it again. This is his map, you know what I mean? So I think if they're able to get that Wolverine through and they ban it, it's almost like it should be very much in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. As we take a look back at the team of 100 Thieves, Vinny Delena on the far side just chilling. Meanwhile, no smiles here on OUG's side, right? Locking in for this upcoming ban phase that will happen in just a moment. I love these sort of camera shots that we have of all of our players, too, just kind of locked in. You see the difference of opinion on things. You saw Delena just hard chilling on the backside. Millennia, I wonder what it's like in his shoes, man. Like, just having to come in as a sub.
Seems calm, cool, and collected right now, right?
Yeah, he's locked in. I mean, he was a coach for this team as well, assistant coach for 100 Thieves. So, I mean, this guy is ready to go. And, I mean, there's a lot probably on his mind because I think this is his first real shot as a top 2, top 3 team in the game, right? 100 Thieves, we've known them to be consistently the best, if not, or one of the best, if not the best, with Sentinels in North America. So the fact that he's had to come in and fill big shoes in SJP, I mean, there's probably a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, SJP is an absolutely disgusting strategist, but we talk about those give me the ball moments coming in here, and if you get this win against a team that has yet to lose in these tournaments, at least in the finals, granted, folks, they are not out of the tournament, so they have not lost yet. It's very much still on the table for OUG to bounce back and learn from their mistakes in this map. But I think if you do that, that's almost cements you as a potential lock-in for primary, primary lock in the beginning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And speaking about primary locks, both teams going for those first bans. Magneto banned on the side of OUG. That means 100 Thieves will not be able to play the Magneto, and the opposite side, 100 Thieves banning out the Human Torch, knowing that OUG can't play that as much. So we'll see if they can kind of make these adaptations, right? I'm looking more at OUG's draft because we know how good 100 Thieves draft is. They're banning out Mantis. They're banning out Human Torch, 2 characters super strong right now, and also 2 characters that I'm sure OUG play. But maybe, I mean, who knows? We haven't seen OUG in an official match yet in the this mid-season play Mantis compositions or Human Torch. We already know how good Milan is, so I'm assuming the Human Torch play is very high level. But for the Mantis in the triple res compositions, I'm curious how good they are at that.
Yeah, we haven't had eyes on it just yet, but maybe we will as the tournament progresses here. We do see a very consistent ban line again for OUG, and I just don't think... I mean, they have been banning out the Loki pretty consistently. It's why 100 Thieves hasn't been able to run it, but 100 Thieves is consistently keeping that Luna in, and Millennia's been running Luna. I don't know if Millennia's ever changed off Luna, so it's almost like if you had a coach behind you, you could make sure you knew that and exploit that, but it's just not happening.
Well, here's the difference. Now they're going to go over to the Luna Snow Protect towards the end. Emma Frost Protect always sort of baits, I think, OUG in banning out Psylocke. Because Delena, I mean, they can play that Psylocke for sure, but there's the Psylocke ban on the opposite side, knowing Emma Frost goes through to get rid of that matchup. So Delena, a lot of pressure on her shoulders in this upcoming map. I think that's a fine play by OUG. Like we said, yeah, the Human Torch maybe not as big of a deal, considering, like, I don't think 100 Thieves like Human Torch like that much. And the Captain America, that's smart. I think Vinny's been doing so well. Nice little wave there from Delena. Good to see all smiles from him. He's a funny guy. Make sure to check out his streams if you have not. But now there's, like we said, a lot of pressure on that guy. He's all smiles right now, but he's going to have to pop off on Psylocke with the Emma Frost team up.
And lock right in they will, folks, as we progress forward to the start of potentially the final map here. If 100 Thieves can push through and get the job done. Remember, folks, these stages, at least for right now, are best of 5. So first to 3.
First to 3 coming up.
As we get into the map here right now, we will see the compositions run. I do think 100 Thieves once again won the banning phase. Millennia going to be on that Jet, but that's just for a speed boost. And that will be switched right back to that Luna. Vinny is going to be playing, I like the Venom pick instead of the Cap. TTK clearly going to be running that Emma, which has found a ton of success throughout this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of success indeed. I think Gonbei has been that man to play the Captain America. And you can see, I mean, the prioritization of Captain America has been a little bit more of an Asia region sort of thing. And right now, oh my goodness, the pull, and then also Asphalt coming through with the Terra Cape. Take down Delena early on.
And Taro going to put some damage out, supply those passives, and it's not going to be enough to drive them off to the off angle. They're still holding on firm here. A little bit of juking, the ASD movement, if you will, and we've got Taro Cookie going to keep the pressure on as we see, TTK on Molan. Down goes one, numbers up on the side of 100 Thieves. Terra now putting that pressure back on with the passive stacks. All you got to do is keep those stacks up, force your team to walk back as Vinny gets headlocked. Zhao is going to find Delena, but numbers are still in 100 Thieves' favor. And Terra going to keep the pressure on, going to walk in. We see some heavy aggro play by Vinny, who's just trying to take the space. Terra going to clean up Spald now with a triple KO, and that is how you dominate space.
Absolutely indeed. Now 100 Thieves built up those ultimates for the upcoming fight. Take point first, and that's huge considering OUG on domination looked pretty damn good earlier, man. So we'll see how things continue for OUG as they have to kind of come back through, find these opening picks, get that pressure. But Terra on Phoenix has been a nightmare for the side of OUG to deal with. I need to see more out of Taro Cookie, I think, at the moment, because right now Terra has been putting on an absolute masterclass performance.
And we start again. Vinny going to start applying that pressure, does have the feast. Out we go with the fade. It gets matched right back. So we will have colors everywhere. But remember, if this map does shift, it does lift it. Terra fighting headlock, and Taro through that is insane. That two-piece is going to be invaluable with 45 on the clock. Trying to get to that threshold that makes it dangerous for OUG. Delena going to drop Molan, and now OUG is forced to reset. Can they chase for even more staggers? We will find out shortly. They do not.
No, they don't indeed. They're looking so good right now, man.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the 100 Thieves of old that we know showing up on LAN for a $500,000 tournament to cement themselves as the best team in the world in Marvel Rivals. And also, the bigger deal is there's so much pressure on OUG. The last Chinese team left in the tournament as Nova in that in the play-ins already are out, man. So for OUG, they have all the ultimates to work with, but so does the 100 Thieves.
Vinny up on height, ready to make the feast play happen. They will have that damage boost with Millennia. Remember, that does make the threat of a one-shot far more available as Taro Cookie gets driven back. Down go all the cooldowns, but doesn't matter as Delena falls. Vinny goes down. The ult was canceled, not popped, as he's back at 50%. Here we go. Phoenix going to land on Millennia, and that's a sweep at this point. But 97% for 100 Thieves. It is one-fight territory.
Yeah, it's almost like a free fight win, it feels like, the Meteor M combination with the Phoenix. And that's what we talked about with a lot of the pro players, that fact that there's a lot of one-shot combinations, right? You use that Phoenix ultimately, we talked about with the Meteor M. There's more stuff like that in the game, obviously, as we see it with the Luna Snow Dance Floor. So with that combination, it's kind of the free win. Now for OUG, how can they win this upcoming fight when they have the point control? It's 98% of the board. They don't have that one-shot combo right now. 100 Thieves obviously have a different combination, different win conditions with that Vinny on that Feast of the Abyss, like you said. Also a Psionic Seduction point to go out, but Terra has to connect with this ultimate, and he's been so good on Phoenix so far, like we said.
Yeah, the tricky part now is turning your brain to make a different play. You don't want to pop the shield when you see Phoenix coming down. You want to wait till after, which is so confusing and messes with you, right? Obviously, the timing can be tricky. If the Meteor lands at the same time, you really need to ensure that you don't do a Millennia. Going to find Hetlot here, and that's going to put them up in numbers. Remember, 98%, 46 here for OUG. It's not threatening at all yet, as we see Delena keep pressing forward. Ton of damage out, does have that dance, but trying to hold on to it, doesn't need to. Instead, going to pop in, and one goes down.
Millennia
again!
Millennia again!
3! Millennia! Build a little bit different. Delena going to find one, and Terra cleans that up, and that is going to be map 1. Wow, 100 Thieves looked clinical.
Dude, we talked about big shoes to fill. This man came in like a giant, stepped on SJP's shoes. I mean, what an insane performance from Millennia in that first round, because finding those picks is not an easy task for a sub coming through, and man, 100 Thieves going up a round again. If they win it here, man, that puts them forward into that bracket, I believe into that semifinals in this top, with that put them in the top 4, I believe. So that's huge.
Yeah, we see Millennia on other teams as a duelist, hit scan duelist. So it does translate very well, like you said, into Luna. A ton of KO potential there with Luna, just raw damage. Obviously, the clapping, incredibly impactful in terms of healing per second.
Yeah.
Ultimate's incredibly strong. It's all about communication. And as a duelist, you know how to synergize with that well. You understand the position of how you got to combo, right? You know what you want, so you're able to do it yourself when you're on the strat line. The question that I have is the hero pool deep enough? I do believe he's playing incredibly well on Luna, but is it deep enough?
Yeah, we'll see later on if anybody wants to target maybe Millennia. I hate to call out stuff like that, considering maybe teams listening or something like that could make adaptations like that. I know it's something like somebody team like 100 Thieves are excited for that, as you hear OUG's fans trying to pump them back up in the crowd. They're going, Jai-O, as they call it over here in Mandarin, as that sort of a chant like, let's go, get the team's hype built up. And for OUG, they need it right now. They need some form of energy to come back, because that was a pretty brutal round 1.
Agreed, and here we go. Damage reduction out from Olan, trying to make a play with the last in. Delena says, nope, that's not going to happen, as Delena is going to be on the Wolf. Up we go with the tackle, does not get too much purchase. Terra going to take out Olan, though, and they are going to be forced to retake and drop back, giving the point out early as Terra takes out Taro Cookie, and they are resetting now with OUG holding on to Ganbei's ultimate, soon to have Sfald and Hetlot, but on 100 Thieves, we have TTK ready, Terra very close, and Harvey, that again, 100 Thieves getting this point early, putting them in a great position.
You know what team OUG reminds me of? It feels like a lot like Shroud X in the old days, right? Put sort of Terra over to the Star-Lord, sort of figuring things out. Right now, I do like putting Terra over to that Bucky, where they put Milan on the Star-Lord, putting him on the Punisher instead, playing full counter to the thing. But when you focus so much on Vinny, I'm curious what the rest of 100 Thieves does.
Okay, and here we go. Milan going to be making the switch to Punisher. At this point, I am afraid it is getting more of a panic switch situation. You need to lock in Sfald. Going to be using that Eternal Bond. Ganbei out. Out goes Hetlot as well. They need to find value now as they're popping everything they've got. A ton are trance. Will they be able to clean it up? Ooh, great drop right there onto Terra. Not able to get too much with that ultimate. Ooh, clobbering time! What a combination! Clobbering into the raw passive stack damage as Terra gets a few, walking them back up in 2 numbers, and this is going to be Stagger. That is not good, as Staggerfest forcing them back with even more time, 10 seconds on, as Ganbei is going to have to reset.
And look, Delena's hiding around the corner, feeling confident, does have that last stand, like you said. If I was OUG, this would feel so brutal. I mean, Ganbei's over to the thing, Terra's now over to that Punisher. This team is lost at the current moment, trying to figure something out. It feels kind of hopeless for OUG. But if any team could do it, it's a team that was dominant for so long in China. OUG, pretty much last fight territory to keep the upper bracket hopes alive.
100 Thieves wants this win to prove that they still got what it takes and prove us wrong on our predictions. They know they can do it, as they are taking on a team that is storied OUG is on their heels. 100 Thieves want this win as we begin another fight, which could be the final fight of this series. Out goes the tackle to Lena. Does have last stand. Out we go with the Psionic. Doesn't get too much value. Punisher is out, and down goes Terra. That is a good ult there by Taro Cookie, who now finds the space, looking at TTK. Last stand is up. Does it find purchase? It does at least burn the cooldown of the passive for Molan, who is healed back up and should soon have last stand as Vinny finds Headlock, though, and that's going to drive them backwards.
No more ults.
Millennial with the ultimate. Out goes Fate of both worlds. Molan does have last stand. If you can pull it away from the Fate that could hold on for the team, you got to get on the point, as they do with a millisecond on. Oh,
but
my
Harvey was
goodness.
waiting.
Harvey finds Molan. Well done by Harvey with the patience to ensure it does end the game as 100 Thieves take out OUG and send them to the lower side bracket.
If you told me Millennia was a sub or a coach, whatever you may say, that was an MVP for me that last map, right?
Yeah.
Finding those picks. Then in that last map we talked to, I know when we listened to 100 Thieves in their scripts, I know I was watching them play versus Envy. There's constant things said by Marshall, aka Terra. It's, why are we using Lunasoul so early? These guys and their Stratus ultimates, their timing has to be perfect, right? And that's what it is in this game. That's what we talk about Marvel Rivals being a very macro-centric game. If you use your Luna Snow ultimate even a second early, sure, you're like, it doesn't matter in the moment, but man, Stratus ultimates are so important, and Millennia to come in and sort of understand that as a coach is giving him those opportunities to be like, okay, I'm going to wait to the very last second to dance floor, because as soon as my team can disengage and live, that gives my team opportunity to maybe counter something like Milan, because we saw they use the dance floor, long fight, overextended, right? That was kind of how what happens in those sort of fights. After that, Milan sets up his last stand. Guess who has ultimate to match it? Like we saw in that game number 2, it's Harvey on the opposite side, knowing where Milan is, to counter with Eternal Bond.
Yeah, honestly, the countering of Eternal Bond onto a tackled last stand is far more difficult than it sounds, because you have to predict where the tackle is going to go, and it's a distance. It can be a far distance. So. What a play by Harvey as well. The strat line looking great. I do agree with you. You got to say Millennia.
Well, you talked about these players being so next level, especially a lot of top players and top teams. 100 Thieves, sure, we've heard they've been faltering in scrims and stuff, but right now on stage, they're showing experience, right?
It's all that matters.
It's all that matters. Yeah. And, you know, they're thinking also just so into the future, right? These guys understand, okay, you know, in a ranked game or something, you'd be like, okay, I see my team is dropping low. I need to ult. Sometimes you don't, because of how strong the kits of heroes are. Yeah. Luna Snow clapping, you know, with that shift, also keeping everybody alive with just left clicks, doesn't even need to use their ultimate that early. So they're always trying to sort of wait as long as possible, because when they have Vinny on the thing, they have the Emma Frost for the diamond form. So because you have so much things like damage resist, very tanky front line, you can just sort of wait as long as possible and keep your tanks sort of healthy, because you know that's sort of all the damage and where it's going. Because on the opposite side for OUG, man, they were playing very front to back, right? With their comp. They're playing Punisher, they're playing Wolverine. And if you play front to back versus 100 Thieves, you're going to lose, because that's how we know them as a good front to back team, a team that is well aware of tanking damage with their vanguards and staying alive.
Yeah, I think that was perfect. I could not agree more. They almost played into it. It's so strange, because the one time that they changed their composition into something more obscure, it was dominant, and then they just from then on, which, you know, it's very difficult to say to not run 2-2-2, because I do think by far 2-2-2 is the most traditional, most consistent composition to win. But once they changed things up, it got in 100 Thieves' head, and they decided to go right back into it and kept it that way for the rest of the maps. And the bans never changed. We saw the mistakes need to be. We need to see a change in OUG in this next map. If they consistently rock with these same bans in the next match, I do not believe that they will take this tournament home. You cannot play like that. It cannot be the same bands consistently.
But if we know anything from these Chinese teams, like we said, and it's sort of a generalization, of course, because Nova is a completely different team, these guys adapt, right? They learn, especially in the last second, right? They're very quick to improve and get better. Early in the days, right? If you remember, shit, back when we were just either on the release of the game or even in the closed beta, people were like, okay, we'd scrimmed against, you know, Chinese teams, and you'd be like, oh, this is kind of a joke, right? They're not doing that well. Okay. What happens down the line, we hear 6 months later, you have teams like OUG scrimming against teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Sentinels, 100 Thieves, who just win in their own region, and they're doing a lot better, right? So because of that, I feel like the fact of the they just improve so quick.
Sure.
Because the fact that you can kind of become a competitive region in less than a year is going to be very difficult, right? Especially depending on player base of the game and stuff like that. There's so many different outlying factors. For OUG, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again come back stronger.
Yeah, I think that Marvel Rivals is a game about adapting and learning. I think that the constant patch changes. I think even things like recently we've been seeing the damage boost compositions coming out. We've been seeing the combination with Phoenix far more consistently now. And we had, I mentioned that a little bit in the game. It's like you almost have to shift your brain into how you normally play the game if you want to counter that, and that is very difficult to do. You see object coming towards you, you shield, you protect. But if you shield and protect, you fall, you get KO'd immediately after. You need to let it hit you and then try to stay up with shields and protection with the last millisecond of HP, or when you're at like 5% HP from the ultimate. It's just so tricky. So constant new stuff happening. You need to be able to adapt. I do think these teams can do it. It's just a matter of, will we see it?
Yep, absolutely. Will we see it? Indeed. We'll have to wait and see. And going back and looking back at the stats of this squad, I mean, 100 Thieves, we'll just see. Let's just, before I even look at this, how good did Terra do? Actually, it looks like gapped again, unfortunately. Well, Terra actually did pretty solid. But unfortunately, I think we said front to back kind of compositionally, OUG just loses in that department. And I think the biggest thing for 100 Thieves, I think this is such a big win, right? Considering how they've played throughout the history of this game. Sentinels already sent down to that losers brackets. So one of their big sort of thorns in their side of the overarching North American side is gone, right? At the current moment, down in that lower brackets where 100 Thieves set themselves up. Rivalry is still, sort of on the opposite side. So we'll see if we see that matchup again. But 100 Thieves right now, I mean, they look as good as they've ever looked.
It's so true.
Yeah.
I love to see it. You want to see a team show up. It's tough for OUG. I love the energy in the crowd. When it's insane when you're here, right?
Yeah.
You get to experience just the raw energy in the room. But I think 100 Thieves looked. For some reason, it's all about being on the stage.
And we all doubted 100 Thieves. I feel like,
so
and
too,
that can't be understated. Like I feel like because we have a lot of Millennia MVP.
Wow,
There we go.
I love it. I love
it. Listen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, well deserved. This guy, SJP is a phenomenal player too, but Millennia stepped in and done such a great job, right? That's the biggest thing, is that it's a lot of stress on his shoulders, and he's really lived up to expectations. So right now, we'll see how 100 Thieves does in the overarching scheme of things. But right now, Envy, 100 Thieves, two teams that are moving forward in this upper bracket, two North American rosters, both Chinese rosters, or one Chinese roster on the brink of losing. True. We're going to see upcoming another match. The last match of the day is going to be Reject versus Ground Zero. So we get Korea versus the Australian side, the Oceania region, and that's going to be a lot of fun because that's also another side of, does the Oceania region drop down to loser brackets, or is the last hope of Korea going to falter, man? So really, really exciting. For right now, North America is looking pretty damn good.
They are at this moment, and I am very excited for that next series. It is going to be a battle of the regions that maybe are a little smaller in terms of just teams in general.
Yeah.
Looking at some of these plays are insane, by the way, in the background, Terra. That combination with clobbering time, another one of those more unique combinations that makes a ton of sense to me. It's all about hitting a mean clobbering time on a map like this with a force in a tight angle, and all you do is just sit and wait for that moment. It pans out in spades as they do clean that up.
Yeah, and you were talking about smaller regions, kind of just like us, smaller regions doesn't always determine your max potential, such as height in real life. But me and Shit, both 7-foot freaks of nature.
Something like that.
Yeah, absolutely huge people here on the stage. Massive units, just like Leg Day.
When Cozy gets here, you'll see we're much taller than him.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be way taller. We'll be off the screen.
Of course.
As per usual, with us freaks of nature that are this tall, we grow off screen. I mean, that's just what happens. But
Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic. Start stretching. Yeah. I'll stretch you out, man. Just get going. Like those old machines. Yeah, pull you on the side, bro. Just get you going. Break your back for the finals. You're just gonna be broken, falling in the wheelchair. Professor X up here, brother. That might happen potentially. But regardless, man, North America's looking good. And you know me, I'm not very biased. I think that a lot of the
you said you want us to lose.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
listen.
a joke. It's a joke.
Well, no, I was going to predict OUG actually earlier on before the tournament. I was changing things last second.
As we do.
Predictions.
I did too.
For sure. But I think everybody does have that sort of nationality bias, right? Everybody wants their team to win, especially if they're from your country, right? We look over, I imagine there's a lot of 100 Thieves fans in North America, a lot of Nade Shot fans, and I know Nade Shot's probably talking, a lot of smack to Rob potentially for Sentinels because they drop down below, and we love both of those guys as well. But regardless, everybody behind the scenes, I think, regardless where you come from, you're going to want to root for your team sometimes.
Absolutely.
Right? So a lot of, the talent from EMEA are like, guys, EMEA is so good, and I agree 100%. A lot of the North American guys want the North American teams to win. You know, obviously Oceania, we got those guys that want them to win, as well as the Asia region. So everybody's sort of focusing on their nationalities and their regions. But honestly, we just want to see the best teams compete.
Yeah, I just want to see close games and them duking it out. I think that we've seen some of that over this tournament already, and it's been a ton of fun to watch. And you know, like we you know, I can't say it again, or I am going to say it again. All these teams are so close, so it's really any given day. But OUG, 100 Thieves, OUG looked so good in map 1 too.
They did,
which is the strange thing. I think
they fell apart, man. Later on, I mean. What do you think is the reason? Was it the ban phase?
Yeah, it was the ban phase. They just learned. They said, okay, well, we identified the problems, we changed. And OUG said, we identified the problems, we are not going to change anything. I think, you know, maybe they had looked at, this is the conversation I was thinking in my head, is because they weren't able to play Loki a lot simply because of the fact that it was banned all the time for the side of 100 Thieves. But I don't think they ever intended on playing Loki simply because Millennia just seemed like it was always locked into that Luna. But we may see a change there, you know, and Millennium may have more heroes up the sleeve.
He might.
We never saw that change. We do not know, which is Shrouded in Mystery is a strategy, right? We've seen that be successful in tournaments in the past. If you don't know informations or you have compositions that you have been harnessing and practicing that you are not known for in past tournaments, that is enough of a buff.
It's freaky,
to take
man.
a W. Yeah.
It's so scary. It really is like the dark horse. That's what we're talking about with OUG being such an anomaly, right? This team could just come in and do anything. But you know what? I feel like my biggest takeaway, because one time like a couple weeks ago, I just sat down. You saw we were watching our games right in the Ignite stage, stage 1. I was co-streaming every single of the EMEA matches. I was watching sometime of the Asia and the China matches, and that was the one time I just really burned out that week because I was watching too much Marvel Rivals, which is apparently possible.
I love it.
It's possible sometimes to just watch a little too much, maybe get a little burned out. But that was so much of this game. I feel like you know, people will be like, okay, certain regions have certain play styles.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, I just feel like the game. There's a way to play the game, right?
Yeah.
There is the right way to play the game. Everybody's trying to figure it out. So there's nothing specific. Whenever somebody asks me, they're like, who is the best region and why is this region good at certain things or whatever? Or, you know, this region is doing something so unique, so special, so exciting. And I think that there is a factor of that. But the biggest thing, I think every region sort of is trying to compete through the same goal. And because of that, I feel like there's a lot of similarities playstyle-wise. There's not that much of a difference between North America, EMEA, Oceania, or Asia entirety. Everybody is still playing Marvel Rivals at the end of the day. And because of that, they're playing the same game. I feel like everybody sort of comes up with the same solution. Sure, there might be different sort of paths to that solution, but you still have to find the best composition per patch. And because of what you talked about on day 1, this game has patches every single month. We're constantly updating the game of Marvel Rivals. There's so much you have to learn in such a quick amount of time, especially for these pro players.
I think that's really well put. I think the only thing that's not even necessarily a rebuttal, it's just teams have various strengths, right? And every team is trying to perfect that strength, whether it's dive or a composition that they're more fluid with, a Venom composition, a Cap composition, or more pokey, brawly composition. Every team is working to perfect that, and it's not really about region. It's more so, what can we do to ensure that strength of ours is as optimal as possible. But we are going to be heading over to an interview with Terra. I cannot wait to see what he says about that turnaround after
map lost, but we're able to bring it back fairly well. So the question is, how do you feel about that series?
I mean, I feel really good about the series. Obviously, we didn't play to our best expectations coming into that series, but we make everything that anything happen because we obviously should have won round 1. We won draft and all that, but we lost it. And then after coming up to the second round, we lost draft badly, but then we come back. Doesn't matter how badly you lost draft, you just got to keep going.
So we talk about ups and downs, like you say, it doesn't matter how much you lose, but this is obviously a big international event, potentially the first for some of your players. Tell me about some of the ups and downs of the actual prep when it comes to this tournament.
I mean, ups and downs, prep, there haven't been really any downs, only been ups because in these events, you should never focus on the downs. You always have to keep going forward. You never dwell in the past or anything like that, because that's just going to ruin your mental going into the next game.
So your opponent for the next matchup is going to be either Reject or Ground Zero. The question is, do you have a preference? And if so, which one is it?
As I said, I mean, it's a tournament. You have to expect anything, so there's no preference. You have to be ready to play whoever you have to be played, and you have to just bring your best every day.
So there have been some strong statements from a couple of the other teams, including your fellow America's representatives in the form of Envy. So my question is, it's only fair if you also get your chance to speak to the audience at large, to the other teams.
I mean, obviously, none of the beef is actually real. We're all friends, we're all messing around and all that. and it brings the exposure. No one wants like an event that is no trash talk between people, and it brings a really good exposure to the game. So, I mean, the Lucha's old, so that's it.
Well, you'll be moving on to the semi-finals tomorrow. So once again, Tara, thank you very much for joining me. And we're going to be heading back to the casters.
안녕하세요. 중국 광저우에 처음 와보는데 잘 대해주셔가지고 좋은 경험 많이 하는 것 같고 이대 시즌 파이널 이제 저에게 이제 첫 세계 대회인데 우승하고 가도록 하겠습니다.
저도 중국에는 이제 세계 대회하러 처음 와보는데 세계 대회도 여러 번 경험해본 만큼 또 레디지에서 또 연습에만 몰두할 수 있게 환경을 좋게 만들어주셔서 좋은 성적으로 보답하겠습니다. 저희가 이제 리젝트 팀으로 또 이제 아시아 대표로 1등하면서 올라왔기 때문에 국제대회도 당연히 1등할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
미국 대회에서 1등을 했던 센티널을 가장 만나고 싶습니다.
무슨 팀을 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감이 있어서 뭐 상관없습니다. 저도 뭐 당연히 1등이라고 생각하고 즐기는 자는 이길 수 없다라는 말이 있어서 즐기고 가겠습니다. 즐기면 1등 할 겁니다.
그냥 뭐 딱히 저희가 이긴다고 생각해서 그냥 하던 대로 하고 있습니다.
너무 못하는 팀이라 충분한 휴식을 하고 있습니다.
저도 뭐 쉬어가는 경기라 생각하고 결승전만 생각하고 있습니다.
easy. Because easy.
1등은 정해져 있으니까 2등 두고 그냥 열심히 싸웠으면 좋겠어요.
어차피 너네 나 못 이겨.
I'm winner, you lose.
My name is Jet Labrie. I come from Australia, and it's my first time being in one of these major league events.
My name's Alex Pethig. In game I go by FMCL. I'm from New Zealand, and this is quite a great experience coming to China to play video games.
Hi, my name is Matthew Below. My in-game name is Matty F, and I play support for Ground Zero.
It's an Asian team. Their team name is Reject. That'll be our first game that we'll verse against them. So
their playstyle is really unique, and we know what they play, and we're looking forward to the game. We know it's not going to be an easy game, and if we have a good day, then we're confident we can take the win.
But overall, I think any team is like very strong at this tournament, as they're all top tier teams from the different regions. Yeah, I think every team's still beatable, but every team's still losable against.
Okay, yes. So it was amazing because we were really like proud of ourselves, and
yeah, we're very excited for our first game. You know, traveling from different countries to come here to compete, to beat everyone. You know, very excited for it. Watch out.
what about?
What is that? I have no idea.
No, you're not real. It's Mr. Fantastic, of course.
It's the first time that this game has been able to hold an international tournament. So we're very fortunate to be one of the representing teams here, and you know I hope Australia is proud of us, and you know we're here to make an effort for ourselves. We're here to make a name for ourselves.
We'll appreciate every support we get, and we'll hope to do the best for you guys.
Cheer us on, please. Cheer us on.
嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time you'll
It is time for our final match of our second day of play. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our first team, Reject. Reject in name, but not in nature. They are the sole surviving members of the Asia representatives. They are also the region's champions. Having shown tenacity and guile, they are here to try and take it all. Please welcome Reject. And finally, please welcome to the stage, Ground Zero Gaming! In a region with only one spot, the competition is all the fiercer. Only one spot, only one chance. But Ground Zero were unperturbed. They earned their spot here, and with lots of experience playing against the Asia teams, they are in with an incredible shot and should be feared. Please welcome Ground Zero Gaming. This is our final match of the day, and it's gonna be a good one. Let's head back to the casters.
Final match of the day, indeed, as we progress into seeing, Reject versus Ground Zero. I am so stoked to see how these teams play, both of which teams we don't have a ton of experience watching.
We do not, and that's why it's time to kind of come back through and chill out, watch for this last game, because I think a lot of people, for them on stage, are not going to see these. Are they going to see these players for the first time, right? Yeah. This is going to be the first time that a lot of people are watching Reject, especially who upset, I think, Gen G in their own stage one.
Yes.
Very similar to what happened over in North America, and then also in other regions in EMEA. I think with RAD winning, and then also in North America with the side of Envy getting third place. So a lot of regions had shakeups and different things sort of happened. Same thing with I believe Kenga Esports for the Oceania region. The fact that Ground Zero was a team to make it was definitely crazy, right? A very good team over there. There's so many good teams in the Oceania region, which I know Liger likes to talk about behind the scenes. And it's true. There's a lot of very good talent from that region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get eyes on them today. We talk about smaller regions and rivalries, obviously being very impactful and important, but coming through with only one slot there over in that region and making your way to this tournament is got to be exceptionally hyped. Yes. But then going against another team of a similar size on game one of this side of the bracket, there is a conversation conversation saying maybe this side of the bracket is a little bit, quote unquote, easier, but it's untested, and in these LAN events, anything can happen, so that can't be said.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not. Unfortunately, when we're at the mid-season, it almost seems like nothing is easy.
Yeah.
Like you can't just get free bread, right? It's not just an easy way to the top, right?
Sure.
And I think over here, like, there's like literally the best team from Oceania playing right now, and this is also Reject, the last hope of Korea, basically, guys. Like, Gen G is already out of the tournament, so are Nova. We have a lot of these Asia regions, I think, are starting to sort of realize the prominence of the Western scene right now. I mean, there's a lot of good teams from the West, and not to say there isn't from Asia, but I think a lot of the top Asian talent is probably a little bit spread out, right?
Sure.
That's the difficulty when your region is maybe not as big in terms of player count, right? You can sort of, you have those pieces, but sometimes those pieces are not in the right places.
Yeah, okay, I absolutely respect that. I think, you know, these teams, from my understanding, are running a little more unique compositions. They like that damage boost comp that we had been seeing, so I think there is potential to see Mantis Cloak being banned. I know that, you know, they're not afraid to run some more off. We've seen 3-3 for the side of Ground Zero, which I think is crazy in terms of just in general, not just on a spawn door hold. Three Vanguard 3 strategists. So can definitely get unique here. I'm just looking forward to seeing if that actually pops up. I want to see some more different stuff. We talked about, it's funny, we should mention this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about, we wanted to see something unique. I wanted to see the Thing getting thrown by Johnny, and you wanted to see Jeff, and it happened in the exact same day. So, yeah, I mean, what's next? I don't even know.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We got to think of more things that I want to see. You want to see
Let
Thor?
me see Thor, I
yeah,
guess?
Thor and Pelkey. You got Thor.
Yeah.
I got Penny Parker.
Perfect.
There we go. Job done. And that's interesting that we haven't seen too much of those two things. Like Thor, it's harder, I think, in the current patch to run Thor. You said that later on things are going to change, but right now it's been tough.
Yeah, for those who maybe don't know, in the upcoming patch, Thor is going to see some love when he uses his bubble. It will actually ground opponents, which is going to be great for anti-dive, just peeling in the backline, and also for your ultimate to find value. But I think with Penny, it's difficult because that ult is just not great. It's essentially just a sustain ult that doesn't last long.
Well, and that patch you're talking about is coming on August 8th at 9 a.m. So
beautiful.
Coming up, Season 3.5, man, I'm so pumped for that. We're going to see Blade too. Some anti-heal. I'm sure a lot of people are excited for that because that's the first time we're going to see anti-heal in this game when strategist ults are that good.
Yeah, I mean, just from looking at Blade in some of these streams, you get anti-heal on that ultimate, which is crazy, and then also when you dash with your shotty out. So a little bit of you can apply it in multiple ways, and that, you know, that's going to enable some more one-shot combos on these strategists, so it just changes the game completely.
And as somebody that mains an anti-heal character, I'm excited for all of the Blade mains to get all of the flame on social media. Everybody's going to be like, damn, this character's so broken, it's so disgusting, get rid of it and remove it from the game. Every time, brother, every time. It feels like every single patch somebody has something to complain about, and that's what makes this game so great, I feel like, is the fact that there's always something to complain about. But you know, if you're a lot of people that complain about things, usually don't have a lot going wrong in their life, especially if they're complaining about video game patches. So, you know, it's a good situation to be in, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and things constantly change, right? Like, for example, Thor may have been the most meta, and now we're going to see that change. We're going to see, you know, at Warlock, with the no longer having that Guardian's Revival composition and then now he's going to have a team up with Luna that enables her to be anti-dive. Just the stuff changing consistently at that amount, at that level, is going to shift up how the game is played and how the bans are structured. I mean, even from this tournament, from when we saw Ignite Stage 1, the bans have been vastly different. It was Mag Emma guaranteed every game. Torch was there sometimes, but now we're going to see this Torch coming out maybe in this next patch. Instead of being the target priority, we have something else.
Right, yeah, that's going to be something that's going to be, I feel like this patch too has been like pretty damn good. You know what I mean? Like, it's been, compared to previous patches with Torch, I think, being so oppressive, he's as strong. Don't get me wrong with people banning him and stuff, but the difference, I think, this patch is that Torch is not as OP. Same thing with Iron Fist, same thing with Psylocke's still pretty strong. But, you know, there's a lot of things that are a little bit more, allow for a little more versatility, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. Maybe some of these duelists getting nerfed a little bit is bringing in those triple strategist compositions that you were talking about. Maybe the opportunity to play triple strategist, triple Vanguard if you really want.
Yeah.
And well, speaking of actually an interesting comp too that I was talking to, bit of a funnier comp, I suppose, when we talk about Reject. Maybe I'll bring it up later. The Gator comp is something that I want to maybe bring up when we see Team Envy again. Have you heard about that one? We'll talk about it maybe, but
a little bit, yeah. So let's dive in here. We see the team comp. You got Gargoyle, Mocha, one of the few female strategists leading right alongside of Aramori at this level play. Awesome, awesome to see at this level. We got Dobie, Piggy, Finale, and Gnome, and they are An incredibly strong team, a little bit under the radar. They want to known as being another one of those, chill vibe teams. They want to keep their calm, cool composure, and I do think that's super important for comms, and also just for when you panic switch. You know what I mean? That is no longer an issue. You discuss as a team, and you make the adapt to the situation as we look over to Ground Zero.
Yeah, looking at Ground Zero, I mean, it's Zen Starry, Maddie, you got King Bob, Nami, and then Duit, and then also FMCL. And, Liger was talking about these guys, how good they are, and I think the Oceania region has been, a very tight race, I think, to see who's going to actually qualify for this tournament. I know Ground Zero had to beat out, multiple teams twice in a row. So, I think this team definitely has what it takes to continue on in this tournament and do well, considering how there's a lot of good talent from Australia. One that didn't make it, we talked about Demon earlier, and I'm sure we're going to, learn a lot about these guys today when we watch Ground Zero play against one of the best Korean teams in Reject.
And speaking of these guys and learning about them, this team is, and this is going to lead into a whole other conversation I need to have with you. This team has open comms. There's an IGL, an in-game leader that will own comms. This team is very much open, where everyone has a piece. They keep comms short and focused. And then there's someone that tries to lead into the discussion around alt combinations, and that is actually going to be with Zen, and Zen Starry, is going to be the one who kind of coordinates those ultimates. Outside of that, it's just keep things calm. If you find someone low, the team echoes comms, and that's when you hear like, Luna, and everybody matches, because they make sure they're all on it, right? Like, it forces you as a team to be cohesive and locked in.
Yeah, I think the difference in this game is that it's very interesting, because, like you said, an IGL is definitely very crucial.
Yeah,
it can be. If you have somebody that talks as much as, like we saw, I hate bringing him up so much, but that's just the person that we talked to, I think, before the tournament, and trust me, because we know how that guy yaps a lot, right? And I love Trust as well. He talks a lot.
Sure.
But that's a good thing. It brings a lot of pressure off of other players, right? When you have somebody that talks that much, you don't have to do as much. You just don't have to say as much, and that lets you focus on yourself and your gameplay. And because there's 6 players in a server, a lot of times it's sort of like you said, if it's open comms, sometimes there is that one or two players that is a little bit more quiet, more reserved, and that's fine too, because that lets them kind of focus. Yeah, it's just you definitely need communication, and that is in terms of what value you bring to a team. That's how you do it, right? That's how you bring value to a team. That's how I managed to get into literally the Tier 1 scene in the previous hero shooter game that shall not be named. It's because of my communication, right? I wasn't the best.
Super important.
Wasn't the most best mechanically skilled player. I wasn't the one that was, having the best ultimate usage. But the fact that you can communicate with your team, the fact that you talk with your team is already so much, because a lot of these guys are young.
Yeah.
Some of them are 17, 18, 19. The best sort of learning experiences I had was getting kicked from a team because I didn't talk enough, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what happens, right? You need to kind of break out of your shell if you're a player trying to make it into the Tier 1 scene. Have to talk more, especially if you maybe are even with some of the players at the high tier or whatever tier you're at. Talking. That's going to set you apart from anybody else.
Yeah, I agree. I think comms, you talked about a few points there. The first thing is, too many cooks in the kitchen is not the correct route, right? Like, you don't always want to have everyone lead and be super communicative. It's good to have somebody be a little more quiet and listen and then echo comms. But yeah, IGLs, I think that is very important to have someone kind of leading, and that, like I said, they do have that, at least in alt communication. But yes, comms are incredibly important in ranked in general. I think if you want to climb ladder, you do need to have comms. Granted, that if toxicities in any game, you can definitely mute that out, send the ban report or the request. But comms win games, and it's that simple.
I know when I play with you, Shib, I just immediately beat you.
Of course.
Off the rip.
As you should.
As I should. It's just like immediately I'm just like, damn, I hate this guy. Just disgusting.
Comms are too good, yeah.
It's too good.
I understand that.
Get rid of him immediately, just like I do on broadcast. That's why sometimes I respond to you.
That makes sense.
I've heard some horror stories behind the scenes. Sometimes players will mute their coach before a match, and that is suboptimal to say the least.
Not cohesive.
No, not cohesive indeed. And it's kind of ironic as well, or hypocritical, I think, for me to talk about talking in ranked, because it's a different story, I think, for at the pro scene, right? These guys, there's so much you do have to talk about. And like you said, Reject, one of those teams that can have those great communications across the board, just talking to each other all the time. And that's what we talk about in terms of, like, Korea as a region, right?
Sure.
As a region, I feel like this is sort of the best region at talking, right? That's why they're so good at hero shooters in general, right? That's why I feel like in the past, Korean teams have dominated in hero shooters. It's because their comms are so good.
Yeah.
They're so amazing at just coordinating dives together, and I'm sure Gnome leads a lot of those sort of things.
Yeah, and we're going to get down the line here shortly. This team is, they're known for being, I think the one thing, like I talked about, they want to be calm, cool, and collected, but Finale is one of the strongest Psylocks in the game.
Yeah.
He is disgusting. I believe they have told me he has, he's been in the conversation for the best Korean, and I know that is going to be a point that is going to be contested over time. But Finale, I'm excited to see that Psylocke. I wonder if that's going to be banned out. I wonder if they've done their homework. But that has been something that's been consistent when talked about this team. Piggy on the Vanguard role, very traditional 1 and 2 there with Emma and Mag.
Well, I competed against this guy a lot. He's definitely one of the best, right? This guy as a Vanguard, he is incredibly good, right? This guy just brings so much to a team in terms of his communication, in terms of his actual mechanical skill. He's always somebody to worry about as well. And on the opposite side, I believe, as I'm coming up here on, I believe, is that Dobie? Okay, Dobie as well, another phenomenal player, right? And these guys are so good at working together as a unit, right? Just making sure that they're Strategist players as well. Like, this region is known for having very strong Strategist play, and Dobie's definitely a large part as to why. And like we said, like you talked about with Aramori earlier, we have Mocha as well, one of the only other girl gamers in the entire tournament. So that's kind of a big deal, I feel like, for the Marvel Rivals scene, because we have so many talented young female players.
Yeah, I think when we had a discussion with Aramori, she had mentioned that she is essentially like the IGL of the team, which is awesome to see her stepping up, and she is very much an advocate for being in comms, and I'm curious if on this team, Mocha's a similar story.
And that's always so hard, because I know that, like, males like us, we dominate the space, right? There's like 80% of us, right? Or 90% or whatever. Not that many girl gamers just in games, and it's hard to talk, for sure. Like, I can't imagine what that's like to kind of just have to communicate when, sometimes, there's a lot of mean people on the internet, honestly, and you're trying to talk and then something bad happens.
But what role do you think is the most, what role would you rather have your IGL be? I'm very curious about that.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe tank or something like that? Maybe tank, yeah. Because I
would have said strat.
I would too, but also I feel like a lot of the coaches and stuff that we've seen are always looking at the tank players, the Vanguard players, because of the fact that you are kind of setting up plays in the front line. Unfortunately, if you're a strategist, like, it's good to talk about ult charge. That's usually where a lot of the ult charge players, like, people come through, the people that talk about, what the other team's ultimates are about to be, that sort of stuff. And that's a part of it, right? Talking about the ults and stuff. But there's also on the front line, maybe setting up plays, letting your the fellow duelists trying to go for a dive help you, because a lot of times duelists are sort of on their own island doing their own thing. But for Vanguards, they are definitely like the core part of the team and decide a lot of the rotations and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, okay, and I like that. And speaking of Vanguards, Duep here, running that main line, Mag, Emma, very consistent. You got to have somebody that does that on every team. Mag is still, at this point, an incredibly strong hero, even with the change coming to that bubble. No longer going to be 300 HP, it's going to be 250, but so we're going to see a change there. Oh, I love the call out there. Much love from Nami. Nami actually a recent pickup for GZ. So this is going to be the big test, right?
Yeah.
Sliding in here recently with the team, trying to get comfortable, seemingly comfortable from the immediate camera presence. I love it.
Well, he said 2-0. Is it 3-0?
I'd love to see that.
I just, maybe a domination, I guess. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Give him a little bit of slack.
He wants that dub, baby. 3-0.
He wants that dub. He's going to go 2-0 and then get reverse swept just like Citadel earlier, dude. Oh, no.
What a callback.
Bob, though. I mean, this guy, I always love people who name themselves Bob. I knew a guy named I knew a guy named Bobbert, and he just talked like he had the most annoying Valorant accent, but it was sort of hilarious. He was like, "Hey guys, how's it going, dude? What's up? What's up? It's me,
the gamer
Bob.
voice, yeah.
Yeah, it's me, Bobbert. How's it going?" And I'm just like, it's the most strange conversation ever with that guy. But we got Matty F on these strategists as well. Very, very talented players across the board, especially the strategists of this team on Ground Zero. But man, right now, in general, Ground Zero has a lot to prove. I think that's what Liger said as well. I mean, as a guy who knows this region so well, this team definitely can upset Reject today if they were to win.
Yeah, I think they want to prove themselves. It's not even necessarily a lot to prove. They just want to be that team that shows up here in this tournament. Zenstarry, one of those group players. So there's about 3 of them at this level of play that are very confident in Groot, but only seen Groot, I believe, 2 maps today a few times. More than that when we were looking at.
And I feel like we've seen a lot more Wolf, too. We didn't really see that in the play-ins as much when they play Groot.
I'm surprised with the lack of ban on Wolf, but it seems seemingly, especially if Invis is available.
Yeah, and also the lack of counter Invis, too.
Yeah,
like, that happened as well. I mean, there's so many tiny things that it just feels like these regions are learning each other inside and out, and those are those tiny differences, like you said earlier, that make a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to see what they do here. I am very excited to look at Reject. Like I said, haven't had too many eyes on. Definitely saw a bit of Ground Zero play. They are a strong team. Just a matter of if they can push forward in this bracket. And I am looking forward to maybe seeing some of that unique composition stuff we were talking about.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to it as well. And I think this team, I have slight doubts about that. Only because when people talk about weird compositions and stuff, I'm thinking like really weird. You know, maybe
Sure.
that's where my brain goes. Maybe I'm just a really weird person, Shib. You know me. So I'm thinking like, you know, triple strategists or triple vanguard. Not even that. Triple duelist is definitely more weird, I think, these days.
That's the most unique.
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
definitely the most weird. But we don't see the Gator comp when I was talking about earlier, which is I think what was the acronym for it? What was the way to say it? It was like
Goal takes in one rocket?
Yes,
Yeah,
you know it. You know it. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
You think that would actually happen here, though? It could be a dive-heavy like team comp. I mean, that's potential. But
when Cal was setting up for Envy on stage, because obviously they have Gator as their coach, which is kind of hilarious. But yeah, nobody. I don't think you ever would run that composition. Would you?
You'd have to be really brave.
Yeah.
And it'd have to be dive, right? Rocket's great at avoiding dive. You switch to Rocket a lot when you are struggling with that.
Right. And what do you think about when I think earlier when Vinny, I think as a re-portal play to come back, swap to the Rocket Raccoon? Like, what do you think about that when they wanted to come back and touch and then have the BRB available? Do you think that was the right strat? I mean, anything is possible, obviously, but
yeah, it's all about the wall running there, right? Like you want a wall run and you want to use it as a way of juking when you come back through portal. So it's just survivability at that point. So we are going to move forward to the banning phase, and it looks like off the rip here, Reject going to get rid of that torch. Nothing new there. Ground zero off on the Mantis and locking in that Luna.
Okay. All right. I mean, we've seen how good Luna Snow was. I mean, the last map with Millennia as well. Like, that's crazy how good that character is. And Emma Frost Protect for the other side of Reject, right? Going to get rid of... Wait, shit. By the way, question. Sorry, I know you're looking at this ban phase, but Venom gets banned as well. Why is Reject's... why is RC their sort of...
If I'm being completely honest with you, it's what threw me off at the beginning of the broadcast.
Okay, good.
I was like,
I'm thinking about it. I'm like, Reject.
There's a C in Reject.
There
but
is.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Just thinking about it.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. But the locket of
say.
Cloak, so damage boost composition here for Reject. That's what, we had an idea that could come through.
Well, that was what, did 100 Thieves do that earlier? They did, right? They literally just did. They protected Cloak earlier as well because of how strong that hero is. And on the alpha side, Mantis, Luna Snow bans for Ground Zero. So getting rid of those heroes means that they got to protect that Cloak and Dagger because obviously Ground Zero is targeting those strategists on the opposite side to force, certain players to display certain things. So Cloak and Dagger and Emma protect for the other side of Reject. They cannot play Captain America Torch, Human Torch, or Mantis on the opposite side for Ground Zero. They cannot play the Torch as well as the Captain America, Venom, and Emma. So very big focus on Vanguards this time on the opposite side for Ground Zero. Maybe trying to pin them into a uncomfortable tank line or Vanguard duo.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those strategies on banning that is maybe not underutilized, but has found success in this tournament. So why not do it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, get rid of the Torch because of how many teams are good at Torch.
Yeah.
And then focus on a hero, right?
Yeah.
Focus on a certain role, and that's definitely a strategy for sure. I like that idea, Shib, for sure. Going into it, man.
We progress in. What is your prediction, brother?
Man, I think for this series, I got to take Ground Zero. I'm taking them today because I kept having, a member of Ground Zero coming to my chat room being like, guys, you don't even know how good Oceania is. You don't know how good this region is. Maybe they have a chance to prove it today. And Shib, what do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go against you because why not? Put me on Reject just for the sake of the battle that we keep doing. You got to join the other side if one of us is passionate about one team.
How many you want? Are you going to put on it, bro? How many? I'm just kidding. Maybe not. Maybe not.
No.
Reject playing that Emma Frost is what to start off, as well as no Psylocke as well, right? Because Psylocke did not get banned for them, right?
Yeah, and FMCL, it's funny. FMCL is very much known for playing melee heroes, but when they showed the heroes that were his favorite, they were ranged hit skins. So I was wondering if they were playing a little bit of mind games there, as Nami is going to be on that Phoenix. FMCL early on here trying to make some space, and we see the Groot owning on here as Zen is keeping it up. Finale, one of the strongest duelists potentially in Korea based on at least what we have been told. Excited to keep eyes on. Great tackle downtown with a rocket boost jump. Making that grab early and then switching off Rocket to ensure that was still allowed. Tackled right back by FMCL. Good escape there and still managed to hold on to the passive. That is the key. As I say that, passive popped instantaneously and they will still battle on this point. Numbers up slightly on the side of Reject. Still owning Nami now, adding that passive and stacking, but staying on the support alt you can go in melee. Tackled out with the last stand. Doesn't get value. FMCL doing it as well. Maddie gonna copy up and no longer have that strategist line all. It looks like Reject will have alt advantage in this next fight, and they're very close to the point as Gnome takes out Do It.
Yeah, right now, nobody capping the point. Look how close it is to being capped for Reject, man. We're right there, but Turtle Bomb comes out. King Bomb wants to stall, and Zen Stall actually takes down Finale, so they're even yet again.
And here comes Zen Starry with a bit of damage. It is going to find one. Gargoyle going to find Maddie. And that's a nice big piggy on FMCL. RC still holding on to the point as they finally get this battle to slow up. Gnome going to take out Zen. And that should be enough for them to get this point. They're going to take this space and push forward.
And the biggest thing is, even though Reject weren't finding those eliminations necessarily, they were at least gaining the space, right? You saw how far back Ground Zero was. Positionally, they were always at a disadvantage, having to walk in with their ults against Reject, who can always either decide to kite or kind of push on towards their strategist. So right now in the sort of front-to-back play style, which is what's happening because a lot of the dive vanguards were removed, Ground Zero has to kind of walk into Reject right now, and there's also no Invisible Woman to counter both of the Wolverines on the floor.
And we start again, ult advantage on the side of Ground Zero. Piggy holding this space here for Reject. Out we go with the Eye of Agamotto. Does it land? It does not, or at least it, it did not get enough value. Meteor Ram downtown. Oh, no way! Just barely escaping. That was a massive left turn. Deciding to just juke the Meteor Ram was genius. Instead of heading in to that predictable pattern, taking that left turn and just barely escaping it. Pixel, but it does not matter as they get walked right back through on the side of Ground Zero, trying to get this point. One left, Finale goes down.
Yeah, good copy, good follow-up there from Maddie, and now Ground Zero sit back on the point. They do have those King Bob as well coming up with that Lunastone dance, or the Lunastone dance floor as well. And that's going to be an interesting sort of matchup because in terms of Vanguard, it's not too much of a difference. Obviously, you do have that Emma instead of that Doctor Strange, which is definitely vital, I think, for Team Reject in terms of damage. But the big thing is that Lunastone versus the Cloak and Dagger matchup. Who kind of comes out on top? I think that in terms of just overall sheer presence from King Bob in the neutral, he should do well, but the Terra Cape is always going to be pressure from Mocha.
FMCL last stand. Could it be huge? It is! And they're going to find Adobe immediately, and they try to Meteor Ram the rest, but no, does not go through. Adobe is going to go down, though. Numbers still in their advantage. Huge potential there. Gnome going to find Nami to try to even these odds a little bit, and that is going to be still held here by Ground Zero. 60% on the side of Reject. Up we go with another last stand, and down goes two from Gargoyle on the follow-up. King Bob goes down. We have Finale onto Maddie. Right back with Gargoyle's pick. FMCL onto Gnome. Gargoyle again onto FMCL. It is such a trade fest here. Numbers roughly even, health very low. Strategist down. Duep gonna find Finale. Gargoyle back on Zen. Duep on Adobe. Are you kidding me?
I mean, how is he doing it? 1v1 Gargoyle again. Gargoyle the 1v1 the backside stun. Get some heals.
I thought it was gonna be. Oh! Nami says this one's mine as the percentage is even now.
They almost did it, man. It's so hard for duelists as a duo to clutch in those situations without any vanguards.
Yeah.
But they were so close, especially with those crystals coming through from the side of Dobie. So right now, Reject closing in on we're closing in on getting that point win, but Ground Zero still holding control over some fantastic vanguard play.
And we begin again at this point, 82%, but it is close on either side. The tackle, Duep going to take out Finale. Great work there. And the Emma Diamond cooldown down. Duep not missing a shot here as Biggie goes down. That's two up on the side of Ground Zero, who want this W. 93% in a portal will be coming in here from Finale, getting off that Wolverine, but the right click from downtown can knock Finale back into the... Oh, great shield there. I thought I could see some crazy right click back in. They can't even get the portal through.
Oh my goodness, they've done it. They win round one, Ground Zero, that is on Eldritch Monument. And Ground Zero, definitely a team to watch out for, man. I mean, that map one was phenomenal in terms of objective play. I feel like that's probably their biggest strength, right? Just able to kind of bring themselves back into the series by constantly kind of coming back towards that point, keeping objective control. And through that, I mean, they just won the map. And that's how kind of domination it feels like keeps playing out, Shib. It just like control the point, and it doesn't matter how many eliminations you kind of give up. As long as you have somebody there stalling, you're going to win.
Yeah, I think Reject, you can see it right now. They're talked about being nonchalant and being vibing, staying calm and cool, collected. They're having their just conversations right now. They're not panicking. They're not freaking out. All of them are just listening and trying to figure out what to do, because I do think it was a pretty close match there. Ground Zero clutched up in the moment they needed to, but
yeah,
it was up in the air there for a minute, but Ground Zero, way to clutch up, looked really clean. They couldn't even get the portal off just due to the last second KO there. Right. Finale tried to play aggressive, and falling down early like that was game losing, at least for map one. Absolutely. As we progress forward with a portal play.
Yeah, I guess who needs Invisible Woman if everybody just shoots the Wolverine? So
yeah,
right now with that kidnap coming through, should be talking about this a lot.
Yeah, and this could happen here, folks. You try to put this portal right on the path of a strategist. You wait, and they get a ton. Can they get value? Duep on a Gargoyle now, and that's a nice shot. Nami on the Mocha, and that is a ton of value as they will walk forward to point now, going through the other side. Great play, great kidnap off the rib. Tackle goes out for FMCL.
Wait,
Finding
what?
Dobie.
Why, Piggy?
Nami on the Gnome now. Does have the last stand. Likely not going to use it as Ground Zero gets the point.
Why did Piggy ult there, man? He was down everybody.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was terrible.
Can't do that.
Just literally the worst thing you could possibly do there, considering how good that ultimate is. But regardless, these kidnaps with the Doctor Strange portals, bro, it just seems like so good on the lane environment because people don't even expect them more. We saw Gargoyle go down early. He's a veteran, and so is Piggy. In the hero shooter genre, both esport veterans making huge mistakes early on.
Yeah, I think that goes to just the infinite value of Strange portals and what they can do. Strange, you know, you talk about using that portal to try to get back to point. It's a waste of a cooldown. Now the enemy can use that with no issue, right? So Ground Zero finding value. Up we go with the last stand down. Goes the tackle. Does it get value? It does not. As we see ult pop from Nami, Dueb, and King Bob. And that one lands on a Mocha, and that is insane as it does get value from the ult cancel. And the pick, Eye of Agamotto with the bubble great play out of the back line. And down goes two as Zen is looking clean. FMCL with another on a finale. And wow, Ground Zero are showing up.
Reject are looking shell-shocked right now. Ground Zero, unexpected team to beat one of the top teams in the entire world, in specifically a Korean team too. So for Ground Zero, they're looking damn good at the current moment. We'll see if they can keep it up though. 60% on the board. This also is a best out of 5. So even if they were to win this one, they may not be out of the woodwork just yet.
Yeah, it's never over until it's over as we do. Oh my goodness. FMCL finding Finale, who is setting up for a play, is disgusting. That is so much value as we are already at 70%. Now it is a guaranteed one-fight game if they do not, or they're going to have to reset. Yeah, okay. I was going to say if they reset, but if they staggered, it could have been dangerous.
But they have ult advantage. Even in 5v6, you have to try to clutch up. Now this reaction's a little bit too late, in my opinion.
I think it's 70%. Yeah, it's a difficult question. Actually, I might agree with you. I'm just not sure what the answer is because at 70%, it's almost a one-fight game anyway. Does the 30 matter? But honestly, you're probably right. And there's a huge last hit as a land. No, FMCL does get one. Mocha goes down, make that two. Excuse me. As Gnome goes down. Zen finds Dobie. Gargoyle on a King Bob. And oh my goodness, FMCL is different.
He is just absolutely crazy. I mean, is there going to be a portal here from Gnome? Yes, for sure they'll have a chance.
Wow.
But this was dominance so far. We'll see what happens. Portal? No. And they get it done. Nap 1, Ground Zero.
Wow. I don't know what else to say. They look so dominant.
Well, dude, so we know, at least in terms of the Australian region, Demon is correct. Right? Over in EMEA, he's been playing over there for some teams. FMCL was looking like that too. What is with these Wolverine players coming from Australia?
I don't know.
What is in the water down there? What's Logan? Is Logan built? And is Logan Australian? Is that what it
every
is?
game. That's my opinion. Get him out of there. He's terrifying.
That's why. That's what happens. You ban him, he gets sent down under to Australia, and that's where
wow,
that's where they'll come from.
What a segue. Beautiful. And that's the caster in our boy. But wow. So well played. FMCL, I have to guarantee, or I just assume, got to be MVP. Looked so strong. The amount of finals, especially at the last 3 minutes of the game. 4 or 5 just in the last 10 seconds. A lot of chasing, a lot of smart play and patience on that ultimate.
Absolutely, and I think Ground Zero, I think their fundamentals are looking really damn good.
Yeah.
You know, they look like they're doing the right thing at the right time.
Sure.
Not overextending in terms of ultimate use. Sometimes they do just make those plays, those early aggressive plays, and that's what maybe you were talking about earlier. In terms of maybe compositions, it's not that crazy to run this sort of like front to back with the Wolverine and with the Phoenix. But the biggest thing is their aggressiveness, their ability to find those picks in the on the flanks.
Sure.
Something about Reject right now is just not clicking. Like they are getting picked off, and sure you could blame Reject, but I think you have to give credit to Ground Zero, who are constantly on those flanks, able to make those opening moves.
Yeah, it's so difficult in these early stages of the tournament to identify if it's a problem or if it's just an outplay, right? If somebody's just doing something really right. I do think that Reject as a whole on map 2 did just not play together at all. They made some huge mistakes early on and ult fumbling, and then from then on it was just a downward slope. And they just collapsed on them. Huge ultimates nearly every time from Ground Zero.
Yeah.
I mean, they played lights out. It's that simple.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely lights out indeed. And for Ground Zero, going up a map, dude, like, I mean, everybody thought that they were a good team. Don't get me wrong. To win in Australia is no easy feat.
Sure.
In the Oceania region, rather, there's no easy feat. But, you know, that's crazy to win a map right now against the #1 seed from Korea. We'll see if they can keep it up, man. I mean, it's the best out of 5, but if they put themselves at least in this upper bracket for the next round, that's top 5th through 6th, right? So that would be huge, at least in terms of the bank.
Agreed. And he got a back to FMCL finale was on the other team on Wolverine, and
he was getting dominated.
Yeah, he was getting dominated. And he was trying to off-angle set up, and
every time the off-angle setup, it was forced the team to reset. I think there was 2 separate picks and two fights, and domination is enough percentage to lose you the game.
Well, we were walking down out of our caster booth, and we saw the 100 Thieves guys. We saw Harvey and Millennia there sitting in the VIP area.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's with you guys like not doing well in scrims and then just dominating in games?
Yeah.
Like actually, and they're like, sure. And Harvey told me, he said, you know, sometimes we just don't try in scrims. That's literally, he said it's always one person. Okay. Well, it's not that. It's like one person's not fully locked in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right?
Something's going on.
That's what he was trying to say. And I think, well, that's what he did say. And, you know, that's kind of like the thing right today on stage. It's sort of like some people get better when the limelight hits, right? When you're kind of finally in that moment on stage.
Clutch, dude.
Some people get better and some people get way worse. And right now, Reject are looking like that team that is at the bottom of the barrel. Unless Ground Zero potentially get, you know, potentially a few maps lost against them.
They're getting buffed on the big stage, right? They're coming out. It's a new patch, and they've got the buff.
I'm telling you guys, I've seen some dudes like when I competed, literally just run into walls.
Yeah.
Like sometimes some people, they panic.
Yeah.
Professional players, by the way, going on stage and in like this sort of stage and just kind of just like running into walls because they're scared, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stress that comes with being a pro player, and that can't be understated. Some people don't react to it well, and that's why teams, you know, try to figure out everything in a competitive environment in terms of like hiring even a sports psychologist, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's so much more nuance to pro play than just like being out there and making it happen in the moment. There's the coaching, the banning, the hero selection, the hero pool in each person, their synergies as a team, their comms. Like I could sit here and list here for hours and hours, but the puzzle pieces all have to come together to make a team that can beat a team, but on a stage and an environment that you are not used to. So it's like everything comes down to the wire, and that's why when you clutch up and you have that gene or that ability to just perform in that moment, it's everything.
Well, they do so much prep work. As speaking about prep work, I mean, Ground Zero did their homework here. I mean, not a single player except, well, 2 players, sorry, Gargoyle, Gnome, obviously over 10K damage, but they were really snuffed out, right? This whole team, Ground Zero, constantly finding the flankers in terms of Finale. I mean, he just did nothing there. He was just absolutely shut down by Ground Zero.
FMCL 2 with 11 finals. You look over at Finale with 1. I mean, with the Wolverine double pick, it's tough to see. I do think it was a masterclass on Wolf there.
And you called up team play. I mean, you saw Dwep bubble that Star-Lord, or that Strange Ult, too.
Yeah, you need to,
And then we saw Dwep as well hit an insane meteor across the map. Like, this team has it, man. They are actually very, very good. FMCL is going to be your MVP. And it seems like this team is legit, like everybody's saying. Like Liger's been talking about behind. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right now is the time to make fans. We've said that in the past. You want fans right now. Show up to the stage like that, and you will get fans. And especially when you're in a region that's smaller in terms of at least the size of this tournament. And once you show up like this, it may inspire more teams in your region. And next thing you know, you are like the poster child or poster team for that region, and that just kind of sparks you to keep playing well. Kind of like 100 Thieves showing up today, even though they maybe weren't predicted to play as well.
Absolutely. Taking a look back at the replay from that game 2, man, like it was such a fun series, right? We saw so many things, or sorry, fun map 1.
Yeah,
because we still have a little bit to go for this series. But right now, I mean, Ground Zero just looks so connected. You just saw everything to do running forward with the Luna Snow Ultimate. You saw FMCL constantly hitting huge last stands. Finale trying to match him, but regardless, on the other side, I think Ground Zero's team play looked phenomenal.
Yeah, look at that hype right there. That's what I love to see. I want to see more of that. You can just see the raw energy. There's that bubble we were referencing. So smart with the Strange. You want to make sure when you're using Eye that you get some sort of protection. And, the combination we talk about sometimes of Phoenix before you Strange Ult's actually pretty strong as well. But Strange just has not been as much in the meta, so you see it far more with the Meteor M. As you can see here, FMCL, just a little bit of that work they were doing this whole time he was popping off. So, yeah, I mean, awesome. Yeah, there it is again. Look at that hype.
Dude, the Australians as well, they got so much energy. They have so much passion from the Oceania region.
Yeah. I mean, that's what, I'm curious in your take on it. Sometimes teams have, pre-game rituals where they get excited, they'll get hyped. And do you have anything like that, or as a team, or is it more so everybody lock in, let's get in here and get going?
Yeah, we kind of, well, the thing is, I would guess we're on a mixed team, but yeah, generally, I guess every team is different, right?
Sure.
So we even heard with Envy, right, being a really confident team, just being super okay, we know we're going to win. Not really doing much, just everybody kind of doing their own thing. And then you have somebody like this team, and then like Citadel, where they're just kind of doing that thing that who brought it up earlier? Was it Moxie or was it you to talk about the clap and all that stuff with Sala? And
I think that was Moxie, yeah.
Yeah, she was bringing up how the fact that I think they clap or whatever before their matches, and they do like a sync thing. I think that's a little
sick.
That's a little much. I mean,
I like it.
You like it. You like it. All right, fair. I mean, I like it too. But you know what? As a pro player, I'd be like, I'm gonna kick those guys' butts. Like, I hate those guys. But especially if they come through and they just dominate you like Citadel does, except against Envy. But anyways, another salt in the wound kind of situation. Regardless. No, my pregame ritual was as bad as your trip here at the very beginning, right? With the
stomach,
bowel issues and stuff. Well, I mean, it's too far probably, but listen, it's true. Pro play, it's very stressful to go on stage, right? I don't think enough people realize that, right? How hard it is, and it's annoying to kind of just constantly bring up all the time, but when you. Like, people underestimate, I think, how much pro gamers do.
Sure.
It's sort of like how in chess, don't they like burn like 4,000 or 5,000 calories a session?
Yeah, because it just your mind is working, you're like your sweat, like everything, your whole body's tense the entire time, and that does burn some calories. So hey, we might be burning some calories right now.
We might be, dude. That's why my knees are breaking on me, just like my mother. She had knee surgery recently. Maybe I'm going to need it after this. But regardless, I think like that cannot be understated how hard it is to be a professional player because they practice 6 to 8 hours a day on top of doing content shoots right behind the scenes. All those amazing videos you saw on Twitter took countless hours from not only our team over here at NetEase, but also the pro players' willingness to come out and just participate in those events because, I mean, look, those videos were sick, right?
They were so sick.
But that took a lot.
Production quality is crazy.
It was amazing, but it also took a lot of, energy to do those sort of things for the pro players that are practicing a lot. Situations will pop up where, depending on how you sit and stuff like that, you could have, potential pinched nerves and stuff like that. There's a lot of health complications that does come with playing professional video games, so you need to kind of counteract those with healthy maneuvering and stuff.
Sure.
But to kind of answer the original question with pregame rituals, it was spent half the time in the bathroom. So, yes.
The nervous poops, if you will.
Yes.
As we move forward. But you talked about those, just the amount of stuff that these teams have to deal with prior, and you also got to add the fact that these teams are constantly thinking about their match, right? So it adds this constant pressure and stress of something coming up that's not quite here yet, and that is also something that affects you when you get on the stage. It adds that stage fright. It adds to the way they play. And you either show up or you don't. And I'll tell you what, Ground Zero, at least in Map 1, showed up, and Reject in Map 1 did not. And I'm looking forward to us moving forward. I think we will see, I'm not quite sure yet. Could be all the Jolly. That's a common pick here for these teams. We will see.
It could be. I mean, Reject has to rebound for sure. Like, this team at the moment is looking shell-shocked, like we said earlier. They just, at moments we're fast resetting and stuff when other teams would not, right? Like, it's just, it's tough to lose somebody early, don't get me wrong. And there was more situations than just that, but they were just, not on the same page. And we'll see in this upcoming map. Like, this game is not necessarily all about mechanical skill, right? Marvel Rivals as a game, it's fun to play, and it's awesome the amount of diversity we have in terms of the cast, but in terms of actual gameplay, in terms of the professional scene, it's not about being the star of the show. Like, I'm sure FMCL seems like it. He is that guy, but there's so much more that goes into it in the macro. And right now, Reject, there's something wrong in terms of their teamwork and stuff. It just feels,
mistakes,
it feels off.
Wasted ults, especially being up in ult advantage. Like, when you're down in numbers and the point's not looking good for you, popping an ult is essentially throwing at least that fight. So, and that's tough. One fight in domination is everything. You got it. It's about who makes the least mistakes in dom, and they made a few that were crucial. They looked so much better on map 1 than they did on 2, but that's a snowball effect of dom. You can't count everything out, and that's why I'm excited to see this next map.
Well, that's why I'm excited for Blade, man, because the reason why we stall for so long is because in pro play, I mean, a lot of the top-tier ultimates are Strategist ults.
Yeah.
And Strategist ults in this game last 8, 10, 11, 12 seconds sometimes, even with Captain America out there. Things can last forever. So usually that's why that first fight matters so much. That's why I'm okay with teams overcommitting to first fight, because you build ult so fast in this game. Except on Luna Snow in the new patch, we're seeing sometimes Luna Snow players kind of struggle to build that ultimate because of the changes.
Sure.
She has 600 more ult points she needs to gain or whatever it is. So there's a lot of, I guess, the stall potential in this game for sure.
Absolutely. As we do look now towards the banned Reject, got to get rid of that torch and that cap. And Mantis, Luna, if it ain't broke, don't fix it on the side of Ground Zero, who have done their research, it looks like, getting rid of that damage. And we did see the cloak lock in last time. Are you assuming we see that again? And I think that Terra Cloak is far slept on.
Yeah, I would definitely do. I think we are also going to see a difference of opinion for Reject, getting rid of the Loki this time. We know how strong Reject is, and Cloak and Dagger for Reject's side going to go for that, or Reject going to go for that Protect on their side as well. Captain America was the same thing they did last time as well, so I guess they're at least changing up their last 2 bans on the opposite side for Ground Zero, sticking with the Mantis, sticking with Luna Snow alongside the Torch and the Cap. And I think a lot of these Asia teams, or these teams from the Asian region, have very, very good Captain America players, so it makes sense to get rid of it. But obviously a difference of opinion now for Reject, getting rid of only 2 Vanguards this time instead of the 3 they removed the first map.
Okay, so a little bit of a shift up, and that could result in, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a change. But I think the main thing we're looking at here is just the structure of we are no longer on Dom, and that is what matters. We're going to be going to Convergence. That's where I do think that teams start showcasing what they're made of. Some teams just aren't Dom teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some teams aren't Dom teams for sure, and we saw that earlier. I think when, I think 100 Thieves looked better the second time they played Domination, but regardless, there's some teams that definitely struggle on Domination, like you said.
And we begin here shortly, folks. I'm assuming Reject is going to want to attack here first. I do think that is the strategy for the teams that are picking map. And makes sense, right? You got to know where you need to defend to. And I say they're defending first. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why
Maybe the first time we've seen that, if I'm being honest.
Really? That was the first time we've seen it?
I know, it might be. I have to double check.
No, you're probably right. I think it's because usually you do want attack to kind of build that momentum. Because you kind of more reactionary on defense. Which honestly would speak to how Reject has been playing so far, kind of reactionary. So we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm looking too deep into that. Maybe it ain't that deep, little bro, kind of situation. But for Ground Zero, portaling out, going for that flank play like you saw last map.
Maybe that is it's a shift up in mental strat. I don't know. You know what I mean? Something they're not used to, and that kind of stuff can affect. As we see Piggy now trying to put some damage out on the high side. We got that Venom coming in from Zen. Nami going to be on the Phoenix. We've got that damage boost from Cloak as Maddie, King Bob on the Luna, Duep going to be on the Strange, and FMCL on the Panther. First time we've seen that in a long time since Ignite Stage 1 as we were qualifying. And we begin the battle. Dobie going to pop those crystals early on the side of Reject in the Panther. Nice movement there, using those dash resets to take height and not always forcing to try to do as much damage as possible. Piggy going to find one, and that puts Reject up in numbers, maybe slowing down the pace a little bit as the team tries to reset a little bit. And Nami going to even those odds onto Gnome, and they will try to get onto this point with Zen.
Yeah, and right now, these Phoenix players have been the star of the show. It feels like this whole tournament, constantly finding these picks, but FMCL on Black Panther.
Wow. That was insanely quick. The reaction time is so difficult there. Good attempt there by the Wolf to drop Zen, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to knock something like Venom off the map. FMCL again onto Piggy, Zen onto Mocha, and they are diving, and they are consistent together, making sure that the team's eyes are all over the place. Right through the portal, right back out, and they will get point one already with 4 minutes. Actually, 5 minutes on the clock.
I mean, everybody's good on this team for sure, but man, this duelist line has been dominating.
Really good.
Nami finding the pick early, FMCL with the flank, looking like Tanuki, looking like Self, whoever you want to call him. He is his own man. And speaking of which, man, Finale picked again to Nami. How many times can Nami find you?
This is, again, a situation where Ground Zero is looking different.
Brutal,
oh, my goodness! What is happening? FMCL, chill on him as Gargoyle goes down as well. Make that 3. Nami gonna find Gnome. Oh, my goodness, on Finale again! FMCL, what is happening?
Can we just get FMCL POV, please? Thank you. This is disgusting how much work he's getting done. I mean, you never want to call a series over before it's over, but, man, Ground Zero putting on an absolute masterclass. Yikes, indeed.
This is one of those situations that you're starting to think, is the mental just shattered here for Reject? They've got to shake this off. FMCL
why is Gargoyle there?
Cannot
Why is he there?
Stop just dominating. Another KO. For some reason, separating from the team against the Panther is a dangerous game. You gotta try to stay near your team. A ton of ults up here for Reject, but it doesn't even matter. Ground Zero just has so much momentum. I don't think I've seen momentum like this in the tournament yet. And they are just hustling through these points.
And I feel so bad. This is just disgusting right now, man.
Are you kidding me? FMCL with Mocha Finale. Piggy falls from Zen. Nami on Nob. What is happening, dude?
Oh my, is it just FMCL's the GOAT, or is just Reject that bad? What the hell is going on at the moment, Shiv? This is just pure amazing gameplay out of the Black Panther, out of Zen Starry, and Nami, man. It's just the whole team is just firing on all cylinders.
I can't express it enough. This is an absolute walking right now. They have so much time. They are not stopping the point. 4 minutes and 30 on the 3rd point. I mean, are you joking me? That is wild to watch. Ground Zero really trying to make some, teams just nervous here coming up in the tournament, and fans. And Panther, a strong Panther player, is threatening, especially when they have that high sense and can just flick back around instantly. Finale fighting 3, just turning this back, and a quad, at least getting some value back. But I mean, it was just because Ground Zero had used everything and they wanted to commit in the next fight.
Yeah, exactly. You need to kind of rein it in if you're Reject, sort of refocus. But I like that they're at least adapting, right? That was a fight win, sure. Maybe not the best because they have so many ults on the opposite side, but for Reject, they swap over Gargoyle to the Bucky to play counter dive. right? They also swapped Mocha over to Invisible Woman to help push away these divers. So they're at least making those adaptations. But man, they just got steamrolled to this third phase. We'll see if they can stop them here against Black Panther. It looks like they're marking FMCL well. That's what a lot of good teams do, is mark those Black Panther players with anybody. Just somebody shoot him.
And Zen does have that Feast of the Abyss ready, just biding their time. Oh my goodness, what? Duep Zen, King Bob Zen again. What is happening as Finale falls? Oh my, Zen just going crazy on the Venom, and they still have their own. They have FMCL with that Bass, and they've got Maddie ready with the Eternal Bond, and there will be some ults here from Mocha. We will have Gargoyle, Dobby, Piggy, and Gnome on Reject. They need to win this fight. If they don't win this fight, their mental, oh, there we go. Gargoyle going to find FMCL, and there's going to be the anti-dive. They have done this in past. Gargoyle very strong on the Bucky. It helped them push through these tournaments, so this could be the change they needed to slow this up, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, Finale, though, finding Nami. Both of the duelists removed on the side of Ground Zero at the very least. And Ground Zero, do they want to commit to this fight now, right? They've lost another one of their members. Maddie's going to go down. Everybody's going to get reset. And I think finally, Reject are finding a semblance of stability at the current moment, because at the moment, Ground Zero is going for those hard dives. And that's why I think Black Panther comp ship always feel like the hardest to play against. Yeah. You get like the most snowballed, right? But
For sure.
The moment you kind of figure them out, you can hard stop them if you make the right plays.
You know, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, if they hold this, you know, it's still got a lot of time on the clock with 2 minutes 30 almost, but if they hold this, this could be the momentum shift. I find you've seen it in ladder. Like, you've gone down and just get absolutely wrecked, and then you come right back, push through all, and then you win an OT. Like, that is definitely on the table still, and that hole was much better. They looked so much cleaner, and they barely used any resources in terms of ultimate. So definitely on the table. Oh my goodness, FMCL is disgusting. This is actually T'Challa. He is built different again. Ready to utilize this ultimate. Crystals are gone. The cooldown's wasted. Another strategist ult goes out. Here it goes. It is damage boost, but it did not do much. It's going to reset here and buy time. Point is very close now, 117. They are going to start seeing the dance. Out goes the Kraken. Gargoyle finds one. Gnome going to find Nami. Is that going to be enough to drive them away? It should, as Gnome and Finale clean up the rest.
There we go. Give the backline some help in Gargoyle, and he'll get the job done. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. And see, that's the hard part. When you get tilted at your teammates or whoever else in ranked mode for losing to a Black Panther team such as that, you know, it's a part of the game. Like, that's what Black Panther comps do. They just dominate you. And sometimes you need to make those hard swaps to change it up. So if you're getting snowballed like that, you have to make those adaptations. And it's okay to get rolled like you did in the first 2 rounds if you get hold on third phase like Ground Zero or getting held against Reject.
Yeah, I mean, there's really only 1 minute on the clock. So you got to think about that, folks. That's a pretty strong hold here. They're really showing up. This is going to be a huge fight for them as they are down in ult. If they can get a pick now with that, they do. Duep goes down, and that is a nice pick because Synac's Seduction was ready there for Duep. So great play there again by Reject showing up. FMCL, though, onto Gnome. Down 2 Vanguards on either side. The respawn's heavily, obviously, on the side of Reject, with it being significantly closer. Might see a strange portal coming in from Duep. We do. FMCL try to find some value with the dance. The Cutterfly did not. Nami goes down. Or, excuse me, Nami finds Mocha. Mocha goes down. Zen's going to find Dobby. Gargoyle goes down. This is enough. It might be. It's Nami. He's going to find Finale. Maddie onto Piggy now. And the Venom is holding on, but not for long, as Gnome is going to try to escape and retake. FMCL going to try to take that space, as well as Duep. Ultimates are going to be up on the side of Reject. They've got to get there and use them. Kraken it back goes out onto the clones. Can they get the reset off clone? Dobby goes, oh my goodness. Dobby gets KO'd. A Finale gets KO'd. This could be enough. Mocha goes down, and yes, Ground Zero should be getting this point 3. If they do not see 9 here, yes, Piggy falls, and that is it as Gnome goes down, and wow, Ground Zero is insane.
They're looking damn good. I think towards the end they got stopped a little bit due to Gargoyle, but eventually, you know, that dam would be broken, right? The water pushed through towards the end. That was a terrible, terrible analogy. But regardless, this is amazing right now from Ground Zero. It did 4 minutes, I believe, was it in third phase? Right?
Yeah, 4 minutes 30, I think.
4 minutes 30, so they blazed through first phase of the map. They just dominated the second phase. Getting to the third phase of the map, they definitely struggled a little bit against Gargoyle, and I think maybe that could enable Reject on their attack. They have at least something to work with, because that usually on third phase of the map, if there's 4 minutes in the bank for the attack, it's going to be hard to hold no matter who you are.
Touche. I agree with that. I think they were looking much better, right? They made some switches, and eventually you're going to lose a fight. It's part of the nature of the game, or especially if you're well, you can make mistakes and that not happen. But if you're playing the game correctly and you're holding on to cooldowns and ultimates for an essential fight as a team, you can definitely win, or the odds are heavily in your favor. So they looked a lot better there, but it was almost inevitable at that point. And I'm still proud of the hold. I think that they can definitely push this thing through.
Absolutely, yeah, they definitely can. I think Reject on their attack. We'll see kind of what happens, but for their team, I mean, man, they really kind of locked in with Gargoyle on that Bucky, and that's what we know him as, right? Yeah. Everybody before talks about how good he is at Bucky, and that's his hero. So you can see exactly why. We'll see what changes, but we'll probably see that portal play kind of come through with the Punisher alongside Gnome with the Storm to give him a little bit of extra damage. We see this a lot in the Asian regions. I think they like this a lot, and so does a lot of people. But let's see how Ground Zero react to it.
Portal goes out, and you know what? Now I mentioned this being more of a niche thing recently, and we're seeing it a lot more here today, but it has kind of fell off the wagon a bit. Gnome pushing forward now with the shield. Piggy going to start gaining that charge. Remember, if you're Emma v Emma, you do want to hold off a bit on utilizing that shield. You want to pull it back because you can just gain charge off that shield if they leave it out too long. So you want to push it out, pull it back, and let it regain HP, just to kind of play that dance with who can get their laser strong first. Gargoyle on the Duep, though, and they are doing a full, stacked brawl comp with this composition off teleport, and I do like the Storm damage boost as they are walking through. Reject looking really good. Gnome going to find two. Finale onto Nami. Well played here as the portal's going to need to come back, and will it touch in time? It should, as Duep has been up enough. So it's all about can they make... Ooh, that's brutal. When you accidentally knock out the spot under you. It might have been FMCL, actually, too, as Gargoyle playing low to make sure that that aura around Storm there is giving that damage boost. Remember, it's, I believe 12 and 8, depending on if she's in that enhanced state. But 25 to herself in the enhanced state is a ton of damage.
Absolutely. And right now, I mean, this front to back is just working right now. Usually we see this, Storm Punisher competition. The Total Bond kind of happens, comes out on the foreground. But usually we see this competition come out against Triple Vanguard. It doesn't even seem like it matters. You can play it against anybody because Dobie ends up with 3 in that fight. Yeah.
All right, nice positioning there, Dobie. This is like we talked about previously. It's a very good Loki map. So allowing Loki through here obviously was banned against Ground Zero, unable to use Loki. Not sure if it was even in their decision-making, but Dobie really showcasing the power, still holding on to ultimates. Gargoyle as well, Gnome. Finale, I'm telling you, this team is now finding their footing. At the end there, they got it figured out. Can they push through all 3? I would love to see this OT.
I like it, but they're definitely doing something along the lines of, relying heavily on a composition that I'm not going to say is outdated, but it's definitely unique, right? I want to see what even happens if they win this map, but right now, at the moment, I actually don't mind the Punisher comp with the Storm for sure. A lot of damage, like you said, and they have a lot of ult built up in the bank.
It kind of reminds me of what we were seeing during Ignite. You know what I mean? In the beginning, but prior to this mid-season finale. Oh, Piggy, got to find Zen Starry. Nami on a Gargoyle, though, with a nice trade. Well done. Very good counter into Storm. For those who don't know, you can actually burn Storm's power is in the fact that over health there that you get when you use the Hurricane. But when you have Phoenix coming in and dropping on you, all that goes away in an instant, and that is ultimately a counter. So very well played in getting that KO.
No, that's a perfect point, Chip. That the fact that I was like that happened. I'm glad you called that out, considering the fact that you're like Storm. The whole point of just using that ultimate is you're healthy with it. But regardless, Finale coming out through with the ultimate. The Judge, Jury, Executioner comes out. They're going to run down on Ground Zero, coming on through. Finale able to take down Duep as well as maybe looking for a bit more as they don't really have anything else to sustain. And maybe the job is already done here for Reject.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is what you want to see. 5 minutes onto the point. They said, anything you can do, I can do better. 30 seconds more on the clock. Are you kidding me? Reject popping off here. Let's go.
Oh my goodness, dude. Can they get it done? Reject 4 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. Now Ground Zero has to do a similar thing that Reject did on their defense. Yeah, hold in with 5 minutes, make an adaptation. We'll see if they do it, man. I mean, Ground Zero, they go over MCL to that Wolverine, so that worked earlier. And right now, Nami again, there we go. That's that adaptation. It's just, I guess Nami will get a pick.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty consistent here. Ground Zero, that's a good drawback. Change the momentum up a little bit here, right? You want to find that pick. Now you drive them in. They are playing slow and stacked as a unit, so good fallback there. And retaking, cutting slightly away, waiting for that spawn to come back. Mocha is going to have ultimate, but still Ground Zero with a bit of an advantage. Nami, Maddie ready soon to have FMCL too, but you will have Dobie, Piggy, and Mocha and Gargoyle on Reject again in this next fight. So odds are in their favor if they use them properly, and here oh, nice pick. That was huge as immediately the bot comes right through, but it is not quick enough as Duet finds Gargoyle back now. Numbers are evened out. Tackle goes up, last stand. Great fade there by Cloak. And Piggy tries to get some chance with the Psionic. Down we go again with the damage boost on Amoka. And that's that combination that is very threatening at this level.
Absolutely. I mean, just removing down a huge support player, a huge strategist player. Here comes the dance, or the storm from Gargoyle. Just smokes everybody with Piggy.
Wow.
Removing the team right now from Ground Zero, who right now look sort of lost. I mean, 3 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. They held for at least a little bit. Reject are looking damn good with his comp, man.
So funny how we had that conversation about how in ladder it's like you get stomped and then you figure it out and then you turn it right back at him, and it's exactly what's happening
you
here.
can't tilt, man. Like people see people in ranked that like you have a lot of eliminations against you when you have triple strategist compositions.
Yeah.
And you're against like triple duelist. It's like duh. Like of course they're playing triple duelist. They have so much damage.
Yeah, exactly. And now we go with the final judgment. Finale gonna find one. Gnome gonna get one. Dobie gonna find FMCL, and they are walking through. This may end now with a ton of time on the clock. 3 minutes still on. They are holding that off angle, but there's not much they're gonna be able to do. Yeah, Zen goes down. Holy, 3 minutes on. Reject almost against all odds at this point.
That's looking like a #1 seed team. I mean,
that was good.
That was good. And you know what? Like that's what we've seen out of other teams that are the #1 seed team. It's plays like that, right? Able to kind of come back and rebound. Maybe that's why Reject is as good as they are. Maybe that's why they're still here, and Genji is now on the flight home back to Korea.
Touché.
So this team is disgusting at coming back. It's just a good job for Reject, obviously. They have 3 minutes on their attack now. Going to go back and forth with Ground Zero, who looked really good on the first map, and then on their attack as well, man. So maybe both teams are very attack-centered.
Yeah, I mean, Dive is great on attack. Obviously, it is good coordinated on defense, too, but you need to reset and set up a lot with Dive, and when you need to hold a point, that doesn't lend itself as successful if your whole team is committing to it. So it's tricky, but, and there's a conversation we can have back and forth depending on how the team comp is looking. But, I mean, wow, they not only figured it out on the defense and held for almost 4 full minutes. Actually, they did hold for 4.5 full minutes.
Right.
They then switched comp up and didn't even utilize that as like a crutch. They found a new composition and used it on attack. It's like a Brawly Storm comp that we've only seen a few times with teams like Envy. And it's working.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out. That's exactly what I was thinking. Dude, our minds are so in sync.
That's it, man.
Are we a symbiote? Like, you're like a symbiote that
Which one of us is a symbiote?
Yeah, exactly. Who's the symbiote?
You never know.
Oh, my God.
Existential crisis in the middle of stream as we do move forward. Oh, looking for the portal cancel. Are they going to do it?
Maybe just scout. I don't know. Oh, they're doing it. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about this all the time, right?
I love the strange portal plays, especially on defense. If you're going to commit to the portal anyway, just break a lot of cooldowns. Look to your right. Oh, you almost found another. Just didn't see
So
it.
didn't they nerf the amount of ult charge you get on Punisher in the turret?
Yes, that was recently changed. It was insane in the last patch, but they immediately caught it pretty quick. I love to see that change. Punisher, I mean, a very strong hero. At this level of play, the only downside is the hitbox size, right? Especially when you're going against another hit scan in the game alongside Phoenix, and Phoenix does take advantage of that hitbox very well, especially if you can stack a lot of that passive. So that is why we've been seeing less Punisher, although that ultimate can be very strong. It is countered heavily by Mag. It's all about coordination. So it's a tricky conversation, but 14 seconds left.
Well, it feels like it's very interesting because I feel like Phoenix has taken the sort of Punisher's job.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting that, Reject is running that old sort of composition like you said.
Yeah.
Instead of Phoenix.
And here we go as the ultimates will be popped. Ground Zero on attack. Maddie is going to have that Eternal Bond, can get that relatively quickly. There is no mag or anything to counter that out. But Gnome going to find Zen early on the defense. Reject is not allowing much. They did give a tick and a half as Finale finds FMCL, and it's match right back now. Finale looking for more. Make that 2. Piggy Piggy finds Duep. Finale on a King Bomb, and that could end this right now. It does. That is a great hold. Can they push through with 4 minutes on?
That's a lot of time in the bank indeed. 55% on the board now, and 3 minutes and 55 seconds is, like you said, like so much time to work with for Reject, and that's so good for them, right? Reject, considering all things, I'm very surprised, I think, that the fact that they were able to stay mentally strong.
Yeah.
That cannot be understated, how hard it is to rebound. But that's you know what? That's the sign of a good team. You talked about, I think you mentioned it earlier, Shib. Didn't you mention how these guys are like a very friendship-oriented team?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that being a buff, right? Like, that is something that's very...
Well, it's a buff that you don't notice until something bad happens.
Yeah.
Right? As soon as as they say, as soon as some sort of feces hits the fan. Way to make it a little bit.
Hits the fan.
That's
like
even
that.
worse. It's like, when you try to use a PG term
sure,
to replace something, it always sounds so much worse.
That's funny.
It's like you're just like trying to make it sound.
But I'm with you.
Yeah.
I do think
you need to rebound.
They said the calm, cool, and collected piece, right? And I think that it's crazy how much that came into influence because they were getting absolutely walked. Some teams crumble in that moment. They start blaming each other. Once you start blaming each other, much like in ranked, the players just do not play well. It's all about staying positive and adjusting as a team to find a solution. They adjusted as a team. They found a solution. They switched it up on attack and absolutely turned it around even faster than when it came to ground zero. That's an awesome story to see. And they're going to do this right back at them.
Oh, yeah. Same comp, too. Yeah, they got Nami back onto Punisher. So difference of opinion originally. Now switching over to that comp that you talked about earlier.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and sometimes when you put a team into that position where they feel like they need to match you, that's where they're on their heels and not a good look. And wow, they were not expecting it as much, forcing a ton of cooldowns out, but they walked right through quickly. That was a smart play.
Yeah.
Not allowing them to try to go on that off left angle.
So in the old patch, right, because of the fact you build Punisher ult so fast, maybe in this one, it doesn't, like, it's fine to give the support or the strategist on the other side ultimate charge. Like, they feel decent with that situation, right? Because Punisher ult builds up way slower now.
And they did a delayed portal, and I like that a lot as they are taking them up on the high side here. Crystal gets popped there from the side of Piggy. Gnome, walking forward. 30% to ult from the side of Duep. It's all about who can get this quickly. And right now, Mocha is in the lead. Maddie slightly behind. Gnome almost there as well. Remember, they do have 3 minutes, though. There is no rush. Oh, but it doesn't matter when Finale. Piggy again. That could be it here for Reject, who are going to try to tie this series up. Well done. They do it.
Tying it up 1-1, man. Ground zero shocked us in map number 1. Reject bringing us back down to earth.
Yes.
Back down to ground zero, as some might say. Now, hopefully for them, ground zero can figure something out in map number 3.
You know what? It depends on what it is going to be, but the dive comp was so clean with them. It's almost like you go back to that Venom Panther, even on a defense, even if it's the two of you running it, and seeing what you can do, because it was so hard for them to handle. I mean, the Bucky switch will be huge.
So do you think it was like Reject in the ban phase kind of brought it back, right? Because the first time they banned out, didn't they only ban out Vanguard versus ground zero? They did. It was 3 Vanguards in Torch.
Sure.
This time they didn't just do Vanguard bans, and it worked out.
Yeah.
So maybe that was a better choice.
Yeah, they're learning. We talk about the best teams in this tournament are going to need to figure things out on the fly because every team is at its peak. Every team plays something to the best.
I'm telling you, you're the symbiote, by the way.
I'm the symbiote?
You're the symbiote. Look at the.
I do look like the symbiote.
You look like the symbiote right now. But that's like
you know what? Actually, yeah, absolutely, would be looking like the symbiote.
Yeah, it's like heaven and hell right now. Am I the bad guy or are you the good guy? It's like I can be disguised potentially as the angel.
I got to do that Spider-Man dance in game. You know what I mean? That's what I look like right now. A little bit.
Oh yeah, the one where you do it.
No,
You have to do it. You have to do it. You can't talk about it.
It would be the worst.
If you do it, I'll do the Venom twerk. How about that? How about that?
I do like that idea.
Okay,
I might take you up on that.
Okay,
we'll see.
We'll see. Maybe we could do like a channel point rewards in the chat. But anyway,
I like
what you're saying.
Smart. No, what I was saying is like. Yeah, no, we mentioned it briefly before about the comp core collected. The team, when you panned over to them, even through that moment where they were getting just rolled through, their team comms on camera, they were just so locked in, not scared. You saw the comms were like this. A lot of times when a team is faltering, you're going to see them like, visibly angry. You're going to see furrowed brows. You can tell the comms are intense. It just looked so relaxed and focused, and that's what you need to do. And you know what? Exactly like you see in ladder, getting walked right through. You know what? I called this. They do it right back, and then they win an OT, and that is exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah. No, that was exactly what happened indeed. And honestly, man, that's the sign of a good team.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a good environment for sure. And
sure.
You make a great point. Yeah, it's like, I wonder who they're, like, if their coach is even talking to them behind the scenes, like a little bit, just making sure. I mean, the guys over there sitting in a full-on suit. So, I mean, they look, despite as professional as they are, I imagine it's definitely difficult to deal with those situations, right? Just to get rolled like that for so long, especially map number 1 going into this one and then not having an answer to Black Panther and then quickly figuring it out, right? And like you said, it's the cool minds that sort of brought the team back. And I think that was a great point, like you said.
Yeah, I'm curious now. Do you think we see a change in bans, and if so, what? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, you don't really need to get rid of the Storm. I don't think.
I guess it didn't seem like the ban phase was that bad for Ground Zero. But
it didn't.
But regardless, I think you still, like, I don't know, how good a reject of the Human Torch. Like, you want to experiment. Like, I'm thinking from their perspective, right? Because theoretically, Ground Zero has not had. I mean, they probably scrimmed Reject, but I imagine a lot of the teams that were already qualified, and especially knowing who they could potentially play against, maybe didn't want to. Well, actually, no. Both teams were already in the official thing. Sorry, I forgot. Gen G was the one that knocked out. Reject was the one that was the first seed.
Sure.
So because both teams were already in these playoffs, neither have actual scrim experience against each other.
Yeah.
They know for weeks and weeks that they're going to play against each other, and they just, coming into it, we're have to figure out what to ban, what to change, right?
And I guess that makes sense. I always just assume, and this is a good point to bring up for those who maybe don't know, scrims a lot of the time, folks, just to cut this, to make sure you understand what's going on, and sorry for cutting you off, is essentially where you practice against a team and you go full force team composition, you lock in like it's a rank, like a real serious ranked, like a real serious tournament match, and you make sure you do it at full force. But a lot of these teams, in what you're saying here, they don't elect to choose their scrim partner as somebody they're actually going against because it gives up too much information.
No, yeah, and we're you know what, Shib, as I hate to say it, I wish the energy drinks in China had a little bit more kick to them. Like, I need to feel like I'm having a heart attack. You know? That's the difference between China and America, is that I have an energy drink and I feel like I'm dying, but it's like a good dying. You know, like come to China, it's like a healthy energy drink. What are you trying not to kill me? Like, what's going on? Anyway, regardless, Ground Zero, I think. Tough map for them, right?
Sure.
And like you said, they have to bounce back, come through on on map number 3, and kind of figure things out.
Finale looked much more like themselves, right? 18 finals there, having that Punisher play, obviously did have that boost of damage, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's always it's tough to. That's why I'm like, you can't always blame the player, right?
Sure.
That's like,
yeah, it's so difficult. You're right.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think we fall victim to that sometimes.
Of course. Just like same thing when you blame a player instead of looking at the overall picture. It's the same thing when you see like a player popping off, for example. Like we see Bucky Ultimates pop off, Dobie getting a nice MVP as well, well deserved on the Loki. But yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's yin and yang, right? There's two sides of the coin, right? Sometimes we'll notice those huge Bucky Ultimates. You know, again is a big meme because it's so hype. It's so much fun to watch that. But also, there's more to it than just Bucky gets big ultimate, right? Or a big last stand from Wolverine. There's always sort of these underlying things that are happening. Yeah. And it's tough to see in a 12-person game because there's so much going on.
Yeah, and that's the power of VOD reviews. It's another one of those terms that, maybe you haven't heard a lot of players at the top level will do it on themselves. It's essentially you go back to the match, folks, and you really look at the full picture in the story. If something wasn't feeling right, maybe something behind the scenes or it was happening that enabled or disabled you to play the way you want to play. So that is what VOD reviews do. You look at the whole picture, you understand really what's going on, and stat lines don't necessarily give you that picture. So it's tough to, and everyone in the chat falls victim to the fact that when you see a stat line not look good, you just say, oh, it was that player's fault. But let's say, for example, in Finale's case, we did see him get picked a few times. Let's say we didn't, where he was playing lights out, but his stat lines didn't look great. It turns out that, the strategists were getting dove, and they really just needed a switch. They needed somebody to focus on. They needed a Loki switch on the strategist, or they needed the duelist to keep eyes on, or have a bubble ready from Mag. That kind of stuff you didn't see in the moment made it feel like you weren't getting looked at, but at the end of the day, it was your problem that you did not solve. So.
And this kind of comes back to a conversation we had earlier to sort of loop it around when you talked about different regions having their strengths, right? Yeah. That in different play style sort of things. And this kind of comes down to the two. Like, Reject obviously looked like a pretty good Punisher Storm team. Like, that was a good map on Storm. The other team that we've seen play Storm to that level, to a high level like that recently, is another team like Envy. Yeah. Right? And it seems like we keep bringing up Envy a lot, but that's because
just the Storm reference. It works, it just works
exactly.
Well.
I'm sure there's a lot of really good players on Storm as well, as we'll see as the tournament progresses from China or from wherever else. But I mean, it's sometimes okay to go back to that comfort pick, considering other teams aren't running it. Maybe, especially in this game with so many heroes, it's not always that a hero is bad. It's just that some people can't play that hero as good as you can, maybe. So it's okay to kind of go against the grain and figure out a different composition.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we did see some consistent picks there. We had like the Emma play. We saw some big Emma plays, but there wasn't anything major. I think Emma's role with Ultimate now is more of a setup than anything. Obviously, when you damage boost, it's kind of a different story. Yeah. It does all right into things like Invis Ultimate, but it's mainly setting up where you can dunk a mag. Phoenix now has more value when the supports are walking, or as an act of canceling and silencing strategists prior to ult. And that can happen when you see Loki ready to copy. That's the big brain play with Emma, is try to catch them silence right when they're about to copy, and it does mess them up. It screws them over a bit. So
yeah, because that was an interesting discussion that I feel like I had with you when Emma got released. Like, I was like, I don't know if this Ultimate's that good. I was just like debating whether or not the Psionic Seduction was better than even some other Vanguard ults.
You got to treat it like, think of it like a Luna switching to damage boost, right? 40%, is crazy. But I'm more so saying, like, we talked about it. Set up, it does burn things like Loki crystals. So if you use it and Loki's forced to pop crystals immediately, it gets everyone walking and it gets rid of that cooldown. It has some of these niche effects at the same time that really enable your team to pop off, and it has insane setup potential, like I had mentioned prior. I mean, I just think I think it's more so utilized now as a denial tool and a setup tool than it is just to try to pop off and get a bunch of KOs.
That's a great point. I think, yeah, because this game, I mean, yeah, like it's so different, I think, than the other stuns that kind of happen because it requires setup. It has a different sort of approach to it. So that's a great point you bring up. And now we're going to a Rocco.
Yeah.
Not Krakoa. I can tell the difference between the trees, man. What are you talking about?
But this is a dive-focused map, and we saw what they can do on dive. That Panther is going to be banned. If you know.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's going to be gross on this map if you don't.
It's so good.
Yeah.
There's a ton of escapability on this map. But in the portal plays, and simply because of that, folks, when you dive on this map, you can be a little more aggressive with your cooldowns, which typically, if you're playing Panther, you may want to save a dash or your kick out, for example, just for Panther. But on this map, you can utilize those, use that dash to cut through the enemy, and then land on a portal, get out that way, and then have your, as Panther, you can climb walls, etc., your passive ability. So it does enable a lot more of that kind of play. Yeah, and
I want to see if they come out swinging with that same comp they played earlier, right? Like maybe in the ban phase, we'll see if something is different, right, for Ground Zero. I don't know, you talk about like maybe they have to change something, right? It's fine to ban things that aren't totally normal considering you have to do very specific bans. Like that's the underrated aspect of this game. And I don't know, I guess that's what we talk about a lot. And maybe I've sort of rang that, I've come to the well too much and it's now dry that's a weird way to say that. But regardless, Ground Zero, they have to change the bans, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. And sometimes, even if you think the bans are okay, like because they're not bad bans in a general purpose thing, you have to be very specific, like you said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the teams locking in right now, I love the focus that I'm seeing. Like I said, chill, vibey, ready for action. We go here on the side of Reject. They looked like a totally different team, and I think now, you know what? How excited they were off the rip. This is now a little bit more of a mental warfare game. You can see them less excited and a little more anxious.
Yeah, a little more anxious for sure. I mean, like that's the biggest thing is that they need to refocus, like you said with Reject. Like Reject on the previous map, the reason why they've kind of come back in that last one is because they were so calm and talking about things and not overreacting. Because obviously, as casters, our job is to overreact. I mean, that's the entire point. So we're like, okay, Finale's feeding, okay, Piggy's feeding, oh, Gargoyle's feeding. But realistically, at the end of the day, I mean, they're not, right? It's always a team-oriented thing that kind of happens behind the scenes in terms of, communication and stuff. So sometimes we overreact here for sure. I mean, that's normal.
We see the Mantis ban and the Torch ban on both sides. Luna Snow got to get banned out there for Ground Zero as well. And the lock-in of Emma. And honestly, I think Emma's incredibly strong. Obviously, the teams know that. Was very much an instant ban almost in the last patch, but now is squeaking her way through, and I love to see that. Luna going to get locked in there for Ground Zero as well.
Yeah, Luna's one of those heroes that's been a constant mainstay of this tournament and will probably remain to be, just because of how strong the character is, how much throughput it has in terms of your abilities, even though the ultimate was nerfed, like in terms of the ult charge built up. So still a super strong character. You could tell even with Magneto. Remember when they nerfed Magneto's ult charge too a few patches ago? So yeah, I think like these heroes, if they have good ultimates, are going to be in the meta no matter what. And obviously their base level stats is a big thing. So that's kind of, I feel like too many people. We can talk about this stuff later. But on the opposite side, Ground Zero going to be protecting that Mag and that Luna like you mentioned, and then that Phoenix is getting banned on their side this time around for Araco. They don't want to have to play against that, and by they I mean Reject. And on the opposite side, no ban onto the Black Panther.
Yeah, no Panther, no Venom. They want the dive to happen, I guess. I mean, they did figure out how to battle it, and I think that may be the conversation that they are having, right? And they do have an open ability here with Loki too to help protect a little bit, but they are attacking first for the side of Reject. I'm curious. A lot of teams try to use triple here, and we'll see if that happens. It was happening a lot in the Americas region, so we'll see if that happens here as we get into the LAN. I haven't seen much triple besides a couple teams, and we are going to start without it. But Brute is great on this map.
No, that's I think more of a Western thing.
Yeah,
oddly enough, like in this region, I don't think they do a lot of these triple Vanguard, triple strategist spawn camps, I guess. At least Ground Zero hasn't. Maybe Reject will, like you talked about earlier. But I know like a lot of the Western teams will do that, and we saw Envy just dominate with that in the play-ins.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's definitely still good, for sure.
And Finale is pressing forward here. FMCL going to start charging off those walls. Remember, when you're playing Wolverine, you can actually attack those group walls and gain some charge on the opposition. Nami is going to be, we knew that was going to happen, as we do see now
Actually, I'm surprised to see Ground Zero, is going to be the ones running that Bucky in case they were going to go dive. We've got the Loki out. We've got the Cloak. Phoenix again for Gargoyle with banned on the opposition. Gnome out on the Magneto. This is a pretty traditional comp here on attack.
Yeah, I mean, the Bucky should be okay, but everybody's stunned up on the backside due to something. And Finale, because of the grab, King Bob's gone.
Yeah, Piggy got to find Zen too, so they're up 2, and that's a good start on this attack. Invis really strong on this map for this off-map position here. Same with Emma. I'm going to see, so that could be good on this defense.
It was a big stun by Gargoyle. I missed it for the backside. Gargoyle stunned them up. Literally 3 people, I think, got hit by the stun because they were playing so front to back. So right now this Phoenix is just doing so much work with that stun because everybody's playing behind those Vanguards so closely, resulting in everybody going down to grab from Finale to follow up on the stun. So that was clean team play from them.
And we begin again as the team, the entirety of Reject, does have ult here besides Finale. And we are going to see that Sonic Seduction set up with the Meteor Ram coming in. Does it find value? No, the opposition, excuse me, just assumed it was from the same side as it is a pretty consistent lockdown, but they are going to wait on that until Cloak goes out. Starting to build the Diamond, 400 on the damage out. Tackle there onto the side of Groot. A great counter for Groot. Up we go with another Meteor Ram. And it, Piggy going to find Zen. Gnome going to find FMCL. And Reject is never, they really did find their footing in that last map. 2 minutes on, and they are very close to point up in numbers. Can they keep holding? Gnome going to find another. And Finale onto Duep, and they are going to get point 1 here.
FMCL swapping over to the Bucky. Nami going over to Hella, man. This is very interesting. I don't know if we've seen this that often as we enter the second phase of the map, as I don't even know if Hella is that good on the second phase, oddly enough. I mean, they're just trying to go for a sheer damage output right now onto Reject against their composition. Make sure you can shut down Finale, but against this, you can't really be as proactive, it feels like. You're constantly being reactionary in terms of how Ground Zero are playing. Reject have all of those sort of playmaking opportunities, but right now, Maddie able to clap down Finale.
And we begin again. Nice pick there by Maddie, like you said, staying off on this off-angle. Nami now on the Hella. Haven't seen Hella in these matchups in a while. Gargoyle going to find Maddie. Gargoyle again onto King Bob. Nice picks there. Finale going to try to push right back in. Nami, there we go, onto Dobie. Gnome onto Nami. These trades are consistent, but still Reject is up in numbers.
They don't know what to do. FMCL's over to Psylocke now for the team up with the Emma. I mean, man, I guess they've swapped over because he was on Bucky before earlier as well. But right now, we'll see how they do, because making all these swaps and maybe not thinking of the overall composition could result in the demise right now, as we don't really, like you said earlier, don't see a ton of Hella.
Yeah, what a change in momentum here, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. Momentum is so palpable in games like this, where you just see teams walking. And right now, Reject is giving them the treatment that they received in the last map. Finale going to find FMCL again with an early pick. And Finale still holding on to that ultimate. Sonic Seduction to start setting up, and it is going to get a few. Will they be able to collapse off at the last stand? Does, as we lose Zen. King Bob goes down too from Gargoyle. Dobie going to find Nami, and wow, they are walking through with 3 minutes on. Can they get this thing done before they touch?
Yeah, this is a blisteringly fast pace, similar to what they did on the previous map, and the portal to come back was not a good one. They're walled around the corner. It's so awkward, and that could set them up for failure. 9.92 meters left to go.
And the Meteor Ram, what a chase there by Duep. Are you kidding me? Through the doorway, honestly, that messes people up like crazy, holding on to not feed the Magneto Meteor Ram. Nami, great decision there, wow. And almost gets 2. 1 HP, even Gnome is weak. Yes, King Bob with the KO onto Finale. Nami onto Gnome. Wow, okay, good return there by Ground Zero.
Well, and that was a beautiful, like you called it, it was a great chase down there from Dwep to come down onto Mocha, who, you know, was going aggressive towards the doorways to kind of hide from that Meteor Ram with the Eternal Bond. Unfortunately, could not escape the wrath of Dwep. So, across the map, chase down, and now into this next fight, Reject finally are kind of against the wall. Dwep again, man. Opening pick on the Finale, so maybe this Vanguard, in terms of Magneto play, is the way forward for Ground Zero.
Yeah, and Duep is progressing forward here on the left side. Shield goes up, trying to keep the team healthy. They are just stalling and taking it slow. Good patience here just to feed some of these strat lines, but Dobie already has ult at this point. You want to try to make a play and move forward. Finale is trying to progress up here, 272 to ultimate, getting very close. And the entirety of Ground Zero going to be close to all, same on the side of Reject. Agamotto goes out for FMCL, it's huge! Can they follow up? They do! A 2-piece on Mocha! Dobie goes down, Gnome! And great work there by Ground Zero, who find a huge Eye of Agamotto, one of the biggest of the day.
Yeah, this is a absolutely banging series between both teams. Ground Zero coming through, like we said, with some great team play, collapsing with that Eye of Agamotto, slows down Reject. However, Reject still have ultimates for this upcoming fight, Ship.
And we will start again. Reject with 5 ults ready. And you look in the opposition, you will see 3 in this next fight for Ground Zero. Ground Zero's got to clutch up here and be very patient. Don't be afraid to kite. Give a little bit of space. Up we go with Gargoyle, waiting on, making everyone look upwards. Honestly, there's value in that as well. Down we go. Gnome, gotta find Maddie. Mocha on his end. Finale onto Duet. Mocha again onto FMCL. And the attack has progressed forward as they push to point 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was some clean team play coming through with Gnome and Gargoyle. Gargoyle coming to the sky with that classic combination of Phoenix and Magneto. In terms of their ultimates, they synergize so well, and it's really shown in this tournament so far in the midseason. Now we go to the last phase of the map, 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Ground Zero do have ultimates yet again, and last time Nami did a lot with his Hella ultimate. There's no Magneto on the other side to counter it. We'll see what happens though. Finale could go huge with his last stand, and Mocha can stall things out, but no, unfortunately, FMCL takes him down early.
FMCL on to Finale. 1 pick early, like you said. Ground Zero up, and we are going to follow up with Zen. That is a great ultimate, finding 3. Do they collapse? They do not. Good idea on the off-angle play. You want to do that a lot with Emma. Just find a weird angle that they can't escape from, and then allow your team to collapse. But unfortunately, not much value. Nami going to find Gargoyle, though. Maybe that was led there by the Sonic Seduction. Nami playing on this, still holding with Goddess of Death ready, too. Had a ton of value last time. It's all about patience, especially if Magneto tries to eat that damage. But your team was unable to look upwards. Nami, great pick on a Finale. Looking so clean on this Hella. FMCL on Adobe. Wow, what a pick. Gargoyle turns it back onto Nami. Zen gonna find Piggy, and Ground Zero are similar stories, starting to find their footing.
Well, this is the bonus. Third phase actually is pretty solid for Hella, right? Across the map, you can do those flanks. Also for Psylocke, we've seen some of the best Psylocke plays of all time, going back to the stage 1 in EMEA with Pokey popping off on that character on third phase, finding opening picks. So FMCL has the chance of a lifetime right now to pop off, and also Nami can play so far, so long range, because at the beginning of this third phase, he has so much space.
And we go with the Psionic off the rip again. Reject has a ton of ults, but it's matched similarly on Ground Zero. Do we see any major value yet? Nobody goes down. Ults popped, and now we are dead. Even Duep goes up. Will that find purchase? Bang! Oh! Down it does onto Mocha. What a throw there! And now we got the dance of the Cutterfly up. It does get returned on, as when you're using that ultimate, there will be a circle in the middle of where you're going to spawn at, and that is huge for countering. Well played there. Beautiful. As we see another one of those, and you can see the circle right there as I'm talking about it in the center. Make sure you know that in the future. Finale gonna find King Bob. We have Nami on a Mocha. Oh my goodness, Zen on a Piggy. Trades for days now, and they are holding like it's their absolute job. Gargoyle onto Nami. Will we see more? The kickoff point. Halfway through OT, Duep on a Finale, FMCL on a Gargoyle, and it looks like they're still holding Ground Zero, but that is an ult. That will, oh no, off the point.
Toby, you have to touch, you have to come back at least.
You got to run right into the point on that. So unlucky.
No, man, that was brutal. Now, 43 meters, man, total for the side of Reject, and they did make it quite far, right?
Yes.
They did get to the third phase, but that was really where that Ground Zero started to shine, right? Nami on the Hella, long range, able to find opening picks, as well as FMCL on that Psylocke look phenomenal. So we'll see if they can keep that up on attack. Now that's what I'm worried about, Shib, because the space created for attack is like the Hella. It has a huge advantage on defense.
Sure,
because you can always go for flanks. You can always play, especially on the third phase. So far back, you don't have that same luxury on attack.
Yeah.
Right. You have to kind of fight for that space first. And Hella, while she does a lot of damage and has some of the highest skill potential in the game, it's very inconsistent for a lot of people. Even the best Hellas in the game. The reason why I always hear, like, we talk to duelist mains, and they're like, yeah, like we talk to Delena and stuff, and they're like, yeah, Hella is still the best duelist in the game, but the problem is that it's very hard to be that consistent with it, because you have to fight for that space a lot of the times. You have to play near perfect. And this is what I talk about a lot with people, is that hero shooters in this game especially is very much so like a MOBA. You know, you're sort of like a top-down game almost. You have to think about it that way. So a lot of times you want to play the easiest characters possible to give yourselves the highest opportunity, right? Get those easy one-shot combos.
Sure.
Phoenix, Magneto. That's just something you can easily do. It doesn't take a ton of skill.
True.
The problem is when you play Hella is it has such high peaks, but the floors can be incredibly low.
Yeah, I mean, the tracking, especially when you have movement like this on PC, it's very difficult, but these players know how to track, and that's for sure. As FMCL going to start chasing down. Strange does escape there on the side of Gargoyle, still playing Finale. Going to be on the Ultron, so we do see a hold here, a nice little change with triple strat in the back line with Ultron. Damage boost going to be coming from the Terror Cloak. Nobody goes down just yet. HP low for Gargoyle, still able to escape there. Zenstarry on attack is going to be on the grid. I'm surprised we aren't seeing a little bit more of a dive composition here. I guess they do not like it, at least on this first point. Finale going to start putting some damage out with the Rage of Ultron. Great flow there. Way to get out and keep the team healthy. Sometimes it is worth using it defensively, although it has much more value on a backline being offensive. Great tackle. Gnome going to take out FMCL. I'm surprised, as I really did think that was going to go the other way. But Piggy, Dobie, Gnome, again Piggy with a pick.
Well, the difficulty right now, a minute off the clock already, is that Ground Zero are running this Wolverine alongside it. And I get it. It makes sense. Wolverine's very good against triple Vanguard, but specifically against Finale on this Ultron, Ultron kind of does so well to counter Wolverine because anybody hooked and grabbed by that Wolverine is going to get shielded, right? And for Ground Zero, they're not taking full advantage of this Storm. That's why we see a lot of people run Punisher or Phoenix, you know, super high damage dealing heroes that are actually benefiting from the damage boost from the Storm.
And that's a great tackle, but did have jump there for Strange Gargoyle. I have Agamotto ready to jump down. Going to be started up here with the Psionic. Great work there as Gnome finds one right back at him. Mocha goes down, and Mocha did use ultimate. Out goes Nami, FMCL, and Maddie. Everybody pressing the Q button. FMCL gets one, Duep gets one, and holy moly, Ground Zero is finding the top of this battle. Will he be able to get a tackle off map here? Zenstarry going to take out Dobie, FMCL onto Piggy.
Didn't he just ult? How was he at 70? Did he literally just ult? Like, not even 10 seconds ago. Am I crazy shit?
Honestly,
he's at 75% ult charge already. What was that serious? Is that real?
Yeah, just raw damage. Jesus. It's just like a Storm, man. Storm can get ult incredibly quickly too.
Well, and then the Storm too. That's probably why.
Yeah, damage boost.
That's insane. Builds up ult charge, does so much damage. They're coming back with the portal though, Shiv, trying to get back to this point, stall it out. You have people kind of running around back and forth, but nobody down just yet. Gnome's going to go down to Zenstarry though.
Zenstarry finds another pick here on Ground Zero, just trying to walk forward and make something happen, and that is 44%, but great Psionic Seduction. Down goes two from Piggy on the lead there. Finale going to find Duep, and that's that setup I'm talking about. The Ultron drone is going to be actually on Gargoyle. I like this on Strange. I think it allows your Strange to play pretty aggro with his shield there, and Piggy going to find Zenstarry, and good retake here by Reject.
This first phase is just so hard to cap out, especially in a situation like this where Reject, I mean, they were just destroying through this first phase. And now on this defense, Ground Zero, they haven't found an opportunity to kind of win. They do have that Meteor Rem, and they do have that last stand available. That's how they found success last time. But we'll see how Reject's backline plays, right? Can Mocha live this time through that Meteor Rem? Can Dobie have a big crystal play? We'll see what happens in this upcoming fight.
And we begin again. Gargoyle just trying to take this space back. 45 seconds on the clock, folks. Is a very defensible position here for Reject. Agamotto goes out. It does find Storm in the sky. Matched immediately by the boundary. Tackles out onto Gnome. Gnome. And they are able to get away is crazy. That was clean. I honestly thought he was definitely in trouble. Great usage there of Meteor M. Mocha going to pop ult as well. We're going to see Dobie shortly once this ends. Finale using the Rage of Ultron. Here we go as Nami comes in with the Hurricane. And there is Meteor there on a Dobie. Good pick as well. The attack is going through now. Ground Zero does not want this to end. 12 seconds on, and they will get this point. Do not think a teleport can come through fast enough. It does not. Well done by Ground Zero.
I think the macro play is a little messy for both teams, but Ground Zero saving Duep in terms of his Meteor M for that last fight was huge, right? Reject committing everything early on, then Dobie being the last person with an ultimate commit stat copy into the dance floor. Duep waiting for their shields to kind of dissipate on that on that Lunar Snow, but oh my god, an easy pick off as well into Piggy, who was a little bit too far ahead of the team. That's suboptimal.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. Numbers down in this next fight. Alt's going to be in the favor of Ground Zero, but granted, Kart's not even close to this point just yet, so they are holding that space, but you only have one body on, and max you can have on Kart, for those who do not know, is 3. You'll see 1 arrow when you're not on it, and then you'll have 3 additional to get max of 4 arrows there when you have the max on. So Zenstarry, there's a little tricky there, makes you think it's 4, but it's actually 3. Zenstarry, match right back. Who gets seduced more? I'm not sure. Sonic Seduction is out. Does not manage to land on anyone on either side. That's actually crazy. Good usage of cooldowns there.
That's the first time I think Emma Frost has never seduced anybody.
Yeah, that's true. That is wild. As we do see the push forward from Piggy. Trying to get a grab out, does not work again. Finale with the Rage of Ultron onto the back line again. And a ton of damage out. It does not burst through any of these strategist lines, though. They are going to have to retake this. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Matched immediately. Well played. Way to do that fast. As that, you almost have to use that a little earlier there.
Yeah.
If you're on Nami, especially when you know Loki's there. It's all about ult tracking there. And usually you have somebody on your team ult tracking. Folks, for those who do not know, ult tracking is a major part of the game where you just try to calculate where everyone's at. And
If they had that, that might have been a different story. Nice throw there by Duep on Adobe.
Yeah, Duep is so good, man, every single time connecting with these huge ultimates. But another Sonic Seduction has been built on the opposite side for Piggy going aggressive. Here comes the last in as well, and Finale's there with the follow-up on it too.
Two-piece holding on. Reject does want this to end. 45 on the clock, roughly. Alt advantage, honestly, almost dead even here at this point. Reject's going to be slightly behind as Zenstari will be able to fight, use Sonic in this next fight, which could be massive for them. Very close here. Gaining on the Luna from Maddie as well, which will give the opportunity for King Bob to have ult. So I do see a path here for Ground Zero to push this through.
Yeah, there's still a way forward for sure, and right now we have Finale just kind of poking up above with that ultimate ready to go. He's always starting it off early, right? Constantly just pressuring out backline, maybe trying to force support Stratus ultimates. Oh no, but everybody's kicked into the corners, and Starry's there, and everybody's invisible now trying to walk on forward.
Then Starry on a Gargoyle, that's a nice start. Out goes to Psionic again. Does this manage to find a few? A ton are close, yes! FMCL gonna find Piggy. They are attacking here. The strategist ults are up. Piggy falling, puts the numbers back on a Ground Zero. Maddie gonna find Dobie. Teleport comes through here from Gargoyle, but I don't think it's gonna matter unless it's a big ult. It is not. Good idea though, as the passive does get popped there. They was hoping it was down. Zenstari gonna find Gnome and Moke. Oh, wow, and Gargoyle. Maddie gonna find Gargoyle down. Goes Finale, and they can still get this W.
Yeah, this is getting scary for Reject. I mean, Ground Zero, it seemed like they were kind of out of it in first point, but that's how this map is. I feel like every time on Morocco, it's so often we see teams almost get first held, and then they just snowball towards the very end. And it seems like that's going to happen today, man, but we'll see in a moment. I mean, a minute and 12 seconds left to go. What does Reject have in the bank right now? They have to figure out something. I mean, I have Agamotto's up, but against Ground Zero, they have ults.
Yeah, I think these teams are so evenly matched right now. It has been so back and forth. Duep on to Piggy. Mocha is going to find FMCL. Out we go with the Omega Hurricane. It is going to be boosted in the opposition, trying to take out Storm. That is a huge eye. Does it get value? Yes, down goes Nami. We do have 49 seconds on, though. It does not need to be overcommitment. You got to hold on. Dobie used ult, though. And, Reject's not going to have much. Ground Zero is going to have that last stand. That could be a game-winning last stand, folks. Eyes on FMCL in this fight. We are so close to taking this home. If you are on Ground Zero's side, and here goes the last stand. Does it find value? It does not yet. Psionic finds a ton. Piggy is going to go down, though. Doesn't get too much value. FMCL trying to chase him. Down goes another. Duet falls. The res, though!
The res was there, but they all get rezzed off the cart, and they can't touch.
That is so tough.
Dude, that's why Adam Warlock's tough about playing with the objective, right? Because situations like that, man, up 2-1 now in the series is going to be Ground Zero.
This is insane. These two teams are so evenly matched right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so back and forth right now, and I don't know if we expected that, right? We thought Ground Zero would be a good team.
Yeah.
But today, I guess, I don't know. Do you want to put something on the line? Who do you think's going to win right now, Shape? Ground Zero or?
I honestly can't even answer that properly. I mean, I think the dive was really, really strong, but they didn't elect to use it there on a map that is very suited to dive, and it was available to them. So curious about that. I mean, I liked what they were doing. They were looking really good. That was crazy. I mean, the team compositions are all over the place right now. Wild.
Shib.
What?
If Reject win,
yes,
I will have to Venom to work.
Oh, wow.
If Ground Zero win.
I don't know. I don't know.
You're going to have to Venom to work. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, maybe not on broadcast, though.
If we get it approved, chat, please help us out here, because right now, Ground Zero have the momentum, right? I would be the one to win in this case, because you have to, but if you believed in Reject when you said the pick at the very beginning of the broadcast that they would win the series, you should put something on the line. And sometimes it's your body, Chip. I mean, you got to put your body on the line, just like football.
The silliest goose, indeed. Honestly, these casts are crazy because there's so much trading in every single team fight. It is so wild to me. I mean, value with almost every ult. We're forcing out ultimates consistently. The Storm is obviously a huge factor. The whole team comp was about getting ult incredibly quickly. It was Storm, one of the fastest. Cloak, one of the fastest. Wolverine in the right hands, one of the fastest to get ultimates, although that, has been taking a hit recently, and I'm assuming, maybe still will. It was just, they were just hustling through that map on both sides, honestly.
They were hustling indeed, just like I'm going to hustle you into doing this challenge. If it happens, we could even get
circle.
I will literally pay for a professional dancer to come to your house and teach you how to do it. But right now, Ground Zero are looking great, man. I mean, FMCL, like you said, looking awesome.
Yeah.
And the whole team, I think that they've sort of come back because of the fact that Araco is that map where after you get through that first point, sometimes you just kind of snowball. Do you know why that is? Is it just how kind of like the map geometry sort of is? It's sort of a hard question because there's so much complexity to Araco. But like, what, is it just compositionally, or like, what do you think?
I think it's the tight angles. You essentially have, we talk about natural cover all the time. For those of you who don't know, you'll see these players consistently around walls that are unbreakable. It allows them to not utilize cooldowns to stay healthy, right? And that's the important thing. So these teams, especially on point 1 of Araco, there are 2 corners that are very defensible because you can just use that corner for protection at all times. And then when you get to the second corner, there's an off-map location right in front of you, allowing Invis, Emma, those who can, pull and force people off map. Even things like Bucky, you can off map as Spider-Man, etc. We won't be seeing too much Spider-Man in this tournament. It's just very defensible. Second point doesn't have that as much. There are some tough angles, but they're very long lines of sight.
That is odd. Why are we not seeing any of that? I mean, because Torch got banned, I guess, right? So we don't get to see Torch Spider-Man. But how many teams even play Torch Spider-Man, right? That's the craziest fact. I mean, we saw, I believe it's New B in the crowd. He's I think they said he's the Chinese Necros, right? So except without the toxicity. So like I love Necros, by the way. He's a hilarious guy. But regardless, yeah, I mean, he's like there's a lot of good Spider-Man players, but I wonder how many of them are playing at this tournament, right? How many of them have practiced that? I know Cal's saying like he's been practicing and stuff like that, but yeah, just sort of a slight,
It's for the retake. I mean, Spider-Man's great for the retake. I do think initially on that team up, the blast
which one do you think is better? Which team up is better, the Human Torch team up or the Venom team up that Spider-Man used to have and that was removed from the game?
The Venom team up, I think, is better. Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, I think the issue that they were having initially with comboing is that when you use that team up, it would actually launch you. It's more of a positioning tool than it is a combo tool, but they're trying to change that by reducing the knockback of it. So curious to see what Spider-Man players think of that. I clearly don't play a ton of Spider-Man myself. I just know about the hero. But yeah, I mean, the Venom team up was insane.
Oh, the Venom team up is insane. Yeah. And take a look at these stats here, Ship, right?
16 from Dwep is crazy.
16. Dwep heard the bet on the line, and he wants you to go to the professional dancer, man. So right now, Ground Zero, they've done a lot in that map, like you said. I mean, Dwep was really crazy. I think that can not be understated, that there's a lot of very good Vanguard players, and he's looking like one of the best. But at the same time, Maddie, going to take your MVP as well, 70K healing too. I mean,
that's insane.
Yeah, that's a lot of healing. That's crazy amount of work done by Maddie, and the rest of the crew has been playing so well on Ground Zero. I think we'll see what happens in the next map. I think it really is map dependent, right? Because the bans have sort of still kind of been up for debate. I think who's kind of winning the ban phase. It's sort of
I can't give an answer to that. I agree. I'm not really sure who's winning that. I mean, they clearly don't need to ban what I thought they might want to ban. The team comps are definitely changing consistently, so I'm not sure what the correct solution is even yet, and that's why I am not a coach, right? Like it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of just data-driven points and understanding like what works against what, and whenever you lose something, what do you ban in return? So I mean, great work here by Maddie though. 70K healing in that map is disgusting. We're gonna look back at some of these plays. Great eye of Agamotto, another one of those big ones. We've only seen a few of these in the tournament so far, but that was disgusting on a bowl strategist. That is all you're looking for is Strange.
Yeah, that is a lot of work done on that side, and for both teams, we're gonna have to pay attention. We're gonna intently focus on this ban phase upcoming because it matters so much now, right? The small changes are gonna really impact the game, right? I think we saw, Loki made it through for reject this time, and that Loki's been doing a lot on Dobby's side as well. But for they were fine. Ground Zero was fine with playing against the Loki. They sort of countered it so well, playing along the Psylocke with that Emma Frost. I mean, what do you think? Maybe we see the Emma Frost ban or a Psylocke ban. That could be something that reject opt in for.
Both teams like to run the Emma though, so it's difficult, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, we could. You're saying from Ground Zero, they did take that. They were looking very aggro and clean, so it definitely could happen. My curiosity is, I don't know, man. They're one of these comps that are maybe a little suboptimal, or having things like, I don't know. I'm not sure nothing needs to change. I think maybe the Wolverine ban. FMCLs has been looking really good on Wolf, but Dwep was really good on Mag, so maybe a Magneto ban. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what kind of happens later on. But obviously, maybe that Magneto ban could be good exactly for Dwep. I mean, we've seen, at least in the Stage 1 qualifiers, I mean, nothing's happened to Magneto, right, between now and then. So Mag is still so gross, right? Still so strong.
Insane. But, in the conversation for the best Vanguard, at least, at the high level right now in the game, right outside of, Emma, But, you know, I'm not sure. I do think the slight change that they got coming for them, I think that's the way to go about, you know, nerfing some of these heroes is you do slight changes, you make sure they're still, you know, playable. I think the 50 HP on the shield, it still enables him to have that right click, but maybe it's enough to help counteract, or not to stop counteracting some of these major ultimates.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think we'll have to wait and see kind of what happens. Man, I've said that like 5 times. I'm going in a loop right now, Tim. Literally just stuck.
Time loop, multiverse, we're good.
Multiverse. We're going to go to these next. Did I say that again? I'm literally looping again.
Yeah, you're good. Hey, little replay. You know what I mean? That's all it is. No big deal. But no, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what the solution is in the banning phase. I'm not sure what the composition changes. We haven't seen as much brawl. I do like, you know, it's funny because people talk about Storm all the time. Definitely more of a poke from the left click side of things, but you play together as a unit and you walk together, and that kind of enables that brawl playstyle. Brawl, maybe not in the strongest position right now in terms of the meta with things like the Thing not really taking the front line and, you know, Thor not incredible, but we may see that change over time. But I do think that these compositions where you have poke, stay as a unit, almost like a moving tank, right, forward, and just enable all your team while still getting ults incredibly quickly and using Storm as a battery to remove all the strategist line ultimates on their side. So I'm liking these compositions. I think we've seen a ton of different stuff, and I really like the dive comp. I love watching dive. I know at home a lot of y'all love watching dive, so I thought it was really cool. I'm surprised they didn't at least attempt that, but they know better than I.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with the bans because, I mean, right now, Ground Zero are looking phenomenal, right? They're getting everything they want, right? Yeah. Right now, they're getting the Psylocke, they're getting the Wolverine, they're getting that Phoenix or Punisher, whatever they have. But like you said, I mean, there might be some adjustments, I think, in terms of dealing with the Storm when it does come through from Reject. But I definitely would like to see a little bit more of that. It was so close, I think, that last map as well. So it's tough because I think when you have close maps, you almost don't want to make changes. But that's why it's kind of good to get stomped out sometimes, right? And have a hard map is that you can kind of come back through and figure, okay, maybe that was really wrong and change it. But if it's so close, how can you even decide if something didn't work in that last map?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, but now we're at the point where you can't learn. I mean, you've learned from up to this point, but it's match point now for the side of GG. So it's getting a little bit scary. And ooh, I love it. We are going to have a convoy here at Spider Islands, I believe. So looking forward to that map. A lot of off maps here as well, especially on point 2 there with Emma. So maybe we do see that Emma ban like you were discussing.
That could
teams have been doing some Jeff stuff too. I don't know if they've got it in there, you know, if they could fill those shoes on these teams. I haven't seen it yet. But
yeah, RAD seems to be the only team to really do that. We heard so much about that, but they're the only team to really pop off with that composition.
Yeah.
And I think a lot
it's
of
another
teams,
comp I like a lot, honestly.
Yeah, it's a good one. And I think the difference is I think a lot of these teams, like at least the ones in the second half of today, aren't really big fans of triple strategists, right? Yeah. Not really, except I guess, well, in this case, Reject, but that was only for the first point, and then they swapped off of it. So I don't know, some teams just don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I always want to know the answer to the rock, paper, scissors. Like, when is things more viable, or is it a feel? I mean, obviously, feel is super important, and what's working, right? Like, it's that simple. If it's working, don't fix it. But you know, it's so different with each team and with everybody specializing in different roles. But we are going to be heading forward here into the match. I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like. Will it go to Game 5, or will this W head towards Ground Zero?
Spider Island, baby.
Spider Island.
Spider Island. And I think it's going to be hard, I think, for Ground Zero, because this is a good map against them, right? Yeah. Wolverine, we've seen struggle on this map, I think, specifically, especially in the Streets phase, the second phase of the game. Maybe towards the third phase, it starts to pop off with how close things are in the third point.
Sure. You can off-map on 2-2, but it is a little more open, so you're more vulnerable. And
so it's like first point, third point, good for Wolverine, and then second phase is kind of right?
Yeah, and especially because these teams, folks, for those who are asking, they destroy that building, so you are more visible. And that's the Wolverine likes to play in that building on the height, but they immediately destroy it, typically at least.
Well, and this kind of goes back to our discussion on Araco, right? Because both teams sort of played the same comp the whole time.
Yeah.
And we could see the strengths at each point of the match.
Sure.
Right? That was kind of the first point for the group for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition. Really good first point.
Yeah.
After that, they sort of faltered and kind of got snowballed towards the very end. And you saw that's where Ground Zero struggled the most. And you know, on the opposite side, it felt like Ground Zero struggled towards the end of the map and in in the first point and then the end of the map as well on the attack of Reject.
Sure.
So like realistically, we'll see what kind of happens moving forward, but some compositions are very not only map dependent, but phase of the map dependent.
Absolutely, and that's why swapping is so important. Like, there's, we talk about strong maps for various heroes, but a lot of the time, the various heroes are strong only on certain points of the map, like you're saying, and that's why you'll see composition changes, as soon as they switch to the next point. A lot of the time, they'll play hyper aggro, try to get an ult off, and then just switch immediately, like as they hit point 2. So, well, especially on Spider Islands, we were seeing that even today, the triple duelist line running through and one Vanguard, and it walked on point 1, and then they made the switch, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it was viable on point 2. We'll never know, I guess.
Yeah, we'll never know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but that's kind of the case with every hero. I know we talked about, I think, Loki originally kind of in that situation where some maps he's not as good, but some points he's good on areas as well. So I don't know, like, yeah, just change sort of your entire composition. Changing your entire composition can be kind of hard. Taking a look at the ban phase, though. Ground Zero getting rid of that Mantis Man, and on the opposite side, Human Torch going to get taken out for reject, as I think it's happened the same like this every single time. I mean, Luna Snow Protect as well for Ground Zero, Captain America ban. It's the exact same.
Yeah, this is no change.
Yeah, first bans, and then Luna Snow Protect this time. This is, I think, new. Did they protect Luna Snow last time, or was it the ban Luna Snow, protect Luna Snow, or?
I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being honest. I don't want to answer incorrectly, but we will see the next ban here coming up for the side of Reject. Reject, well, like we said, I mean, once you saw them after that map, they were, once again, calm, cool, and collected. I mean, I'd love to see a Game 5 for sure. I know that Ground Zero has the talent to push this through, at least from what I've seen today. They look very locked in. I mean, but it's very much a momentum shift between these two teams. It has been insane to witness.
Yeah, it has been insane to witness. Now get that Cloak Protect coming out for Reject. They love to play that tandem, that duo between Cloak and Luna. Ground Zero know that at least. That's something to work with, right? For Ground
Wolverine
Zero,
band, that's the change we needed to see.
The Wolverine band coming through, right? That's a good change for sure. And I mean, the tough part is, so Emma still goes through here though, right? So Emma, Psylocke still go through. You're still giving FMCL the Psylocke Emma team up.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think both teams like to run the Emma, so I think it's just more so I've got this, trust me type situation, which I respect that. I think that, as somebody who plays Emma myself, it's always the ego battles. You see that a lot, even with the Wolverines we've seen between these two teams in the past, but they've elected to not allow that to happen. Loki going to be off for both sides, and Torch. Torch today, I mean, I need to know the numbers. I think it was banned nearly every single time.
Yeah. Coming up now, entering this Spider Islands, Reject and Ground Zero. Can Ground Zero get it done, man? Like, the fact that we have an OCE team on map point right now versus the top Korean team, I don't think we could ever say that in a hero shooter ever, right? This is the first time that has
That's
ever
really
happened.
Cool.
Yeah,
that is really
sick.
cool, actually. Yeah.
Kind of making history for the side of Ground Zero if they can get it done, and they still have a whole tournament ahead of them if they were to get it done, but Reject as well. I mean, they have to come back right now. And they've done it before. Like you said, after map 2, like they looked so defeated and then just were able to kind of work it out.
And we begin. Oh, the Moon Knight off the rip. I know the 12 Moon Knight mains are super excited. No, just kidding. Super popular hero, honestly. Maddie onto Mocha, and that's a nice pick. Wow, immediately here. That is crazy to see. I love the Moon Knight charge out off the rip here as the entirety of Reject gets wiped pretty much. Finale and Dobie gonna have to run back and try to reset as the team. And FMCL here on the Moon Knight walking forward, taking that space. Alts are very close, at least already halfway for FMCL off of seconds into the map. So that's what the power of Moon Knight is, already at 60%. Same with Maddie. So good work there off the rip by Ground Zero.
Portal now come back through, and Mocha finds the opening pick on a Maddie. Nice shot from the strategist of Reject on Ground Zero side. They're going to have to back on out of there, right? Reject just kind of steady Eddie on this car, right? 1 minute off the clock as well as Reject. This is the whole point, right, of this competition. It's not always to just get hard wins, but you just want to stabilize, just kind of annoy this objective in the payload. And right now, the Moon Knight has ultimate hand of Conchu available.
And we begin again. FMCL going to press forward, a ton of damage out, but great wall placement. Unfortunately, destroyed immediately. It adds a whole other layer of complexity. You need somebody to be able to focus walls. The team needs to have eyes on. Up we go with the meteor ram. Bang! Does not land though, as we do have the. Does Conchu rain the moon on them? It does, but not enough. As they are still up and healthy. I love pulling out the batons there. Still not going to happen. Eye of Agamotto is huge! Can they follow up? But they still have the heals. Oh my goodness.
On a Piggy.
Still healthy through it. Piggy is going to fall though, as Duip's going to make sure they do press forward. And that's 2 there as Gargoyle goes down. And King Bob finds Gnome. That is a ton of pressure with a ton of time on the clock. 2:20. We will see a portal likely unless they can get that touch.
Yeah, they just used it earlier. So the big thing is that
true.
Even with the damage reduction from Diamond Form, they were to take down Piggy. That's how strong Emma Frost can be for sure, right, Shib? Like the fact that you get that huge damage reduction to kind of live through Meteor M even is insane. But now we're entering this last phase of the first point and 2 minutes off the clock. Here comes Piggy with the Sonic Seduction and Mocha with the Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, I believe it's 25% on the recent change. Similar to the thing for the damage reduction. I'm sure somebody in chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but Finale going to find FMCL here, and that is the good retake you needed. Piggy going to get some revenge there and find Duep, and that is nice as the team is walking them back, but you see a change in comp. We're going to have that Venom now back on that little more divey side, but this time it's going to be for the side of Reject.
Yeah, Finale on that Ultron has looked terrifying, man. Like they set up on the cart with Piggy, but then over the top right flank, Finale just kind of came through, drone on Piggy to sort of stall and found those opening picks. Now Ground Zero have to walk in, and they have the Strangling Prison. This could be gross with the Storm.
And the cooldowns are at least going to be pulled out here from the side of Nami. There go. Ooh, great bubble placement. That may be enough. Oh, but Rage of Ultron out there to keep the team healthy. Mocha going to find Duep. Oh, and followed up as Gargoyle gets 3. Let's go, Gargoyle. Make that 4 as Gnome cleans it up onto Nami. What a retake here. And they are finding their footing a minute on. 3 ults still, though, for the side of Ground Zero, and that, or almost 4. Make that 5. So they should theoretically win this fight. If they do not, that is a huge slip up for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, this is a tough comp to play against right now for this defense. I mean, maybe they can pick off Gargoyle or something, but for the Moon Knight, or sorry, for this attack for Ground Zero, they're missing only 1 ultimate. So many in the book. Gnome gets frozen. Nami takes him out. They're going to be in this 5v5 now because they lose King Bob.
Wow, Duet finds Gargoyle Finale on a King Bob. FMCL with a 2-piece, and that is a massive pick. I mean, that's, you know, we expected that to happen here with Ult Advantage, and that's why Ult Advantage in games like this are so important. Nami trying to chase down the Ultron of Finale.
Back.
Wait, what?
They have it again. The cooldown's up.
They used it early enough. That is big brain right there, and that's that stuff you may not think about. And if you're watching as Finale is going to find Nami. That is crazy on the retake. Kidding? This could be it, folks. 6 seconds, 5 on. What a hold here by Reject as the entirety of the team falls. We are in OT, and that is going to do it. They were held on .1. I don't know. Actually, might be able to get here. Maybe able to get here.
Maybe.
No, it is not. Wow. Reject. That is insane.
That's like, dude, 4 segmented fights is crazy. Like the fact that, I mean, they got wiped first point.
Yeah, they got wiped immediately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Came back through on the portal. Then they, you know, they won that fight pretty hard. Cart pushes back a little bit. Then moves forward as Ground Zero wins another fight. And then towards the very end, Piggy touches. Remember, like with 2 seconds or 2 meters left.
Yeah.
And then Finale comes back through, finds those 2 opening picks. And then after that, I mean, that just built so much time.
Yeah.
And just excellent, excellent objective play from that defense. That was a masterclass. I think that's the best we've seen out of that composition in terms of, you know, sometimes you make mistakes, but it's okay to make those mistakes if you just play you sort of come back and you play good fundamental Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good lesson here for chat in general. Notice how when you fall with, you remember, the cooldown on Strange Teleport is 3 minutes. If you fall early enough, and just if you're on Duelist, if you were the first to go down, switch over to Strange and guarantee a 4 fights or 3 fights on the map by putting that portal right next to point and trying to stall until, you know, you get to 0, and then you have it again. And at that point, it's very difficult to push through the point. So, yeah, it's one of those tricky situations. It's one of the first times we've seen the team wipe that early, and it is very niche. But keep that in mind, and we see that a lot in the pro play when they're running that triple Vanguard, triple strat on the spawn hold. They will use that way, but I guess you don't necessarily need the triple in order to have that portal play work.
Oh, yeah. Let's now come back and through. For Ground Zero, can they refocus, man? I mean, 114 meters on first point is pretty abysmal, right? But we've seen crazier things happen. I think at points we've seen even good teams like 100 Thieves struggle, even though you kind of get that first point hold. You called it earlier. Both teams are so evenly matched. Anything is possible here.
I do agree with you fully, as we do see the triple Vanguard here for Ground Zero now trying to break it out and try something different, not electing to use the Rocket Res, instead going to have Ultron in the sky, which I like this change here. I like the way this comp looked, but having Gargoyle on the Moon Knight might help battle it back. Some of those more niche heroes have been found to counter this composition. Oh my goodness, look at that ult charge, Moon Knight. Are you joking me? Piggy finds Zen, 88, 91, 94%. Gnome gonna find Nami, and they are walking as Piggy finds Duep. Again, they are gonna reset here in Portal Inn.
Yep, here it comes. Maybe we'll see how Ground Zero does in terms of their fundamentals, right? Coming back through, pretty similar situation. Literally like the exact same situation, but the portal a little later this time, near that ice cream van, or rather Rockstar van. Now they come back on through.
Gargoyle has been playing really good and does have a diverse hero ocean, if you will. Does not seem like they can get banned out. What a throw there by Duep onto Dobie, and they are going to have the Sonic Seduction. Duep going to find Gargoyle. Gnome goes down, and that is a great utilization of that portal. Again, going to battle back. Very similar story.
I feel like we're just seeing the same team. We talked about symbiotes earlier. Literally, both teams are.
Is this on repeat? Yeah.
this is crazy, man. Like,
that's crazy.
We'll see what happens after this. Maybe the reject. So if we go back to the attack, round 0, the one this upcoming fight, right?
Yes.
So if Reject win this upcoming fight, I think we're just stuck in a time loop. That literally happened earlier. I said it repeated the same thing multiple times.
All right, here comes the Hurricane, though. If they dance in a bubble, that would be very similar. Instead, they're going to use the Luna ultimate to match it, and Ultron does not. Oh, out we go with an eye. Oh, that's a huge eye, but does it find purchase? It doesn't. Wow, what a way to dance out of that like champions. Oh, Anti, though, great usage there of Ultron. Rage of Ultron more defensively than offensively, trying to break some of the walls there. Good work there as Gnome is weak, and they are pushing them back towards the spawn door heavy. And down goes Zen as Gnome, or excuse me, down goes Gnome as Zen is still keeping that space. And they do use that ultimate. I'm not sure if that's worth using down a number off the rip like that, but you know, they are finding some value out of it. We are going to see the Psionic Seduction. You got to hide right now. Looking for the Meteor. Piggy got to find one. Duep got to find one. And they are evenly traded now again with that. Oh my goodness, Finale onto Zen. Traded for days even once more. Woo! But Finale finds FMCL Mocha onto Nami. And finally, it's looking like they will push through this corner.
All right, so the time loop is still stable right now, Shib. The exact same thing has sort of happened. I mean, I think more time is chewed off the clock, obviously, but right now, I think the theory that we are just watching a replay for both sides rings true.
They need to get it out here, hold them early, and then they need to teleport back at the last millisecond, literally 0.3 away.
Yeah, here they come. Ground 0 on the retake, sending FMCL over the top angle as well, as you still have time, but here comes that Storm ultimate again.
Oh, and the Rage of Ultron. I've seen this before to counter back, but that is going to be the pick that changes the story and the tune, and that may be enough for them to walk in. FMCL going to get locked down. Great utilization of the shield there by Invis. Zen, but you don't get left. Oh my goodness. Oh, great shield! Are you kidding me, Zen? You are different on ground 0. Beautiful defense and way to utilize it again! Oh my goodness. For those who don't know, Strange can actually utilize his shield to stop Luna's ultimate. It is a magical shield. It'll stop AoE abilities if you hold it up. So played very patiently, and just instinctually the supports walked away after they thought they had enough time near those who were needing to be healed. Oh my goodness. This has been a crazy, crazy game.
It's been insane. Portal coming through again because of the same situation.
And this is everything, folks. It's all about, can Ground 0 use these two ults to win right now? Portal comes through very close to the point. That could mess with their footing. No, they do get outs. We see Psylocke immediately dance on the butterfly. Doesn't do enough damage. Our strategists are holding on in the point, and that could be danger zone. Waiting one more. Oh, they dash back. Oh, no! Duep needed to hit that, unfortunately. Maybe just a little bit of the nerves, not able to do so. Quick movement there. FMCL does have this rage. This rage could be massive. Dungeon, a ton of damage out, electing to find one. Duep on a Finale. Nami on a Piggy. Can they end this series now, folks? Will Ground 0 take this thing home? Out goes the drone. That's another pick on a Gargoyle. And that does it. Ground 0 gets their W and moves forward in this tournament without going to the loser side bracket.
Absolutely insane, man. Ground 0 are them at the moment. Coming back against everything, the odds, we're just against them, right? I mean,
crazy.
At the very end of the match, able to get it done with no time left on the clock, and these teams were so evenly matched. You talked about a shift, back and forth, both sides just seemingly, you know, were just mirrored, right? It just felt like we were watching the exact same team play against each other in Ground 0. Making history right now. I mean, OCE region looks very damn good.
Yeah, that was a very evenly matched setup there, almost a Game 5. It honestly could have gone to Game 5. Holding point 1 and then having that happen to you is definitely something that, you know, happens, but it's not necessarily like, you know, you don't expect anything like that. You have to play lights out, and they definitely did.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice handshakes coming out as well for Ground 0, and I'm sure a lot of respect for both teams, but that does not mean Reject is out yet, right? That just means Reject is sent down to the loser brackets. Ground 0 moves forward in that upper brackets into that the upper bracket semifinals, securing them top 5th through 6th at the bare minimum. We'll see how they continue moving forward. I mean, that's such a big upset, I feel like, but at the end of the day, Ground 0 is definitely a legit team.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a ton of fun to watch. Just the back and forth in every single fight was exhausting but exhilarating. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like every single time I was looking at the feed, it was so red and blue. It was never one-sided for the most part. Numbers were dwindling to the final 2 on each team who needed to clutch up. We saw a lot of 1v1s, 2v1s, you know, 2v2s, 2v3s, just to try to force the point through. Getting held on point 1, getting down to OT on point 1 again, just goes to show you how close these teams were. But that was a ton of fun to watch, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ground 0. congrats to them. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't wait to see an interview with them. I mean, this is the first time we're going to talk to them on the broadcast, on the main stage, down there with Tetra, I believe. So, man, what a series that is. And was, and I want to see how they do in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, I'm sure Liger's going to be stoked. One of our casters, definitely big fan, is from that region, and that's just how it is when you get to these tournaments where we pull in everybody all over the world, just supporting your region, and feeling very excited when you see some stuff happen. He's got to be stoked right now. What a win there for Ground Zero.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Vanguard and Dwep made a name for himself.
Absolutely.
Same thing with FMCL and.
Yeah.
The whole team across the board definitely standing out. Like, these guys are somebody you want to look at when you're looking at top-tier teams, top-tier players. And, that's what happens when sometimes you underlook a region, for example, right? Maybe you're like, okay, we can underestimate Ground Zero. They're just from OCE, who cares? But at the end of the day, they are a legit team.
Yes.
And, both Korean teams have the chance to get eliminated in the lower bracket if Reject lose. So that would be crazy considering the dominance of Korea in hero shooters in the genre itself.
Just goes to show you, like I said, paper-thin margins across the board. Nearly all of these games have been so close. There's just been no real walking for the most part. I mean, I cannot fathom. I mean, the thing is, like we talk about with this game is teams are still learning in scrims. They're still finding new compositions and such. So we may see something that's going to break through the meta. They've been holding until later in the tournament. Very cerebral game, and you consistently have to try to find ways to outsmart and outwit your opponent and hope they don't learn from it, or if they do, it's going to turn into a new meta where you have to try to counter that. Like, very similar story. The reason I bring this up is when I think of triple on Vanguard, which we saw there on defense. Triple Vanguard strategist, although it's very strong to enable more fights. We now saw Moon Knight coming into play. We saw Magic on the side of Sentinels over in America, finding value into Vanguards like that. Very easy to land combos as Magic onto large bodies with big hitboxes that enabled her playstyle more. So these heroes that maybe aren't always in the limelight are finding ways in through adaptation of the meta, and I think that is an insane state of the game. It just goes to show you how much this game has to offer.
Oh, yeah. This game has so much opportunity and so many heroes that we haven't even seen in the Ignite mid-season tournament, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen later on. I know we heard about some wacky compositions, but I feel like we haven't necessarily seen them just yet. That's the exciting part, is that this tournament is going to be so long, right, going until Sunday.
Sure.
So we will be here to witness all of the changes, all of the adaptations, because, I mean, as the tournament progresses, we see the top teams really adapt, especially in that ban phase, right?
Yes.
What we saw in each region. We saw the best teams that are not only just mechanically, but also in terms of drafting, how varied it can be potentially, especially in the later rounds, back and forth bans.
Yeah.
So many different adaptations can come through.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the ban phase being a winning and losing state too. It's definitely part of the game. And both teams there were adapting bans, which I thought was strong. You talked about new compositions. You talked about these teams showing up. I mean, they were doing some more unique stuff in this tournament so far. We did see that Storm play. I like the Moon Knight stuff. Like, that stuff was more unique. I think as a compositional whole, the only major thing that's like meta-defining recently is that we saw that Jeff speed boost with Star-Lord spin. I think that's really unique. Stuff like that is just out of the box and kind of blows my mind. Yeah. And seeing Jeff utilize ultimate, instead of trying to team wipe off point, it was more so a stagger. You would find the final person on the team, ult that person, and drive them back towards a corner, throw them, and wait as long as humanly possible before you get them KO'd. Stuff like that is so crazy to me to think about, that I love the potential of what we might see. I do think that both these teams utilize that Storm composition more than we've seen yet in the tournament. So they've opened something up. You know what I mean? The doors are open.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see more teams like that, or like Envy, like with their player with Speederly being the one to play a lot of Storm, right?
Sure.
And same thing over here. But for Ground Zero, they kind of tried and true, right? That's sort of the same compositions we saw back in the stage 1, right? Yeah. We saw a lot of Wolverine. We see a lot of Cloak and Dagger, a lot of Luna Snow after the patch especially. But on top of that, ton of Psylocke. So really great play from Ground Zero. And to swap also back over Nami over to the Ultron. I mean, that was just a banging match back and forth between both sides. And it's unfortunate, obviously, for Finale, who dropped, a crazy amount of damage, nearly 21,000. And it seems like also Gargoyle was right there to match him. So it's tough to lose in a situation like that. But it was just such a close and fun matchup that it's crazy that Ground Zero won at the end of the day.
Yeah, you got to remember, folks, this map was a single point on both sides, and these stats are crazy for that.
Man. It's like it's
even. Duep's got to get some love. In every single one of these games, massive ultimates, looking really clean. And yeah,
there he goes.
What do you know? MVP right there.
Zero
really
assistance.
Popping up.
Zero assistance. He did it all himself.
Doesn't matter. Clean them up. You know what I mean? Clean them up. Just really clean with that Magneto, an incredibly strong hero right now.
Absolutely. And interesting healing receive stat as well.
Okay.
A little bit of damage taken, but he to be fair, like the strategist just kept him alive at all times. Like he was never going down, whether that be good cooldown usage out of him and his strategist, definitely up. It's up for debate who actually was the most important character, or rather factor in that sort of machine, the most important cog in the machine. And right now, Ground Zero looked like a well-oiled machine, speaking about which, because this team is going to be scary. If I were the next opponent in the semifinals, definitely got to be watching this one and figure out what their weaknesses are, right?
Yeah.
That's today is sort of that testing ground, right? It's tough to go down and lose the brackets, but everybody is learning so much about each other because some teams have not scrimmed against each other as much as others.
Yeah. I'm with you, and even right there, like I was just seeing, I didn't even notice. I mean, it was a damage-boosted Moon Knight off the rip that enabled them to sweep on both sides. That is a crazy next-level strategy. But yes, I mean, I can't say it enough. This was it may have ended 3-1, but it was anybody's game. I think that Ground Zero was very confident in the way that they played, but Reject, they started figuring things out, and I think that's going to help them later on down the line here in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Moon Knight is being the one to choose. I mean, it makes sense with the Groot, like the old style, with the combination with the hand of Conchu and stuff. But you know, with the Storm, it's definitely changed a lot. You know, I think that people were like, okay, run Storm, Punisher, run Phoenix, Storm, but. You know, it seems like today a lot of teams liking to play just like the straight-up Moon Knight with the Storm, and you know later on Reject swapped compositions. So Gargoyle, yeah, those shields as well from Zen. I mean, the whole team really came through today for Ground Zero.
That is huge brain plays there by Zen. We talked about how that works, but that's I mean, we haven't seen as successful two-piece back-to-back like that using that shield to keep the team you know isolated from the Luna All twice in one go is wild to me. So, you know, everybody finding value with more unique things in this matchup, for sure. There's that hype.
I love that, man. That's a great reaction from everybody, the whole gang at Ground Zero. And,
yes,
you know, it's cool to see them move on to that semifinals. So for Reject, I wonder what's in store for them moving forward. We have to wait and see, obviously, what happens. But for Reject, they're still a good team.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the number one thing. And I believe our interview is still getting ready on stage as we test some things out, as that's going to be awesome to see the player on stage from Ground Zero. I'm sure he's pumped. I mean, absolutely exhilarated with that win.
I love seeing the excitement from teammates. You know, that's what it mirrors what I would do, right? Like you get out there, you see them, you play as a team, you get hyped up, and you get juiced out. I would be so stoked. You know what I mean? As soon as we win a game like that, especially as close as that was in every single map, it was like we talked about trading consistently. I mean, the level of emotion is what you want to see at this level of play. And although some teams are staying calm, cool, and collected, I personally love the energy.
No, yeah, dude, it's so fun. It's so exciting. And those guys, I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? To have all these pro players experience it and the fans too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's been a crazy day. I mean, I'm excited to see this interview, but wow, these games have been nothing but intense. I feel like my heart has been pounding no matter what I'm watching at all times. Just raw energy, raw talent across the board. Every single region is bringing something to the table.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens in that interview, by the way, as we head to the stage with Tetcher.
It's going to be with FMCL, I believe, is what we are hearing. So that's going to be exciting as we head over to FMCL.
I am here with FMCL from Ground Zero Gaming, who just put on an honestly incredible performance. You just took your first game on the international stage in a 3-1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful. Coming into this series, people were probably thinking we weren't gonna show up or do anything, considering we're from OC, which is usually considered a worse region. But I think in this tournament, we're the underdogs, and we can definitely put on a performance and show the people how good we are.
And you're absolutely showing it now. You're playing a very aggressive playing style that's working out incredibly well so far. So tell me, who does the shot calling for the team? Who's giving commands in those fights?
I'd say it's pretty evenly spread out around the team. It's usually depending on what character people are on. So if Zen's on maybe Groot, he'll shot call his walls. If Dwip's on Mag, he'll shot call his ult or bubbles. And when I'm on Wolf, I'll shot call my grabs.
So the next opponent heading into the semi-finals is 100 Thieves. Do you have any words for your upcoming opponents tomorrow?
We're better than you think you are. We're better than you think we are. Sorry. Yeah, we're definitely a dangerous opponent. I think you shouldn't underestimate us. But if you want to lose, you can.
All right, and the final question, I think it is, you have more than earned your opportunity and the just just well done for starters, just to give any shout-outs you want to the world right now and to all the Ground Zero gaming fans out there.
Yeah, first, I'd like to shout out my team members in the org. I'd like to shout out Jacoby Creamy. He taught me the game. Devin Wang for helping me in school. Yeah, those are the main people, and my parents raising me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, FMCL. Let's head back to the casters.
What an interview. Shouting out people from the school. What's up, guys? Cozy here, and welcome to the close of the show. It's good to join you guys. Finally, we got the American squad together. What a day, huh? What a day. I mean, I don't think actually, it's exactly what we expected because it was what we didn't expect. Both one seeds going down. Shiv, what do you think about that?
I mean, what a birthday surprise. What a present for you, my man. Happy birthday to our man, Cozy. I mean, it seems like that's a consistent trend, right? We talk about the best teams in each region falling to third as they're coming in, or second as they're coming into this tournament. It is no surprise. It happens here, too, as those one seeds fall. But it's just, I think it's these obscure comps. Everybody kind of maybe being a little more secretive in those scrims. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we saw, we heard a lot as we were kind of roaming the hotel from the scrims and what was going on there. And teams play different from when it's on the big live stage, right? We saw the teams rise up. I think you can see, obviously Citadel and what happened there. But Envy and RAD, two teams in the play-in stage. On the main stage. Do you think that helped them out a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely helps them for sure. I think that just having that experience, getting ready, and I think that's what we're talking about now. Like, this is kind of the overall theme of the day, guys. Like, it just feels like the tournament is still going, like, it's still super early days, right? That was, we saw the play-in, right? We saw two teams get eliminated. Upper bracket, we saw teams drop down now into the lower bracket. It's not over for any of these teams in the top 8 just yet, right? So this is still the very, very beginning of the entire tournament.
Yeah, I think that at this point, it's still anybody's game. I think we've seen lower bracket runs, and that is no strain. Like, we've seen that over in America.
The Flying Quest, the classic, they went and won the group stage, right? The early part of the seeding stage.
Exactly.
So it can happen easily, and some teams play better with that pressure. We've seen it time and time again. Now, if you would ask me the two one seeds going at it to open up, I believe it's opened up tomorrow. It's the first couple of games. I mean, that's a wild start. One of those teams we're saying goodbye to. Gen.G, Nova already out, right? And then we got some really big heaters. 100 Thieves. Ground Zero? Oh, yeah. I love it. Love what we saw a little bit.
Well, listen, I mean, Cozy, real quick, not to be toxic or anything, but I think there's I want to say who, considering the caster behind the scenes, who came up with this fantastic term.
Yes.
You know how there's like a term for North America that's a kind of a meme in the esports space that's called like nearest airport?
Okay.
Because North America always goes home early.
Actually.
Yes, but they're doing well, right, in this tournament. For Korea, for KR, we don't really have anything, right? So I don't know if he wants me to say his name. I'll say it. Leg Day. No, he didn't. I'll be the one to say it for him. He said the Korean region, because Reject's now in the lower bracket. Gen.G going home. Maybe they're the kindergarten region.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Wow.
That's a bit toxic, obviously, and it's very mean. But right now, Korea is not as, because I got replaced by a Korean in my days. Like, that region is full
it's all
of
making sense why this is coming back.
It's
all
all
picked up. No, I definitely. It's going to be interesting because some of these teams we know well more than others.
Sure.
Ground Zero Reject. I'm not saying I haven't gotten to truly see Ground Zeros until they match up with someone like 100 Thieves. I think we're going to get a little bit of a better story. Huge shout out to 100 Thieves who are kind of like everything going on and how they've come together. We had Millennia step in there and what they've accomplished. And so I think that was my shock of the day. Envy winning, I wasn't as shocked as you might think. I think that a lot of the players around here respected Envy.
Yeah, I think Envy against Citadel. Citadel's known for dive, and Envy's very much a patient team and a team that understands like how to handle that. I think they have the hero pool to be able to counter dive. So I think it not necessarily plays well into them, but if any team's going to succeed with that, it is going to be Envy. So I'm with you on that. But yeah, man, there was some crazy surprises today. Sentinels, a very strong team, just didn't look like themselves out there.
That was by far, that was the shock of the day. 3-0 happening. It's a thing of momentum. We've talked about this so many times, here and off again, but now the stack up in the matchup, sometimes things just don't favor, and Citadel is a tough opponent for them because I do think they stack up well against, because to your point, Envy is great against dive. We saw that against Ego Death back in the group stage.
Right.
They were always prepared.
What a reference,
Ensemble, self, they'd be like, okay, take care of them, back to the front line, right? And it's just different now when Sentinels, we'll have to see what they kind of cook up to stop the dive because they're coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels, they're a team that can rebound, like you said, with the 100 Thieves, right? 100 Thieves, a team that I don't know if we expect them to show up like this, right? They kind of were, at least behind the scenes, not really doing as well as we thought they were going to do. And on the opposite side, Sentinels came in swinging, right? But a couple weeks now here in China for a lot of these teams, right? Time to kind of get used to and get acclimated to the not only the weather, but the new city and everything like that. Of course. Maybe Sentinels just had a good time adapting originally, but that was 2 weeks ago when everybody said Sentinels was doing well in scrims, and now having to change that up and get good now down low or into the lower bracket. For the opposite side, for 100 Thieves, right? The fact that they look so good is, I would say, surprising, but also unsurprising, because I know that I think you wanted to pick them instead of Sentinels at first. It was like a debate for you, right?
Yeah, I had them.
So did I,
yeah, did you? Yeah,
for both of you guys.
It's tough, and that's the thing. We're looking at the best top 10 teams in the region. So there's no low seed. I mean, we have our favorites. I think we could say obvious, but if you looked at across coming into here, none of the favorites won, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of been the story so far in Marvel Rivals. It's this early scene, even though we are here at the midseason finals. It's like, who's got it? Who can get through the pressure? The land stage, this environment, incredible. And the fact it's who's going to show up on game day,
Yeah, I think you kind of make a great point there. You talk about, like, all these teams are very close. Every single one of these teams was 1, 2, or 3 seed. And yes, the 3, sometimes the 3 seed was meant to be the 1 seed, right? That is, it just goes to show you how talented this is. You got to think about all the teams that we're trying to apply or get into this through MRC, through various means, all the different tournaments we've had in the past. These are the top 3 max teams of every single region duking it out, all of which have strengths and weaknesses and weird compositions that they're not used to going against, maybe regionally dependent. And, it's so difficult the margin between these teams is so minimal. I can't wait to see what else is going to happen, man.
Exactly. Do you all, looking at the players across what you saw today, hit me with like a player of the day. Anyone that stands out? Dog, I want to throw it to you maybe first. You got someone?
I feel like I'm going to take Shibs. Like I feel like we're on the same. We're symbiotic at this point. I was going to say FMCL. Like it just was. Or maybe you're going to go with somebody else. We'll
I'll say something else now. I mean.
Okay, let's go with it. Go with it.
Today for me.
Recency bias, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was definitely going to say FMCL. Maybe I'll say.
I told you.
Maybe I'll say Cal or Dueb. Dueb popping off there at the end looked really good, right? Like very considerably constant final hit, max, no assist, excuse me.
Yeah, no assist is crazy. That's insane.
Cleaning up everything, cleaning up every KO. So that is a lot of talent on Mag and patience. But yeah, that team just surprised me. I had a lot of fun watching them.
Yeah, I think you said Cal. I think when Cal plays above where we know Cal can play, that
Phoenix,
team is a different team. But honestly, both the Vanguards I want to shout out because the matchup there, I was worried about the Captain America matchup and kind of what Window can flex into. Window, great flexible player. We know what Kalush can offer, and I feel like they really brought it against a talented Paulie. I mean, they've got fantastic players on that team.
Yeah.
And then the Jeff working. I mean, can we not sell Fate enough? Fate is
that's a great choice too.
The new Self, right? Self blew up because of the Black Panther in the group stage. It's Fate's time to shine now,
Yeah, absolutely. I think, dude, this whole tournament has been so much fun so far, and just the fact that we're at the very beginning, we already sent 2 teams home, right? $500,000. I don't think it can be stressed enough how much money in the bank that is. Getting that paycheck at the end of the year and saying, oh, just a quick 20K bonus for me. Love that. It's
doesn't
nice.
hurt.
No, it doesn't hurt indeed.
Well, there's nothing to like setting history. I mean, like, for as long as this goes on, you're the first mid-season final champion. You're the first, as time moves on, you end up, knowing the last year's champion, but you'll never forget the first to do it. And that is something else. It's like, money's important to these guys, but we've talked to it. It's like, the egos. So funny. I talked to all of RAD. I've talked to 100 Thieves. I'm like, congratulations. They're like, we messed up on this map. I'm like, you won. And that's that competitive drive you need, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's always, I was talking to Shib about this on the broadcast, I believe. It's just, it always feels, you guys are both competitors, right? In sports, I think both of you were absolute studs in the athlete department. But for me, it's always a matter of it feels worse to lose than it is fun to win.
Agreed 1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do look at today's results, again, if you missed it, we opened up with the absolute heat of the beginning of Citadel versus Envy. It quite literally came down 99-99, last point domination. Could not have been better. Insane game 1. And Shib, walk us through here game 2. What you think?
RAD versus Sentinels. I mean, I got to be honest, Sentinels, it was a tough look. I trust that team. I know they're strong. They just did not look like themselves, and RAD played lights out.
as we look forward here to what's coming up tomorrow, right? So, Dog, walk us through a little bit of that.
Oh, yeah. No, tomorrow we're going to see Envy, RAD, 100 Thieves in Ground Zero. That's going to be a true test for Ground Zero. And people said this is, I think you said, it's like people said this is the easier side of the bracket. But at the moment, I mean, 100 Thieves look like a really good team as well. But going back to tomorrow, like you said, Citadel versus Sentinels starting off the day, man. That's going to be an incredible match one.
That's an insane lower bracket to open up with tomorrow. You would think that's an upper bracket, you know? And so just a great way to open it up. OUG, I think that team has a lot of talent. Excited to see. And we'll see if Reject can bounce back after showing, you know, definitely showing some fight there. But against Ground Zero, we'll see how they fare there. And then the end of the game, the end of the day is just packed.
Yeah, I think that we were starting to learn Reject was starting to become a different team, and I think that's going to change everything.
Yeah,
Envy, RAD as well later on in the day, 100 Thieves Ground Zero. I mean, I'm with you. 100 Thieves is one of those teams that when they're under the big lights, we are bright lights. We talk about this all the time. Teams either show up or don't, and they show up in Exhibit A from today.
Yeah. You know what I have to say? First of all, it's so awesome being on
Yeah,
Kennedy.
this
This has been months in the making. Yeah, I love these guys. But it lived up, seemed like my favorite Marvel heroes on the big screen. Like, it lived up to the hype of LAN.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy to see the plays we're cheering for, and it's like Wolverine getting the 4-piece, right? Like, it's just incredible how. What is
this little boy?
Where did this come from?
Tanuki's mom. Okay, Citadel. Yeah, Tanuki's mom made that. It took her 80 hours. Don't roast it, man.
We have to put on like the side for like the charm. I love that the
Yeah,
charms
it is,
show
yeah.
up on the line.
Oh, I noticed that too.
Yeah,
on the right side.
The accessories.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's awesome. Like to see
Really
the
cool.
Lord skin.
Yeah, that's literally that.
This is amazing. To
Yeah.
see, shout out.
Yeah.
To see the Lord icons though, the skins, like you kind of see the personality of the players really well.
Yeah.
Oh. Now listen, guys, I just came from this.
You just came from this, yeah.
The LAN watch party, and we just met all of them down at the hotel.
And you know, I mean, listen, I already know how good of a guy Jay is and everybody else here. I love SK, Lulu, Boger, and Fan. But the one who surprised me the most, I don't know about you guys, I didn't realize how nice of a dude Necro was.
Yeah.
Necros was. Like, everybody online's like, oh my God, he's so toxic, support strike, whatever. The guy is like so friendly. I'm going to the bathroom, like trying to I see him on the way there. I say, hi, what's up? He immediately embraces you. He's like, hey, what's going on? I have something to do, but I'm not going to act like I have something to do because I want to talk to you. He's like such a personable guy, and it's the whole crew, everybody here at the LAN is awesome.
Yeah, they're great guys up there. SK, you're amazing. It was fun being up there.
Oh, yeah,
Can't
love
wait
SK.
for more. Boger, you might go. But looking at the roadmap, fellas, I mean, the art team, do they miss? They miss?
No, look at that Extreme BO armor. I mean, that's crazy to me. Probably my favorite skin on there. I think the Bucky Winter Soldier, Polarity Soldier is kind of slept on because that one is sick too.
Yeah, I'm loving the Queen's Codex. We had the combat chest last time, right? Now we've got the Queen's Codex, and it's like that mini season pass feeling a little bit, and a way to get skins that you're looking forward to. But overall, they just keep cooking, and they're not missing, and it's like you're waiting for, okay. No, it's always heat coming out of the kitchen.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Scarlet Witch fans now. I mean, another skin that they get, and you know, I know Scarlet Witch fans are like, when are we getting an insane skin? And there we go, coming up, and there's so many already. But
there you go. Yeah, I was talking to funny enough Gong earlier, and I said, "Who's your favorite hero in the game?" He said, "Squirrel Girl," and I go, "That's why there's 20 skins." All right, makes sense, you know? Okay, makes sense.
Sometimes it is like that, right? Like sometimes they buff characters where like maybe a dev loves to play them and stuff, and that's not. Sometimes it's that simple, right? Because at the end of the day, you're like, you know what? People are wondering. It's not that complicated, but yeah, what an amazing day and awesome dev team we have.
Without question, y'all. First of all, so fun getting
Great
together
team,
here. Cool to cap the day. Can't wait for tomorrow. We're sunsetting day 2. We're looking forward to set 3. Now we're gonna go ahead and throw it on over for the closing with Tetra.
Day 2 is in the pages, and like the heroes of our favorite comics, we have started to have frontrunners and heroes emerge. As tomorrow, poised for matches in the semi-finals, we have Envy, RAD, 100 Thieves, and now Ground Zero Gaming, all prepared for some incredible matches. But the lower bracket sits as a waiting force for the other teams, as tomorrow teams will be eliminated. So sleep well, rivals, as tomorrow we will ignite the battle all over again. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you for day 3.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 극복